201. Drift away. Looking at both of her siblings, who showed a stunned expression, Miu was a bit amused and asked, "What's with your expression? That's very rude, you know." "Ah, well, I have wondered what kind of guy that Nei-chan would bring back home, but..." Harima looked at Miu and asked, "Nei-chan, this isn't your boyfriend, right?" Miu. Shishio looked at Harima amusedly and asked, "Why do you think so?" "Well, you're so handsome, after all, and Nei-chan." Even though Harima had to admit that his sister was on the cuter side, but, well, there were a lot of beautiful girls in this Tokyo, and his sister was on the plain side. Looking at Shishio, he had a feeling that this guy was very popular at the school. Miu wanted to get angry at her little brother, but somehow, she knew that his words were quite right, but... That's not true, Miu-senpai is very gentle and kind, but more importantly, she's adorable. She's quite popular at school, you know. Shishio said while looking at Miu with a smile. Miu blushed instantly, and when she was being praised, she didn't dare to look at him at his moment, lowering her head under his gaze, showing how shy she was. Miu's little brother and little sister. Harima looked at Shishio and Miu, and somehow he let out a sigh since he knew his big sister was at his mercy, but he quickly bowed his head and held his little sister's head to bow her head towards Shishio. "My sister has her share of flaws, but please take care of her for the rest of her life." "Shishio. Don't make such a strange greeting." Miu quickly retorted with a red face. She then coughed and said, "Now that you mention, it is rude that I haven't introduced both of my siblings. I'm sorry, well. This is Harima. He just started middle school." "Evening." Harima greeted Shishio with a frivolous style. "And my sister Mia, a second year in an elementary school," Miu introduced her little sister. "Evening." Mia also followed her brother, but at the same time, she kept looking at Shishio with a red face. Shishio nodded at both of them and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Shishio Oga. I'm Miu-senpai's junior. By the way, I have brought a cake for you too. Do you want to eat them?" "Cake? 2x. Harima and Mia quickly turned their heads toward Miu with an excited expression, then looked at the box of cakes in her hand. Miu let out a long sigh and said, "Don't eat them too much, alright? We'll have dinner later." "Yay! 2x. Harima and Mia cheered at the same time. Miu then looked at Shishio and asked, "Shishio-kun, will you join in the dinner?" Shishio was a bit stunned. In truth, he wanted to eat in Vanyeria, wondering whether he could get more rewards, but he didn't expect Miu to invite him to eat. "Is that all right? Won't I become a bother to your family?" "No, it is all right. You bought a cake for my family, so at least this is the hospitality that I can return to you," Miu quickly said. "But I might meet your parents, you know." Shishio asked. Miu's face was reddened when she thought Shishio might meet her parents, but... Shishio felt that his leg was being hugged and looked down. He saw Mia hugging his leg. "Ani-chan, can you stay?" Mia asked with a puppy-like expression. Shishio looked at Mia for a moment, patted her head gently, and said, "I don't mind, but you should ask your brother and sister first." Mia then quickly turned her head, looking at both Miu and Harima. "Nii-chan. Nei-chan. Ugh. 2x. Looking at the cute expression of their little sisters, they couldn't help but admit defeat. After all, even though they hid it, they really doted on their little sister. "Well, I don't think it is a problem," Harima said simply and didn't think too much, even if Shishio stayed at his apartment or not. After all, he could tell that Shishio's relationship was very close to Miu. Miu was still blushing, but she also nodded. "Well, we can eat later, but for now, how about we discuss the novel in my room, Shishio-kun?" Shishio looked at Miu with a meaningful smile, but he nodded. "I want to come to." Mia raised her hand without hesitation, but... No. Harima quickly stopped his little sister and started to preach to his little sister. "We shouldn't get into their way, or they can't do what they can do." "Got it." Mia only stared at Harima with a blank expression, clearly not understanding what her brother was saying. "Stop with the needless consideration, will you?" Miu only realized how tired she was when she needed to handle both her little sister and brother at the same time. Inside Miu's room, Shishio sat on the tatami floor, looking at her room curiously. He had to admit that there was this sweet smell and thought this was really Miu's room since he could smell the trace of her smell everywhere. Miu, who was about to take her story, looked at Shishio and asked, "Shishio-kun, isn't it hot? Don't you want to take off your jacket?" Well, in truth, the temperature of this country was still quite cold for him, but it wasn't on an unbearable level for him. He then took off his jacket and showed off his perfectly fit t-shirt, showing off his muscles perfectly. Miu felt that her face was quite hot, and it might be her imagination that she felt like she was a boy who asked a woman to take off their clothes so he could see her body, which somehow made her feel that she was perverted for some reason. She quickly shook her head and tried to look away, taking 2 of her stories and said, "Here, a short detective story in ghost stories." Shishio also took out his manuscript and gave it to Miu. "Here's my story." "Oh." Miu quickly took Shishio's manuscript with interest and read the title immediately. 5 centimeters per second. She then looked at Shishio with a curious expression. "It's a romance," Shishio said. "Romance?" Miu was surprised and became more interested. "It hasn't been completed yet, right? There are 3 parts, but I have only written 1, Shishio said. "Then, I'll read." Miu wanted to read Shishio's story then look at the entrance of her room. "By the way, will you stop peeking so obviously?" Shishio and Miu saw 2 hands holding a mirror and came out from the other side of the room. "Tisk. See? I knew she'd find out. Harima and Mia entered the room and showed both different reactions. "It surprises me that you believed you were hidden like that." Miu stared at both of them with a speechless expression. "But it's troubling for us. This is your first time bringing a boy back, you know? We are puberty, you know." Harima complained. "You know." Mia chirped. Miu let out a sigh and said, "Then, why don't you just stay here? We're just talking about novels." Harima and Mia then looked at Shishio, and their eyes brightened. "Oga-san, how did you have such a body?" Harima quickly looked at Shishio's body in amazement. He could see that even though Shishio's body wasn't particularly huge, he could feel a pack of power inside Shishio's body, and more importantly, it was very handsome. Mia didn't care much about her brother and sat down on Shishio's lap directly. "I can sit here, right, Unai-chan?" Shishio patted Mia's head which caused her to show a blissful expression since it was so comfortable, then looked at Harima and said, "You should eat a lot of protein such as meat or milk. You're still in a growing period. So as long as you eat them, you'll grow as big as me." "Really?" Harima, after all, didn't really want to become a shorty, so he quickly made a note, then he asked, "By the way, Oga-san, did you walk to come here? You didn't wear your uniform. Do you live nearby?" He had been curious for a while and wondered why Shishio didn't wear his uniform. "No, I rode a motorcycle," Shishio said. "Motorcycle?" Harima was dumbfounded, but then his eyes shone excitedly. However, he frowned and asked, "But Oga-san, you're Nei-chan's junior, right? Can you ride on a motorcycle? You need to have a driving license, right?" Miu almost forgot since Shishio was too handsome before, but when she thought about it clearly, wasn't it a crime for him to ride on a motorcycle when he was the only freshman in high school? "Shhh. Shishio made a gesture for them to be quiet and said, "As long as you don't report me, then I'll be all right." "Shhh. Mia laughed and followed Shishio's gesture, but Harima and Miu were dumbfounded since they didn't expect Shishio to be a bad boy. Miu felt complex, but Harima was excited and asked, "Oga-san, can I see your motorcycle? I parked it in front of the apartment building." "You can see it there," Shishio said. "I'll go there." Harima quickly left and ran to see Shishio's motorcycle. Shishio then looked at Miu and asked, "Senpai, don't tell the school, all right?" Miu somehow understood that Shishio wasn't as perfect as he seemed. "Well, I won't tell anyone, but careful, all right? You don't have a driving license, right?" "No, I have one," Shishio said and showed his driving license to Miu. "Miu. I want to see it too." Mia also looked at Shishio's driving license curiously. "How did you get one?" Miu asked. "It's a secret," Shishio said with a smile. Miu. "Well, senpai, why don't we read each other's stories first?" Shishio asked. "Ah, that's true." Miu nodded and started to read Shishio's story since she was very curious about what kind of romance story he had written. "Unai-chan, are you writing a story too?" Mia asked. Shishio nodded and started to talk with Mia. While Shishio and Mia talked to each other, Miu was absorbed in Shishio's story as if she was one of the characters inside. She could feel the shyness, happiness and even the ache and painful feeling of the characters inside the story. They were very harmonious until they heard Harima's voice and a woman's voice. "I'm back. Oga-san, can you let me ride on your motorcycle?" Harima quickly said and was ready to bow his head, but before Shishio answered, his head was knocked by an older woman whose face was similar to Miu's. "Harima. What are you saying? You're still a middle school student? And can you even ride a motorcycle? It hurts." Harima held his head and was on the verge of crying. Shishio looked at this older woman and thought instantly that she was Miu's mother. Wow, a cutie. Shishio didn't expect Miu's mother would be so cute, and at the same time. Shishio. "Oh my, Miu, you have brought a boy home." Miu's mother was so excited. Mom." Miu's face was very red, and she wasn't sure what to do. "What's your name?" Miu's mother ignored Miu and looked at Shishio. "My name is Shishio Oga, auntie," Shishio said. Oga-kun, how about you have dinner with us, and tell me how you meet Miu? Miu's mother asked. Mom. Shishio looked at Miu, and somehow he couldn't wait for her growth. After an embarrassing dinner moment, Shishio decided to go home, and Miu would also send him back. Oga-san, please come again. Harima really wanted Shishio to come again since that way he could ask him to teach him how to ride on a motorcycle. Ani-chan, please come again, alright. Miu was already very sticky toward Shishio. Yes, you can come again to play, Oga-kun, Miu's mother said. Looking at how eager they were, Shishio wasn't sure how to describe his emotion and wondered what would happen if he told them that he had a girlfriend. He just came to let Miu read his story but didn't expect the development would turn into this. Then I'll visit you in the future. Mui's face was already burning red, and she said, I'll send Shishio-kun first. Shishio and Miu then left together, while Mia, Harima, and Miu's mother looked at their backs with a thoughtful expression. Walking next to each other, they didn't hold hands at this moment. Miu was very shy, but she still said, your story is amazing, Shishio-kun. You might be able to publish it directly as long as the development is good. She really thought that Shishio's story was very amazing. It was so romantic and sad at the same time. Thank you. Shishio nodded, but then he remembered something and said, by the way, senpai, I might not be able to come to the club tomorrow. Why? Miu asked in surprise. I have something to do tomorrow, so please tell sensei about it, Shishio said since he had a feeling that Kiria might cause him a lot of trouble if he didn't come to the club twice, but he had made a promise with Rui to help her, so there was nothing that he could do. Miu nodded with a smile and said, don't worry, I'll tell him. Thank you. Looking at his expression, Miu looked at Shishio for a bit, and somehow, she wasn't sure why, but she remembered his story that she read before. It might not be related, but a writer often wrote stories based on their experience. Was that Shishio's experience? Miu wondered, but then, she just asked casually, Shishio-kun, can I ask something? Yes. Shishio looked at Miu curiously, wondering what question that she wanted to ask. Do you have a girlfriend? Miu asked, but her heart was beating very fast, and she felt that she was very bold at that moment. Her face flushed in shyness, but she still stared at him shyly at this moment, waiting for his answer. She just felt comfortable with him, and it was very nice to be with him. Her world was bright when she was with him. Shishio looked at Miu for a moment before he nodded. Yes, I have a girlfriend. Miu felt that the world became dim at this moment, and she felt weak all of a sudden. Senpai. Shishio looked at Miu worriedly. Hearing Shishio's voice, Miu took a deep breath and forced herself to smile. Shishio-kun, can you walk by yourself? I feel a bit tired now. Shishio looked at Miu for a moment and also let out a sigh. Well, be careful, senpai. He wasn't blind since he knew that he had hurt her, but it was something inevitable. He couldn't date Miu by pretending that he didn't date anyone. He wasn't sure whether their relationship would develop further, but the first obstacle between their relationship had been passed, and now, whether they would part or together, it depended on his next action. Miu looked at Shishio's back and slowly walked away. She wanted to reach him, but she knew that she couldn't. Standing in the middle of the stairs, she just didn't know what to do until she could only squat down, sobbing there quietly. Why? Miu thought about that question, and the memory of when they met for the first time, being together until now, appeared on her mind. She wanted to have more memories again with him, but now, it was impossible since they had drifted away, and she couldn't stop him. 202, what's the right answer? Shishio walked for a moment before he stopped on the stairs right below where Miu sobbed. Hearing her sobbing voice, he clenched his fists since he knew that had hurt her. Was it a good decision? Shishio knew that it was crueler to give someone false hope, and he knew that he couldn't be a perfect lover for Miu. He had always thought that he could make them happy by dating everyone, but not only had he caused Saki and Nana to cry before, he also caused Miu to cry. As for Ritsuo and Shina, he wasn't sure, but he could tell that their condition wasn't much better than Miu's right now. I need to solve this now. With such a thought on his mind, Shishio started to move forward. Miu was still hugging her knees, sobbing quietly, sitting in the middle of the stairs of the apartment building, but suddenly... Senpai. Hearing this voice, Miu was stunned and looked up. Shishio-kun. She had thought that Shishio had gone back, but she didn't expect him to appear right in front of her. I know that you don't want to see me right now, but can we talk for a moment? Shishio said while squatting down, trying to lower his height to match Miu's gaze. With a slightly reddened face, Miu nodded gently, but unlike the usual panicked expression, she was calm and said, yes. Shishio sat next to Miu, then gave a can of warm tea to Miu. Hold it first, senpai. His casual gentleness caused her heart to tremble. It was fairly cold on a spring night, which was why when Shishio gave her a can of warm tea, Miu hesitated since the more beautiful memory that she had with him, the more painful it became when she knew that they couldn't be together. No. Her voice trembled when she rejected his offer, but her hand was held by him without hesitation, and the can of warm tea was put on her hand. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Miu bit her lower lip and lowered her head. You have always been so forceful, Shishio-kun. She remembered their first meeting when Shishio helped her pay for her book. It was a memorable and precious memory, and she thought it might be the beginning of the love story like in the shoujo manga. Still, the reality was different from shoujo manga. She couldn't be her special one, and she was just a senior from the same school that he met by chance. Holding the can of warm tea in her hands tightly, Miu really wanted to run right now, but... I'm sorry, Shishio said. Miu was stunned, but then she asked him with a trembling voice, why did you apologize? That I have hurt you, Shishio said as he closed his eyes, feeling the buzzing feeling on his head slowly disappear. He calmed himself for a moment before he opened it again. He had been on an emotional roller coaster for the past few days from up to down so suddenly, which gave him headaches sometimes, and even though he wasn't the one who was in pain, seeing Miu, Shina and Ritsuo showed such a painful expression, it also hurt him. Shishio knew that he often talked lightly about creating a harem here and there. Still, when it really happened, there was no way that a girl could be happy with such a relationship, and the reason why they could accept it was probably because of his persistence in how they loved him so much. When he thought about their love and used them so he could date more girls, he couldn't help but feel that he was really a scumbag. But... it was too late. Shishio had stepped into this path, and if he backed down, then everything would crumble, and he would hurt everyone, so right now, he couldn't doubt himself and believed in himself that he could make them happy. Even though I can't say that I love them. Shishio couldn't help but fall into self-depreciation at how low he was. He often talked bad about people, but he also wasn't much better. Hearing Shishio's apologies, Miu looked at him in surprise, and somehow his huge body that always protected her and gave her reassurance was full of wounds at this moment. She could only shake her head and said, no, I have always taken your gentleness as something for granted while thinking that I'll have your gentleness forever, but I know that we can't stay like that forever, and will change along the way. She looked at him and said, but I have never regretted meeting you, and I'm happy to know you, Shishio-kun. Senpai. Shishio looked at Miu in surprise. I have always heard that the matter of heart can't be controlled, and when you fall in love with someone, you will fall with them, so I can't blame you, Miu said with a smile. In truth, it was so painful for her. It was so painful to know that Shishio couldn't be with her, but she also didn't have a right to force him to be with her. She only realized that she was selfish, but it couldn't be helped since she knew that she had fallen for him. Even though that love couldn't be reciprocated, she still treasured this feeling, and hopefully, their relationship couldn't change from now on. She looked at Shishio and asked, how about you, Shishio-kun? Have you regretted meeting me? Shishio looked at Miu for a moment before he showed a smile and said, I'm glad to meet you, senpai. It is fun to be with you, especially when you have always shown a cute expression when I teased you. Shishio-kun. Miu was lost for words and couldn't help but hit his arm lightly while pouting, showing that she was unhappy. Both of them laughed together before Shishio looked at Miu sadly and said, but I might not be able to tease you more now. Even though Miu felt a bit annoyed that she was often being teased, and right now, she should feel happy that Shishio wouldn't tease her again, but she felt sad and lonely somehow. If only. Miu then shook her head and knew that there wasn't any if only. In this world, Shishio wasn't her boyfriend, and he had a girlfriend. She didn't want to show her sad expression to him. She forced herself to smile while looking at him and asked, so can you tell me who this lucky girl is? Who is your girlfriend? She was curious who his girlfriend was, wondering who was the one that had melted his heart. After all, she also knew how popular Shishio was. If they didn't meet by chance and they weren't someone from the same club, she often doubted whether both of them could know each other. When Shishio was being asked this question, he felt a bit hesitant for a moment, but in the end, he said, it's Nana. Ah, I see, it's Nana. Before Shishio finished his words, Miu quickly cut his words and seemed to have expected this. After all, she knew how close Shishio and Nana were. Both of them were from the same class and sat next to each other, so when she heard that Nana was his girlfriend, she didn't feel surprised, especially when Nana was so beautiful and smart. Not only that, but Nana's boobs were also. Miu then looked down and looked at her chest, which made her sigh. You should make her happy since you have dated her, and don't tease other girls again since you might cause her to feel jealous and misunderstanding, least you might cause. She then closed her mouth since she felt that she was talking about herself. She knew that Shishio's charm was lethal for a girl, and it was quite normal for them to fall in love with him, which was why she didn't say it since she would confess her love to him if she said that. But confess? Miu thought at that moment, but then she quickly shook her head and continued to talk. Looking at Miu, who became excited, Shishio quickly stopped her and said, wait, senpai, listen to me. Hey. I have dated Nana, but I have also dated Saki. Shishio took a deep breath and said, I date two girls at the same time. Miu's eyes and mouth were wide open, and she couldn't believe what she had heard. She then started to frown and asked, did you do two timing on them? No, I got their consent at the same time. We have decided to date together, Shishio said without hesitation, telling the truth to Miu. Miu couldn't react for a moment, and she also wasn't sure what to say either since what she had heard was too shocking. I know that you might not be able to accept it, and I can't blame you if you think that it is wrong either, but this is the only way that I can do to make both of them happy. Shishio looked at Miu with a bitter smile and said, sorry to disappoint you, senpai. He knew that because of common sense, there was no way their relationship could be accepted, but he couldn't care about it. The only thing that he cared about was that he knew that he had disappointed Miu. After a moment of shock, Miu still felt slightly dizzy, then asked gently, Nana and Saki have decided to date you together. Shishio nodded. Miu looked at Shishio and asked, do you think it is right? I have never thought about whether my relationship is wrong or right since I don't think there's a right or wrong in love, Shishio said. But how can you be responsible for them? There isn't going to be a good future for the three of you, you know. Miu asked with a frown. If Shishio had only one girlfriend, then she wouldn't say much, but he had two. Senpai, I won't ask you to accept our relationship or not, and the reason why I've told you this is that I don't want to lie to you. As for whether it is right or not, it doesn't really matter since I have prepared myself. As for the future, you don't need to worry since I have the power to make both of them happy, Shishio said. How? Miu wanted to ask that question, but she closed her mouth since she knew that he wouldn't heed her words, and she also knew that he had the power to make both Saki and Nana happy. However, she really wanted to say something, and at the same time, she felt slightly bitter since inwardly, she wondered whether she could also ask the same thing? Shishio could date two girls, then what if there was one more? Such a question appeared on Miu's head one after another, which made her confused since her common sense told her that this relationship wasn't right, but who was the one who decided right and wrong? Senpai. Ah. Miu was then awoken and looked at Shishio with a confused expression. Senpai, I might only have realized that there's no right or wrong in feeling since a feeling is something intangible, and we can't see it. Using your head, you won't see the answer, so you need to see it with something below. Below. Miu looked at Shishio with some confusion. Shishio looked straight into Miu's eyes without dodging them and said, it's using our heart. He pointed his finger at his heart and smiled. Your heart knows the best about you. My heart. Miu blinked her eyes and touched her heart. I know in my heart that I want both Nana and Saki, and both Saki and Nana also know in their heart that they want me, so the three of us decide to date each other, Shishio said. Miu stared at Shishio, and somehow all the thoughts on her head had been cleared. Shishio looked at Miu and took a deep breath, and after a moment, he made up his decision and said, Senpai, what I'm about to say might make you hate me, or even want to punch me, but I know what my heart wants, and Senpai. I want you. Miu was surprised before her cute face blushed. You have always given me a smile, being with you always makes me comfortable, and I can't let other guys bully you. The right to bully you is mine, Shishio said while holding both her small and cute hands. Yo, you don't have that right. You can't bully me. Miu quickly retorted with a red face. Then can I have the right to have you? Shishio asked, staring at Miu's eyes gently. Miu blinked her eyes, and her face was so red that it gradually spread into her neck. Still, when she saw his expression, she knew that she also needed to answer his request with the answer that came from her heart, but even so, she was still nervous. After all, it was her first time, she was being confessed. Her heart raced, and she felt that her heart was filled with something that almost burst, but she didn't hate this feeling. She took a deep breath then said timidly, let me think about it, and can I ask both Saki and Nana? She didn't dare to look into his eyes since she might have an impulse somehow if she looked into it. Shishio nodded and said, take your time since I know that it isn't a decision that you can make hastily. Will you wait? Miu asked, looking at Shishio. I will wait, but... Let me give you something so you can help you make up your mind, Shishio said. Miu wanted to ask, but suddenly her lips were kissed. Miu was stunned, but she didn't push him, and slowly she closed her eyes, and when their lips parted, she blinked her eyes, staring at the man who had stolen her first kiss, and wasn't sure what to say for a moment, but then her face and neck gradually turned red, and she felt that her heart was almost burst. Shishio patted Miu's head gently and said, I'll go back now. Miu nodded shyly, staring at his back that left slowly before she plopped on the ground with a reddened face. Her feelings were mixed at that moment, it was complex and complicated, but at the same time, she was so happy that it almost burst her heart. She sat on the stairs for a moment before she heard the sound of his motorcycle. She quickly stood up and walked to the edge of the stairs, staring at him, who had left her apartment building. Touching her heart, she recalled what he had told her before. Use your heart, hey. Watching him suddenly turn his head and smile at her brought a smile to her face and caused her to wave her hand. Then, realizing her reaction, she knew that even though she might resist, her body was honest. Miu wasn't sure about her feeling right now since all the common sense on her head was smashed right away by him, and she was in confusion, but one thing for sure, she didn't hate the feeling of her lips being taken by him. 203. Sometimes, it is just so tiring. Walking out, Shishio rode on his motorcycle before he drove it away. When he left, he glanced for the last time and saw Miu, who was standing, watching him, holding the handrail, which was located on the edge of the stairs area of the apartment building. He gave her a smile for the last time before he turned his head to focus on the street. Shishio didn't immediately go back to Sakurasu, but rather, he drove randomly around before he arrived at the bridge near the neighborhood area. He didn't care much where he was since he just wanted to be alone for a moment. Shishio parked his motorcycle on the side before leaning on the bridge's handrail, letting out a long sigh. The cold wind caused his hot body to feel slightly cool, and somehow he felt better. Staring at the clear river that reflected the night sky absent-mindedly, Shishio knew that what he was doing wasn't right, but at the same time, it also wasn't wrong either. He knew that having a harem was a very enjoyable thing, but at the same time, his heart was quite heavy since he couldn't say, I love you. It was such a simple sentence, but it couldn't come out of his mouth. Shishio opened his mouth and closed it again. He had thought that Miu might be able to help him, but having happy and beautiful memories won't always bring you salvation. On the contrary, the more beautiful a memory is, the more painful it can become. It can even become terrifying. Both for the one who's leaving, and for the one left behind. Shishio closed his eyes, and somehow he wanted to jump directly to the river to cool himself, but in the end, he didn't do so since he felt a bit dumb to do that. He didn't want to get sick, but well, the reason why he thought something so randomly might be because he didn't want to think at this moment. Even though Shishio had confessed to 3 girls now, he still couldn't forget her, which made him very guilty toward Saki, Nana, and Miu. Even though Miu's answer might not be clear right now, he knew that it was only a time before she accepted his relationship, which meant he had 3 girls that had sacrificed themselves for him, staying with him, and supported him. Yet, he was still being caught by his past, which made him realize how pathetic he was. I need to be strong. Shishio slapped his cheeks several times until he could feel the pain and the numbness on his cheeks, which made him quite comfortable. He might not be able to solve his problem now, but it didn't mean he couldn't solve it in the future. Shishio wasn't a Superman, he wasn't perfect, and the matter of the emotion really tired him at this moment. He just wanted to sleep, but he knew that when he returned to Sakurasu, there were a lot of problems that he needed to solve, and he couldn't run away, so he decided to accept his rewards first since he had gained a lot of rewards today before he returned. Shishio then checked all the rewards that he had received from today's adventure. 63% shares of QP, Zone, Enhanced Recovery, and Disease Immunity. Shishio had to admit that his rewards were amazing, so without hesitation, he accepted his rewards, starting from the assets. The moment Shishio accepted the 63% shares of QP, he had to admit that it was quite an interesting company since it was a mayonnaise company. This company sold the best-selling mayonnaise in Japan and also sold in other countries. Shishio looked at QP, then checked his assets, and couldn't help but think that most of his assets were a food-related company. Still, it was alright since he knew that a food company was a very good thing, and with his cooking mastery, it was simply an easy thing for him to enhance the taste of all of the products in his company. After checking it for a while, Shishio accepted his other reward, and he accepted the zone without hesitation. The moment he accepted it, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrow and thought of one work that he had read in the past, thinking that it was quite a good reward. The zone is the ability to fully use 100% of one's concentration. Shishio could utilize 100% of his concentration, allowing him to push his physical and mental capabilities to their maximum potential, allowing the mind to perceive and respond without any distraction. Obstacles became minor problems while objectives grew significantly easier to accomplish. Since concentration was the learning cornerstone, his mind also became quicker to assimilate thoughts and information. He was now able to process information at an instant speed. The information became instantly recorded on the user's memory, freeing the mind from its boundaries and making the stored knowledge accessible even when he was without his power. Shishio then tried to use the zone, and somehow, he felt that the world was working in slow motion, and he had to admit that it was an amazing feeling. In the past, when he fought against Kano Agito, he remembered that he had this kind of feeling before, but it was a bit hard to enter that state, but now, with this reward, he could get into that state anytime he wanted. Shishio thought that the zone was a good ability since it was very useful for fighting and other things such as sports and sex. He was sure about the former, but he wasn't sure about the latter since he hadn't tried it. Shishio then thought to use his breathing technique, zone, and also his ninjutsu mastery, then he directly disappeared out of nowhere before he appeared on the other side of the bridge. He then deactivated the breathing technique and the zone before returning to his previous spot. Shishio was doing before to move to the other side of the bridge from the bottom of the bridge by using his ninjutsu mastery, since this ability gave him a gymnastic and acrobatic beyond ordinary feat. But, unfortunately, his body was only 1.5 times stronger than normal. If he was stronger, then he could do more incredible feats in the future. Shishio didn't try anything strange again since he was afraid that he might become hungry and decided to accept 2 of his rewards directly, and somehow he could feel the slight change on his body. He had mastered Seimei Kikken, and he could feel and control his muscles, bones, veins, neurons, etc., and also noticed the change in them. The moment he accepted both enhanced recovery and disease immunity, he had to admit that he was very excited. On enhanced recovery, Shishio knew that he possessed the ability to recover faster than the average person, recovering from negative effects such as stunning, phasing, poison, sleep, pain, flinching, being knocked down, losing balance, fatigue, overstretching, being knocked unconscious, etc. at vastly enhanced speed. But of course, there was a limitation, such as if his limb was missing, then it would be impossible to recover it. But, still, if he connected his missing limb back, then the time he would recover would be very fast, and if he died, then this power didn't work, which was pretty much something normal, right? Then after he had enough, Shishio checked his disease immunity, and he could only say that it was amazing. His immunity, digestive, and other organ systems were enhanced or evolved far beyond that of a normal human. They were completely immune to every form of the disease brought on by bacteria, viruses, or even parasites. Shishio knew that if he wanted to eat rotten food, he would be alright, and he also didn't need to be afraid of STDs. Still, even though he wouldn't think that he would have sex with someone who had an STDs, it wouldn't hurt to have this ability, right? However, even though this ability was very powerful, there was still a limitation since he was still vulnerable to poisons or toxins. Well, I might get poison immunity in the future, Shishio thought. Shishio, who had received all of his rewards, felt a bit better, and somehow he also had recovered. He might have been a bit depressed before, but he knew that he couldn't waste his time depressed since there were many problems that he needed to solve first. The faster he solved them, the better it was, and it was his first step. Shishio knew that the first step had always been the hardest, but things would get easier from now on once he had taken his first step. He needed to think positively and thought to go back, but then his phone vibrated. He took his phone and raised his eyebrow when he saw the one who had called him. He then, without hesitation, accepted the call and asked, "Senpai. Sorry for calling you at night. I want to ask what kind of camera and video recorder is suitable for personal use," Yukinashita asked calmly. "You're calling me now to ask what kind of camera and video recorder that you should buy for your personal use?" Shishio asked speechlessly. "Yes," Yukinashita said without hesitation and somehow felt satisfied with Shishio's way of asking questions since he didn't mention anything about a cat. Shishio couldn't help but let out a long sigh when Yukinashita asked him to ask this kind of question. "What's wrong? Why did you let out a sigh?" Yukinashita asked with a frown. "Nothing, I'm just a bit tired," Shishio said simply. "If you need help, then you can come to my club room," Yukinashita said. "Your club room?" Shishio raised his eyebrow. "I'm the president of the service club," Yukinashita said. "Service club?" Shishio was just wondering why this girl suddenly wanted to help him. The one who possesses skills shall grace those without them. Those people are called volunteers. They reach out with a helping hand to those in need. And that's what this club does. Welcome to the service club. I will fulfill the task given to me by fixing all your problems, Yukinashita said eloquently. "Why are you not saying anything?" Yukinashita asked with some displeasure. "No, I'm just not sure what kind of reaction I should take now," Shishio said. "How about you tell me your problems, then I'll help you to fix them," Yukinashita said. "Well, I have a senior who is so obsessed with cats that she is so obsessed that she wants to buy the most advanced camera and video recorder for her personal hobby." Shishio hadn't finished his words but, Yukinashita quickly cut him and said, "Oga-kun, how about you meet me tomorrow at the club room? Let me educate you that you need to respect your senior more, or else you won't be able to live from now on." Her voice was extremely cold, and she thought that she needed to teach him a lesson, or else she felt that he would make fun of her all the time. Shishio had to admit that it was quite enjoyable to spend his break time with a beautiful senior, but... "Sorry, senpai, I spent my break time with my girlfriend," Shishio said. Yukinashita. "Well, if you're alright, I'll visit you on Monday," Shishio said. "Why not tomorrow or 2 days later?" Yukinashita asked, feeling a bit unhappy. She was a beautiful girl, and many guys had confessed to her, but this guy simply rejected her. "I have a lot of things to do on both days, sorry." Shishio apologized and said, "By the way, I'll send you a text about the information about the camera and the video recorder for personal use later. Then I won't say much. I have to go home now. Bye, senpai. Go home. Yuki Nashida somehow could the sound of his footsteps, the river, and then the sound of his motorcycle, which somehow made her raise her eyebrow. Oga-kun, did you ride on a motorcycle? She knew that Shishio was only a freshman and for him to ride on a motorcycle meant that he was doing something that only a delinquent would do. Shishio looked at his motorcycle for a moment and said, Senpai, please don't tell the teacher. Somehow under that cold expression, a warm smile formed on Yuki Nashida's face, and she said, well, I'll see you in my clubroom on Friday at the break. She left those words before she hung up the call since she didn't want to hear his rejection. Shishio looked at his phone, and the corner of his lips twitched. Somehow, he didn't expect that he would entangle with Yuki Nashida, even if he didn't plan to. However, he wasn't someone who liked being forced, so he decided to ignore her and didn't think too much. He shook his head and put on his helmet before he rode his motorcycle back to Sakurasu. 204. Have you ever kissed? Shishio, who returned back to Sakurasu, was quite peaceful. He parked his motorcycle, then entered Sakurasu. He didn't cause that much commotion, and Chihiro didn't seem to come and scold him since he wasn't late. He looked at the time and saw that it was still 9 at night, which was pretty much still early for everyone. I'm back. When his voice fell, Roberta walked out from the girls' area and greeted Shishio as usual. How was the dinner? Shishio asked, wondering how everyone was doing when he wasn't in Sakurasu. He didn't feel surprised when Roberta came out to greet him since he knew that this woman had placed many hidden cameras, eavesdropping devices and sensors in various places in Sakurasu. After all, even though she was a maid, her role was more into a bodyguard. They cooked dinner by themselves, Roberta said and told that in truth, everyone could cook dinner, but as for the taste, it was quite normal. Shishio nodded and said, how are Mashiro and Kawaii-senpai? They ate dinner before, but... Roberta didn't continue since she knew that Shishio knew that the condition of both Ritsuo and Shina weren't good now. Shishio nodded and didn't feel that surprised. He had just solved their problem in the morning, but suddenly another problem came at the end of school. He somehow missed the day when he met Shiro-san on the street by chance. Even though he met a police officer, it was still several times better than handling this kind of emotional problem. Well, you can take a rest first. I'm a bit sleepy now. Yes, good night, Shishio-sama. Roberta almost bowed her head respectfully but quickly stopped and nodded gently since she recalled that Shishio told her not to be so uptight. After all, Shishio didn't feel that comfortable to see her bow her head at him all the time. If it was someone else, then Shishio might not care, but he had to admit that he cared about Roberta, so he wanted her to be relaxed around him. Good night, Roberta. Shishio nodded with a smile and returned to his room. Roberta nodded while staring at Shishio's back silently. There was an urge on her heart, and she wanted to move forward, but in the end, she took a deep breath, turned, and moved back to the girls' area silently. Ah! When Shishio arrived at his room, he jumped directly into his bed and laid on it lazily. He had to admit that his day was quite hectic, from how Shina asked him for a date, how Ritsu seemed trying to avoid him, Tokugawa suddenly appeared in front of him, how both Shina and Ritsu knew his relationship with Saki and saw him being kissed by Saki, then lastly his matter with Miu. There were many things that happened in just a day that he felt like he was riding on an emotional roller coaster from up to down, and somehow, he was almost thrown out by the roller coaster. Luckily, he had enhanced grip, which caused him to hold the handle well, so he didn't fall down from the roller coaster, but this roller coaster hadn't ended yet. I need to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Shishio then forced himself to stand up and changed his clothes, but when suddenly, the door of his room opened. Shishio-kun, please help me to write a script for my anime. Misaki opened the door of Shishio's room, but she was dumbfounded when she saw Shishio was just on his boxer, and she could see a huge bulge from the silhouette of his boxer. She couldn't utter any words as if she was petrified by the stare of the basilisk. Shishio put his palm on his face and said, Senpai, can you get out for a bit? Misaki, whose face was so red, nodded dumbly before she closed the door slowly. Click. Shishio thought that it might be good to lock his door next time. Shishio sat on his chair and was about to complete his story. As for Misaki, she had entered and sat on his bed, staring at his back with a blush since she had seen him naked twice. Feeling the stare on his back, Shishio turned his chair and looked at Misaki lazily. Misaki also didn't want to lose and also stared at him. Both of them stared at each other at the same time until Misaki looked away with a blush since she felt that his eyes had this magic that made her drawn toward him, and if she stared any longer, she was afraid that she might drown him. Shishio smiled amusedly and asked, You want me to write the script for your anime? Misaki nodded without hesitation when she heard Shishio's question. By the way, can you cook me dinner? I haven't eaten yet. Look at my boobs become smaller. She raised her boobs to show him that they had become smaller. Shishio looked at Misaki's breasts for a moment and had to admit that it had become smaller even though it was only a little. He then took out a snack bar from his drawer and threw it toward Misaki. Eat this first. Misaki caught the snack bar easily and ate it without hesitation. So what about Mitaka-senpai? Shishio suddenly asked. Cough. 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 Misaki coughed then quickly hit her chest several times, causing her breasts to undulate up and down several times. Shishio then took a bottle of mineral water, opened the cap, and gave it to Misaki. He had bought many things and put them in his room after he had sent Rui back before. Misaki quickly took the mineral water and drank it without hesitation. Asterisk gulp. Gulp, gulp. Misaki then wiped the water on the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. She then stared at Shishio with a hint of grudge and said, "You have almost choked me to death. Be responsible and write me a script, Shishio-kun." Shishio didn't immediately refuse as usual but stared at Misaki for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" The words that were about to come out from Misaki's mouth stuck since she thought that Shishio was going to reject her as usual, but she didn't expect him to raise this question for her. Her eyes turned red, and tears dripped from her eyes. Staring at him, and asked, "Are you also telling me that I'm running away?" "Running away? What do you mean?" Shishio raised his eyebrow and didn't understand. "Everyone has said that I'm running away. But, what can I do?" Misaki didn't expect Mitaka to run away directly after their confrontation last night. When Misaki had dinner before, some of them told her that she was the one who ran away and didn't acknowledge her feelings. She might not acknowledge her feelings, but she had nothing to do with Mitaka, who was running away, but why did it feel that it was her fault that Mitaka decided to move? Shishio raised his eyebrow and took a gentle breath for a moment before he sat gently right next to Misaki. "Even if you run away, I think that's all right too." "Hey." Misaki looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. Shishio took some tissues from his table, then cleared up the tears and snot on Misaki's face. "Here, blow your nose." Misaki blew her nose, then felt warm when she was being taken care of like this, but she was still curious about her words and asked, "What do you mean it is okay for me to run away? When things go south, it's okay to run away?" Shishio looked at Misaki and asked, "Senpai, do you see running away as something negative?" Misaki opened her mouth and asked, "Should I not?" Shishio shook his head and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with running away. You're different from livestock who have nowhere to run. You may feel guilty over having run away, but do you think that your life is over with just one broken love? You have me. You have everyone in Sakurasu even though I have to admit that you're a bit annoying. Hey. But I have to admit that it is a bit lonely to see you all depressed like this." Shishio wiped Misaki's tears again and said, "So just smile at how you usually do and do what you love. I'm sure that everyone also thinks similarly." "Really?" Misaki asked, staring at Shishio. "I'm sure." Shishio nodded and leaned on the wall, sitting on his bed. He patted the free space beside him and said, "Sit here. I'll listen to what you want to say." Misaki nodded then sat next to Shishio before she complained about what had happened at the dinner. Listening to Misaki's story, Shishio didn't expect the dinner before would be in chaos, and it was because Mayumi told Misaki that she was running away from her real feeling, and it caused both Misaki and Mitaka to be hurt, but he felt that it was better not to listen to Mayumi's relationship advice. After all, could someone believe in the love advice of someone who had been 2-timing, 3-timing and even 4-timing, as the scumbag magnet? Mayumi's words were the only things that Misaki shouldn't listen. Misaki laughed somehow when she listened to Shishio's words. "Still, was the cause of your problem was Mitaka's script?" Shishio asked. Misaki was a bit hesitant and nodded. She lowered her head and said, "Last night, after I have returned back from your room, he asked me to meet him, and he decided to show his script, then I just don't want to make an anime from that script. I don't feel the feeling where I want to create that story into an anime. I can't get excited at all from his script." Somehow along the way, Shishio felt Misaki's words were a bit misleading, but he decided to ignore it. Shishio couldn't say who was right and who was wrong, everyone had their own rights, and everyone was free to fall in love, and of course, whether that love was success or failure, it was no one's responsibility, or rather someone should be prepared to have heartbreak when they tried to chase after love, and of course, it was excruciating, but the same as business, if you weren't in profit, then you were at a loss. "Right now, I just want to make the best anime," Misaki said without hesitation, stood up on Shishio's bed while raising both of her fists to the sky. "Shishio." Misaki then lowered her hand, extended it toward Shishio. "Shishio, take my hand, and write a script for me." Shishio was lost for words, but then he thought about Nanami. He then reached Misaki's hand without hesitation, which caused Misaki to feel happy. "Shishio-kun, are you going to write a script for me?" Misaki asked with a smile. "Yes, but I have one condition," Shishio said. What? Misaki asked without hesitation. I want my friend to become the voice actress of the main heroine for your anime, Shishio said. Yes. Misaki agreed without hesitation, then jumped on his bed several times. Yahoo! She was very happy at that moment, but Shishio quickly stopped her and said, don't jump around. You're going to wake up everyone. Oh, oh. Misaki nodded, then sat next to Shishio again and asked, when is the script going to be ready? Next week, Shishio said without hesitation. Good. Misaki nodded, feeling happy, but then, she asked, say, Shishio-kun. What? Shishio asked. Can I ask you a question? Misaki asked. What's wrong? Shishio was wondering what kind of question Misaki wanted to ask. Does sex feel good? Misaki asked with a red face. Shishio's lips twitched, and he asked, why did you ask that question? I mean, Jin has always gone out with several different women, right? So I wonder whether it was really that good. Even though Misaki often showed her body to Mitaka several times, she had zero experience in that area, she also hadn't kissed anyone, nor she tried to hold someone's hand. The last time she held a boy's hand was during her childhood, and after that, she had never had any experience holding each other's hand. However, even though Misaki didn't have any experience, she was quite curious about that experience since she could see Jin really loved that activity. Shishio looked at Misaki, who looked at him with a mix of shy and serious expression and let out a sigh. It feels good. Misaki opened her eyes wide. For a guy, but for a woman, it might be mixed. Shishio continued. Hey? Why is it mixed for a woman? Misaki was confused. Well, you should read some articles on the internet. You might be surprised by what you found there, Shishio said and didn't really want to explain that a woman was different from a man. A man might be able to feel satisfied by plunging their dick into any holes, but a woman was different since they were more complex, so even if your dick was huge, if you didn't know how to use it, then it was simply useless. Misaki nodded and asked, then what about a kiss? Is it good? Shishio looked at Misaki weirdly and asked, you have never done one. Misaki shook her head without hesitation. Mitaka-senpai has never kissed you. Even on the cheek. How about your forehead? Hand. How about an indirect kiss? Shishio wasn't sure what to say about Mitaka since this guy was very idealistic and wanted to make Misaki pure forever. Still, in truth, Mitaka just felt an inferior complex toward her, so he was afraid of being swallowed by her shadow. Well, I can't explain much, but sex and kissing are different. What's so different? Misaki asked curiously. Some people might have sex with a lot of people, but they only kiss with their loved ones, so it can be said that kissing is something very special. Shishio knew a lot of sex workers in his previous life, considering he had a business, so sometimes, he often told his subordinates to introduce a woman to his client, and even though he had never touched one, it didn't hurt him to talk and befriend them, right? What he was saying might sound dirty and dark, but that was the truth, after all. I see. Misaki nodded, and somehow she understood that the kiss was very amazing, but at the same time, she was also quite confused at how special it was. She then observed Shishio's face, and her eyes were attracted to his lips. Shishio was startled when he saw Misaki's expression, and he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Misaki didn't give him a chance to escape or talk. Instead, she approached him and said, Shishio-kun, how about we kiss? 205, Love is Trust. Shishio had never expected such a request would come out from Misaki's mouth and wondered whether she would ask him a favor to have sex in the future, but now what was important was to confirm whether she was joking or not. He then pressed his hand against her forehead and frowned. It doesn't seem that you're sick. Misaki was made and quickly slapped Shishio's hand away while complaining. I'm not joking. She wanted to try to have a kiss, but she didn't expect this guy would treat her request as a joke. Shishio looked at Misaki and said, me too. After all, you have Mitaka-senpai in your heart, right? Remember what you have said to me before? You want me to help your relationship with Mitaka-senpai, yet now, you want to have a kiss with me so suddenly. So, of course, I'm a bit bewildered. He was wondering whether his charm was really high, or rather, was it because of that conversation before? Shishio wasn't sure, but even if they kissed each other, he didn't really think too much, but he hoped that Misaki would understand what she was doing and didn't want to have a regret. Misaki was in silence, and after a moment, she looked at him and asked, was it weird? Shishio shook his head and said, not really, you're a girl, and I know you're curious about that matter, but if you're just curious, then don't do it, I don't want you to have a regret because of a moment of impulse. Misaki looked at Shishio and asked, you don't mind having a kiss with me? Shishio looked at Misaki weirdly and said, you're a beautiful girl, and I'll be dumb if I reject you, but do you know that I have a girlfriend? And don't you care about Mitaka-senpai's feelings? He was wondering whether Sorita had blabbered everyone on Sakurasu that he had a girlfriend, since he knew very well how petty-minded Sorita was. As for Mitaka, he didn't care much about Mitaka's feelings. He knew pretty well that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't that bad either. In his dictionary, there were only friends and enemies. So if someone wasn't his friend, then it was his enemy. Depending on the situation, Shishio might send that enemy to Tokyo Bay, but he felt that it was too cheap for Sorita, and he also felt that it was too much since Sorita was just a slime on Dragon Quest's game. Sorita didn't possess a threat to him, and he could snap him anytime, and rather than doing something so violent and mindless, there were a lot of interesting things that he could do, right? I know, you have a girlfriend, but it doesn't really matter, right? We're only practicing, Misaki said. You know. Shishio raised his eyebrow. Koai-kun told me that you were going to your girlfriend's house during dinner before, Misaki said simply and asked, well, put that matter of your girlfriend aside, you don't mind to have a kiss with me, right? Even if I don't mind, what do you think of Mitaka-senpai if he knows that we have kissed each other? Shishio asked, and as for Sorita, he ignored this insignificant figure for a moment, but he had made up his mind to mess up that guy's life in his mind at this moment. Isn't it simple? We just don't tell anyone, as long as no one knows, isn't that all right? Misaki said simply. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment and asked, why are you doing this? He really wondered what Misaki's motive was, that she wanted to have a kiss with him. Even though he might have thought that Misaki's feelings toward Mitaka might not be love, he knew how complex love was, and it came with many different shapes, and sometimes, a lot of people mistook their emotion as love, but in truth, it was just an obsession. He wasn't sure about Misaki's feelings, but considering how she could tolerate Mitaka's debauchery life for a long time, he felt confused at the sudden change in her emotion. When Shishio faced him directly, Misaki also did the same. Facing him, she couldn't help but tell him a lot of things. Do you know when I've realized my feeling toward Jin? No. Shishio shook his head gently. The first time I realized my feelings toward Jin was when he was dating my own sister. Misaki smiled bitterly and said, at that time, I felt like I'd been left behind, and I felt like I was alone at that time. Jin, who has always been by my side, suddenly has moved so far away from me. It was at that time that I'd realized my feeling toward Jin, but... Sometimes, I wonder whether my feeling toward him is love or not. Misaki was really confused about her feeling right now. She had never had someone she could talk to, and the people on Sakurasu couldn't help her either. Shiro-san was one thing. The other tenants on Sakurasu couldn't be used as a reference, considering how chaotic their personalities and love life were. Sayaka loved to manipulate guys, and she wasn't a good example. As for Mayumi, she was a scumbag magnet, and she couldn't be used as an example. As for Chihiro, she is still single right now. What kind of advice could she give Misaki? Even Roberta might have a lot of experience on the battlefield, her experience at love was still zero right now since most of her time she spent on the battlefield. As for Ritsu, Shina, Ryu Unosuke, and Sorita, there was no need to explain, right? Misaki also didn't have many friends, considering many people thought of her as a weirdo, and a lot of them also felt jealous and inferior toward her ability, which caused them to slightly alienate her at the school. Besides Shishio, Misaki didn't really have someone she could talk with, but she forgot that Shishio was a very dangerous man, and if she wasn't careful, she might be eaten by him. Why do you think so? Shishio asked. I'm not sure, but... Misaki sighed and said, I just feel tired. She looked at Shishio, and she didn't know why she felt just comfortable beside him and felt that she could talk with her about anything. Is love something so tiring? Shishio-kun, what do you think? What do you think love is? Shishio looked at Misaki, and somehow he couldn't help but recall what Nana had told him at that time. It brought him a smile, and somehow he couldn't help but think about both Saki and Nana, thinking how wonderful they were. Looking at Shishio's smile, Misaki wasn't sure why, but she could tell that he was thinking about his girlfriend, which somehow made her uncomfortable, even though she didn't know the reason. Senpai, love has many forms, so depending on the shape and the people who feel it, they'll have different interpretations about it, but my girlfriend has said that love is trust, Shishio said. Love is trust. Misaki looked at Shishio in doubt and confused, wondering why love could be interpreted as a trust. She has said that loving someone doesn't mean that you're not okay with them changing, but it doesn't mean you have to be okay with however they may change. It's the confidence that the person will stay true to what made you fall in love with them in the first place. Love is an expression of trust. That's what my girlfriend said, but each person is different, after all, Shishio explained. Misaki looked at Shishio and said in a low voice, your girlfriend really loves you. She then looked at him and asked, what about you? What do you think love is? Me. Shishio thought for a bit and said, I guess, love is when you feel that you want with this person forever and ever, no matter what happens. Which was why it was so painful when he knew that he couldn't meet her again. Misaki suddenly saw Shishio become sad, and somehow she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. It somehow made her frustrated that she couldn't say anything in this situation. Shishio quickly shook his head and asked, "So how about you, senpai? Have you ever felt that feeling toward Mitaka-senpai?" "Me?" Misaki was a bit surprised by this sudden question, but then she started to think about this matter seriously. "I'm not sure." "You're not sure?" Shishio was surprised. "You know, the reason why I felt like I'd fallen in love with Jin was that he dated my sister at that time. It was so lonely, and I felt like I was alone, so maybe I thought that emotion was love, even though I wasn't sure what kind of emotion that I felt at that moment," Misaki said, feeling lonely. "I want to be with him, but when I'd thought about all the girls that he'd dated after we came to Tokyo, and at how he might have a lingering feeling toward my sister." "Don't you trust him? Trust that he's able to make a script that is able to excite you? Trust that he's able to break up with all of his girls, including your sister, so he can be with you?" Shishio asked. Misaki couldn't answer Shishio's question, or rather, she knew exactly that she couldn't trust Jin. She knew about Jin's ability, and she knew about his personality. After all, they had stayed with each other for a long time, so it was hard to have that trust in him. "Senpai, when you're confused, you shouldn't use your head," Shishio said. Misaki was startled and asked, "Then what should I use?" "Your heart." Shishio pointed his heart and said, "If you feel happy to be with Mitaka-senpai, then you can't give up, but if you don't feel happy, then it might be better to take a break from your relationship." "My heart." Misaki touched her chest where her heart was located, but it might be because her boobs were so big that it felt like she was rubbing her boobs from Shishio's perspective, but he didn't say much. Misaki thought about the day that she spent with Mitaka, and rather than feeling happy, she felt so desperate, she was so desperate to make him fall in love, and sometimes she also needed to lie that his script was interesting, which tired her out. "Am I happy?" She could tell this answer clearly, and she couldn't help but compare the time she spent with Mitaka and Shishio. Even though she only met Shishio for a week or so, she felt very comfortable with Shishio, and it was so fun, which was why. "I know my answer, so how about we try to kiss each other now, Shishio-kun?" Misaki asked while looking at Shishio. Shishio raised his eyebrow and also looked into Misaki's eyes, facing her directly, and said, "Senpai, you should realize that once we have kissed each other, our relationship will change." Misaki was dumbfounded and asked, "Our relationship will change?" Shishio nodded and said, "We won't be a senior and junior again, and we'll be both a man and a woman. There's a chance for both of us to fall in love, so are you ready for that?" Misaki couldn't answer Shishio's question immediately. Shishio smiled and patted Misaki's head. "If you still have a hesitation, it is better for us not to kiss each other. How about we rest for now? I'm a bit sleepy." He was really tired at that moment and wanted to sleep. Misaki looked at Shishio with complex emotion and nodded. She then walked out of his room while thinking about what they had talked about in his room. She walked downstairs then toward her room, but her mind was preoccupied with many things that she didn't realize that someone walked past her. Misaki had to admit that it was very enjoyable and fun with Shishio, but that was because they were both a senior and a junior, and if their relationship changed? Trust. Misaki suddenly thought about the meaning of love from Shishio and knew that love was a symbol of trust. She then thought about Shishio and the time that they spent together. Could she trust him that their relationship wouldn't change when they kissed each other? Yes. Misaki didn't have doubt again, but when she was about to return to Shishio's room, she saw Shina, who was about to enter Shishio's room. Somehow she could only stand there, staring at them, then walked back to her room since she knew compared to Shina, her feeling toward him wasn't as much as Shina. She tried to smile, but Misaki felt that she couldn't stay here any longer and quickly ran to her room, feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. At this moment, Shishio, who wanted to sleep, after a long talk with Misaki, opened his door again, looking at Shina, who came to his room. "Shishio, let's kiss." Shina was about to kiss Shishio, but... Wait, what? Shishio was stunned since it was so suddenly subconsciously stopped Shina, but... Shina showed a sad expression, her eyes were red, and tears were dripped from her eyes when she was stopped. She looked at Shishio, and she asked, "Shishio, are you going to leave me?" Shishio knew that his night was still very long at this moment. 206, I don't want to only receive something from you, I want to be someone who can do things for you. Shishio looked at Shina, who was crying. He could only feel his heart was very heavy, wondering how many times he would make a girl cry. He had to admit that love was a very troublesome feeling, but his feeling toward Shina was quite special. Even though he knew it wasn't love, he really cared for her. Even though he knew that it was bad, he had some expectations that she could change him and make him forget about his past, but he felt that he was forcing his feelings over her, but it was different now since two girls had replaced her place now. Shishio somehow just couldn't look straight at Sheena when he thought about what he had done in the past few days. Neither of them might be dating each other, but their relationship was very close to each other. Still, Shishio didn't want to be full of himself and took it for granted that she had a feeling toward him, and somehow, if possible, he just wanted her to slap at him and shout that he was a liar, but he knew that she wouldn't do that. Shishio forced himself to look at Sheena and tried to act as calmly as possible. It was so uncomfortable for him, but he knew that it was even more uncomfortable for Sheena, so he needed to force himself to face their feelings without running away. Shishio took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, looked at Sheena, and asked, "You're not going to slap me?" "Why?" Sheena looked at Shishio with a confused expression. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and asked, "Do you want to talk?" Sheena looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. Then without hesitation, she entered, even though she felt her inside was very stuffy and it made her hard to breathe. The thought that she might lose him was several times worse than something that she felt right now, so without hesitation, she entered his room to start their conversation. Two girls entered his room one after another in just a night, and Shishio somehow really wanted to sleep, but he knew that he couldn't since he needed to solve this matter in front of him first. Shishio and Sheena sat while facing each other, but no words came out from their mouths. Shishio wasn't sure what to say to Sheena. Should he say sorry? He couldn't say that since that meant he regretted what he was doing. If he did that, he would let down the feelings of both Saki and Nana, who had trusted him, but at the same time, he also knew that even though he didn't say it directly to his mouth, and even though Sheena might not understand her feeling toward him, it was very clear what she felt. In truth, everything was so simple, he had rejected Sheena's feelings, and that was all, nothing else, nothing more, but with everything that had happened, could something be so simple? You know, it's a time like this that I wish I could come up with an appropriate response. I hate myself for not being able to reply properly, Shishio said. He looked at Sheena, who was looking at him, and unlike her usual day's expression, she was looking at him straight without dodging, waiting for the answer to her question. He knew that he also needed to do the same thing. He faced Sheena, looking at her straight without looking away, and said, "Mashiro, I know that I've disappointed you, but I've dated someone now." He might say to Misaki that it was alright to run away, but he didn't want to run away, he was a man, and he needed to face his problems properly. Sheena's lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but no words came out for a while, and tears kept dripping from her eyes. She remembered his words that told her that he needed to say goodbye to someone, but suddenly out of nowhere, he had dated someone. She knew that even though he didn't have an obligation to answer her feelings, she felt betrayed, but she held her heart, then after a moment, she asked, "What am I to you, Shishio?" Shishio looked at Sheena and said, "You know, out of all the girls that I know, you might be the only one that I can be true with. You know my insecurity that I've never told anyone, and you have even told me that you'd help me, so I'm sorry, Mashiro. Even though you've never said anything to me, and even though we have never been clear about what our relationship is, you must be disappointed to know that I have dated someone right now." Sheena looked at Shishio, who faced herself, and asked, "Do you like Saki?" Shishio smiled bitterly and said, "You know, Mashiro. Sometimes, I wonder whether you pretend that you don't understand anything and try to test me, but I know that you're not like that, and you just simply want to know, right?" Sheena nodded gently after hearing Shishio's words. "I know the truth might not be the most beautiful, but I'll tell you that I date two girls. Not only do I date Saki, but I also date Nana. I date both of them at the same time," Shishio said. He didn't have the proud feeling when he told the truth that he was dating two girls at the same time, and even if he was happy, he knew that something that he had done wasn't something that could be appreciated by a lot of people, and that included Sheena in front of him. Sheena didn't frown or get angry. Rather she asked, "Are you doing it secretly, or do they know each other?" Shishio was surprised by Sheena's response, looked at her for a moment, and said, "They know each other, and they have accepted this relationship." "Do they know that you can't love someone?" Sheena asked. "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "They know that I can't love them, but they have accepted it." Sheena took a deep breath and said, "Then date me too." Shishio was at a loss at that moment, he thought that he might be slapped or punched, but suddenly he confessed to Sheena. Looking at his expression, Sheena said, "I have told you that I'll help you, but I've never done anything to you, so I'll date you too. That way, I can help you." Her thought was pretty simple, and she thought that by dating him like both Saki and Nana, she might be able to help him, or rather she might be desperate since she didn't want to lose him. As Ritsu had said before, she might take his presence as something granted, his smile, his food, his gentleness, his everything. She took all of them for granted and thought that he would be by her side forever, but in truth, he was already with someone else, and on his side, there wasn't her, but someone else. However, when Sheena heard that she didn't date only one girl, but two girls and the two girls had accepted each other's relationship. They had accepted that relationship, so what was she afraid of? She also didn't really care what other people thought, and she just followed her will. This was what she wanted to do. She wanted to be with him, not with someone else. She wanted her to be part of his life, to be the one who helped him and the girl that he loved. Shishio was at a loss, wondering whether Sheena what she was saying, and said, "You know, I've hurt you." Sheena looked at Shishio and said, "But you didn't lie to me. You have always faced me with your true feelings, and I like that. It might hurt when I knew that you had dated Saki and Nana, but the time that we have spent together isn't all about the painful memories. There are a lot of wonderful things that you've given me." People often forgot about the kindness that people gave, but they always remembered the fault of someone even though it was only a small one, but Sheena wasn't someone like that. Her way of thought was special, and she knew that Shishio had given her a lot of things. Even though he might have hurt her, she knew that he didn't have an obligation to answer her feelings, and she knew that he didn't love her, so what was his reason to confess to her, which was why she was the one who needed to act, she was the one who needed to chase after him. When I was confused by my surroundings and my future, you told me that everything would be alright. When I felt uncomfortable, you pat my head, when I felt hungry, you bought me Bongkuchen, when I was unsure about what I was doing, you told me that you would support me. You've always been there for me, so let me do the same. I want to be by your side, help you, and support you." Sheena held Shishio's hands gently and said, "I don't want to only receive something from you. I want to be someone who can do things for you. I don't want you to treat me like a child. I want to be your girlfriend, so stay with me forever. I'll make you happy, Shishio." Shishio had never thought that someone could say something like that to him. It felt like his heart was so warm, and this gentleness made his heart so full that it almost burst out from his chest, but Shishio couldn't say anything since Sheena moved forward and kissed his lips. Her kiss was so clumsy, and she didn't know what to do, only pressing her lips against his, and it was so awkward, but strangely enough, it didn't feel uncomfortable, and it was so enjoyable. He hugged her waist gently then slowly taught her how to do the right kiss. Moved by her instincts, Sheena subconsciously moved her hands around his neck, kissing him deeper, trying to engrave her feelings into his heart. Shishio hugged her so tight that it made her hard to breathe, but she didn't push him away. Rather, she wanted him to hug her tighter so they could become one. They might not use their tongues, might not be the best one, but it was the kiss that they might remember for their entire life. Then they parted their lips, and Sheena continued to hug him tightly. "I don't want to be loved out of sympathy, even though you might not be able to fully give all of your heart to me. I hope someday I can hear the words I love you from your mouth." Shishio buried his face on Sheena's shoulders for a moment, closed his eyes, trying to control her emotion that almost burst at this moment, and said softly, "Thank you, Mashiro." Sheena smiled gently, and both of them hugged each other for a moment until she asked, "Can we sleep together?" Shishio looked at Sheena for a while and nodded. "Yes, but you should go back to your room in the morning since it'll cause a lot of trouble." Sheena nodded, but in truth, she didn't think too much since she was just happy that she could sleep with him. She then laid on Shishio's bed and looked at him with anticipation, patting the free space beside her. "Sleep beside me." Shishio didn't think too much and slept right next to Sheena. He then cuddled her into his arms, which caused her to cuddle her back, and showed a bright smile on her face. Sheena looked at Shishio and said, "Good night, Shishio." "Good night, Mashiro." Shishio gave Sheena a kiss on her forehead, which made her smile again, before she made herself comfortable, closed her eyes, and slept, feeling that his side might be the most comfortable place that she had felt. Watching her sleeping face as Shishio was about to sleep, he knew that he could love her surely. 207. Love is a waste of time. As usual, Shishio woke up in the early morning, but this time it was different since someone was sleeping beside him. Looking at Sheena, who was sleeping so soundly on his arms, he couldn't bear to wake her up, but he knew that he needed to wake her up. Thinking of the place where he was living, he had to admit that there were many inconveniences when he was living in the dorm since there were a lot of people here. Shishio looked at Sheena and tried to wake her up softly. "Mashiro, wake up." Sheena was like a cat and didn't want to wake up at all, only moved closer toward him, which made him helpless. Shishio then could only carry her in his arms gently and decided to send her back to her room. Walking out of his room, he was about to send Sheena back to her room with very quiet steps, but he just happened to meet Ryu Unosuke, who just happened to walk out from his room. "Shishio and Ryu Unosuke." Ryu Unosuke wiped his eyes several times, but when he opened his eyes again, he saw Shishio hugging Sheena on his arms had disappeared, which made her confused. Shishio had a ninjutsu mastery anyway, so as long as he wanted to, it was quite easy for him to sneak around without anyone noticing. Using his phone, he quickly controlled the camera inside the dorm before he moved very fast toward Sheena's room quietly. His steps were without any sound, and even when he opened Sheena's room, there was no sound at all. Even Sheena was still sleeping so soundly, hugging him like a koala. He then separated her gently from him, but when he did this, she opened her eyes. Shishio. Sheena was still very sleepy and looked at him with a confused expression. Good morning, Mashiro, Shishio said. Good morning, Sheena said, then looked around with a confused expression, is this my room? Shishio nodded and said, it'll be troublesome if you stay in my room all the time, just sleep here. Sheena didn't think too much and continued to sleep. Shishio shook his head and put her to bed before he quickly walked away quietly and thought that ninjutsu mastery was stronger than he had thought since it seemed that Roberta didn't notice him. Roberta was, after all, a professional soldier, and it could be said that she was the real-world Terminator. Still, even with her skill, it was impossible to notice Shishio, who was using his ninjutsu mastery, showing how amazing this ability was. Shishio walked out of the girls' area and returned all the camera functions to normal before he prepared himself to work out while also checking the reward that he had received last night. He slept directly last night since he was very tired, not the body, but emotionally. However, it was different now since he was full of energy. Shishio started his morning jog while checking his rewards and admitted that the 2 rewards he had received were amazing. 63% shares of Sony in autopilot, hey. Shishio then, without hesitation, decided to accept the 63% shares of the Sony since it was an asset and he didn't need to feel uncomfortable by the sudden change in his body, but the moment he accepted his reward, he quickly became amazed since this reward was really the company that he had imagined on his mind, but at the same time, he had to sigh since he knew the development of this company was quite bad in the future since it was being left behind by a lot of electrical companies in the future, and the real reason was because of the smartphone. The reason why Shishio had thought to buy Android was because of the development of the smartphone in the future. Still, now, it was different since he owned 63% shares of Sony, which meant he was the majority shareholder. Therefore, he could develop his own smartphone. After all, Sony was an electrical company, and he also wanted to be the first one who developed the smartphone. Shishio didn't want to be left behind by Apple. Rather, he would steal the march of Apple directly by creating an iPhone, especially with machinery mastery and programming mastery. It was a simple matter for him to create a blueprint for iPhone. Shishio also felt that the development of the iPhone on Sony would be several times better than Apple. After all, unlike Apple, which was a pure electronic company, Sony had a lot of entertainment media under its belt from music, movies, video games, etc. Especially with this business mastery, it was only a time before he created a behemoth. Shishio could imagine the future of his company, so he didn't hesitate and decided to make his move since he knew that time would wait for no one, but before that, he needed to accept his other reward. Autopilot. Somehow Shishio had an idea what kind of reward autopilot was, but he needed to check it first. The moment he accepted this reward, he somehow had to admit that this reward was amazing. Autopilot is an extraordinary reflex that is entirely involuntary. Unlike other people, who used reflexes for defense, evasion, or retreat, Shishio could even use his reflexes to attack and counter. Shishio described this ability as the ability to put his brain on autopilot. Because his muscles fight without the use of his brain, this also made him free to strategize. He could flawlessly coordinate his movements, automatically achieving maximum efficiency in any action. Because his body moved without the use of his brain, he was free to strategize and could dodge a wider variety of attacks, even in a weakened condition. The reflexes could enhance his physical speed to react faster than the eye could see, and since his body moved on reflex and not reaction, feints and illusionary techniques were useless against him. Even if he was sleeping, he was sure that he could dodge someone who would assassinate him. Shishio had to admit that this ability was very powerful, but of course, this ability had a weakness, and that weakness was his own body. If his body couldn't keep up with his senses, he would still take hits, but such a thing was simply negligible, compared to the ability that was given by autopilot, and he knew that he would be even more powerful in the future. Shishio also thought that this ability was quite similar to One Piece's Kanbunshoku Haki or Samurai Deeper Kyo's perimeter. Still, anyway, he didn't think too much of that now. He knew that once he combined this ability with his danger intuition, then as long as someone had an ill intent toward him, he would be able to detect it immediately. Somehow he had to admit that this ability might have entered the supernatural realm, but he wasn't going to complain. Shishio then fastened his speed, then noticed the increase of his physical ability on his status, which surprised him. Still, he didn't think too much and greeted the beautiful young mother that he happened to meet along the way during his morning exercise. It might be because Shishio woke up quite early and returned quite early from his workout that Sakurasu was still very quiet. He didn't think too much and entered the bathroom to take a bath while singing a random song. He was in quite a good mood since the emotional roller coaster that happened yesterday had ended. Shishio had to admit that his mind and body couldn't relax when he was under the pressure of something which was known as a relationship. It was several times more tiring than any sport or fight that he had been. Fortunately, Shishio didn't waste his time, and after he took a bath, he went to the kitchen, prepared breakfast and a coffee. Shishio wanted some caffeine before he went to the school, so he prepared a coffee for him and some other people who wanted to drink it, but this time, he didn't use his coffee machine but rather used the French press method. There were many ways to prepare a coffee, but it couldn't be denied that the French press was one of the best ways. Unlike the drip method, it might be the most popular method to enjoy a coffee fully, but the filter of the drip, especially the paper one, might take out most of the flavor since it absorbed much of the oil in the coffee grounds. After all, most flavors are coming from the fat, right? Fried thigh chicken, that thigh part which is full of fat is the most delicious, right? Coffee is similar. Meanwhile, the French press didn't soak up the flavor and added tiny bits of coffee ground in the coffee that percolated the flavor. Shishio was preparing his coffee, but then he noticed someone had entered the dining room. He turned around and felt a bit surprised. Oh? Ryuanosuke, it is rare for you to come out from your room. Do you want a coffee? Thanks, Ryuanosuke said simply, then went to the fridge to take out a tomato before he ate it without hesitation. While eating, he observed Shishio, who was making a coffee with a smooth and precise movement that even he could tell that this guy was a master. Even though Ryuanosuke might be a shut-in, he still came out from his room, considering he needed to go to the toilet and kitchen to eat. Still, right now, he just simply wanted to use this chance to eat Shishio's food since its smell was quite unbearable for him, and staying in his room, he could only smell its delicious aroma, which made him hungrier. Shishio didn't really want his coffee bitter, so he decided to create café au lait by mixing milk on his coffee after it was done. He then poured it on the cup and gave one of them to Ryuanosuke. Here you go. Thanks. Ryuanosuke drank the café au lait and someone he felt very comfortable with. The fatigue on his body momentarily disappeared, and he just felt relaxed at that moment. Shishio also drank his coffee before he said, "Say, why don't you give up, trying to hack my laptop? If you don't, then I'll enter your room forcefully, and destroy all the electronic devices in your room, then steal maid-chan from you. Or should I send you directly to the mountain without any electricity or internet in the name of shut-in education for a year?" He looked at Ryuanosuke with a blank expression and said, "I'm not joking." Ryuanosuke, who was eating his tomato, froze directly and looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. In truth, both Shishio and Ryuanosuke had talked to each other very often, especially when Ryuanosuke tried to enter the information on his laptop, but was it so easy? The answer was obvious, right? In return, Shishio directly hacked Ryuanosuke's laptop, erased all of his data, and even stole maid-chan. Still, Ryuanosuke had never said anything, and after all of that, they often talked about programming-related matters. Sometimes, Ryuanosuke tried to attack Shishio's laptop, but everything was futile, which somehow made Ryuanosuke frustrated. However, even though both of them often talked on the laptop, their meeting in real life was extremely small, which was why when Shishio met Ryuanosuke directly, he didn't hesitate to threaten him directly. I know. Ryuanosuke was a bit dissatisfied, but he was also quite scared since he knew Shishio's identity. As the grandson general of JSDF, it was extremely easy for Shishio to send him on the mountain without electricity and internet in the name of shut-in education. Shishio looked at Ryuanosuke and had to admit that this guy was really like a girl, especially when he didn't really want to explain and asked, "So what are you doing here? You must have something to talk about with me, right?" Ryuanosuke looked at Shishio and nodded. "You know, Oga-kun. You're talented. Why do you have to waste your time on something like a woman in a love?" He had seen two girls come out from his room one after another last night, which made him a bit helpless, and if this guy had time to flirt with a girl, he felt that it was better to use it to hone his ability, that way, Shishio could use his time more efficiently. "Oh? You think both a woman and a love are a waste of time?" Shishio asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Ryuanosuke nodded and said, "Love is simply an electrical but in the human neural circuit." Shishio knew that Ryuanosuke wasn't wrong, but he also didn't think that Ryuanosuke was right. He only smiled and said, "It's true. Love is a very troublesome feeling. My mind can't ever get things straight, and you lose control of knowing what is sensible, but even so, I don't think that it is a waste of time." Ryuanosuke. "You have never felt it?" Shishio asked. "No," Ryuanosuke said without hesitation. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, "What about lust? Don't you ever think some girls are so sexy that you want to fuck them?" Ryuanosuke looked at Shishio for a bit and shook his head. "No." Shishio smiled and asked, "You like a guy?" Ryuanosuke's lips twitched and retorted, "Of course not." Shishio didn't change his expression much, cooking his food, and said, "Well, I won't say much about your view, but I won't follow your view either. In life, if you keep thinking about other people's opinions or views about you, you'll get tired. Rather than waste your time on those kinds of useless things, isn't it better for you to spend your time on something else? Ryu Unsuk looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, what if someone tries to force you? What if that person doesn't give up to annoy you? If that happens, then... Shishio turned toward Ryu Unosuk, then raised his middle finger and said, mind your own business, fucker. Ryu Unosuk. Easy, right? Shishio said with a smile. Ryu Unosuk. Ryu Unosuk stared at Shishio for a bit and nodded. It wasn't that he liked a guy, but he had a bad memory when his friends were shunning him because they recoiled at his harsh criticisms during a group project, which caused him to be wary of friendship, but it was different when he met someone who was more talented than him since that way, he wouldn't be afraid that person would hurt him, and even though he didn't mind being alone, it was quite interesting to talk and learn under Shishio, and even when Shishio bullied him, it was still better than being ignored, which made wonder whether he was a masochist or not at this moment. As for whether he liked a guy or not, Ryu Unosuk wasn't sure, but he had a gynophobia, and even though he had never felt this with other guys, he felt comfortable with Shishio. Ryu Unosuk wanted to say something again, but... Shishio. Misaki quickly ran in excitement and wanted to hug him when she smelled his food, but Shishio stopped her. I want to eat. I want to eat. Ryu Unosuk stared at Misaki and thought that girl was really annoying. 208. Sakurasu was very peaceful today too. When Misaki didn't eat Shishio's food, she felt like the world was about to end, so when she saw him in the kitchen, she couldn't help but become excited, asking what kind of breakfast he would cook. But... Hey? Since when have I become your cook? Shishio asked with a confused expression. Misaki was stunned there. Her body trembled as she grasped Shishio's hand and asked with a pitiful voice and tears in her eyes. Shishio-kun, you're joking, right? You're going to make me breakfast, right? Shishio let out a sigh and said, Senpai, I've realized that it is very troublesome to cook for everyone in the early morning, and you should know that before I come here, everyone is preparing their food on their own, right? Misaki. Shishio looked at Misaki and asked, now that you mention it, how did you manage your food in the past? Being asked so suddenly, Misaki was stunned, then started to recall how she managed her food in the past. I either buy or cook something by myself. She wasn't sure since she mostly thought of eating Shishio's food now. Well, then, if you can cook me a breakfast, then I'll prepare you tomorrow, Shishio said. Hey! Misaki was surprised and asked, you want to cook your breakfast? Can you? Shishio asked. Why not? Let me show you that I have good cooking skills. We can even marry right away if you want. Misaki said without hesitation and decided to show her cooking skills. Sorry, I refused. Shishio refused as usual and asked, what are you going to cook? You've cooked miso soup and rice, right? Then I'll cook the main dish, Misaki said without hesitation, patting her chest, causing it to undulate up and down. Then I'll be waiting here, Shishio said, then sat on the chair, watching Misaki, who was preparing their breakfast. He looked at her back and asked, what are you going to make? Well, just something simple, a sausage and a fried egg. Misaki looked at Shishio and asked, is that all right? Thank you. Shishio nodded. No problem. Misaki smiled and said, now that you mention it, you're not my cook or my husband, so it is normal for you to complain, after all. No, I'm alright with cooking since I like it, but sometimes, there's a time when I don't really want to do anything, Shishio said. Like now? Misaki asked. Well, like now. Shishio nodded. Misaki patted her chest again and showed a proud expression. Don't worry, leave your breakfast to me. Well, once again, thank you, Misaki-senpai, Shishio said. Yeah, I should say thank you to you too since you've often cooked me both breakfast and dinner, Misaki said with a smile. Shishio looked at Misaki and wondered why this girl became cuter all of a sudden. Misaki was about to prepare breakfast for the two of them, but suddenly she noticed that there was someone beside Shishio in this place. She was surprised and then exclaimed. Hey? Dragon, Ryu is a dragon in English. You're here. Ryu Unosuk only realized that this girl hadn't noticed his presence from the beginning to the end. Do you want me to cook you breakfast too? Misaki asked. No, it is all right. I've eaten tomatoes, Ryu Unosuk said subconsciously since Misaki was a girl. It is so rare for you to come out in the morning like this suddenly, Misaki said with a confused expression. Even though Ryu Unosuk might be a shut-in, it didn't mean that he was staying in his room all the time. He also came out from his room to eat, take a bath, and poop. Well, stay here. I'll cook you breakfast, or rather, I'll cook for everyone. Misaki said without hesitation. Ryu Unosuk looked at Misaki for a bit and nodded. Well, I'll do that. He sipped his cafe au lait and wondered how the relationship between Misaki and Shishio could be so close since he remembered that Misaki was pretty close to Mitaka, right? While cooking, Misaki asked, "Right, Shishio, have you gotten an idea what kind of story that you are planning to write?" After all, Shishio had told her that he would write a script for her first romance anime, which was why she was quite anticipating what kind of story he was going to write. "I have some ideas in my head," Shishio said. "Really?" Misaki looked at Shishio excitedly. Shishio nodded and said, "You want to add an element of mecha to your romance anime, right?" "That's right." Misaki nodded and asked, "So how are you going to mix both mecha and romance anime together?" "By the way, I'm making an OVA, which means I only make one anime video with around 20 to 30 minutes, not the regular one with 12 episodes, alright." "I know." Shishio nodded since he knew that Misaki was only making an OVA anime. This isn't a very long anime, and it is a romance with a mecha element mixed in the story. "Really? What kind of story is it?" Misaki asked curiously since it was only one night that they were talking about this matter, but in the morning, Shishio had already an idea what kind of story that he would write for her, which made her very excited and at the same time, she couldn't help but compare him to Mitaka, which made her sigh for a moment, but she quickly cheered herself up, cooked the breakfast, while listening to his words. "Be careful with the food, senpai. I don't want to eat something burnt, alright?" Shishio said before he stood up and walked next to Misaki. "Well, I'll tell you the story while I supervise you so you won't burn the breakfast." Sir." Misaki said with a smile. "Well, it is a bit similar to my 5 centimeters per second that you've read before since the theme of this story is a distance and a time," Shishio said. Distance and time, hey. Misaki remembered Shishio's 5 centimeters per second and knew that it was a love story that was being hurdled by a distance. While looking at the eggs and the sausages that Misaki fried, Shishio said, "The story is about a heroine who is chosen as a pilot of mecha to fight against an alien on Mars. She has a childhood friend that she loves, but she needs to be separated from her childhood friend because she's chosen to pilot the mecha. Still, they promise to keep communicating with each other across space using email facilities on their mobile telephones. However, Misaki was already hooked on Shishio's story, and somehow she could tell that this story would be very amazing. Ryu Unosuke also didn't say anything, listening to Shishio's story while wondering whether there was something that Shishio couldn't do. As the heroine travels deeper into space, messages take increasingly longer to reach the male character on Earth, and the time lag of their correspondence eventually spans years. As for the rest, we can talk about it later when the script is ready, Shishio said. Misaki nodded and asked, "So what's the theme of this story is?" "The theme of this story is communication between people." Shishio rubbed his chin and said. "Communication from the heart is everlastingly important wherever you are, and that's what I want to express in this script." "It's great. It's great." Holding the spatula in her hand, raising both of her hands to the sky, Misaki was very excited, and somehow she wanted to hug him immediately, but she held her urge and said, "Hurry up and write the script, Shishio-kun. I want to read it as soon as possible." Calm down, and don't forget the eggs and the sausages." Shishio quickly turned off the fire since he had to admit that letting this girl cook might be a mistake. Still, she was several times better than Sheena. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Misaki smiled, then stuck out her tongue cutely. Tee. Shishio really couldn't laugh at that moment. "Right, how is the end? Is it going to be a happy ending, or?" Misaki glanced at Shishio nervously. "Well, Misaki-senpai, do you want this story to be remembered forever, or just being thought as it is pretty good, that's all, which one do you want?" Shishio asked. "Of course, I want this anime to be remembered forever," Misaki said without hesitation. "Then you should know the answer, right?" Shishio said. Misaki let out a long sigh and nodded. "What are you talking about?" Ryu Unosuke asked. "Well, Ryu Unosuke, for a love story to be remembered forever, then the ending without a doubt is going to be a tragedy," Shishio said. It was the #1 rule that every romance story needed a tragic ending so it could be remembered forever. This was, of course, with an example, such as Titanic, Romeo and Juliet, Me Before You, etc., all of them were without a doubt famous romance movies with a tragic ending, and of course, all of them were remembered forever. Ryu Unosuke somehow understood why Misaki let out a long sigh. "Well, I can also do an open ending. However, I haven't written the script yet, so I'll adapt according to the flow," Shishio said. "Alright, I'll be waiting for the story next week." Misaki nodded with an excited smile since she could imagine that the script that Shishio wrote would be very exciting that she wanted to make it as soon as possible. "Shishio, I'm a bit hungry," Chihiro said as she entered the dining room, but then she was dumbfounded when she saw Ryu Unosuke. "Hey? Ryu Unosuke, what are you doing here?" Ryu Unosuke. Chihiro then realized something and nodded. So you want to eat Shishio's food, hey? Sorry, Chihiro nay, the one who is making the breakfast is Misaki-senpai, Shishio said. What? Chihiro was dumbfounded, then looked at Misaki, who was in the kitchen. Shishio is too lazy to make breakfast. So I'm the one who is making them today. Misaki said proudly, but she also reported Shishio to Chihiro, which made him speechless. Chihiro looked at Shishio for a moment and knew that even though his food was very delicious, it didn't mean that he was a cook in this dorm. Well, that's true. You don't have to cook if you don't want to, Shishio. Thank you, Chihiro nay. Shishio nodded with a smile. Looking at his smile, Chihiro wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth in the end. Shishio, I want to eat your food. Wait, Mayumi-san. Then both Mayumi and Sayaka entered the dining room together, but then Mayumi realized that Shishio wasn't the one who cooked. Hey? Shishio, you're not cooking. No, the one who is cooking is Misaki-senpai, Shishio said while looking at Misaki. As expected, the moment Mayumi and Misaki met each other. But, somehow, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Mayumi's lips twitched and said, I'm sorry for being quite harsh last night, Misaki. After all, she was an adult, so it didn't really matter even if she apologized first. It's alright, Mayumi-san. Misaki nodded with a smile. Looking at Misaki's smile, Mayumi somehow couldn't bear it and said, but I still think that you should make up with Mitaka since you'll be unhappy. Mayumi. Chihiro quickly glared at Mayumi since this woman kept causing trouble. She knew about the relationship between Misaki and Mitaka, but it wasn't something that they should force, right? I know. I know. Mayumi quickly raised her hands and stopped talking. Ryu Unosuke didn't say anything and only thought that an interpersonal matter was very troublesome. As for Sayaka, she didn't say anything, only smiling, wondering what would happen next. Misaki, who heard Mayumi's words, frowned since what her happiness had something to do with Mitaka? If Mitaka was here, would she be unhappy? Who decided that? She wanted to refute Mayumi, but... Mayumi-san, I don't agree with that, Shishio suddenly said. Roberta, Ritsu, and Roberta, who happened to enter the dining room, stopped when they happened to hear Mayumi's words, which somehow made them silent. Still, they were surprised when they heard Shishio had refuted Mayumi's words. Hey? Why do you think so? Mayumi frowned since she knew that Misaki and Mitaka were in love with each other, then wasn't it just better for them to be together rather than having a fight like this? Mayumi-san, I know that you are worried about Misaki-senpai, but this is the matter between Misaki-senpai and Mitaka-senpai. Sometimes acting isn't necessarily compassion. True compassion sometimes comes from inaction rather than saying something without understanding the entire situation. So isn't it better to believe in Misaki-senpai? Shishio said. So what do you think we should do? Is it alright to leave it like this? Mayumi asked with a frown. We don't need to do anything. We just need to stand by her side as she solves her trouble, right? Shishio said while looking at Misaki with a smile. Misaki's smile was so lovely at that moment when someone understood her, so she nodded without hesitation. Mayumi-san, you don't need to worry. I can solve this problem myself. Mayumi looked at Misaki for a moment and nodded. Well, if you say so. She started to think that she might need to reflect on her actions, but then she noticed that the relationship between Misaki and Shishio was quite close, right? Was it my imagination? Mayumi thought with a frown. Shishio then looked at Sayaka, giving her a wink, telling her to do something to lighten up the mood. Sayaka, of course, noticed Shishio's signal and nodded with a smile. Well, Mayumi-san, as someone who has been 2-timing, 3-timing and even being 4-timing, I don't think that you can give a proper love advice, right? What did you say? Do you want me to wash your makeup now, Sayaka? Mayumi was furious at that moment. With the fight between the two, Sakurasu returned as usual, and everyone had never thought that it would be so peaceful to watch the fight of both Mayumi and Sayaka as they were now. What is it? What is it? You guys seem to do something interesting, Shiro-san said while entering the dining room. Shut up, pervert. 2x. Mayumi and Sayaka shouted at the same time. Thank you very much. Shiro-san flushed in happiness. Sakurasu is very peaceful today, right? 209, let's enjoy now. The morning of Sakurasu returned to peaceful as usual, but as expected, something always happened. Sayaka ate the sausage that Misaki cooked. She didn't know the one who cooked it was Misaki, so... Shishio-kun's sausage is delicious. Sayaka licked the tip of the sausage before she gently bit the tip. Mayumi shook her head and said, Sayaka, that isn't Shishio's sausage. Hey. Sayaka was surprised then looked at Mayumi with curiosity. What do you mean? His sausage is much bigger. Like this. It's standing hard toward the sky. Mayumi raised her fist to the sky, showing a disdain for the small sausage that Sayaka ate. Eh? Really? That big? Sayaka exclaimed. Shut up! Chihiro roared as her face flushed. Chihiro, you don't need to be that shy, right? Isn't it good that your nephew's sausage is huge? Mayumi said with a smile. Shishio stared at Mayumi and Sayaka with a smile, then said, Mayumi-san, Sayaka-san, do you want me to report both of you for sexual harassment? Cough. Cough. Sayaka then looked at Mayumi and asked, but Mayumi-san, how did you know Shishio-kun's sausage? Shishio. Yeah, how did you know? Chihiro frowned while looking at Mayumi in doubt. Mayumi was as calm as usual, then said, well, I'm not the only one who has seen it. Mashiro, Riken, Misaki, and Roberta also have seen his sausage. Everyone. Chihiro looked at Shishio, frowned, and asked, Shishio, do you have an exhibitionist hobby? Shishio's lips twitched, but suddenly his shoulder was patted. He turned around and saw Shiro-san give him a thumbs up. Welcome, Shiro-san said with a smile. Shishio somehow wanted to slap Shiro-san at this moment and wondered whether it was a good decision to stay in this place. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerve, and said, Chihiro-ne, at that time, when your friends had called me to pick you up at the ramen stall, the 5 of them had entered the bathroom directly when I'd taken a bath, so he couldn't bear to continue his story since he knew that he had been violated. He wondered why when boys peeked at the girls, they could enter the jail, but no one would say anything if the girls peeked at the guy. He felt that even though the world often talked about gender equality, in truth, there had never been equality between different genders. Hearing such a sad story, Chihiro then stared at the 5 women who had seen her nephew's body. You guys! She only heard this story now, and she was wondering why she was away when such a good thing happened. After all, she also wanted to see Shishio's body again since she remembered it was so good. Unlike Misaki, Mayumi, Roberta, and Shina, who were alright and didn't care much, Ritsu's face was as red as an apple, and she apologized again. I'm sorry, Oga-kun. No, it is alright, senpai. It has happened anyway. There's nothing that I can do, Shishio said as he looked at Ritsu, who seemed to be alright. Of course, he wasn't blind and could see that she had feelings for him, considering her indirect confession yesterday, but it seemed that she was alright now. But is that the case? Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew that Ritsu didn't know the truth that he was dating more than one girl, and he had a feeling that she might react quite exaggeratedly when she heard the truth. However, he didn't want to lie about this matter. It might be comfortable, and he was free of worry if he didn't say anything, but he knew that he couldn't hide this matter. He still wanted to maintain his relationship with Ritsu, especially when she dared to tell her real feelings to him yesterday, so he also needed to face her and tell the truth. Ritsu looked at Shishio, and somehow her face was red, but she quickly shook her head and knew that it was impossible between the two since he already had a girlfriend by his side. Shishio was about to eat again, but then the sleeve of his shirt was tucked. He turned his head and looked at Shina. Mashiro, what's wrong? Don't worry, I'll take care of Shishio, Shina said without hesitation. Everyone. Shishio looked at Shina amusedly and patted her head. Well, you should be able to take care of yourself first if you want to take care of me. No. Shina shook her head and said, Shishio is going to be the one who is taking care of me. Shishio looked at Shina and thought that this girl was really able to say something that could get stuck into his heart directly. I'll take care of you, so you'll take care of me, hey. Their existence complemented each other. They were complete when they were together. Shishio thought that he was the only one who could say an embarrassing line, but he didn't expect that Shina could say such an embarrassing line. He was about to say something, but Sorita entered the dining room suddenly. Sorita looked at everyone who was eating together with a happy smile and couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable at this moment. He then also looked at Shishio and Shina, who were very close to each other, and couldn't help but frown since he remembered that he had told them that Shishio had a girlfriend. Well, let me talk about this matter again. Sorita showed a smug smile and said, Oga-kun, congratulations that you have a girlfriend now. All the females in this place quickly frowned at Sorita since they didn't want to discuss this matter, and everything was alright until this guy suddenly came, which made them very annoyed. Shiro-san didn't say anything and only shook his head. Shishio looked at Sorita with a smile and said, Thank you, Kanda-kun. How about you? Do you have a girlfriend now? If he was a normal scumbag, then he would be flustered, but he wasn't, and he had never hidden the fact that he had a girlfriend, after all. Ugh. Sorita felt that an arrow was pierced by an invisible arrow when Shishio asked this question. Shishio-kun, mash iron, Riken, we've eaten the food. Let's go to school together. Misaki chirped. Shishio, Ritsu, and Shina nodded. They washed their dishes, then said goodbye to everyone before leaving Sakurasu together. Mayumi and Chihiro also weren't in the mood to eat, and they also walked out from the dining room. As for Sayaka, she thought it was boring to stay with both Shiro-san and Sorita alone, so she also walked out since she wanted to prepare for her class later. Shiro-san, who was being left alone with Sorita, wasn't sure what to say for a moment. After all, he was a very kind person, even though he was a pervert, but he could tell that Sorita was simply causing trouble. Well, Kanda-kun, I'll go back to my room to continue to write. Oh. Sorita didn't expect Shiro-san to leave suddenly. As for Ryuanosuke, had already left quietly when Shishio and the girls walked out from the dining room. Sorita looked at how empty this place was, and he couldn't clench his fist, but rather, he could only sit on the chair weakly, feeling how alone he was in this place. He was thinking of reducing his loneliness with his cats, but he remembered that almost all of his cats had been adopted, leaving only Hikari, but... Hikari. Sorita called Hikari, but she didn't come toward him, which made him annoyed, wondering why he picked this cat up. Forgetting the fact that no one was forcing him to pick up the cat. Sometimes humans are like that. When they help someone, they will expect something in return. Sorita then could only spend his time alone in this dining room, and somehow, he just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Shishio, Shina, Misaki, and Ritsu walked together to the school. Ritsu observed Shishio secretly and couldn't help but feel shaken when she saw him so naturally standing up on the side of their group without saying anything so they wouldn't be hit by a vehicle. She had noticed it for a while and knew that he often helped and supported them without noticing it, which made her both warm and sad. Ritsu felt warm by his gentleness, but she felt sad since she knew that gentleness was something that couldn't belong to her. Kawaii-senpai, Shishio suddenly said. Hey. Ritsu was startled when her name was called Shishio. I thought about your words yesterday, Shishio said. Ritsu's face became red, and she panicked. Please forget about it. When she thought calmly, what she had said yesterday was so embarrassing that she might die. No, I won't forget it. Shishio looked at Ritsu and said, I'll remember it forever, the things that we have always taken for granted, I'll treasure it forever. Ritsu couldn't look away from Shishio at this moment, and her face flushed at this moment. She nodded, but then she asked, Oga-kun, can I ask you something? Yes. You said that you really understand what I said yesterday, but did you really understand? Ritsu asked. Shina and Misaki didn't say anything and listened to the conversation between Ritsu and Shishio quietly. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, the day when the four of us can't be together, it'll come in the future. Ritsu, Shina, and Misaki were silent and couldn't help but feel slightly depressed. Certainly, most likely, we won't be able to remain as we are. Shishio looked up and said, times can be gentle, and times can be harsh because times change. But, at least for me, the current times aren't bad at all. After all, I have 3 beautiful girls to walk and go back to the school with me. He smiled when he uttered those words. Ritsu, Shina, and Misaki were blushing. Getting stuck on the happy things of the past and losing sight of the happy things of now is such a waste. Shishio closed his eyes and is enjoying his time now. Not it was so fun that time, but that time was fun, too. He looked at the 3 of them who were looking at him in a daze and said, I'm sure that those happy things are not something you can compare, but what I want to say is the thing you think are fun now, enjoy them as much as possible. Because the now will change, let's appreciate this wonderful time to its fullest, right? Ritsu looked at Shishio, and somehow everything on her head was cleared. Everyone couldn't stay the same forever, so she needed to enjoy now as much as possible. She took a deep breath then stared at Shishio. Oga-kun, no, Shishio-kun. Shishio was surprised and asked, what's wrong, Ritsu-senpai? Ritsu's face was red when she called his first name, but she loved it when she could call him this way, so. An embarrassing line is prohibited. Shishio. Wonderful. Misaki was full of smiles and hugged the 3 of them at the same time. I should go to the school with you 3 from the beginning. She had never thought that it would be so nice to walk with the 3 of them. Senpai, let go. Ritsu was very embarrassed, especially when Misaki pressed her boobs on her face. Shina was in a daze as usual, but there was a bright smile on her face. Shishio was a bit helpless, but he didn't say anything since he would be lying if he didn't have fun, but he felt slightly jealous of Ritsu and Shina since Misaki's boobs were pressed on their face. Right, the 3 of you are part of the literature club, right? Can I come? Shishio-kun, can we talk about your script at the club later? Misaki asked while looking at Shishio. I don't mind, and I'm sure that everyone won't mind if you are coming to visit, Shishio said. Yay. Misaki was pleased. But. I might not be able to come to the club today since I have something to do later, Shishio said. Looking at their disappointed expression, there was nothing that Shishio could do. After all, he had promised Rui a favor, not the perverted one, of course. 210, with words other than love. As they arrived at the school, they parted to their own classes. See you later, Shishio said and was about to go to his class, but... Shishio. Shishio turned and looked at Sheena. I'll see you later too, Sheena said. Shishio nodded with a smile then left, walking toward his class. When Shishio left, Sheena kept staring at his back. Mashiro. Ritsuo looked at Sheena, wondering why she kept standing there. Sheena then shook her head and said, see you later, Misaki, Ritsu. She then strode toward her class, leaving the two of them behind. Misaki and Ritsuo looked at each other before they said goodbye and parted since their class was in different places. As Shishio walked to his class, he greeted many people and his classmates that he met along the way. As he arrived at his class, he greeted his classmates again before he sat down on his seat, looking at Nana's empty seat, showing that she hadn't arrived yet. It might be because he arrived quite early that she hadn't arrived at the class yet. As Shishio sat down in his seat, he heard someone greet him, and he greeted them back. Greeting might be something simple, but it was a very powerful communication method. With just a greeting, Shishio could make someone feel closer and feel that they were being cared for. More importantly, it was free, and he had nothing to lose when he greeted someone, and it had more benefits rather than disadvantages. It was also a great way to train the communication ability of someone. So, if some of you are introverts and want to change, you should try to greet many people without caring whether you know about those people or not. If you don't want to be ignored, then you shouldn't ignore people. Shishio thought that a greeting was like reflexes that work so naturally. When someone greeted other people, they would naturally greet you back. It was also good for some people who had a hard time maintaining a conversation, or because they were too lazy to talk since you only needed few words to greet someone, so he would do it every time. Still, as he sat on his seat, he realized the cloudy sky on the outside, which somehow reflected his emotion perfectly at this moment. Shishio realized that talking was very easy, but taking action was very hard. Shishio had said to Misaki that it was alright to run away. He had told Ritsuo that nothing would remain the same, so it was better to accept it. However, he never did any of the advice he had given to both girls, making him feel quite guilty. Both Misaki and Ritsuo had seriously thought of their problems and wanted to solve their problems as soon as possible, but he just gave them half-assed advice and had never put that advice on himself. Talking was very easy, but to implement it in real life was a difficult thing. Shishio had promised to say I love you to the girls that he had confessed to, but until now, he wasn't sure whether he could do it or not, which somehow made him feel that he was very spoiled at this moment. Everyone had been working hard to change themselves, to accept everything, and to move on to a better direction, but here he was still trapped in the past and was still unable to accept the fact that he couldn't go back to the past. I love you. It was so easy to say those words on his mind, but when he needed to utter those words to Saki, Nana, Miu, or Sheena, those words just couldn't come out of his mouth. The four of them had been working hard, and they had accepted every part of him. They even sacrificed themselves and accepted his relationship with another girl, but as the day passed, he had become even more desperate to answer them. On Sunday, Shishio made an appointment to have a date with Saki to hear her answer to his confession. However, she had made up her decision, she accepted him, and she wanted to be with him yesterday. She had made a decision without hesitation, but he was still confused by his heart which was still unable to move forward. Shishio knew that he had feelings toward Saki since if he didn't then, he wouldn't bother to confess to her a few days ago, but even so, he knew that he was still unable to say I love you to her. He knew that he needed to do something since he wanted to be truly able to say I love you to her. Not only to Saki, the other girls too, but then, he recalled the advice that he had given to Misaki last night. Is running away all right? Shishio had given this advice to Misaki, but he didn't really want to do this. However, he thought for a moment, and he was wondering whether he could express his feelings and affection toward Saki, Nana, Miu, and Sheena with words other than love. With words other than love, hey. Shishio was in deep thought and didn't realize someone called his name out until his shoulder was shaken. Oga-kun. Shishio was slightly startled then looked at Nanami, who was looking at him helplessly. He gave a light smile and said, sorry, I'm in a deep thought before, Aoyama-san. He didn't expect that he was so engrossed in his own thought that he would ignore Nanami, who was sitting right in front of him, which somehow made him feel a bit embarrassed since usually, he wouldn't ignore a beautiful girl. You seem to be deep in thought. What's wrong, Oga-kun? Nanami asked curiously. Did it show on my face? Shishio asked helplessly. Nanami smiled and put her fingers on her face, trying to mimic Shishio's expression before. You have this expression on your face. Shishio. If you don't mind, do you want to talk about it with me? Nanami asked gently. Shishio looked at Nanami and felt a bit unsure to say his problem since he didn't really like to rely on someone. I know that it is very hard to tell someone your problem, but you've listened to my problem before, so at least, I want to repay you by helping you the same way as you did to me, Nanamai said with a gentle smile on her face. I have never helped you that much, Shishio said while shaking his head since he knew that all he did was just talk. No, you helped me. Nanamai shook her head, staring at his eyes, and said with full confidence, You've helped me, Oga-kun. These words came out from her true feelings since she truly felt that he had helped her in her most difficult time, at the same time, when she needed someone to push her back. It might be only some small words or just simple food, but she felt that those little gentlenesses saved her, so she wanted to do the same as what he did toward her. Nanamai wanted to be able to help Shishio since somehow it distressed her when he saw his very lonely expression, staring out the window silently, and somehow, she felt if someone wasn't on his side at this moment, he might disappear somewhere, which somehow quickly called out his name without hesitation. Shishio looked at Nanamai and wondered why Sorita had never thought about how wonderful this girl was. Well, Aoyama, no, Nanamai, can I call you that? Nanamai blushed and nodded shyly. Then can I call you, Shishio? She felt her heart skip when she called out his first name. She knew that he might have a girlfriend, but she felt that it was enough for her to be able to talk with him like this. Sure. Shishio nodded, then said, Well, I want to ask you some questions, but you don't need to think too much. What is it? Nanamai asked curiously. Do you think there are words that are able to express the affection of someone other than love? Shishio asked. Other than love? Nanamai was dumbfounded since she had never thought Shishio would be troubled by such a question. She then looked at him with a smile and said, Your problem is quite cute, Shishio-kun. Shishio's lips twitched. Nanamai chuckled and thought for a while. I see, for a lot of people, it might be easy to utter I love you to someone, but for some people, it might be hard, hey. She might have never thought of this problem before since when you loved someone, that word would come out so naturally, but it might not be so easy for other people, but at the same time, it made her realize something. Nanamai then looked at Shishio curiously and asked, Shishio-kun, you're dating Sunoara-san, right? Yes. Shishio nodded. You have never said that you love her. Nanamai asked. Shishio. Nanamai was lost for words and asked directly, then did she confess to you? Or did you confess to her? I'm the one, Shishio said. Nana might have indirectly confessed to him before, but in conclusion, he was the one who confessed to her. Then how did you confess to her with words other than love? Nanamai asked with a frown. Shishio looked at Nanamai and asked, Do you want me to reenact my confession? Nanamai nodded and said without hesitation, Let me see it. Shishio didn't think too much, staring at Nanamai with a gaze full of affection, and said, I want you, Nana. Nanamai felt that her face was burning and her heart was beating very fast at that moment. Wait a moment. Give me some time. She quickly turned and covered her face with her hands, taking a deep breath several times until she calmed herself since she didn't expect his confession to be so destructive. Shishio. Nanamai somehow had calmed herself, and somehow she understood why Nana decided to accept Shishio's confession since she also had an urge to accept it directly before and secretly, she was very happy before. After all, her name was a bit similar to Nana, so when Shishio confessed before, she felt that he confessed to her. Nanamai took a deep breath and asked, That's all? Well, I kissed her lips, Shishio said. Nanamai's face was burning red at this moment, realized that the young man in front of her was a predator. She covered her face with both of her hands and said, You're too dangerous, Shishio-kun. I'm afraid that you might steal my lips in the future. Shishio. Alright, let's revert back to our previous conversation. You want to show your affection with words other than love, right? Nanamai asked. Yes. Shishio nodded. Well, I'm not sure, but for me, there aren't any more powerful words than love. Nanamai felt that there were no other words that were more powerful than love, and if possible, she wanted someone that she loved to say I love you to her. But Nanamai quickly shook her head since she knew that it was quite impossible for both of them to be together since he had someone standing beside him and that person wasn't her. I see. Shishio nodded and felt a bit disappointed, but there was nothing that he could do since he knew how powerful the word love was. Still, why you couldn't say I love you? Nanamai asked while looking at Shishio curiously. Well. Shishio thought for a moment before he said something. Shishio. Nana suddenly rushed to Shishio and hugged him directly. She really missed him and somehow just wanted to meet him every day. Shishio was helpless and said, We're in the class, don't hug me so suddenly, Nana. Hee. Nana only laughed and didn't care much since she knew that he would forgive her. Looking at Nana and Shishio, who started to flirt with each other, Nanamai could only smile bitterly. She wanted to be in Nana's position. At the same time, she knew that Shishio's feeling toward Nana was real since she could see how hard he was struggling with his feelings. She knew that the feelings that were born from that struggle were so beautiful and precious, which was why, even though it might sound awful, she just couldn't be fully happy and hoped that she could be in Nana's position, or date him together. Nanami's face reddened, then quickly shook her head since she didn't expect that she would think such a crazy idea. Looking at Nanami, who suddenly shook her head very hard, Nana was curious and asked, "What happened?" "Well, youth is complicated," Shishio said without giving the details. Nana didn't think too much, then said, "Let's eat in the clubroom later." "All right." Shishio nodded. "Oh, right, Maya and Mako want to talk with you, so be prepared," Nana said with a smile. Shishio then looked at Maya and Mako, who stared at him with a gloomy expression and let out a long sigh inwardly since he knew that he needed to ride on the emotional roller coaster once again. 211, are you prepared? Saki was in her class and was about to go to Shishio's class immediately. However, when she was about to walk, someone called out her name. "Saki-senpai." "Hey." Saki turned her head and saw Nana, who was outside of her class. Not only Saki, who turned, but all the people in her class also turned since Saki's presence was quite mysterious and tough, so when someone called out her name, they felt a bit surprised. However, they had never expected it to be Nana, one of the famous beauties in the first year. But, unfortunately, they knew that Nana was particularly close to Shishio, who was also famous in the first year, or rather he might be the most famous one. "What's wrong, Nana?" Saki walked toward Nana and asked curiously. She ignored her classmates since they weren't particularly close, or rather, she had never talked much with them either. "Let's have lunch," Nana said with a smile. "Where's Shishio?" Saki asked, but the moment she called out that name, the girls in her class raised their eyebrows, but they quickly shook their heads since there was no way, right? Yumiko crossed her arms, staring at Saki, but she didn't say much since she thought that she might have heard the wrong name, but Hina looked at Saki's back thoughtfully. As for Hikigaya, he was dumbfounded, and he wasn't sure why. He had a feeling that he might see Shishio appear in his class sooner or later. "She's talking with my friends in the clubroom. Let's buy some bread before we go there," Nana said and hooked Saki's arm. Saki looked at Nana for a moment and asked, "You've told your friends?" Nana nodded and said, "Don't worry, you can trust both of them, and I still want to befriend them, so I need to tell them the truth." She cared about Mako and Maya, and she still wanted the three of them to befriend each other. As for her classmates or the people in the school, she wouldn't bother to tell them since they wouldn't meet each other in 3 years and what was the use of telling them? "Well, if you say so." Saki nodded. If it was someone that she cared about and trusted, then she might tell them about her relationship, but she didn't have someone like that at this school, so she didn't care much. "Right, I'll go on a date with Shishio on Sunday." Nana was a bit jealous and nodded. "Yes, I've heard it from Shishio. So, do you want to come with us?" Saki suddenly asked. "Hey." Nana was dumbfounded and asked, "Is that okay?" Saki nodded and said, "We have decided to date him together. After all, so I think this is fair." "Fair, hey." Nana looked at Saki for a moment, then hugged her arm tighter. "You're so cute, senpai. I feel a bit jealous of Shishio now." "You're his too." Saki was speechless and said, "And why did you keep hugging my arm? People will think that our relationship is weird." It's all right, you don't need to think too much," Nana said with a smile. Saki looked at Nana and let out a helpless sigh. Both of them then walked toward the food truck that sold the bread, and they really anticipated their date on Sunday. As Nana and Saki were together to buy bread, Shishio, Maya, and Mako were in the clubroom of the literature club. He got a copy of the key for this clubroom so he could enter anytime, and as to how he could get the copy, it didn't really matter since he needed to face 2 girls in front of him. "You've heard everything from Nana?" Shishio asked first since he didn't want to lose his momentum. Commonly, a couple was formed with 1 man and 1 woman, but he dated 2 girls at the same time. He might not care about the public's eyes on them since he could shut them up, but it was different from Maya and Mako since both of them were Nana's best friends. Maya nodded and said, "We've heard everything from Nana." Mako frowned and said, "You have heard Nana, you know." When Maya and Mako heard from Nana that she was dating Shishio, they were a bit dumbfounded, but at the same time, they also felt quite depressed in their hearts. However, they didn't say anything since they knew that they should be happy for the happiness between the two until they heard that he didn't only date Nana alone, but he also dated Saki too, which made them dumbfounded. If Shishio dated both secretly, they would disappoint him and lash him out while telling Nana to break up with him since it was better to leave such a scumbag. However, not only did he date Nana and Saki, but he dated both of them openly without hiding that fact between the 2 girls. Maya and Mako were really dumbfounded when they heard it, and they asked whether Nana's sanity was all right, but they knew that she was all clear and she was sane when she accepted that relationship. After a moment of loss, Maya and Mako were in deep thought, and at the same time, they became curious about what made Nana dare to date him together with Saki, but both of them had a different kind of reactions. If Meiko was emotional and got quite angry at Shishio, who dated both Saki and Nana, then Maya was wondering whether Shishio was ready to have such a responsibility to take care of two women at the same time, since it wasn't something easy and there were a lot of things that they needed to face in the future. Well, calm down, Meiko. Let me talk with him. Maya patted Meiko's shoulder, and Meiko could only sulk since she knew that she just wanted to get angry at him. It might be because she was frustrated, or she might be angry because of other reasons such as why it was Saki. Why wasn't someone else, such as... Meiko quickly shook her head and stared at Shishio with a deep stare. Maya shook her head and said, well, Shishio. Let me ask you first, have you dated both Saki-senpai and Nana together? Is that true, Shishio? Looking at the two girls, Shishio nodded calmly and said, yes. Meiko and Maya. If Shishio's reaction would be so washy, indecisive, hesitant and afraid of the two of them, then they might show a reaction, but his reaction was so calm and confident, which caused them to be at a loss for a moment. Looking at Meiko, who seemed to be in a daze, Maya sighed and knew that she needed to be the one who handled this problem. You know, dating two girls at the same time isn't something easy. It is hard. I know. Shishio nodded and said, but it is my responsibility, and I'm prepared for that. Shishio looked at the two girls and said, you know, I've been prepared for you to slap me or kick my nuts since that way, I might feel better. Maya shook her head and said, that's Nana's job, and it isn't our job. Meiko then looked at Maya with a strange expression as if asking, really? But in the end, she didn't do anything, staring at Shishio, since somehow, she didn't feel like doing anything to him. What I want to ask you is whether you're really ready or not. You should know that two timing isn't easy, especially when the girls will always worry about which one you love the most, Meiko said. It is, but I'll make sure that they are happy, Shishio said. How can you be so sure? Maya asked with a frown. Because I'm a man, Shishio said. Both of them are my women, so it's my responsibility to protect them and love them. Maya took a deep breath and felt a bit pressured, but at the same time, it made her believe in him. However, she knew that she couldn't trust him so easily since this related to her friend's happiness. She needed to make sure that Nana made the right choice since Nana had decided to sacrifice her youth for him. What is the most important thing for a woman? Beauty? Money? Etc.? Nay, it is their youth. The youth was the most important part of women, and it was their most beautiful time. There were many things that could be done with youth, which was why if they lost their youth, then it could be said they had lost a lot of things. Maya wanted Shishio to understand that, and she wanted him to be prepared so he wouldn't disappoint her. You can only spend half of your time with her, you with either of them. There's a lot of fun that can be done with three people too, Shishio said. Maya raised her eyebrow and asked, can you care for two girls in economics? I can. Shishio nodded, and it was the one that he least worried about. What about your parents? Can you tell them? Or can you tell their parents about this? Maya asked. I can. Shishio nodded and asked, do you want me to call them now? Meiko looked at Shishio unsurely and asked, you've told your and their parents? No. Shishio shook his head. Somehow Meiko and Maya sighed in relief when they heard Shishio's words since they had a feeling that he would really do what he said from his mouth. Should I call them now? Shishio asked. No, you don't need to. 2x. Maya and Meiko said at the same time. Maya felt a bit tired and asked, more importantly, I have read, based on Article 732 of the Civil Law forbids bigamy. Two timing is tantamount to a criminal act. Meiko was surprised and exclaimed. You're so smart, Maya. Oh, shut up for a moment, Maya said helplessly. Meiko nodded, then made a closing zipper gesture on her mouth. We can move to a country that allows polygamy, Shishio said, but in truth, two timing wasn't a crime. However, it was too troublesome to deny it so he just followed the flow. Shishio took a deep breath and said, if they don't want to leave the country, then I'll try to change the rule of the country so it'll allow polygamy. Is that possible? Meiko was dumbfounded. If it's other men, then it might not be possible, but if it's me, I can do it, Shishio said without hesitation. Just how can you be so sure? How can we believe that you can make them happy? Maya stood up directly and asked that question. Me Maya. Meiko was dumbfounded when she saw who had always been calm would suddenly get angry. I don't need you to believe me. Shishio faced Maya without looking away and said, I know what I am doing isn't right in your eyes, and I don't think that I can change your mind on that. However, you can see whether Nana is happy or not with me. If there's a time that she's unhappy and sad, then at that time, you tell her to break up with me and come to me to punch me. Love and success. I can achieve all those things. His words were without hesitation. It was his confidence since he believed that he could make all of his girls happy. Maya couldn't look away from Shishio now, but it took a moment before she calmed down. She took a deep breath and said, then I'll believe in your words from now on. As for Mako, she had been staring at Shishio and couldn't look away now. Well, it is over now. Saki, Nana, can you enter now? Shishio asked. Hey. 2x. Maya and Mako were dumbfounded, especially when the door of the clubroom was opened and they saw both Nana and Saki entered, and both of them had a sweet smile on their faces. Maya and Mako. He, you're really worried about me, hey. Nana smiled and hugged two of her friends. Isn't it normal? Maya asked helplessly with a blush on her face. We won't be able to touch each other's boobs from now on since someone owns your boobs now, Mako said sadly while hugging Nana's body. Looking at both Mako and Maya, Shishio had to admit that they were Nana's dearest friends, but he was wondering why they were looking at him with those eyes, not the eyes of the friends, but rather the eyes of women. However, this wasn't the time to think about that matter now. Watching both Saki and Nana, he knew what he needed to do now. Right, I also need to tell them about Mew. Shishio thought at this moment and knew that he needed to ride on the emotional roller coaster again. 212, Unexpected Favor. As it was time to go home, some students went home directly, and some students went to the club. Mew's mind hadn't been straight after she was confessed and kissed by Shishio yesterday. She could still feel his lips on her lips, and somehow she had to admit that it was good, and at the same time, her heart was still unable to calm down. Even when Ritsuo called her out, she was quite absent-minded and only responded after a while. What's wrong, Ashihara-san? Ritsuo asked worriedly. No, nothing, Kawaii-san. Mew shook her head directly. Well, if you're okay, I won't say much, but if you're worried about something, it might be good to talk with someone, Ritsuo said. Of course, if it was in the past, she might not say something like this, but it might be because she was affected by Shishio that she had become gentler. Kawaii-san. Mew was moved and smiled. Thank you, but I'm really alright. She was alright, but she knew that she needed to settle everything and asked this matter to both Saki and Nana, wondering whether it was the truth or not. Ritsuo looked at Mew for a while and nodded, and didn't force her to talk. However, she felt a bit worried. As everyone started to gather in the clubroom, Mew, Saki and Nana happened to meet each other, and even though no one said anything, the three of them noticed that they were about to say each other. Mew blushed and lowered her head shyly. As for Saki and Nana, they looked at each other before letting out a long sigh. 3x. Ritsu, Shina, and USA were somehow confused by the three's reaction, but before they asked, the clubroom door was opened. Oh? Where's Oga-kun? Kiria asked curiously. Sensei, he has something to do today, so he skips the club, Nana said. Even though no one said anything, they were a bit speechless. After all, Shishio was the one who invited everyone, but he had skipped the club for the past 2 days, which somehow made them speechless. Kiria took a deep breath and said, it seems that I need to talk with him tomorrow. Rui didn't immediately return from school, but rather, she was waiting for Shishio in front of her school. She wanted to buy something before she returned home since there was a very important matter tonight. Last night, they texted each other, and Rui knew that Shishio had a motorcycle, and he told her that he was going to pick her up directly at her school so they wouldn't walk too long. Shishio had told her that he might come after a while since he had just returned from his school, but it might be because Rui was a bit too giddy that she couldn't help but wait at him at the entrance of her school. Rui waited for a while, and many students passed over her one after another, and somehow, a few of her classmates invited her on the group date before noticing her and couldn't help but notice her. Rui. Rui turned and saw a few people who had invited her on a group date before. Hello. What are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone? Don't tell me. Is it your boyfriend? Is it your boyfriend? Really? Let us see him. When the girls gathered together, they couldn't help but talk to each other. Especially when they had talked about each other's first experience before, and they felt a bit dumbfounded when they learned Rui's first time from her mouth. They learned how big the thing that was taken by Rui and couldn't help but exclaim since it was their first time to hear someone had such a big thing. After all, even though some of them had done it, their partner's size wasn't that particularly large, it was on the average size, and some of them below that size too, which was why they were quite curious about Rui's boyfriend, wondering what kind of person he was, especially when they knew he could cause Rui, who was known her blank expression, to become crazy on the bed. Not only guys were perverted, but the girls were also the same. Rui raised her eyebrows for a bit and felt a bit regretful talking about her first experience, but she was also quite curious about everyone's first time, so they exchanged each other's stories. However, the more she listened to everyone's story, the more she realized how special Shishio was. But this and that was a different matter. Rui didn't really want them to meet Shishio. Is it because of this boyfriend that you've rejected our invitation to the group date before, Rui? Before, they invited Rui to the group date, but she didn't have any interest. However, it led to a conversation where they talked about each other's sex life. Rui might only have had experience with one guy, but this one guy had caused a lot of envy from her friends, which was why they somehow thought that she might be lying and wanted to confirm it with their own eyes, especially when she had never shown his photo to everyone. If Rui knew what they were thinking, she would only ignore them since she wouldn't meet them sooner or later. While everyone was talking to each other, suddenly a motorcycle quickly attracted their attention, and the reason was because of its model and the one who rode it. Wearing a jeans jacket and jeans, and pair of boots, even though they hadn't seen his face, they could tell that his body was very good, and somehow they understood why Rui had told them that his thing was huge. When he took off his helmet, no one could say anything, and when he saw in their direction, they were full of anticipation, but... Rui nay. Hey. 3x. The girls looked at Rui with a dumbfounded expression. Rui then strode toward Shishio without hesitation and said, "You're a bit late. Sorry, the way to your school is a bit complicated." Shishio sighed, but it was normal for him to get lost since it had only been a while since he came to Tokyo, and it would be strange if he knew every place in this town. He was just a student, and he wasn't a taxi driver, after all. He then gave Rui a helmet and asked, "You're in a hurry, right? Let's go." Rui nodded and took the helmet from Shishio's hand. "Is that your classmate?" Shishio nodded to the three cute girls that had been looking at them. He knew that they might be some of the minor characters in Rui's related story. But, looking at Rui, he knew that the sentence of cute girls only gathered among cute girls was right. Yes. Rui nodded. If Shishio asked whether they were her friends, Rui might hesitate, but he asked whether they were her classmates or not, so her answer was quite obvious. "Well, let's go. We have something to do after this," Rui said. "Now that you mention it, you haven't told me what kind of favor that you want to ask me," Shishio said. "Really? It doesn't really matter. Let's go to the grocery market first to buy some ingredients," Rui said and sat down on the back seat of the motorcycle. Shishio raised his eyebrows when Rui seemed to avoid mentioning what kind of favor that she wanted to ask, but he didn't think too much. Instead, he looked at her classmates, gave a polite nod, which caused them to nod at him before he drove away since he didn't think that he would meet him, and at the same time, he sighed since they didn't even give him rewards. As for Rui's friends, they thought that they should ask Rui to introduce him to them. As for whether he was Rui's boyfriend or not, they didn't think too much since they had to admit that he was their type. While they talked to each other, Shishio and Rui arrived at the grocery market. Rui looked at him and asked, "Now that you mention it, you don't wear your uniform. Most of the students in this country would wear their uniforms whether they were going out or not. I ride a motorcycle. If I wear my uniform and someone from my school notices it." Shishio didn't continue. Rui stared at Shishio helplessly and said, "Well, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner later." Shishio looked at Rui for a while and asked, "Your family isn't at home?" "My parents are divorced," Rui said. "Sorry," Shishio said. "It's all right." Rui shook her head and said, "While we're at the grocery market, is there something that you want to eat?" Shishio looked at Rui and thought that this girl really avoided answering his question, but he didn't think too much since he had decided to help her, after all. How about beef stroganoff?" "Sure." Rui nodded without hesitation and walked toward the meat area, looking at various meats, looking at which was the best until. "Take this meat," Shishio said. "Hey." Rui was dumbfounded when she looked at the meat in Shishio's hand. She took it from his hand and checked it for a while, feeling quite surprised. She looked at him and asked, "You can cook, Shishio?" "Well, I can." Shishio nodded and said, "I live in the dorm, so I often cook for myself." "Then can you cook something for me sometimes?" Rui asked since she was quite curious about Shishio's cooking ability. "Why not?" Shishio nodded. They then talked to each other while choosing various ingredients, but Shishio felt even weirder since the ingredients that Rui bought were too much. He knew that she was only living with her older sister and mother, and even there was him, there were only 4 people, which was why he was a bit dumbfounded when he saw she had bought a lot of ingredients. Holding the bag, which was filled with ingredients, Shishio was speechless and said, "You sure bought a lot of things." "Really? I think it is normal." Rui clearly looked away at this moment, but then she said, "Anyway, let's go back to my apartment first." "Oh." Shishio looked at Rui and knew that she was hiding something. The two rode on the motorcycle again, and it didn't take a long time before they arrived at Rui's apartment. As they entered her apartment, he could see that the woman's shoes were at the entrance of her apartment. "Rui, have you gone back? You're a bit late, right?" Shishio was familiar with this voice. Then he knew that he was right. "Hey? Oga-kun. Sensei. Shishio and Hina. Hey? Hey? What are you doing here?" Hina was dumbfounded since she didn't expect Shishio to appear at her house. Rui was also dumbfounded and looked at Shishio and Hina. Do you two know each other? Didn't you remember that before that I've told you about a cheeky student? He was the one, Hina said without hesitation. Shishio. Rui looked at Shishio with a surprised expression and asked, You're a student at Hina-ne's school? She had never asked where his high school was, which was why she was quite surprised when she knew that he was her big sister's student. As for the cheeky student, she had heard that story from her big sister before, but she didn't expect that student would be Shishio. Shishio nodded and said, You two are sisters. He knew the relationship between the two, but he pretended that he didn't know. After all, it would be weird if it felt like he knew the relationship between the two. Yes. Rui nodded, but Hina was dumbfounded and quickly asked, Wait. Wait. How did you two know each other? And what is your relationship? Don't tell me, you two are dating each other. Hina didn't expect that the cheeky student would become her brother-in-law, which made her feel complex. She wasn't sure why, but she felt a bit strange when she thought that Shishio might become her brother-in-law. Well, we're friends, Shishio said. Rui looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded, but she wasn't sure why she felt a bit disappointed. We're friends. Really? Hina looked at both of them with a doubtful expression, but then she asked, Still, I've thought that you're dating each other, which is why I'm not surprised why you've invited him to meet our stepfather today. Shishio almost choked, then he looked at Rui with a speechless expression. Rui blushed and nodded. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous about meeting my new stepfather, so I invite you here. Is that not okay? Shishio. 213, following the tradition. In the kitchen, Shishio helped Rui, and in truth, his heart was beating very fast at that moment, but he tried to maintain a calm expression. He knew that this girl loved to tease him, but at the same time, this girl often got serious all of a sudden, which made it hard for him to tell whether she was serious or not, especially when he didn't expect that he was going to meet Rui's parents. As for Hina, Shishio ignored her since there was something that he needed to talk about with Rui at that moment. Can you peel the carrot, Shishio-kun? Rui asked. Sure. Shishio nodded and peeled the carrot easily, but then he asked, Say, Rui-ne, can I ask you a question? What's wrong? Rui asked while preparing a dish for tonight's dinner. You've asked me to come because you're nervous to meet your stepfather, right? There isn't any other meaning, right? Shishio asked. Yes. Rui nodded, then asked, What do you want to say? She stopped and looked at him curiously. Shishio took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, You're not pregnant, right? He felt a bit regret when he didn't use a condom at that time since he was really wondering whether he had made a cub in Rui's womb. Suddenly there was a silence between the two, and neither of them said anything. Hina, who had been staring at both Shishio and Rui, also looked at them curiously, wondering why they suddenly fell into silence. She wasn't good at household chores, especially cooking, which was why she didn't join them, only looked at them from the living room. Hina stared at Shishio and squinted her eyes. It wasn't that she hated Shishio or something, but she knew how popular he was. Even a lot of students in their second years were also secretly in love with him. However, she didn't blame them since she also knew his charm very well, which was why she was confused at how he was able to know her little sister. Or rather, how was her little sister able to know him? Rui was beautiful. Hina didn't doubt that, considering both of them were sisters. She also knew how Rui's personality was, which was why she didn't understand how her little sister was able to know Shishio. She also didn't believe that their relationship was mere friends, considering Rui invited him to meet their new father. Their mother had decided to remarry, and today, they were about to meet the man that was about to become their stepfather. Hina would be lying if she wasn't nervous, and she was sure that Rui was also the same, but she didn't expect that Rui would bring Shishio directly. She kept staring at the two of them, wondering what their real relationship was, but at the same time, she was wondering why suddenly both of them fell into silence. Shishio stared at Rui, wondering whether his conjecture was true or not. He thought that Rui was pregnant because, in the original story, Rui was also pregnant. However, this time, the one who made her pregnant was him, not the original MC. Shishio had been careful at that time, but sometimes an accident always happened. He knew that his body had been strengthened, and even though he wasn't sure, his semen might also become stronger, too, so even though he knew that he might be careful and let it out on the outside at that time, there might be some accident that might happen. Shishio tried to calm himself, but he knew that he couldn't. After all, this was related to Rui's future and his child. If Rui was really pregnant, rather than disappointed, panicked, and scared, he would feel happy since it meant he had a real family in this world, but if she didn't, then it was all good too since he also felt that they were too young to have children. If I'm pregnant, what are you going to do? Rui asked and didn't answer his question immediately. Shishio took a deep breath and said without hesitation, if you're pregnant, then I have to say I'm sorry since I've robbed your future, but I hope that you don't do an abortion since I'll take responsibility for you and that child. Rui didn't see any hesitation in his eyes, and he could see that he was serious, which somehow made her smile. Don't worry. I'm not pregnant. Ha. Shishio let out a really long sigh before he squatted down on the ground. After those words fell, he felt all of the energy inside his body was drained, and at the same time, his feelings were quite complex. He was both relieved and disappointed at the same time. Rui smiled and asked, "What? Did you feel relieved?" "I'm not sure, but it's complex somehow," Shishio said bitterly since this girl really scared him. "So, what were you saying before? Are you serious?" Rui asked. Shishio looked at Rui and nodded. "I'm serious. I might be younger than you, but I'm still a man, after all. However, I'm worried about you since you're still in your second year of high school, right? How do you feel if you become a mother at such a young age?" Rui thought for a while and said, "I'm not sure since I have never imagined it, but somehow I don't hate it, and I can see that my child will be very handsome or beautiful at that time." Looking at Shishio's genes, she could see that her child would be either very handsome or beautiful. However, how about you? What do you think about becoming a father at such a young age? Rui asked curiously since she could see that Shishio was very confident, and there was no doubt in his words, which made her curious about what made him react that way. After all, normally, if a teenager became a father or a mother at a young age, they would be panicked, thinking about themselves. She thought that he would do the same, but instead, he was worried about her, which somehow made her feel warm. Shishio looked at Rui and said, "Even though it might sound rude, the first thing that we need to do to build a family is financial stability. As for me, I don't lack that, and if we really have a child, then what we're going to prepare for is our mentality since we're going to become a parent. We're not teenagers again at that time." Rui was in a daze, staring at Shishio with a tint of pink on her cheeks. "Of course, that's if you're pregnant. Fortunately, you're not." Shishio knew that he was too young at that moment, and at the same time, he knew that he needed to prepare a safety measure regardless of how masterful he was since no one knew what would happen during the act. "Right? You don't want me to get pregnant?" Rui asked. Shishio nodded and said, "We've only met a few times, after all. You don't know me very well, and I don't know you very well either. Both of us are also in high school. Even though I have said that I'm ready to take responsibility for you, I know I'm still young. You also must have something that you want to do too, right? Even if you don't have it, you might find it in the future. I know that it sounds cruel and rude, but having a child our age is a kind of a burden for us. I'm also still 15. I'm not at a legal age to get married. It is too cruel for you to wait for me a few years before I marry you and..." He thought about Saki, Miu, Nana, and Sheena and knew that even though the four of them might accept since they knew him very well, he knew that Rui wouldn't accept it. "You might be disappointed in me." "No, I won't feel disappointed." Rui looked at Shishio without looking away and said, "If I'm pregnant with your child, I won't feel disappointed, or rather, I will feel happy." When she heard his answer, she knew that she wouldn't regret having his child, or rather, she knew that she would treasure him and the child very much. Even though they had only met each other for a while, she knew that she felt that it wouldn't be bad to be with him in the future. As for whether this feeling was love or not, she wasn't sure since she had never felt that feeling before. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and nodded. "Well, let's not talk about this since you're not pregnant now, and it is also a bit troublesome if your sister hears our conversation since it seems she's about to eavesdrop on our conversation." The future was unpredictable, and it was full of worry, which was why Shishio knew that he needed to face it with a bright smile since that way, he could be more ready for whatever future would wait for him. However, if Shishio really had children at this moment, he knew that Nana, Miu, Saki, and Sheena would be disappointed in him. Well, rather than disappointed, he was sure that they would be dumbfounded. Shishio didn't think too much about it now since Rui wasn't pregnant, so what was the use of overthinking, and it was better to look at the fight between the two sisters since it seemed more interesting. "Hina-ne, what are you doing?" Rui looked at Hina, who moved sneakily nearby and clearly wanted to eavesdrop on them. Tee. Hina showed a cute expression, but then she quickly changed her expression, pouted, and asked, "You haven't told me how the two of you were able to meet each other? How come both of them become friends?" Rui wasn't sure how to explain this and looked at Shishio with a hopeful expression. Shishio sighed at Rui and knew that this girl wasn't good at talking and left everything to him. He also didn't mind since he was afraid this girl might tell Hina about their real relationship. "We happened to meet each other on my first day in Tokyo." "Really?" Hina was surprised while looking at Rui. Rui nodded and said, "We happened to meet each other at the convenience store, and I saw him looking at a porn magazine with a maid theme there." "Shishio. I was curious, so we started to get to know each other there," Rui said. "Rui-ne." Shishio was speechless and asked, do you have to explain the porn magazine part? Well, that part of you was the one who made me curious, Rui said with a smile. In truth, she was also attracted by his handsome face, but she wouldn't say that now. Rui nay, if you explain that to someone else, I don't really mind, but you should remember that Tachibana-sense is my teacher. If Hina was only his acquaintance, then he didn't care, but she was also his teacher. Cough. Cough. Oga-kun, how about you explain the matter of the porn magazine with me? You can leave the cooking to Rui. I need to explain to you that even though it is alright for an adolescent boy like you to read such a book, you need to watch the place and time, Hina said since she didn't expect that Shishio would read a porn magazine on the convenience store directly. Luckily, at that time, he wasn't a student at Swime and didn't wear a uniform, but what if something similar happened? Somehow she needed to talk with him, and at the same time, she needed to ask whether he also bought a porn magazine with a teacher and older woman genres too. Shishio only stared at Rui blankly. Tee. Sticking out her tongue cutely, Rui also mimicked her sister's action. Shishio somehow realized that both sisters were similar to each other. In the kitchen, somehow Tachibana household was very lively. Rui and Hina also realized that it was fun with him, and his presence brightened their mood and made them happy. The three of them talked to each other until they heard the sound of a woman. I'm back. Rui, Hina, where are you? I'll introduce you to Akihito-san. Rui's mother walked directly toward the house while holding the hand of her new husband. Before they came, they had talked to each other, and Rui's mother's new husband knew that she had 2 daughters, and he had prepared himself until he saw someone unexpected there. Tsukiko-san, you have a son too? Fujii Akihito asked unsurely. Shishio and Tsukiko, the mother of Rui and Hina, looked at each other for a moment. Shishio took a deep breath and introduced himself. He stood straight before he bowed his head slightly, following this country tradition, and said, my name is Shishio Oga. Rui-ne has taken care of me before. He wanted to say the following words, but... Cough. Cough. Hina suddenly coughed. Shishio glanced at Hina for a moment and said, Tachibana-sensei also has taken care of me before. I know that my presence here is rude since today is an important meeting of your family, but let me accompany Rui-ne here since she's very nervous and worried about meeting her new father. His words were clear, polite, sincere, and without hesitation, but somehow, he felt weird since he felt like he was meeting his parents-in-law. Please. Shishio realized that the system was more scumbag than he had thought. 214, with pleasure. Shishio had expected several reactions from Rui's mother after he had said those words, but... Well, of course, why not? Tsukiko was beaming with a smile and said, Rui, why didn't you tell me that you have a boyfriend? She felt a bit annoyed when Rui didn't tell her that she had a boyfriend and only told her suddenly today, which somehow made her baffled. However, she had to admit that she was delighted with Rui's choice. Shishio, Rui, and Hina. Come on. Let's eat first while we're talking to each other. Tsukiko said without hesitation. Looking at how excited Tsukiko was, they weren't sure how to explain this misunderstanding. Rui wanted to say something, but Tsukiko quickly interrupted them and said, let me introduce you, my new husband, first. She then held her new husband's hand first and said, he's Fujii Akihito. He'll be your stepfather. Akihito showed a gentle smile and bowed his head lightly. Hello, everyone. In truth, he was a bit nervous when he met Tsukiko's 2 daughters, which was why he didn't expect that 2 of her daughters would be nervous too and invited Shishio to this meeting. However, since he knew that they were quite nervous, he couldn't do the same, and as an adult, he needed to try to make them comfortable. Ah, yes, Fujii-san. My name is Tachibana Hina, Hina said, introducing herself. As for calling him a father, there was no way that she could do it immediately. I'm Rui Tachibana. Rui wasn't good at talking, so she only introduced her name. Come on. The food won't be good if it gets cold. Let's talk while we're eating, Tsukiko said. They nodded and thought that they could fix the misunderstanding later. As they sat, Shishio quickly talked with Akihito and apologized. I'm sorry, Fujii-san. I've interrupted your important day. He didn't tell the truth that Rui suddenly invited him without saying anything since he was sure that Rui would be punished by her mother. The situation would become awkward, so he decided to go along with the flow without revealing what really happened. He also felt like it wasn't manly when he put all the blame on Rui for inviting him to this meeting. By inviting him into this meeting, it meant that Rui trusted him, so Shishio couldn't let down her trust since he also felt a bit guilty toward her. Talking with an adult was something easy for him, so even though this meeting was quite surprising, he could naturally handle it. No, it is all right. Akihito smiled and said, I'm sure that Tachibana-san's daughters are nervous about meeting me since this is our first time meeting each other. I'm glad that you're here, Oga-kun. By the way, you can call me Fujii Ajizan. Yes, Fujiai Ajisen. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Tsukiko looked at Shishio with a smile since she could see that he was very well-mannered, and she was delighted with her son-in-law's candidate. She looked at Rui and asked, "So your boyfriend, is he a college student? And where did you meet him?" Rui knew that Shishio wasn't her boyfriend, but she didn't know why she didn't deny it and said, "No, he isn't a college student. He's 1 year younger than me." Eh? Really? Tsukiko was dumbfounded since she didn't expect that Shishio was 1 year younger than Rui. "Mom, he's a student at my school," Hina suddenly said with an awkward smile, then looked at Rui, wondering why Rui didn't deny the fact that Shishio wasn't her boyfriend. Eh? Really? Such a coincidence. Tsukiko was even more dumbfounded. What's wrong? Akihito, who was talking with Shishio, couldn't help but be attracted by Tsukiko's exclaim, making him look at them curiously. "Oh, Oga-kun, here's a student at Hina's school," Tsukiko said with a smile. Eh? Really? Akihito was surprised since he thought that Shishio was a college student of how mature he was. "Where's your high school, Oga-kun?" "Me? I study at the high school that is affiliated with Swimei University of the Arts," Shishio said. "What? My son is also studying there." Akihito even became surprised. "Hey? Fujiai-san, is your son also studying at Swimei?" Hina was dumbfounded. "Yes." Akihito nodded with a smile and said, "His name is Fujiai Natsuki. He's in his 2nd year at Swimei. Do you know him, Oga-kun, Hina-san?" As for Hina calling him Fujiai-san, he didn't think too much since Hina was an adult, calling him Ajisen was a bit weird, and it was their first time to meet each other, so it was normal for her to be awkward or couldn't call him a father immediately. "Ah, is it that Fujiai-kun?" Hina was surprised since she didn't expect her student would become her step-sibling so suddenly. "Do you know my son, Hina-san?" Akihito asked curiously. Everyone was also looking at Hina curiously since they were curious about Akihito's son's identity. After all, they would become a family in the future, and they would live together from then on, so they needed to know each other. "Ah, yes, I know about him. He's my student. He has this face, this hair, and right?" Hina said with a smile, trying to show the appearance of Fujiai Natsuo. "That's right, that's him." Akihito nodded without hesitation, showing a smile. Everyone then continued to talk to each other, and this time, they quickly shortened the distance between them. However, they had to admit that the world was so small that they didn't expect that they would know each other. "How about you, Oga-kun? Do you know my son?" Akihito suddenly asked. Shishio shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, uncle. I don't know your son since he's in his 2nd year. I'm a freshman, after all." "Hey? You're a freshman?" Akihito was dumbfounded since this guy was too tall, right? "Well, but it is okay. I can get to know him later since we might be good friends, right?" Shishio said with a smile. "Well said. I'm sure that both of you are going to be good friends." Akihito said with a smile. "Uncle, let me pour you a beer," Shishio said and thought that he might not become Fujiai Natsuo's good friend, rather he would become Fujiai Natsuo's brother-in-law. Not that he was going to say it out loud, though. Sure. Sure. Akihito was happy at this moment since Shishio treated him better than his own son. Shishio was also very good at talking, and Shishio's praise from time to time made him feel good. Shishio shook his head inwardly, thinking that Akihito was so simple, but well, it didn't really matter since he knew that he might disrupt their family from time to time, so he needed to make a good relationship with him from now on. Tsukiko looked at Shishio then looked at Rui with a smile. It seems that he's working hard to please his father-in-law. Rui blushed and quickly became embarrassed. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Hina didn't say much, only kept smiling, but his expression was a bit complicated. The dinner was very eventful, and everyone was happy with this first meeting. Shishio then poured water on Akihito's glass, looking at his eyes straight, and said, "Uncle, before you go drunk, there might be something that you want to tell to auntie's daughters, right?" Hearing Shishio's words and watching his eyes, Akihito nodded without hesitation since he knew that there was something that he needed to say at that moment. He took a deep breath and said, "Hina-san, Rui-san, can you please listen for me for a moment?" Hina and Rui then looked at Akihito in doubt, wondering what he was going to say. Akihito then stood up straight, showing a manly expression, bowed his head, then said, "From now on, I'll become Tsukiko-san's husband and your stepfather. I know that you might not be able to accept it for now, but I'll do my best as your stepfather and Tsukiko's husband from now on. I know that it is a bit sudden, but please give Tsukiko-san to me and believe me that I'll treat her as the most important person in my life." He poured all of his feelings into these words, and in truth, he didn't expect that he would be this brave. However, it might be because Shishio had gently supported him on his back, which was why he was so grateful to him at this moment. Looking at how bold and manly Akihito was, Tsukiko couldn't stop her tears and wanted to hug him. Akihito-san. Akihito was surprised when Tsukiko suddenly hugged him, but he also felt happy at this moment since he could say something that he wanted to say. Rui and Hina were quite surprised, but then they looked at each other and nodded. Both of them then bowed their heads and said at the same time, "Please take care of our mother from on." They could see how happy their mother was, and they wanted to see her happy from now on. "Yes, I'll." Akihito nodded without hesitation, facing both Hina and Rui without hesitation. Shishio smiled and couldn't help but feel moved by Akihito's words. However, he then realized that Akihito didn't say "I love you," but even so, Akihito could convey how important Tsukiko in his heart was. He might not be able to say "I love you" to both Nana and Saki, but he knew how important they were to his heart, and if Akihito was able to convey such a feeling to Tsukiko, then why wouldn't he? Then after that confession, both Tsukiko and Akihito became even sticky, which made Shishio, Rui, and Hina feel helpless. "They're drunk," Shishio whispered to both Rui and Hina. "Is it okay to let them keep drinking?" "Well, let them, they're so happy now," Hina said helplessly. She then looked at Shishio and said, "But thank you, Oga-kun." "What's wrong, sensei?" Shishio looked at Hina weirdly. "If you aren't there, Fujiai-san might not be able to say those words to us. That's why we're grateful toward you," Hina said with a smile. Rui also nodded since she also felt the same. Shishio smiled and said, "If you're so grateful, then you should forget the porn book matter." Rui couldn't help but chuckle, and Hina really wanted to strangle this student somehow, but in the end, she sighed and said, "Well, I'll forget the matter of the porn book." "That's good." Shishio nodded. "But you love maids, huh? What about other genres, such as an older woman or a teacher? Do you read something like that?" Hina asked curiously. Shishio was wondering whether this woman was drunk right now. The happy time also ended, and it was their time to go home. Shishio didn't hesitate and offered Akihito to drive him back. "Uncle, do you want to go back with me?" "Ah, is that all right, Oga-kun?" Akihito asked with a red face since he was a bit tipsy. "Yes." Shishio didn't mind driving Akihito back to his house since Akihito might become his father-in-law in the future. When Akihito put on the helmet and sat behind Shishio, Tsukiko, who also sent them along the way, looked at Shishio in doubt and asked, Oga-kun, how old are you?" "I'm 15, Shishio said without hesitation. "Then how can you get a driving license for a motorbike?" Tsukiko asked in doubt. Akihito, Rui, and Hina. You don't need to worry, auntie. My father knows someone, so he has given me a driving license. Here, if you don't believe me," Shishio said and took out his driving license for everyone to see. Tsukiko, Hina, and Rui looked at Shishio's driving license for a bit and nodded. "Well, just be careful, alright." Tsukiko might have been worried before since she realized that Shishio was underage, but well, since he had a driving license, she didn't need to worry too much. "Well, my mother aside, I'll need to talk with you regarding this matter at school, Oga-kun," Hina said while staring at Shishio. Shishio then looked at Tsukiko, hoping to help her. "Well, just forgive him this time, Hina," Tsukiko said directly, helping her son-in-law. Hearing her mother's words, Hina didn't really want to, but she couldn't do anything. "Well, I'll ignore this matter for now." She then looked away while pouting. "Then we'll go back first." "Bye auntie, sensei," Rui-ne, Shishio said. "See you later, Tsukiko-san, Hina-san, Rui-san," Akihito said with a smile. "Yes, see you later," Tsukiko said with a smile. Rui moved closer to Shishio and said, "Once you've gone back, send me a text." "Yes." Shishio nodded then after saying goodbye. He left together with Akihito. Looking at Shishio and Akihito, who had left, Rui was still looking at their back for a while until her shoulder was patted. "You should watch him over. He's so handsome." "You must have a lot of competitors," Tsukiko said without hesitation. She had been betrayed by her previous husband before, and that was the cause of her divorce. Even though she knew that Shishio might be well-mannered and gentle, it was also the reason why she wanted her daughter to be more careful since such a man. She was sure that he didn't lack a girl, and she didn't want her daughter to be hurt. "You'll be transferring to his school later shortly. At that time, you can meet him every day." "Yes." Rui nodded and felt quite happy when she thought that she could be at the same school as him. "Well, let's go back. It is a bit chilly outside." Tsukiko stretched her hands with a smile, feeling that this was a wonderful night. Rui nodded and followed her mother. Hina looked at Rui then made up her mind, thinking that she should help her sister at this moment since she knew that Shishio's popularity was very high. On the night street, Shishio rode his motorcycle with Akihito on his back. "Uncle, tell me, Where is your house? Ah, yes, you should go straight, then turn right when you see the bridge, Akihito said, but then he felt quite sober after the night wind hit his face. All right. Hearing Shishio's voice, Akihito suddenly asked, Say, Oga-kun, can uncle ask you a question? What's wrong, uncle? Shishio asked. Do you think that I can be a good husband for Tsukiko-san and a good father for both Hina-san and Rui-san? Akihito asked. Shishio took a deep breath and said, In truth, I don't know. I didn't know about you before, uncle, which was why I've decided to tag along for your important meeting. However, after I've met you, I know for sure that you won't hurt them, and I'm sure that you can treasure them as the most precious people in your heart. Hicks. 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 Akihito suddenly cried. Hey? Why are you crying, uncle? Shishio was dumbfounded. No, nothing, dust just entered my eyes, Akihito quickly said while wiping his eyes. I see. Shishio nodded and pretended that he didn't see anything. Akihito knew that he would treat Tsukiko as the most precious woman in his life from now on, and he would also treat both Rui and Hina as the most precious daughters in his life too. Looking at Shishio, he felt grateful to meet him since he had given up a push on his back. Say, Oga-kun, we'll move to a new house next week. Do you want to come? Shishio was stunned, but then he said, with pleasure. 215, cigarette. Riding his motorcycle, Shishio had to admit that he had always returned quite late in the past few days, which was why he was a bit worried that Chihiro might report his matter to his parents. His relationship with his parents was quite complicated. Even so, he felt so natural with them. It might be because of the memory of the previous Shishio Oga that he could be comfortable directly with his parents in this world. After all, the previous Shishio Oga's personality was quite weird, and he had never acted so normal before. Still, even though both of his parents often reprimanded him, they loved him so much and tolerated his hobby, which was why the previous Shishio Oga loved his parents so much. However, Shishio knew that he wasn't the previous Shishio Oga, and he couldn't become Shishio Oga for his parents in this world. Hence, he only acted naturally without thinking too much since he might have had an identity crisis if he kept thinking. It was also why he decided to move away from Kyoto to Tokyo, even though the level of education between the two places wasn't that much different. Staying in Tokyo for a long time, even if someone wanted to or not, they would change, which was why Shishio hoped that his parents would understand his change. Letting out a long sigh, Shishio arrived at Sakurasu and parked his motorcycle. He knew that he should be grateful that he had been given a second chance to live in this world, but even so, there was still a lot of regret in his previous life, which made him frustrated. He had a lot of money, and there were many girls that loved him so much in this world, so he should be happy now, he should be happy yet, he just couldn't be happy. Shishio was about to open the door of Sakurasu, but he stopped for a moment to calm himself. It might sound dumb that he couldn't forget his past and kept remembering it, but the reason why he couldn't forget his previous life so easily besides the beautiful memories that he had with his girlfriend, he also prepared himself to propose to marry her, but an accident happened, and fate gave him a joke by making him pass away. It was so funny that he couldn't laugh, but he also couldn't cry, or rather after he had become Shishio Oga, he had never shed tears. He needed to do many things in this world, but crying wasn't one of them. Shishio knew that he needed to forget everything that had happened in his previous life and move on. However, was it really alright to forget everything and move on so easily? If Shishio had amnesia and didn't remember everything in his previous life, everything would be easy. These annoying emotions wouldn't tangle him, and he could just make a harem, become the richest, become the strongest, and do everything he could think of with the system. Just what do I want to do? His feelings were so contradictory. Shishio wanted to remember, but at the same time, he also wanted to forget. Shishio squatted down on the ground for a moment, taking a deep breath until he calmed himself. He really wasn't sure what to do, but he knew that he needed to be responsible for the relationship that he had made in this world. Shishio really hated it when his head was empty like this since it made him think about many unpleasant matters. He rubbed his face several times, reset his emotion and expression again, then stood up again and opened the door of Sakurasu, but when he was about to enter, he saw both Roberta and Chihiro were there. Roberta greeted him as usual, but Chihiro said, Shishio, can we talk a bit? Shishio was tired now, and he wondered how many times he was forced to enter the emotional roller coaster again. He looked at his reward and wondered whether he should accept it now since that way, he could feel slightly stronger. Let me change my clothes a bit, Chihiro nay, Shishio said with a tired expression. Just a moment, it won't take too much of time, Chihiro said while staring at Shishio uneasily. Shishio looked at Chihiro's eyes, and in the end, he nodded. Okay. Even though she had said that it would be short, he had a feeling that it would be a very long conversation. However, somehow, it felt better than staying in his room alone right now. You should sleep first, Roberta, Shishio said. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded then left. Chihiro looked at Roberta for a while and thought that the change in her nephew was so big, which made it a bit hard to see him as her nephew, but she knew very well their identity, and it was impossible between them. Where do you want to walk to talk, Chihiro-ne? Shishio asked. Chihiro thought for a while and said, well, come to my room. Okay. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much since it wasn't his first time to enter her room, but Chihiro suddenly changed her mind and said, wait, let's do it in the corridor near the living room since I want to smoke. Shishio only shrugged his shoulders and said, well, whatever you want, but can I make tea first? I want to refresh myself. Okay, get me one too, Chihiro said, then sat on the edge of the corridor, letting up her cigarette before she smoked while watching the night sky. Shishio didn't look at Chihiro and entered the kitchen to make tea for both of them. Should I turn on the light? No, just turn off the light, Chihiro said since she just wanted to enjoy this darkness, and if the light was turned on, she wouldn't be able to see the stars very well, so she didn't want him to turn on the light. She also didn't want him to see her face at that moment, which was why she told him not to turn on the light. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, and continued to prepare the tea. When Shishio entered to make tea, Chihiro glanced at Shishio, watching him from a distance, watching his figure, and had to admit that it could make any girl flush, which was why, even though she had expected this, she felt a bit disappointed when she knew that he had a girlfriend. She shook her head and looked at the night sky, trying to avert her feeling. After a while, Chihiro heard his footsteps and his voice. Here's your tea, Chihiro-ne, Shishio said and sat naturally beside Chihiro, placing the cup of tea on her side. Chihiro's face was slightly reddened when their distance was so close. Don't sit too close. I smell cigarettes. It's all right. Shishio smiled and said, but you know, Chihiro-ne, you should stop smoking. What? Do you think that smoking is bad for my health or something? Chihiro asked with a smile. That's true, but more importantly, it makes your skin age faster, and you still want to become a mother, right? Shishio said. Chihiro looked at her cigarette for a moment before she turned off the fire on it and said, throw it to the trash later. Shishio. Shishio let out a sigh and said, just what do you want to ask? If this is all, then I'll go to sleep, Chihiro-ne. What? You're tired already? You're still young. How can you get tired of this easily? Chihiro looked at Shishio with an amused expression, but then she shut her mouth when she saw him staring at her with a silent stare. What? Chihiro-ne, are you asking me about my girlfriends or something? Shishio asked. Chihiro. Shishio looked at Chihiro for a moment and asked, are you jealous? Hey. Who is jealous? Chihiro quickly denied frenziedly with a red face. Shishio smiled and said, you're so cute, Chihiro-ne. Chihiro's face was reddened again until she saw his smiling expression. Damn it, don't tease your aunt. She wanted to hit him, but she pushed him and caused him to fall to the ground, scattering the cup of tea that was placed beside them. The liquid from the tea wet the ground, but none of that matters, since both of them were in silence while staring at each other. Chihiro's mind was blank since she didn't expect that she had pushed her nephew to the ground. Looking at him, there was a moment of impulse on her mind, but his voice caused her to sober. Chihiro-ne. Shishio called out Chihiro, trying to remind her that if she moved closer, then their relationship would change. They would change from an aunt and a nephew to both a man and a woman, and even though he had never thought of her as his aunt and he also thought of her as an attractive woman, he wanted to remind Chihiro that what they were about to do was dangerous and if they weren't careful, then they might be burnt and turned into ash similar to the cigarette that she smoked at this moment. Still, Shishio had to admit that an older woman was really thirsty. Hearing his voice, Chihiro took a deep breath as she closed her eyes for a moment before she said, you're too weak that you could fall so easily. She then parted and sat like before as if nothing had happened. You pushed me so suddenly, after all, Shishio said and raised his body, also acting as if nothing had happened. Don't say something that will cause a misunderstanding, Chihiro reprimanded. Sorry, Shishio said with a light smile on his face. Chihiro took a deep breath and asked, you have a girlfriend now? Shishio nodded and asked, where did you hear it from? From Kanda yesterday, Chihiro said. Oh. Shishio nodded and had made up his mind to settle Sorita later, but then, he asked, so is there something that you want to ask me, Chihiro-ne? Chihiro looked at Shishio for a moment and said, it has been 2 weeks since you've been in Tokyo, but I didn't expect you to have a girlfriend so suddenly. Why? Why? Shishio thought for a moment and said, well, it just happened. What do you mean? Chihiro wasn't satisfied with his answer. Shishio didn't look at Chihiro, stared at the night sky, and said, I just followed my heart, and I felt like if I didn't say something at that time, I might regret it, so I decided to say it directly. Chihiro looked at Shishio for a moment, and she wanted to reach him before she stopped. She let out a long sigh and said, I guess there's one trait that you haven't changed at all from your childhood time. What trait? Shishio looked at Chihiro curiously. Your assertiveness and aggressiveness. Chihiro looked at Shishio and said, you might not have sex with her, but when you do it in the future, don't forget to wear a condom, or you'll ruin the girl's future. She then rummaged something out of her pocket and gave it directly to Shishio. Shishio looked at the thing in Chihiro's hand, and his lips twitched. You give me a condom. Don't worry. I bought it based on your size. You're huge, after all, Chihiro said. Can I refuse? Shishio asked with a strange expression. Take it. I don't need it, after all. Chihiro then directly put the box of condoms in Shishio's pocket. Shishio was too lazy to retort and said, well, if that's all, I'll go back now. Chihiro nodded. Shishio stood up and was about to go back, but suddenly he felt that he was hugged, and something soft was pressed on his back. He was quite surprised, but he asked calmly, Chihiro nay. Don't say anything, Chihiro said. They were silent, and no one said anything. Shishio let Chihiro hug him for a moment before she let him go and said, go back. Feeling her trembling body, Shishio said, Chihiro nay, I. Shut up. Chihiro roared, stopped his words, and quickly said, go back. Shishio let out a sigh and walked back, but he was stopped again. Shishio. Shishio turned his head and looked at Chihiro. Chihiro wanted to say something, but she shook her head and said, nothing. Shishio nodded then walked back. Looking at Shishio's back, Chihiro looked at her cigarette, even though she knew that this was unhealthy and it might age her skin faster. Just one for tonight, would be all right, right? Lighting up her cigarette, Chihiro smoked her cigarette, blew out the smoke, staring at the night sky, without noticing the tears dripped from her eyes. Ah, when I'm going to get married. 216, Irresistible Force Paradox. As he returned to his room, Shishio took some new clothes and decided to take a bath first. He felt that with everything that just happened, there was no way that he could sleep immediately. He also wanted to accept his reward and check his body transformation since his reward was something that he was quite anticipated. More importantly, he just didn't want to think too much at this moment since if he thought, he might be troubled by various emotions again. Shishio then, without hesitation, took a bath, having a warm shower, but he couldn't help but think about what Chihiro did before. He wasn't blind, and he also understood her feelings, but it was quite impossible between them. After all, they were a nephew and an aunt, which was why what had happened before was the best thing. Feeling the warm water on his face, Shishio let out a long sigh and decided to accept his reward first. Will you accept your reward? Shishio accepted his rewards without hesitation and could feel that his body had become stronger. He could feel that his body was full of energy, power, stamina, and various things, which made her realize how amazing his body was now. Before, he was 1.5 times stronger than a normal human, but now, he was 3 times stronger than a normal human. Not only his strength but various functions of his body were also enhanced, which made him glad that he had come to Rui's home. He looked at the change in his body and didn't see that much of change, but it was all good. But Shishio shook his head and didn't think too much. He felt that his body had become stronger, but the problems on his mind hadn't been lessened, or rather if he kept thinking, it might keep increasing like a snowball effect. It might start with a small significance problem, but it built upon itself, becoming larger, graver, more serious, and potentially dangerous or disastrous. Shishio wanted to solve everything one by one, but his problems became bigger and bigger, making him so helpless. He shook his head and decided to use the same strategy. When everything happened, then it happened, there was nothing that he could do, and in the end, he could only face the problem directly, when it appeared in front of him. Shishio sometimes thought it would be great to forget his past, and he also had thought to use his hypnosis mastery to make him forget his past. Still, when he thought about his enhanced mastery, he felt that it was useless or, rather, it was useless since he had tried it. His hypnosis mastery might be powerful, but his enhanced memory made it impossible for him to forget everything on his mind. When he tried to forget his past, it caused an irresistible force paradox because of his enhanced memory. In other words, Shishio knew that he couldn't run away from this problem, and he needed to face it directly. He rubbed his face and decided to finish his story first. Shishio wrote his story in his room, and because he had become 3 times stronger, his writing speed also became faster. Still, even so, it didn't cause an uncomfortable feeling on his body, or rather, he felt better than ever. Shishio kept writing, but he stopped when he was about to write the ending. The original ending of the 5 centimeters per second was sad. The male character decided to wait on the railroad crossings, but the heroine decided to move on, which caused the male character to move on. Somehow this ending, Shishio felt hesitant to write it. It wasn't that this ending wasn't good, and for such a novel, he needed to use a tragic ending so the readers would remember it, and the original ending was the best. However, he had involved himself too much in the story, and he felt that his condition was quite similar to the male character in the story. In the story, the male character also had a girlfriend during his adult time, but in the end, he broke up with his girlfriend because he was unable to forget the heroine. Shishio didn't want something similar to happen to him. He didn't want to break up with both Nana and Saki, but on the other hand, he also didn't want to forget his past either since every time he spent with her was so precious and wonderful. It wasn't something that he could forget with just 1 month, but he also didn't want to be trapped in this spiral where he could not move on. Shishio pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to write the script for Misaki's anime first. He decided to let Nanami voice the heroine in Misaki's anime, and he also thought to let her live in Sakurasu when Sorita had left. Sorita had caused him a lot of trouble, and as someone who had caused him trouble, he would screw him back. It was his motto, if someone screws him, he will screw them back. Eye for an eye. Shishio then wrote the script for Misaki's script while thinking about what he should do next. He had gotten Sony so he thought to develop the smartphone immediately, making his company the first company that developed the smartphone. Becoming the first was something that he had to do, and he was also thinking of causing the disturbance and hacking various companies that might become his competitors in the smartphone industry. Shishio knew that there was no white or black in the business, it was only strong eating the weak, it was the law of the jungle, so no one could blame him for being ruthless. Anyway, he didn't kill anyone, and as long as he could succeed, then it was all good. However, Shishio didn't really want to expose his identity as the owner of the Burning Holding investment since he was still in high school, and it wouldn't be too late to do it when he had graduated. However, he still wanted to build his own business, considering Saki had promised to wear a secretary uniform or maid uniform when he had made his own business. Shishio thought for a while and suddenly thought of a good business idea, but he needed to call Hajins to help him to prepare with a lot of things. In his room, he wrote his story, script, and plans while calling Hajins to prepare what he needed and told him his plan for Sony. He did all of that together, but he wasn't overwhelmed. He also texted all the girls who texted him, including Futaba who would come to Sakurasu tomorrow, which somehow made him realize that he was more amazing than he had thought. Shishio was texting his girls, but then he received a strange text from Nana. Nana, Shishio, can you come early to school? Shishio, what time? Nana, 7. You need to come to the school before 7 in the morning. Shishio, isn't that a bit too early? Nana, you can't. Shishio, well, I'll try, but what's wrong? Nana, hehe, it is a secret, but I'm sure that you'll be happy if you come early in the morning. Shishio was lost for words for a moment before he directly agreed. He wasn't sure what this girl was planning, but somehow, he knew that it must be something good. He then continued with his job, but then someone knocked on the door of his room. He knew very well who had knocked on his door, and opened it directly. Shishio. Calling his name softly, Shina stood right in front of his door. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio asked. Can we sleep together? Shina asked. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I've got to do something. You can sleep on the bed first. Shina nodded and walked inside without hesitation before she laid on his bed. Shishio closed his door and locked it directly since he didn't want someone to enter so suddenly. He looked at Shina and asked, what about your manga? You're not drawing it. I don't have inspiration now, Shina said softly while hugging Shishio's bolster tightly, smelling his smell to calm her down. You don't have any inspiration. Shishio was surprised and moved closer to Shina. What's wrong? I'm thinking of drawing after we have our date on Saturday, Shina said. I see. Shishio nodded, but then, he said, but if you say that, it'll give me some pressure to give you the best date so it can give you inspiration. Shina shook her head and said, I think as long as I stay with you, it'll be a wonderful date no matter what. Shishio took a deep breath and felt slightly embarrassed somehow. Shina looked at Shishio and asked, what are you doing? Well. Shishio thought for a bit and it was better to keep his plan to make a business a secret first. I'm writing a script for Misaki's anime. Writing a script for Misaki. Shina frowned and thought about something, but in the end, she held it and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Shishio asked since Shina showed a strange expression. Nothing. Shina still had a frown on her face, but she still shook her head while saying that it was all right. Shishio then gently caressed Shina's hair and said, what's wrong? If you have something to tell me, then tell me. Shina looked at Shishio for a moment, then nodded. Shishio, can you let me use your story for my manga? Shishio looked at Shina and asked, you want me to write a story for you? Shina shook her head gently and said, I want to use the 5 centimeters per second. Looking at Shina, Shishio couldn't describe his emotions at that moment. However, a lot of emotions were brewing in his heart. He knew that Shina didn't mean anything bad, and only asked whether she could use his story or not, and she didn't understand the meaning of this story for him. Shishio had poured his mind and soul into this story and used this story as a meant for him to move on, so he had never thought to ask someone to help him or thought about this possibility before. Shishio. Sheena's voice awoke Shishio. Are you all right? Sheena asked in worried. Shishio shook his head and said, I'm all right. But for the story, let me think about it. You should sleep first, I'll do something first. He then stood up, turned off the light, and turned on the table lamp before he started to write again, but his mind kept recalling what Sheena said. Shishio knew that he was running away now, but he was forced to the edge and couldn't hide anymore. He knew he needed to do something, but he knew that it was just that he didn't want to since he felt that he would lose a lot of things, and he didn't want to lose it. Shishio. Sheena called his name again and wanted to hug him, but... Sorry, Mashiro. Let me think for a moment. I can't give you an answer now, and let me do this myself, don't pamper me anymore. Shishio didn't want to be spoiled by Sheena's gentleness. He wanted to do this by himself. He didn't want to get dependent on someone. But... Sorry, I don't want you to save me, but stay by my side as I save myself. Shishio looked at Sheena and said, Can you believe me, Mashiro? Sheena stared at Shishio for a moment, then gently nodded. Shishio looked at Sheena then said, You should go sleep first. I still have a lot of things that I need to do. Are we going to sleep together? Sheena asked. Shishio looked at his nether region and raised his eyebrow. He shook his head and said, Sorry, if I sleep with you now, I might not be sure what I'll do with you, so I'll sleep on the futon later. His body had become 3 times stronger than a normal human, and of course, his urge on that also became stronger. Are you going to have sex with me? Sheena asked. Shishio looked at Sheena and asked, Do you want to have sex with me? Sheena nodded. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and said, How about we talk about this matter once I have decided whether you can use my story or not? Sheena nodded. What are you doing now? Shishio asked. Watch you, Sheena said. Is it fun? Shishio asked. Yes. Sheena nodded. How about you go to sleep first? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded. Looking at Sheena, who started to sleep on his bed so soundly, Shishio somehow let out a long sigh and felt that his worry was stupid. He rubbed his face again and knew that he needed to solve his problem, even if he had forced himself. Facing the screen on his computer again, Shishio started to write again. Sheena, who was on his bed, opened her eyes slightly, watching his lonely back that worked by himself, and wanted to help him, but when she recalled his words, she held herself and decided to believe in him. Shishio. Sheena closed her eyes, covering her face with a blanket, hoping he could solve his problem as soon as possible. Mashiro. Sheena quickly responded. Thank you for staying with me, Shishio said. Sheena looked at Shishio for a moment and smiled. Yes. Shishio then continued to do his job, even though he knew that it was dumb, and there was a shortcut right in front of him, but he was still a man, and he didn't want to rely on anyone to solve his problem since he knew that he would solve it by himself. Note. His inner drama might cause many people to feel that he's just like a fucking big baby and a lot of you dissatisfied. Can you please just fuck the girls already? I'm sure that many people will think like that since it is too stupid not to get his hands onto various girls that can trigger his quest since he can get a very rich reward. However, as I have decided to give this kind of plot, I need to follow it through and end it with the best ending for this arc. I know that some of you are impatient, but I think that this is necessary so Shishio can treasure the girl's feelings about who he has fucked with. If he's just fucking any girl so he can get a reward, then he's simply trash, right? Or worse case, he might as well rape, force himself against a girl, them since they can't do anything against him, considering his power and all, right? Still, if the girls aren't a virgin, then it might be possible for him to have a one-stand night, but if the girls are a virgin, if I don't do this plot, Shishio will throw away the girls without hesitation after he gets the rewards. Shishio treasures his lover more than anyone. This is also the reason why his harem won't be neglected and the reason why he can't forget his ex-fiancée in his previous life so easily. It is also his shackle, so he won't commit too many crimes. So please enjoy. 217, Hungry Beast. Sheena opened her eyes slightly and saw that she came back to her room again. Shishio. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Sheena shook her head and wanted to continue to sleep, but... Mashiro, I need to go to school early. You can go to the school with Ritsuo-senpai and Misaki-senpai, alright? Shishio asked. Sheena didn't think too much and nodded. Shishio shook his head and walked out quietly without anyone noticing while thinking that he was glad that he got a ninjutsu mastery. When most of the tenants on Sakurasu had woken up in the morning, they went to the dining room immediately, thinking that there was Shishio there since most of the time, He had always woken up early in the morning. However, his figure was nowhere to be seen, and the girls couldn't help but feel disappointed since they couldn't see their eye candy, but then, they saw a lot of sandwiches lined up on the plates and a huge bowl of salad. These two foods were wrapped in plastic wrap to avoid being dirty after being left there for a while. Is it from Oga-kun? Sayaka couldn't help but ask. There's a note here, Shiro-san said and took note that Shishio wrote. I have to go to school early. From Shishio Oga. He put down the note and said, well, how about we eat? Everyone agreed without hesitation. Shishio had promised Misaki that he would cook breakfast, after all, so he made them. As for who would eat it, he didn't think too much since as long as it wasn't being wasted, it was all good. While everyone on Sakurasu was eating, Shishio had arrived at the school. He had to admit that after his body had become stronger, he could feel that he was really full of energy. He felt like if he stayed for a week without sleeping, it was possible. His body had become more powerful, and at the same time, his body also had become restless. He was really full of energy that he wanted to release all of those energies since he had been quite pent up for a while, so in the morning, during his morning run, he ran as fast as he could to release the energy on his body since he felt that it would be dangerous to leave it alone. However, his enhanced recovery quickly recovered his energy after eating his food, making him a bit helpless. Anyway, as Nana had requested last night, Shishio came to the school quite early, before 7 in the morning. The school was still empty, and there weren't many people besides the security staff, or rather, he didn't see anyone besides the security staff since it was still too early. Usually, the school would start at 8:30, and most of the students lived quite close to the school so that they would leave after 7:30 or more. However, Shishio had become before 7, which made him a bit helpless, wondering what Nana wanted to do. Shishio then entered the quiet class, which was somehow still dark, and couldn't help but watch the scenery outside his position. He closed his eyes for a moment, heard the sound of footsteps clearly, and started to get closer, but he didn't open his eyes or do anything since he knew that this girl was trying to startle him. Shishio then suddenly felt soft and fragrant hands covering his eyes. Who am I? Shishio didn't answer that question but wrapped his hand around the waist of this person and put her on his lap. Nana. Shishio looked at Nana, who was dumbfounded, and asked, what do you want to do calling me early in the morning? Nana looked at Shishio and wanted to steal his lips, but Shishio stopped her. She wanted to complain but stopped when she heard his words. There's someone who is about to walk here, Shishio said. He had ninjutsu mastery, and his physical ability was doubled last night, so it was quite easy for him to notice someone's presence from a distance. Really? Nana asked in doubt, but then she tried to walk outside and saw that there was really someone there. Nana let out a sigh and wondered whether her plan had been destroyed. She thought that she could spend her time alone with him in class, flirting, then kissing, but some people often walked from time to time, which was pretty dangerous. How about we go to the club room? Let's get a book there, Shishio said with a smile. Hey! Nana looked at Shishio in doubt and asked, but we don't have the key. Unfortunately, the only one who had the key for the club room was either Kiria or Miu, so it was quite impossible to enter, except if they borrowed from them. Don't worry, follow me, Shishio said and held Nana's hand, leading her to the literature club room. Nana nodded and decided to follow since there was no harm in it. While along the way, Shishio kept manipulating his phone to hack the various cameras along the corridor so they wouldn't be noticed, and when he arrived, he took out the key for the club room. Hey? How did you get that key? Nana asked in surprise since she didn't expect Shishio to have a copy of the club room. She went to Saki yesterday and didn't see him open the club room door with his own key. SHH. Shishio quickly gestured to her to keep quiet. Nana quickly realized what she was doing and nodded, but then she asked, so how did you get it? I just copied it before, Shishio said simply before he opened the door. Nana. In the end, Nana didn't think too much since she knew that Shishio had many mysteries, and she thought to uncover them slowly since he was her man. Click. When the door opened, Shishio and Nana looked at the club room of the literature club. The club room was very quiet in the morning since there was no one inside, and it was quite dark since the curtain blocked the sunlight from the outside, which gave off a feeling that this club room was a different space from the outside. Shishio wanted to say something, but Nana didn't give him a chance and directly kissed his lips. He didn't evade this time but caught her in his left arm before using his other arm to close the club room door and lock it so no one would bother them inside. He then enjoyed their kiss, hugging her in his arms before lifting her so she could sit at the top of the table. Nana's lips were so soft, and it was so sweet that it addicted him. He just couldn't stop and directly pried her lips open, which caused her to be slightly surprised. Nana was surprised by his sudden movement, but when his tongue suddenly entered her mouth, her movement became quite jerky, and she was quite awkward. Still, it was so good and comfortable when her mouth and tongue were dominated by him, which somehow made her head blank and focused on the pleasure. Moreover, she felt that this kiss was so intense as if he tried to imprint a mark that she was his, which made her body hotter. Nana was in a daze, enjoying the kiss, but suddenly she felt that his hand suddenly touched her stomach over her clothes, caressing it gently, before he slipped his hand inside her clothes. Shishio could feel his smooth stomach, and he really loved how toned, smooth, and soft it was. His hand didn't stop, and it slowly crept toward her chest, but Nana, who drowned in the pleasure, felt extremely giddy when she could feel how she was desired by him. It made her think that she became crazy, but she quickly realized something and quickly parted from him. This sudden movement surprised Shishio, which caused him to ask, "What's wrong?" Looking at her messy uniform, Nana could still feel her heart was beating very fast, and she didn't expect the situation would lead into like this. She just wanted to flirt and kiss him, but it had become lewder than she had thought. "Why are you so skilled?" Nana asked since she felt that Shishio was too skilled at kissing and more than that. Before, their kiss only touched each other's lips, but now, he used his tongue, dominating her entirely, causing her entire body to get hot and her lower body slightly drenched. His every touch was so magical that it made her so comfortable, but when he was about to reach her boobs, she quickly realized that it might be bad, so she quickly stopped. "Boys always have this kind of talent," Shishio said simply, trying to calm himself, even though it was impossible also to realize that he almost lost control over himself. During the kiss, he was almost drowned by the pleasure. He hadn't tasted this kind of pleasure for a while, and the last time he did it was with Rui, but when his body had become stronger, his urge over that was also becoming stronger. However, he held it since he didn't want to do it at school, and it was Nana's first time. He also hadn't said "I love you" to her, and he didn't want to say "I love you" when they were having sex for the first time since he felt like it was wrong. However, the heat on his body was too high, and he might explode anytime. Shishio's stare caused her body to jolt a bit, and she felt that her body became hotter. He was like a hungry beast that was about to devour her. Nana should be scared for now, but she had an urge to accept him very quickly. Her heart was beating very fast, staring at her man, and she asked, "You're not a virgin?" "I'm not." Shishio tried to calm himself by averting his gaze from Nana. Nana wasn't that surprised by his answer. She wanted to ask him who he had lost his first time with and when he lost it, but then his action caused her to amuse. "What are you doing?" "Sorry, if I don't do this, I might attack you," Shishio said while looking at Nana with his sharp eyes. Nana felt her entire body was so hot when she saw his stare. The question that she wanted to ask somehow disappeared, and her head was blank. Shishio didn't think much about what Nana was thinking, but he just couldn't think straight and only hoped for Nana to get away from him for a moment since her smell was just too enchanting for him. He just couldn't help but growl since his state at this moment was just too extreme. He also wondered whether he could get some techniques or abilities capable of calming himself at this moment. Nana then woke up when she heard his growl. She looked at him and couldn't help but think about a lion that hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Looking at his red eyes, she felt a bit worried and thought it was dangerous to let him go like this, but she knew herself that she just didn't want other women than her to receive this stare from him and just wanted to monopolize him. She took a deep breath, and suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Her face was red from the embarrassment, but she still said, Do you want to use my hands?" 218, Their Little Secret. Hearing the offer that came out from Nana's mouth, rather than getting excited, Shishio quickly sobered up. He almost let lust and desire swallow him up, and it made him unable to help but quickly did a self-reflection. However, he couldn't be blamed, too, since Nana had tempted him. His body had become twice as strong. Of course, his needs in that area had also become stronger, which somehow made him helpless. He felt that he attained the level of sage since he could stop his volcano-like desire. If Shishio could say "I love you" to Nana, then without hesitation, he would eat her even if they were at the school. However, he could not do so, and he felt that it would be quite unfair to Nana if he really did eat her here and now. "Thank you, but let's wait till I can say "I love you" to you," Shishio said. Hearing his words, rather than disappointment, Nana showed a smile and asked, "You're ready to say it now?" She also waited for him to say "I love you" to her, and if possible, she wanted to hear it before giving her virginity to him. Nana observed Shishio's state and could see the clarity in his eyes. She knew what she had said before was because of the moment of impulse. Still, even if she helped him with her hands, she wouldn't regret it since she could see how painful he was before, and it seemed that if she let him out from this room, something might happen, which was why she needed to help him. Anyway, it was also her fault for provoking him before. Shishio looked at Nana and said, "I might not be able to say it now, but I'm glad that you can become mine now." See? Nana was quite proud now and said, "Still, even if you have me, you still confess to Miu-senpai, hey?" Shishio. Nana looked at Shishio, who was in silence and couldn't help but snort. She then changed her position and sat on his lap, positioning herself in the most comfortable position, snuggling into him. Shishio also calmed herself, but it was impossible to calm his dick, so he could only hug Nana while ignoring his normal response. "You're not going to say anything about my confession to Miu-senpai?" Shishio asked. "Well, I expected this, after all. I'm not that surprised," Nana said simply. "Thank you," Shishio said while burying his face on her neck. "You should be." Nana's tone might sound angry, but in truth, she didn't feel angry. However, she needed to reprimand him or else, she wasn't sure how many girls would join his harem in the future. Shishio didn't say much since no words could express his feelings at this moment. The only thing that he could do was take care of her better from now on, even in the future. However, he forgot about his hard dick that was pressed under Nana's butts at that moment. Nana blushed when she felt the huge hot rod below her skirt and said, "Yours is a bit too big, right? You said that to me." "Yours is also big too," Shishio said helplessly. It wasn't that he tried to exaggerate, but he hadn't seen anyone whose boobs were as big as Nana. Most of the female students in this school had quite a flat chest or a normal size. Someone such as Nana was quite rare. As for Ayaka, Nana's big sister, he felt she wasn't a human anymore. Nana was quite proud of her size and asked, "Do you want to touch it?" "Can I?" Shishio asked. "Why not? But can you let me see yours too?" Nana asked curiously. "You want to see mine?" Shishio asked. Nana nodded without hesitation. "Can I?" Nana asked. "Well, I don't mind." Shishio didn't see any harm in showing his dick to Nana. "But you only want to see it? You don't want to touch it?" Nana blushed and hit his chest without hesitation. "You pervert." Shishio caught her hand and said, "Isn't you the one who provoked me? You know, if I let you show it to you, we might not just stop by hugging and kissing each other." He might be able to keep his hands before, but if she really saw his hard penis, he was sure that they wouldn't stop just by touching each other, and there would be more than that. Nana's heart was racing, and she was in deep thought, thinking about his words and knew that he was right. She had seen his berserk state before. He was like a hungry lion, ready to devour anything in front of him, including her. Shishio hugged Nana's waist again and said, "We're at school, and there's still a lot of time in the future." "Well, that's true." Nana nodded since she knew that there were many times in the future and thought that she might be impatient. However, it might be because of his presence that it caused her to feel eager to do it with him, and it might be only her institution that she knew their first sex would be great. Nana also knew that if she provoked him any longer, then it might not be good. "Still, I have to admit, there's a thrill when we're doing it at school," Shishio said with a sigh. He didn't need to worry about being known by someone or being filmed with a hidden camera since, with his ability, it was simply impossible for someone to film them secretly. Even if there was one, they would become the feed of the fish on Tokyo Bay immediately. If it was for the safety of his women, Shishio wouldn't hesitate and became a butcher. Nana chuckled and said, "Well, I like it better if we're not at school, though." Even though she didn't mind the thrill, she felt that it was better to do it at home or at a hotel where she didn't need to worry about being caught by someone. "Then why did you provoke me here?" Shishio asked helplessly. "Isn't it because you've confessed to both Mashiro-chan and Miu-senpai?" Nana grumbled. Shishio. "Well, I will forgive you this time, but I want to be the first, all right?" Nana said while looking at his eyes. Shishio shook his head and couldn't make this promise. "Sorry, I can't do that." "Hey? Why?" Nana was dumbfounded. "Something like that happens because of the mood. If there's no mood and we're doing it because you don't want to lose to someone, the memory of our first time won't be precious," Shishio said while holding Nana's hands, rubbing it gently, telling her not to be too impatient. Nana thought for a while and nodded. That might be true. She then thought that the Golden Week was quite close, so she asked, "Are you free during Golden Week?" Golden Week is a week from the 29th of April to early May containing several Japanese holidays. It could be said every student and everyone in Japan was very excited about Golden Week, including Nana. Shishio thought for a bit and nodded. "I should be free." During Golden Week, he didn't intend to return to Kyoto since he had only 1 week of holiday. He felt that it was too wasteful to use his holiday to return to Kyoto. "You're not going back to Kyoto?" Nana asked since she knew that Shishio was from Kyoto. "Do you want to come with me to Kyoto?" Shishio asked. Nana was dumbfounded. Her face turned red, and she quickly shook her head. "I'm not ready to meet your parents." She might have let Shishio meet her parents, but she wasn't ready to meet his parents. Especially. Nana sighed and wondered what Shishio's parents thought when they knew that their son had many lovers. "Even if you don't want to meet my parents, isn't it alright just to play around Kyoto? I'll show you around there," Shishio said. After all, with the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, he knew very well about every part of Kyoto. As for his classmates during middle school, he didn't care much, and he was sure that they wouldn't notice him, considering the huge change in him. Nana was tempted, but then she said with a sigh, I don't have much money, though. Her pocket money might be a bit huge for someone around her age since her parents were quite well off, but it didn't mean she was being pampered. She also had worked a part-time job from time to time, but she didn't feel that it was enough to visit Kyoto. As for asking Shishio to treat her, such a thought had never crossed her mind since she didn't date him because of money. Shishio didn't mind treating Nana, but he felt that she might reject it. Well, it is still spring, and the temperature is a bit cold, but do you want to go to Tateyama? Tateyama? Nana was confused and asked, you mean in Chiba? Shishio nodded and said, I know an inn owner in that area. We should be able to stay there free. In truth, he owned the inn in that area, but he felt that it was too much if he said that. For real? Really? Nana was surprised and asked, is it going to be free? Shishio nodded and said, do you want to go there? Of course. Nana said without hesitation. Well, we can go there on Golden Week, but don't forget about the monthly exam after Golden Week, Shishio said. Oh, right. There's an exam. Nana only remembered since her mind had been preoccupied with Shishio. She remembered her goal to defeat her boyfriend, but when she thought about her boyfriend's ability. What's wrong? Shishio asked. I know that my ability isn't enough, but I'll say this. Nana then stood up and pointed her finger at him. If I beat you on the rank on the monthly exam, we have to go on a date with the two of us. Her expression was solemn, and somehow her art style also changed slightly. Shishio. Shishio looked at Nana and said, even if you don't win, I don't mind bringing you, though. You don't understand. Nana shook her head and said, people often say that the fruit that comes from your hard work is the sweetest. Really? Shishio didn't think too much since he felt the fruit that came from stealing was better, but he wouldn't say it. He then nodded and said, all right, but what if I won? Tell me what you want. I'll agree on whatever it is. Even sexual requests are fine, too, Nana said without hesitation. Shishio was tempted, but he was a bit hesitant. What? Do you have something that you want to ask? Nana quickly caught his expression and asked with a smile. She sat on his lap again while poking his chest several times. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Just show me your hidden fetish or whatever. Shishio. Shishio took a deep breath and said, well, can you serve me using a maid uniform? Good, I agree. Nana said without hesitation. She beamed with a smile and asked, but this is the first time I've heard you have a maid fetish. She only learned it by now, and as for her view about it, she didn't care much, or rather, it was good that she could learn it for the first time. Shishio let out a sigh and said, yes, I have a maid fetish. I thought that you had more extreme fetishes such as sadism or bondage since you love to tease me, Nana said without worry. Shishio. Shishio stared at Nana, wondering whether this girl was a masochist, considering he had gotten the bondage mastery from her mother. Nana nodded and said, I'll try to buy it for you. No, I'll prepare it for you, Shishio quickly said. Is that all right? You don't know my size, right? Nana asked. No, we have hugged each other before. I know your size very well, Shishio said since he had tailoring mastery, it was simply a child's play to know her size. Well, if you say so. Nana nodded while wondering how this guy could know her size. How about we go back now? We've been here for quite a while, Shishio said as his penis calmed down. All right, let's go back. Nana was about to go back, but Shishio quickly stopped her. She was confused and asked, what's wrong? Your clothes and hair are a bit messy. Shishio was helpless and said, what do you think if you suddenly come out like this? He then helped Nana to tidy up her clothes. He had household mastery, and it was simply a child's play for him to tidy up her clothes. In truth, even if she gave him fellatio or had sex here, he believed that he could clean all of them without being noticed by anyone, but he knew that it wasn't right to do it here, especially it was her first time. Nana was looking at Shishio, who tidied up her uniform with a daze, wondering how this guy could be so skillful. Shishio tidied up Nana's clothes, then took one of the books from the literature club. Should we go back? Of course. Nana then held his hand without hesitation and walked out of the club room. Leaving no trace behind, Shishio and Nana returned to their class and kept their little secret in their hearts. As time passed, some students also started to enter the school, including Maya and Meiko. Maya. Meiko. Nana. 2x. The three of them chatted together with a smile and excitedly. Looking at Nana, who acted as if nothing happened, Shishio could only sigh and thought that a woman was really a natural actress. As for the trace of the two, they didn't need to worry since with household chores mastery, it was simply a child's play to hide their trace. 219, found out? Shishio had to admit that his morning was quite enjoyable when he spent it with Nana. However, he couldn't help but sigh since he knew that she had paid so much for him, so he also needed to answer her. But the more Shishio forced himself, the more restless he was since he just couldn't say it, and somehow, he felt that it was too fast to forget about his previous life since it had only been a month or so since he became Shishio Oga. However, he also knew that if he couldn't do it now, when could he do it? Shishio thought about Shiro-san's words and knew that everything was based on chance and accident. Shiro-san had a slump in the past, and he couldn't write anything, but he was lucky that he could be slapped by someone and came out from his slump. Shishio thought that by writing the story to say goodbye, he could say goodbye to his past. However, for now, he couldn't write the ending. He had already written all parts of his story except the ending, which somehow made him wonder whether he had any intention to move on. Watching the window absent-mindedly, he heard the announcement of his homeroom teacher. Shishio had to admit that his morning was quite enjoyable when he spent it with Nana. However, he couldn't help but sigh since he knew that she had paid so much for him, so he also needed to answer her. But the more Shishio forced himself, the more restless he was since he just couldn't say it, and somehow, he felt that it was too fast to forget about his previous life since it had only been a month or so since he became Shishio Oga. However, he also knew if he couldn't do it now, then when could he do it? Shishio thought about Shiro-san's words and knew that everything was based on chance and accident. Shiro-san had a slump in the past, and he couldn't write anything, but he was lucky that he could be slapped by someone and came out from his slump. Shishio thought that by writing the story to say goodbye, he could say goodbye to his past. However, for now, he couldn't write the ending. He had already written all parts of his story except the ending, which somehow made him wonder whether he had any intention to move on. Watching the window absent-mindedly, he heard the announcement of his homeroom teacher. Koharu stood in front of the class, glancing at Shishio, looking at the window, but she didn't think too much and started her announcement. 3 days before Golden Week, there will be a monthly exam, so all of you need to be prepared. She then stared at Shishio and said, even if someone has a good grade during the entrance exam, that person shouldn't let go of his guard and study hard for the exam. Even though she had a feeling that Shishio might have a perfect score during his exam, she needed to remind him, after all. She still wanted him to have a perfect score, so she didn't want him to let go of his guard, especially when she had heard that he had a girlfriend now, so she was afraid that he might slack his study because of that. When Koharu's words fell, everyone subconsciously turned toward Shishio since they knew who the student was that she mentioned. Shishio didn't think too much of Koharu's words. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said, Sensei, thank you for worrying about me, but let the result talk. His words were still as confident as ever, and he didn't doubt that he would become the rank 1 on the entire grade. Everyone was in a daze, and the girls were blushing. Who is worrying about you? Koharu quickly denied it with a red face. Really? I thought that you were worried that you wouldn't get a bonus at the end of the month, Shishio said with a smile. Humph. Koharu snorted and asked, Oga-kun, are you confident that you can get the first rank? She was wondering how this guy could be so confident. Well, if I can get the first rank, can you treat me to something, Shirayama-sensei? Shishio asked naturally. Koharu thought for a while and said, if you can get the first rank, then sensei can treat you to a luxurious all-you-can-eat yakiniku after the announcement of the monthly exam. She felt that it wouldn't hurt to treat him since if she also got a bonus if he still got the first rank on the monthly exam. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Sensei, that's unfair. Why is it only Oga-san? One of the students suddenly said. If you can get first rank in the entire grade, I'll treat you too, Koharu said without mercy since the ability was everything. As long as someone had the ability to become first rank, even if that student didn't even listen to her lesson, she didn't say much, but she needed to see the result. Everyone was silent since they didn't think that they would be able to get the first rank. Shishio looked at everyone's reaction and shook his head. He then looked at Koharu and asked, well, sensei, that's your promise, all right. Yes. Koharu nodded and said, if any of you can get the first rank on the entire grade, then sensei will treat you to a luxurious all-you-can-eat yakiniku after the announcement. She declared that promise in front of everyone without hesitation. She then stared at Shishio again and saw him smiling at her, which caused her to blush and look away. Shishio. Shishio then felt his feet were touched, which caused him to turn his head. Don't flirt with the teacher. Nana said without hesitation since she knew how dangerous this guy was. She was afraid that this guy might make Koharu fall in love, which caused the situation to become more troublesome. Shishio only caught her feet, then tickled them directly. Nana laughed but quickly covered her mouth with her hand, pulling her feet away, trying to escape from him. Wow, it's red. Shishio saw Nana's panties by accident and then let go of her feet since he didn't want anyone other than him to see her panties. Nanamai, sitting in front of Shishio, noticed how both of them were flirting with each other and couldn't help but let out a long sigh since she would be lying if she wasn't jealous. Still, at the same time, she couldn't help but imagine the luxurious all-you-can-eat yakiniku since it had been a while since she ate meat. With Koharu's declaration, the class also passed very quickly, and it was time for the break. Nanami then turned her head and asked, Shishio-kun, are you confident of getting the first rank? What? Nana was dumbfounded when Nanami called Shishio by his first name. Shishio didn't think too much of Nana's dumbfounded expression and looked at Nanami. Well, I'm quite attracted to this luxurious all-you-can-eat yakiniku. Shirayama-sensei is quite generous. He didn't answer Nanami's question since it would seem arrogant and only answered that he was interested in the luxurious all-you-can-eat yakiniku. Shishio remembered that Yuki Nashida asked him to meet her in her club room, but he decided to ignore it since it was better to go with his girls. That's true. Nanami nodded. Nanami, how about you? Are you confident in your exam? Shishio asked. Ugh. Nanami's face quickly turned bad when Shishio asked this question. Are you so busy with your part-time and voice lessons? Shishio asked. Nanami was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. I see. Shishio thought for a bit and asked, say, Nanami, how about you move to Sakurasu? Nanami was dumbfounded. Shishio. Nana pulled Shishio, and she looked at him suspiciously. Are you interested in Aoyama-san? He looked at Nana and knew why she doubted him. You think too much. Well. Nana looked at Shishio and decided to believe in him. I'll tell you later, Shishio said. Hearing his words, Nana nodded. On the other hand, Nanami was still dumbfounded and wasn't sure how to answer Shishio since his proposal was so sudden. She also wondered why he suddenly invited her to live on Sakurasu so suddenly, but she had to admit that his offer tempted her. But Nanami somehow hesitated for a moment, and when she wanted to say something. Don't answer me first. Think about it thoroughly, and you should know that the rent on the Sakurasu is very cheap. You're also a student so you'll get a lower price. We're also from the same class and grade. I can teach you if you don't understand, Shishio said. Nanami looked at Shishio for a moment and wanted to ask why he helped her so much. Unfortunately, he already had a girlfriend, and she couldn't see why he helped her so much. Why? She wanted to ask him, but... Shishio. Nana. Let's go. Saki, who was outside of the class, called both of them. Let's go, Shishio. Nana then pulled Shishio without hesitation. Shishio let Nana pull him and said, well, let's talk later, Nanami. Looking at Shishio, who was walking away, Nanami wanted to open her mouth but stopped again. Then she looked at her phone hesitantly since she really wanted to know why he had decided to help her so much. When Shishio and Nanami chatted with each other, Sorita couldn't help but frown, but at the same time, he was wondering what they were talking about. He had decided to move out from Sakurasu and had sent the form to Chihiro-sensei. On Sunday, he would move all of her belongings from Sakurasu to the normal dorm, but somehow, there was a hesitation in his heart, and he was wondering why he felt this way. Why? While thinking about his decision to move, Sorita was lucky that he didn't know that both Shishio and Nanami started to call each other by each other's first names, and if he knew, he would choke out the blood at this moment. When Shishio, Nana, and Saki were about to go to the club room together with Maya and Meiko, who were about to ask them many questions and observed their relationship, suddenly Kiriya-sensei appeared in front of them. Sunoara-san, Kawasaki-san, Uchifuji-san, Asanoi-san, sorry for bothering you, but can you let me borrow your boyfriend for a bit? Kiriya asked with a smile, then looked at Shishio with a meaningful gaze. Nana and Saki were in shock. They weren't shocked by the sudden appearance of Kiriya, but they were shocked when they heard Kiriya's words. Nana and Saki quickly looked at Maya and Meiko, and both of them quickly shook their heads without hesitation. However, the four of them realized they might think too much since Shishio's girlfriends were just 2, not 4. But well, that might be different in the future. Shishio looked at Kiriya for a moment and looked at the way Kiriya-sensei observed him. Somehow, it made his body shudder for some reason since he suddenly remembered Chihiro's words. This sensei isn't a gay, right? But I'm not his girlfriend. 2x. Maya and Meiko said at the same time with a red face. Looking at their blushing faces, Shishio was wondering when he made a move of them. 220, with words other than love too. Shishio felt that the situation had become strange, and he also knew that he needed to talk with Kiriya since he had skipped the club twice. Well, I'll go with Kiriya-sensei. He then looked at Kiriya and asked, is it going to take a long time, sensei? Well, I might take your entire break time, Kiriya said gently. Shishio raised his eyebrow then looked at his girlfriend. What do you think? It can't be helped. You've skipped twice, after all. Saki then gave the bento box in her hand to Shishio. Eat this. I'll go with them. Thanks. Shishio nodded. Then I'll go first. He turned and said, Sensei, let's go. Oh. Kiriya nodded and said, bye everyone. Looking at Shishio and Kiriya, who stood next to each other, they wondered why they felt like it was a bit weird for some reason since Kiriya's eyes were. Cough. Cough. They quickly shook their heads since they felt that it might be a bit too much to think that way. Follow me first, Kiriya said. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much. He followed Kiriya, walking together next to each other, but somehow he noticed the gaze of everyone on them. However, he had never thought too much about that gaze until he saw a familiar girl, who often walked with Yumiko before. Ebina senpai. He gave her a nod, but somehow Ebina gave him a thumbs up, which confused him. Do you know her? Kiriya asked. After all, even though many people had seen them, it was his first time to see him greet someone. Well, an acquaintance that I know by chance, Shishio said. Anyway, where are we going, sensei? In truth, he was too lazy to talk with Kiriya, but he wanted to humor him a bit, wondering what Kiriya wanted to say to him. He knew all the teachers' information in this school, including Kiriya, and he knew that Kiriya had a huge taint on his career, but as long as Kiriya didn't say much, he wouldn't say anything. We're going to the rooftop. Let's eat there, Kiriya said. Oh. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much but thought about the windy rooftop during the spring. He was wondering whether he could eat peacefully there. Anyway, he needed to listen to what this teacher wanted to do first. Shishio and Kiriya came to the rooftop and could feel the strong wind that hit their entire bodies, but somehow, even though this should be uncomfortable, neither said anything. It wasn't Shishio's first time to come here since he had come here twice and all of them were because of Nanami, but he had to admit that the design of every school rooftop was very similar to each other. It was an open field with some benches in some places and a single small building that was connected to the entrance door of the rooftop. He could also even see a small staircase on the side of the small building so someone could climb up easily. Do you often come here, sensei? Shishio asked. If I want to smoke, I usually come here, Kiriya said, then started to climb the stairs. Come on. Let's talk on the top here. Looking at Kiriya, who was climbing up the small building, Shishio didn't think too much and jumped directly to the top of this building. Controlling his power, he nodded and felt that it was so easy to do this, but well, everything was only his mind, and he didn't really want to attract that much attention, nor did he try to show off his power, so he followed Kiriya and climbed up the stairs. Shishio and Kiriya were on the top of the small building, and they sat next to each other with their legs dangling on edge. I'll eat first, Kiriya-sensei, Shishio said. Sure. Kiriya then took out his cigarette and started to smoke. Shishio didn't think too much when he saw Kiriya started to smoke since the wind moved in the opposite direction, so even if Kiriya smoked, it didn't cause much trouble for him. When Kiriya saw Shishio eating so leisurely, he couldn't help but say, you know, when you first entered the literature club, I wonder what was going to happen between you and all the girls that entered the club. He smoked his cigarette leisurely and said, but I didn't expect you to do it this way. What do you mean? Shishio asked, pretending that he didn't know anything. I'd thought that you were going to choose one among them, but I'd never expected that you would decide to date all of them. Kiriya had to admit that Shishio was amazing since he could see that Shishio didn't date his girls secretly. Rather Shishio dated all the girls openly without hiding that fact from the girls, which made him wonder how did this guy do it. Kiriya looked at him with a fascinating expression, thinking that it was really interesting to keep Shishio by his side. You're going to acquiesce my words? Kiriya asked since Shishio didn't say anything. Shishio didn't glance at Kiriya and said, Sensei, have you heard a sentence? What sentence? Kiriya asked. There can't be too much truth in any relationship, Shishio said while eating the bento that Saki cooked. The bento might be cold, but he could feel the burning hot love from Saki in this bento. Looking up at the cloudy sky, Shishio knew that it was the perfect time for someone to stay relaxed on the rooftop. Should I bring them here? He shook his head and decided not to bring his girlfriends here since girls were more sensitive toward cold, after all. As for Kiriya, who heard Shishio's words, surprised, then started to mutter those words while smoking. Neither of them said anything until Shishio finished his bento. Oga-kun, I hope that you are not playing with them, Kiriya said sincerely. There was nothing that he could do as a teacher in this situation, but he hoped that Shishio didn't play with the girls' hearts on the literature club, hoping he would treat each of them dearly. Kiriya's words caused Shishio to feel surprised and asked, You don't think that it is wrong, sensei? Wrong? I don't think so. Kiriya shook his head and said, Love is free, after all. If you want to love someone, just chase after them, but at the same time, you should bear the responsibility of falling in love with someone. You have a love of a lot of girls in you. You have a lot of responsibility from now on. Responsibility. Shishio knew that Kiriya was right, and at the same time, this responsibility was something that forced him to the corner, forcing him to move on, forgetting his past, but it wasn't so easy for him to forget his past. What's wrong? You have some trouble in your mind? Kiriya asked. Sensei, do you think there are words that can express the affection of someone other than love? Shishio asked. He looked at Kiriya, wondering whether Kiriya could answer this question since he knew that Kiriya was a literature teacher. At the same time, Kiriya was also a novelist, so he thought that Kiriya might answer this question. Interesting question. Kiriya rubbed his chin with a smile and thought of Shishio's question. With words other than love, I have never thought about this before, but do you have to express your affection to someone through words? I think that our every action, our care, our attention toward the people that we care about or we love with can be used as something to express our affection to someone, right? He felt that if words couldn't be used, then used an action, but was it so simple? If that's the case, then it might be good, but you should know that girls aren't an esper, and they don't have a mind-reading ability. Shishio, who had finished his lunch, rested by lying on his back, placed both of his hands behind his head while staring at the sky, ignoring the fact that it wasn't good to sleep after he ate, and said, they want to put the affection of someone into words, which is why you need to say, I love you. Kiriya looked at Shishio and somehow understood why this guy could have a lot of girlfriends so easily. You have trouble saying, I love you. Shishio looked at Kiriya lazily and said, you sure are so blunt, sensei. Kiriya smoked his cigarette again and said lazily, you know, I have thought that you are someone that can easily say I love you to girls. Unlike what you think, sensei, I think that love is a heavier emotion. It isn't as free as you think, Shishio said. Oh, what do you think love is? Kiriya asked with interest. Shishio knew that each person's understanding of love was different, and even though Nana's interpretation of love was very nice to hear, his interpretation of love was quite different. Well, if I have to say it, then love is like chocolate. Chocolate, hey. Kiriya looked at the sky and said, well, that's true. It is bitter. Yeah, but if you add sugar, it is sweet. If you add a raisin, it'll taste sour. If you add nuts, it'll add a nice texture. As long as you add something, it'll change its taste, and it is wonderful, but in the end, its taste is bitter, Shishio said. It was so bitter that he wanted to puke it out, but he knew that he couldn't since he had put it inside his mouth and his tongue had already remembered this taste. But if you eat too much, you'll get diabetes, Kiriya said with a smile. Shishio couldn't refute it. You can't always hold on to the important things. By letting them go, we gain something else, Kiriya said. Sensei. Shishio looked at Kiriya in surprise. Kiriya smiled and said, with that feeling, I'm sure that you'll treat them so dearly. Hearing Shishio's words, he felt reassured and knew that Shishio would treat each of his girls dearly. You know, if you confess to me as you did to your girlfriends, I might agree directly. Shishio. Should we go back, sensei? Shishio asked since he wanted to escape from Kiriya now. Phew, you're so cute, Oga-kun. Shishio decided to run away now. Inside the room, many chairs were put on the back of the room, and several tables were kept too. It was just a normal room used to keep unused chairs and tables, but inside, a beautiful girl was sitting there with a bag on her side. Her feet kept tapping the ground several times, not rhythmically, but rather in a hurry, showing how annoyed this girl was. Folding her arms, Yuki Nashita's expression was icy at this moment, as cold as Siberian tundra, and if someone saw her, they would quickly look away since her expression was horrifying. Even so, Yuki Nashita didn't say anything until she heard the sound of the bell that told her the break was over and she needed to return to her class. Yakoshita's face was calm, but her heart was burning hot. If she had to make a comparison, then it was as hot as Death Valley in California. That guy isn't coming. Yuki Nashita was furious now, but then she calmed herself and took a deep breath. Her flat chest somehow undulated up and down, but then she smiled and thought that it was fascinating that someone had done this to her. Good. Her voice was very icy, but then when she thought about the cute cat photos that she had seen, she let out a long sigh, and somehow, her face blushed. She needed to get those cat photos no matter what. 221, the place he should be. Shishio wasn't sure whether the time was moving so fast or so slowly. However, tomorrow was a weekend, and Saturday was when he promised to take Sheena on a date. Sheena was a lovely girl, and anyone who could go out with her would be blessed to 7 generations. Still, somehow Shishio felt quite complex toward Sheena since his thought was preoccupied with her request last night. Shishio, let's go back, Nana said. Oh. Shishio nodded. By the way, do you want to go to karaoke or go out next week? Nana asked. Shishio stared at Nana and asked, don't you remember that we have the monthly exam? Even though he didn't mind playing around and his grade wouldn't go down no matter what, he was afraid that his girlfriend would get a bad grade. There's a lot of time before the monthly exam, and we can study hard after karaoke, right? Come on. Just one day, all right. Nana begged while pushing her boobs toward him. Shishio looked at her boobs for a moment before he saw her smiling face as if she had won. Shishio wasn't going to lie, but even though he was more into legs rather than boobs, he had to admit that his girl's boobs were amazing. He looked at her helplessly and said, "Well, I don't mind. Karaoke, right? I have a way we can get there for free." Eh? Really? Nana was surprised, wondering how this guy could find a lot of ways to get anything free. Shishio nodded without hesitation since he owned a karaoke chain store in his asset. "It's great. I'll tell both Maya and Mako." Nana directly strode toward Maya and Mako, telling what Shishio told her. Shishio then looked at Nanamai and asked, "How about you, Nanamai? Do you want to go with us?" "Hey." Nanamai was surprised when Shishio suddenly invited her. She felt happy, but after a moment, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Shishio-kun, but I might be busy with my part-time job." In truth, she wanted to go with him, but when she thought that she had a part-time job most of the time, she knew that she couldn't join them, even though she wanted to go with him. But is it really free? She was sitting right in front of Shishio, after all, so it was quite normal for him to be able to hear his conversation with Nana. Shishio nodded and said, "Well, the owner is my father's acquaintance, so he gave me a free entrance ticket or something like that." Nanamai looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression and asked, "Shishio-kun, is your family rich?" "Well, it is okay," Shishio said simply. Nanamai nodded and didn't think too much. In truth, there was one question that she wanted to ask him, and she always wondered why Shishio decided to help him and be kind to her. Her personality was like this, and she was wondering why Shishio was so gentle toward her. Even though he had a girlfriend and compared to Nana, she knew nothing special about her. If Shishio knew what Nanamai was thinking, then he could only sigh at her inferiority complex, but Nanamai wasn't bad. Her body was amazing, her nape was even more amazing, but her voice was awesome. As CEO, Shishio was sure that Nanamai could mimic various voices, and imagining her to use various voices on the bed, as a normal man, he had to admit that he was very excited. Nanamai wanted to ask that question, so she encouraged herself and said, Shishio-kun. She hadn't finished her words, but suddenly a lot of her classmates exclaimed. Even though it was time for everyone to go home, there were still a lot of people who hadn't gone back, which was why when the famous Ice Queen appeared in their class, they couldn't help but exclaim, wondering why this beautiful senior appeared in front of their class. Nana, Maya, and Mako, who talked excitedly about their Monday's plan to go to karaoke, also stopped when they saw Yukinashita Yukino appear in their class. Yukinashita stood in front of Shishio's class and looked around before she locked him up, walking directly toward him. Shishio didn't care about the commotion and talked with Nanamai. "What's wrong, Nanamai?" Shishio-kun, is it only my imagination or Yukinashita-senpai walking toward us now?" Nanamai said nervously since Yukinashita's cold expression scared her. "Yukinashita-senpai." Shishio turned his head and looked at Yukinashita, who stood right beside him. Maya and Mako somehow had expected this, but at the same time, they were wondering how Shishio was able to know Yukinashita. Nana had a different thought, but she had to admit that her boyfriend was too popular, right? "Oh, senpai, why are you here?" Shishio acted as if he was surprised. Yukinashita tried to hold her emotion before she let out a long sigh. "Didn't I tell you to come to the service club room during the break?" Everyone was in silence when they heard Yukinashita's words. With his enhanced memory, there was no way Shishio forgot about this matter, but he didn't care much about this problem, and he thought that Yukinashita would be the same. However, he didn't expect her to come to his class so suddenly. Even though he didn't care much about what his classmates thought, he wondered what Nana was thinking. He didn't answer Yukinashita's question immediately but glanced at Nana, who was looking at him. "Sorry, I forgot," Shishio said. "Yukinashita." Yukinashita let out a sigh, then put a paper bag on the top of his table. She wanted to say something, but someone suddenly interrupted her. "Shishio." Nana leaped and sat on his lap directly. "Shishio and Yukinashita. Don't jump so suddenly, Nana," Shishio said helplessly after he caught her in his arms. If he didn't have an enhanced balance, then both of them would fall on the ground directly when this girl suddenly leaped toward him. It's okay, but why did Yukinashita-senpai suddenly meet you?" Nana asked while looking at Shishio before she looked at Yukinashita curiously. Yukinashita also looked at Nana curiously, wondering who this Guru girl was, and couldn't help but frown when she looked at their intimate action, wondering how a freshman could be so bold, but big. Yukinashita looked at Nana's chest and couldn't help but frown. She wasn't sure why she felt annoyed, but even though she might not want to accept it, the reason was obvious since it might be because her chest was as flat as Kanto Plain. On the other hand, Nana's chest was as huge as Mount Kita, the second tallest mountain in Japan. As for the first one, there was no need to say, right? This is... Yuki Nashida then looked at Nana, who was full of frivolity with a frown. It wasn't that she liked to frown, but it was her habit to show a frown. She's Sunoera Nana. My girlfriend, Shishio said without hesitation. Ah. Yuki Nashida quickly understood and apologized. I'm sorry if my action might cause a misunderstanding between you. However, she didn't expect that Shishio's type would be someone like Nana, which made her frown slightly. Then looking at Nana's chest, she became even annoyed, wondering whether Shishio was a perverted guy looking at a girl's chest rather than personality. If Shishio knew what Yuki Nashida was thinking, he would deny her slander without hesitation since he didn't choose his girlfriend based on their breasts. Well, a breast might be a part of them, but legs and face were also important, right? It's okay, this guy receives a lot of love letters every day, and a lot of girls keep stealing glances at him, so I am sure a lot of girls want to change my position now, Nana said heartily without care. Shishio. Yuki Nashida sighed and said, it's hard to be his girlfriend. It's okay, I'm the winner now, Nana said while hugging Shishio's neck, showing her sovereignty. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, who was being hugged, without much change on her expression as if it was none of her problems, but strangely enough, she felt a bit annoyed. Shishio didn't think too much of Nana's actions since she was his girlfriend, and it was normal for her to be jealous. So what's wrong, senpai? If you suddenly come here, there will be a lot of rumors about us since you're also very popular, he said. If Yuki Nashida was only a normal student, then no one cared much about her since many girls tried to approach him, but Yukishida was very famous, after all. Shishio could tell that there would be many rumors that he was 2-timing or 3-timing in the future, but even so, he believed that he would be alright, considering he was very handsome. It's your fault, isn't it? Yuki Nashida also started to sober and knew that her action was very impulsive. It might be because she was annoyed when Shishio didn't come after her call before, but now, she knew that if she came directly to his class, it would cause many annoying rumors, not like she cared about it, though. However, Yuki Nashida also knew that her actions might cause misunderstanding to his girlfriend, so she apologized. So what's wrong, senpai? Shishio asked. Take this, Yuki Nashida said while giving the paper bag to Shishio. Shishio checked the paper bag and was surprised when he saw the inside was a new camera. It is a camera. Nana was surprised when she looked inside the paper bag. Shishio looked at the camera for a while and asked, what do you want me to do with this? Do you want me to check whether you have bought the right one or not? He was wondering why she suddenly brought the camera here. Take it, Yuki Nashida said. Shishio and Nana. Why? Shishio asked since he was confused. Yuki Nashida's face was so red at this moment since she was very embarrassed. Nana raised her eyebrow while looking at Shishio, wondering whether he had done something. She then nudged her arm to his chest, questioning him with her eyes. Shishio shook his head, clearly telling her that he didn't understand anything. He then heard Yuki Nashida's murmur. Ca. Nana was confused. Cat. 2x. Yuki Nashida nodded with a red face and then quickly returned to her cold expression. You can take that camera, but you need to give me a cat photo. Nana recalled that Shishio told her that Yuki Nashida was a cat maniac, but she didn't expect to be this maniac. You'll give me this camera? Shishio asked weirdly. Yuki Nashida nodded without hesitation and said, but you need to give me a picture of the cat. Shishio. I have prepared a lot of memories there. You can keep the photo of cats there, Yuki Nashida said, showing the memory card inside the paper bag. Shishio knew that he shouldn't be hesitant, considering he got the camera for free by just taking a cat photo, but he also knew that his skill wasn't cheap. He could get a lot of money with his photography skills. However, he had never thought too much about money, considering he had a lot of it, and it was also a request from a beautiful girl. Is this all right? Yes, you don't need to worry. You can use the camera whatever you want as long as you give me a cat photo, Yuki Nashida said. Then I'll accept it. Shishio didn't hesitate and said, thank you, senpai. No problem, but don't forget about the photos, Yuki Nashida said. You really love cats, hey? Shishio said with a smile. Yuki Nashida's face was so red, but then it quickly turned cold again. It seems that you are not respecting your senior that much, Oga-kun. No, I respect you very much, senpai. You even gave me a camera, Shishio said with a smile. Then, I'll take care of it. No problem. Yuki Nashida nodded while looking away since she wasn't sure why. She felt it was a bit hot when she saw this smile. Nana, who was sitting on Shishio's lap, didn't think too much since she knew the ins and outs of what had happened, and she also knew that her boyfriend's photography skill was top-notch. Shishio, Nana, and Yuki Nashida turned their heads and saw a group of girls outside the class. Shishio looked at the time and said, well, senpai, we'll go back first. Yes. Yukinashita nodded, but then she was wondering how many beautiful girls that this guy knew. Somehow, there were many questions on her head at that moment, but she knew that it was too rude to ask this question. Nanami, I'll go back first, Shishio said. Ah, yes, Shishio-kun. Nanami was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. Yukinashita looked at Nanami weirdly since she clearly heard that this girl called Shishio by his first name. See you, USA, Tegami, Shishio said to both of them. Oh. 2x. USA and Tegami felt jealous, but what could they do? Shishio, Nana, and Yukinashita walked out from the class and saw Shina, Saki, Ritsu, and Miu. There were a lot of girls around him, and it should be the limit, right? Shishio turned his head and saw someone who seemed to be hiding with the crowd. Both of their eyes met each other, and he clearly understood why this girl wanted to speak. He took his phone and sent a text without looking, but then she heard Saki's question. Why is Yukinashita-san here? Saki asked with a frown, wondering whether Yukinashita couldn't escape from Shishio's claws at this moment. Looking at many girls who were looking at him, Shishio knew that even though he didn't need to enter the emotional roller coaster, he had entered another troublesome situation again. As for Sorita, Shishio might have noticed him, but it was better to ignore this guy since he knew that sooner or later, Sorita would become a background character, returning to the place where he should belong to. Still, at this moment, the heart of every boy who saw Shishio at this moment synchronized for a moment, and they said a similar sentence in their minds, go explode. However, if there was a chance, they hoped that they could be reborn into a handsome guy with a system. That way, they were sure that they would become popular and have a harem. If Shishio knew what they were thinking, he could only snort. Becoming a handsome guy was easy, but creating a harem wasn't easy since there were still many handsome guys who were being manipulated by girls. Shishio suddenly remembered a quote from a famous TV drama that he had watched. Love is like writing or speaking French, if you don't learn it young, it's hard to get the trick of it later. So while we're young, let's be in love. 222, Communication. Futaba was looking at the crowd then saw Shishio, who was surrounded by a lot of beautiful girls. She wasn't sure why, but she felt like they were so dazzling, and it felt like they were in a different space from where she was standing. Futaba had an appointment with Shishio to go to Sakurasa to adopt a cat. She had texted with him last night, and she only needed to wait for him in front of his class, but somehow she hesitated, wondering whether someone would talk about her when she approached him. Still, Futaba decided to encourage herself, but she didn't expect Yukinashita, the popular girl in the second grade, to come to Shishio's class, which caused a commotion. She might be an outcast, but it didn't mean that she didn't know the situation at the school, but even so, she had a feeling who Yukinashita wanted to meet, and as expected that Yukinashita came to meet Shishio. Looking at Shishio, Yukinashita, and Nana, who were talking to each other, even though Futaba couldn't hear what they were talking about, she could feel that they were different from her, which somehow made her hate herself. The crowd started to gather, and Futaba was pushed to the side. Still, she didn't fight the flow, only aimlessly following it until everyone opened a path when they saw Shishio walking out with Nana and Yukinashita. Beautiful girls always attract attention, and the appearance of Shina also attracted a lot of people. Futaba was standing among the crowd and wondered whether Shishio would notice her. She became dejected and depressed when he walked away, but then she was stunned and secretly felt a bit happy since she didn't expect him to notice her. Their eyes met each other, and somehow she could tell that he was about to greet her. However, she could tell that when he greeted her, many people would glance at her, and it made her uncomfortable, so she also hoped that he wouldn't greet her, which somehow made her feel contradictory. Futaba waited for a moment, but she wasn't sure why Shishio didn't say anything, and she felt her phone vibrate. She took out her phone, and she didn't expect to receive a text from him. Shishio, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the school. Futaba sighed in relief, but at the same time, she hated herself, who couldn't change and couldn't move away from her comfort zone. Shishio didn't know what Futaba thought since he needed to explain why Yukinashita was here. Well, let's not stop here, or we'll block the path. They nodded, listening to his words. Shishio looked at Yukinashita and asked, Senpai, do you want to go back together? Looking at the number of beautiful girls who looked at her, Yukinashita shook her head and said, No, I'll go back on my own. Ignoring their gazes, she left directly while reflecting on herself that she shouldn't be so impulsive in the future. However, she stopped for a moment and said, Oga-kun, don't forget the photo. You don't need to worry. Shishio nodded then walked away with the girls. He glanced at Miu, who somehow looked away in a blush. He had to admit that this senior was so cute that he wanted to kiss her again, but he knew that it wasn't the time for that. So Yukinashita has visited you to ask you to take a picture? Saki asked. Yes. Shishi nodded. Wait, Shishio-kun, do you have photography skills? Ritsuo asked in doubt. Senpai, this guy's photography skill is top-notch, Nana said without hesitation. Saki also nodded since she had to admit that Shishio's photography skill was very amazing. Ritsu stared at Shishio and wondered how many talents this guy had, and somehow she thought that sometimes God was too unfair, right? Yuki Nashida, who had walked away, turned her head again and looked at Shishio's group, who talked to each other and couldn't help but frown slightly. She shook her head and walked away without hesitation, ignoring the feeling in her heart at this moment. They walked out of the school, and as usual, Nana, Maya, and Mako went their separate ways. After they said goodbye, they usually would go back immediately, but this time Shishio and Miu slowed down their steps so they could talk with each other for a moment. "You're not going to hide from me, senpai?" Shishio asked. Miu looked at Shishio, and somehow, her feelings were extremely complex at that moment. She had heard from both Saki and Nana, and at the same time, she also knew about Shishio's problem who couldn't say I love you to someone. She thought for a bit, biting her lower lip, and said, "Shishio-kun, how about we talk to each other next week? With the two of us? For now, I want to sort out my feelings first." She was afraid that she would be moved by her impulsiveness, which was why she wanted to stay from Shishio for a moment, at least, until next week to sort out her feelings since she didn't want to regret this relationship. She could openly say that she was happy with this relationship. Miu also wanted to help him and she was also curious why Shishio couldn't say I love you to someone. She knew that she wanted him, but she felt a bit complicated when she thought to share him with a lot of girls. It might be easy if she could give up on him, but she knew that she didn't want that since she knew clearly what was she felt toward him. Shishio looked at Miu for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Thank you." Miu nodded with a smile before she went back since her home was on a separate way. Looking at Miu, who was walking away, Shishio shook his head, then walked toward Saki, Shina, and Ritsu, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the skill, then heard Ritsu's question. "Why are we waiting here?" Ritsu asked. Saki and Shina also looked at Shishio curiously. "I had told you before that someone wanted to adopt a cat, right? Now that person is going to come with us to Sakurasu," Shishio said. He then looked at Saki and asked, "Saki, do you want to visit Sakurasu?" Saki was surprised, but then she asked, "Can I?" In truth, even though she knew that Sakurasu was known as a den of weirdos, her boyfriend was living there, so of course, she was curious about that place. Shishio looked at Ritsu and Shina, then asked, "What do you think?" "Okay." Shina nodded and didn't think too much. Ritsu had a complicated feeling toward Saki, but she wasn't rude enough to reject her either. She then nodded and agreed. Yes. After all, Sakurasu wasn't her house, and everyone was free to play as long as they didn't do something shameless or dirty. Even Shiro-san, a genuine pervert, could enter Sakurasu, so Ritsu didn't see a reason to stop Saki. Saki thought for a moment and remembered that Shishio's aunt lived in Sakurasu. "Your aunt is living there too, right?" Shishio nodded and said, "She's the manager of Sakurasu, after all." Saki wanted to ask something again, but she heard someone approach them. "So sorry to make you wait." Saki, Shina, and Ritsu then turned their heads and saw a beautiful girl with a slightly shorter height but with a huge chest came toward them with a cold yet slightly nervous expression. Even so, she was beautiful, with her hair tied in a ponytail. "No problem, we didn't wait for a long time, Futaba-san." Shishio smiled gently and said, "How about we go to Sakurasu now? Is that all right?" After a moment of a daze when she saw Shishio's smile, Futaba nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Futaba glanced at Shina, Ritsu, and Saki, and she had to admit that she was slightly intimidated since she was short. It could be said that among the five of them, she was the shortest, she was even shorter than both Ritsu and Shina, and it might also be the reason why even though her breasts were huge, it caused her to look quite fat. "Right, I need to introduce you to each other." Shishio then introduced them. "She's Futaba Rio. She is the one who wants to adopt a cat." "Hello." Futaba nodded and didn't say much since she was a bit nervous. "Is that all?" Shishio sighed inwardly and only realized that the four girls around him had trouble with communication. He didn't think too much then started to introduce Ritsu, Shina, and Saki. "She's Kawaii Ritsu. She's second year, and she's the same tenant who is living in Sakurasu." "Hello." Ritsu nodded and also didn't say much. "Hello, senpai." Futaba nodded and didn't expect Ritsu to be in the second year, but knowing that Ritsu was also living in Sakurasu, she didn't feel surprised that they knew each other. "She's Shina Mashiro. She's a freshman like us, but she's in the art department," Shishio said. "You can call me Mashiro," Shina said while looking at Futaba. Futaba wasn't sure why, but she might have seen the purest girl that she had ever seen in her life. However, when she heard Shina's name, she couldn't help but frown and asked, "Sorry, have I seen you somewhere, Mashiro-san?" Shina tilted her head and stared at Futaba, wondering whether she had seen her somewhere, but her memory had always been so good, which was why she was quite confused by Futaba's question. A few days ago? On the bread food truck. Futaba. Well, Futaba-san, it is normal for you to notice her since Mashiro is relatively famous in the world of art, Shishio said. World of art? Futaba thought for a moment, then suddenly she exclaimed. Shina Mashiro? The genius painter. Shina was confused, but Shishio gave Futaba a nod. That's her. Futaba. Well, let's continue our introduction. Shishio then introduced Saki and said, she's Kawasaki Saki. She's also the second year, similar to Ritsu-senpai. By the way, the four of us are members of the literature club, so if you want to join, you can join anytime. Saki only nodded, but then she kept looking at Futaba and thought that Futaba wanted to adopt a cat because Futaba wanted to have a chance to talk with Shishio. Futaba wasn't sure why, but she felt Saki's stare was a bit scary, so she only nodded. However, when she heard his invitation, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, but I have joined a science club. Science club? Is there such a club in the school? Shishio asked curiously. Of course. Futaba nodded and said, you can visit it if you want. I'll treat you to a coffee there. She thought that it might be good to invite him to the science club since that way, she could talk with him privately. Shishio wasn't sure about the connection between science and coffee, but he didn't think too much and continued to talk with everyone. He was very good with conversation, so even if the four of them had trouble with communication. Before long, they arrived at Sakurasu, but two people seemed to argue with each other in front of the entrance. Wait. Didn't you say that you like me? The voice of the man was so loud that it caused the girls to frown. Let me go. The girl's voice was very feeble while trying to get away from the man that held her. What's with you? Ow, it hurts. Shishio raised his eyebrow and called her out directly. Sayaka-san. Sayaka, who was being entangled by a man, turned her head quickly, and when she saw Shishio for a moment with excitement, but her expression quickly changed into distress, and there were tears in her eyes. Oh Oga-kun. Her voice was so sweet and soft mixed with some fear that it would cause anyone who saw her to feel sympathetic, but in Shishio's ears, it was almost sickening. With a very nimble movement, Sayaka escaped from the man, came to Shishio, directly pushed the girls around him and held Shishio's arm while hiding on him. Saki, who was being pushed, wanted to kick Sayaka directly at this moment. He helped me, Oga-kun. With teary eyes, Sayaka asked. Shishio's lips twitched, and he knew that this girl had brought herself trouble. 223, are you a masochist? Shishio looked at Sayaka, whose body was trembling, sobbing while trying to act scared, then looked at the man and couldn't help but felt pity since he knew that this man was being fooled by this vile woman. He somehow had an urge to wipe her makeup to show the reality to the man in front of him, telling this man that he was dating a girl who celebrated a Halloween party for the entire year. Ritsu, Shina, Saki, and Futaba, who saw Sayaka suddenly hugging Shishio's arm without hesitation, couldn't help but frown. Still, then they also noticed that a conflict would certainly happen soon, and it was because of Sayaka. Shishio frowned, but then he said in a low voice, Sayaka-san, I owe you one before, so I'll help you this time, but let go of my arm. My girlfriend is here. Sayaka was stunned when she heard Shishio's words since she didn't expect him to be immune to her cute face and her frail woman act, but she heard that his girlfriend was just beside them. She couldn't help but frown, wondering who had stolen her target. She glanced at the four girls and wondered who his girlfriend was, but suddenly a shout woke her up. Hey, who are you? What's your relationship with Sayaka-chan? The man was very gloomy, and because Shishio was looking at Sayaka, he didn't see Shishio's face clearly, and his head was clouded with the thought of his loved one hugging the arm of another arm, which made his head full of anger. When they heard the anger of the man, Shina, Ritsu, Saki, and Futaba had different reactions. Shina was frowning, but at the same time, she was a bit scared since the man was very loud, so she naturally hid behind Shishio. Saki and Ritsu somehow could guess that this man was fooled by Sayaka, and both of them couldn't help but become annoyed at Sayaka, who had brought trouble to Shishio. However, unlike Ritsu, who was worried about him, Saki thought that this guy would be beaten directly by Shishio if this guy dared to mess up. Shishio had fought with someone with 2 meters height and body of muscles, and the scrawny guy in front of him was just like a weak stick. Saki was sure that Shishio wouldn't be hurt by this guy, or rather she thought that she should call an ambulance now. Futaba, who didn't like conflicts, also felt quite scared and hid behind Shishio while looking at Sayaka with a frown since she knew that the trouble was coming because of this woman. She wondered if there was a way that they could walk away without any trouble, but during this situation, her bright mind that could list phi numbers smoothly couldn't think straight at this moment. Behind there was Sorita, who was watching this accident with some excitement. He had gone back and followed everyone from behind before, but he could only look at them from afar away with some longing. However, he knew that he couldn't join them, which was why he was envious, and at the same time, he was also happy when he saw Shishio was caught in trouble, so he waited for the man to beat up Shishio. Everyone wondered what Shishio would do, but Shishio just stood there, staring at the man in front of him in silence. Gulp. Shishio's body was 3 times stronger than normal humans, and he was naturally athletic and tall, so when he just stood there, he would put a lot of pressure on the people that he was facing, along with his temperament that had been forged in his previous life, his presence was just too special. His face was also very handsome, and a handsome guy always had this privilege. The man couldn't stay and lowered his head subconsciously and didn't dare to look at Shishio. If Shishio were a normal high school student with a chicken personality, then, without a doubt, he would punch him. Unfortunately, Shishio wasn't, and he was the predator at the top of the food chain. If this man dared to fight, then he would be devoured directly. As for the girls, they were fascinated by him at that moment. So handsome. Everyone thought at this moment. Go, Shishio said simply. The man wanted to say something but then looked at Sayaka, who seemed fascinated by Shishio. He then looked at Shishio and Sayaka again and then looked at the 4 beautiful girls around him. He couldn't help but feel so jealous at this moment. However, when he saw Shishio's huge body and handsome face, the words just couldn't come out at this moment. His legs also couldn't stop shaking at that moment, and somehow his head also became dizzy. Or do you want to fight now? Shishio asked. I'm sorry. The man bowed his head and ran directly away. Everyone. Shishio looked at Sayaka and said, Sayaka-san, I don't care much about what you're doing, but don't bring trouble to the Sakurasu. He then looked at the place where Roberta was hiding with a rifle in her hand and quickly shook his head since he was afraid that his maid might kill that guy later. Even though he didn't mind taking someone else's life, it didn't mean that he was okay to kill someone just because he was annoyed. Yes, I'm sorry, Oga-kun. Sayaka said with a pitiful expression, but then she said, still, how did you do it, Oga-kun? You can scare him away directly with just a few words. She was amazed by Shishio, who could scare the man with just a few words, and couldn't help but disdain that man who followed her secretly. S.A. Yay. San. Ritsu was staring at Sayaka with anger since this woman brought trouble to Sakurasu. Hearing Ritsu's anger, Sayaka wanted to say something, but... What's wrong? Chihiro and Mayumi, who had just come back home, looked at the commotion and wondered what was happening. When everyone was looking at her, Sayaka knew that trouble was coming. Hey, what's going on? Hearing this familiar voice, they turned and saw Shiro-san, who was caught by the police, and somehow, they pretended that they didn't know him at that moment, but Shiro-san was still better since he was still happy. As for Sorita, he was also ignored, but unlike Shiro-san, he was unhappy. In the living room, while waiting for Shishio to change his clothes, Chihiro, Roberta, and Mayumi listened to Ritsu and what had happened, which made them frown when they looked at Sayaka. As for Futaba and Saki, both of them had heard that Sakurasu was a den of weirdos. They didn't believe it at first, but when they saw Shiro-san, they believed that this place was a den of weirdos, but with Shishio around, they didn't need to worry that much, and Shishio also told them that even though Shiro-san was a pervert, Shiro-san was harmless and wouldn't do anything, or rather, Shiro-san would be happy to be beaten up, which somehow made them stay 3 meters away from Shiro-san. Shiro-san wasn't sure why, but he was very excited at that moment. After listening to what had happened, Chihiro frowned while looking at Sayaka and said, Sayaka, whatever you do outside is your own affair, but you know Sayaka. I won't take it kindly if you bring trouble back here to the Sakurasu. If something like that happens. Gulp. If something like that happens. Sayaka looked at Chihiro nervously. It might be good if you pack up your clothes directly, Chihiro said. Sayaka. Hearing Chihiro's words, even though it might sound cruel, there was no rebuttal from them since the trouble that Sayaka might cause was very troublesome. Fortunately, Shishio was able to scare away the man with few words. Still, if a fight happened, or worse case the man might feel resentment, he might decide to burn Sakurasu down, or the man might sneak into Sakurasu to harm the tenants inside, which was why Chihiro didn't hesitate to kick Sayaka away if Sayaka caused another trouble. Well, if that happened, then the man's future would also be very dark, but when someone was irrational, they would do anything. Sayaka was dumbfounded since she didn't expect that she would be kicked out directly. She had to admit that Sakurasu was comfortable and it was very cheap. More importantly, there was a handsome guy here that was pleasing to her eyes, and the food of this handsome guy was so good, she didn't want to move. Sorry, I'll make sure that it doesn't happen again, Sayaka apologized without hesitation. Chihiro nodded and accepted Sayaka's apology, but then everyone was attracted by the cat's voice. Meow. They turned their heads and saw Shishio was in his casual clothes, walking to the living room with Hikari, Sorita's cat, in his hands. Everyone could see that the cat snuggled happily on his arms, and it was so sticky with him, but more than that, watching a handsome guy playing with a cat was really pleasing to the eye. Futaba-san, here's the cat. You can try to play with it to see whether you want to adopt it or not, Shishio said. Hearing Shishio's words, Futaba wanted to say that she would adopt the cat no matter what, but when she recalled Shishio's words before and knew that cat wasn't a thing, it was a living being, so she needed to take care of it, somehow it gave her a pressure. Yes. Shishio moved closer to Futaba and said, try to play with it. I'll teach you how to pet it. Futaba nodded with blush. Saki, do you want to play with Hikari too? Shishio asked. Well, I'll try it. Saki nodded and played with the cat while listening to Shishio's 101 ways to take care of a cat. Shishio then looked at Shina, who moved closer, and asked, do you want to play too, Mashiro? Shina nodded, but she raised her chin and wanted him to play with her. Shishio. Shishio looked at Shina for a bit before he caressed her chin. Nay. Shina showed a comfortable expression and acted like a docile cat. Looking at the four people who played with the cat in a role cat play, they weren't sure what to say for a moment. Cough. Cough. Shishio, who are those two? Mayumi suddenly asked. She then looked at Saki and Futaba, and she had to admit that both of them were very beautiful. Futaba might be a bit short, but she could see that her chest was huge. On the other hand, even though Saki might not have exaggerated boobs such as her or Futaba and her face might be quite stern, the mole under Saki's right eye gave off a sexy touch and was somehow seductive feeling, which made her think that both of them weren't easy. Mayumi felt 2 blows hit on both of her liver and chin when she saw the 2 girls in front of her, but she still stood up and asked who were the 2 girls that came along with them, but before Shishio answered, someone interrupted him. Shishio, I want to eat your food again. Misaki entered but then noticed both Saki and Futaba. Hey? Who are you two? Futaba and Saki weren't good at talking, so they looked at Shishio. Well, I'll introduce you to them one by one. Shishio then looked at Futaba and said, her name is Futaba Ryo. She's here because she wants to adopt a cat. Hello. Futaba bowed her head gently while looking at everyone curiously. She had to admit that even though this place was quite noisy, there was this strange feeling that made her feel comfortable. Everyone nodded and looked at Futaba with a smile as they sighed in relief since Futaba was coming to take a look at a cat, so when they looked at Saki, they thought that Saki's situation was quite similar. Shishio then looked at Saki, looked at her with a light smile, and said, and this is Saki Kawasaki. She's my lover. Saki blushed instantly, but as for the others, except for Ritsuo and Shina, they felt in silence since they didn't expect that Saki would be his girlfriend at that moment. Shishio could see that everyone was silent until his shoulder was patted by Shiro-san. What's wrong, Shiro-san? Oga-kun, are you a masochist too? Shiro-san asked curiously. Shishio wasn't sure how to answer this question, but he just wanted to beat Shiro-san at that moment. 224, Tangled. When Shishio introduced Saki as his lover, except for Shiro-san, Roberta, Ritsu, and Shina, the rest were dumbfounded and looked at Saki in a daze. Looking at her, wondering whether there was something special about her that made him fell for her. They knew that Shishio had a girlfriend, and in their minds, they often imagined what kind of girl could make him fall in love, but they didn't expect that girl would be Saki. They were looking at Saki, and they had to admit that she was beautiful, especially the mole under her right eye, which gave her a sexy touch and was somehow a seductive feeling. Not only that, but they could also see that she didn't wear makeup, showing her beautiful skin was something that Chihiro, Mayumi, and Sayaka were jealous about. However, even though she was beautiful, her stern expression caused them to feel strange when Shishio decided to date such a delinquent-like girl. However, when they saw her blushing shyly when he introduced her as his lover, they somehow understood why he fell for her. Saki gave off a feeling like a lone wolf. She was cold and would push everyone away, but when she was close with someone, she would show an unexpectedly sweet and warm side that would make them fall in love with her. Misaki, Chihiro, Sayaka, and Mayumi thought similarly, and at the same time, they were looking at Shishio, wondering how they could get to know each other. Shishio noticed that they were looking at him, which somehow made him confused. Kawasaki-san, you're also from Swime? Chihiro asked. Saki nodded. That's my aunt, Chihiro Sengoku. She's also a teacher at Swime, Shishio said. Ah. Saki was dumbfounded and quickly bowed her head, wasn't sure what to say. Chihiro smiled and thought that Saki was quite cute, but at the same time, she felt bitter. She quickly erased the negative emotion on her and asked, what year? 2nd year, Saki said politely and awkwardly since Chihiro was Shishio's aunt. Even though she knew that Shishio's aunt was living in Sakurasu, when she met her for the first time, she couldn't help but feel quite nervous. Chihiro was quite amused by Saki's reaction. Chihiro nay, don't tease Saki too much, Shishio said. Chihiro snorted and said, who is going to bully your girlfriend? Rather than being noisy here, why don't you cook dinner? Shishio looked at Chihiro, and somehow he understood why this woman hadn't married now. He then looked at Sheena for a while since he could see that she was looking at her, holding his hand. He patted her hand, and somehow, even though she didn't say anything, he knew what she wanted to ask, but he felt like their relationship was different from a lover or a girlfriend when he thought about it. When Shishio introduced Saki as his lover, Sheena was wondering what her relationship was with him. They had kissed each other, slept together, and even supported each other, but he had never confirmed the relationship between them. We'll have a date tomorrow. Why don't we talk slowly at that time? Shishio asked. Sheena looked at Shishio's eyes for a moment, then nodded gently. Date. Futaba was dumbfounded. Everyone gathered together so they could hear Shishio's words, which somehow made them look at Saki subconsciously. Shishio, are you going on a date with Mashiro tomorrow? Mayumi asked directly with a smile. Ah, your girlfriend is here, but you're telling the other girl that you're going on a date tomorrow. Sayaka smiled, then looked at Saki, then asked, what do you think, Kawasaki-san? Shishio knew that his relationship with many girls would be known sooner or later, especially when he was living with many people here. He was really wondering whether he should move since there was a lot of inconvenience by living in Sakurasu, considering he wasn't alone in this place, and it was hard to keep his privacy. Shishio hadn't said anything, and everyone was looking at Saki, wondering how was her reaction, considering he would go on a date with Sheena on Saturday. Saki only raised her eyebrow and said, you two are jealous. Everyone was in silence when they heard Saki's words. Saki didn't have a good personality, after all. If her opponent was polite, she would be polite too, but if her opponent was rude, she would also be rude. Somehow there was a tic-tac-toe mark on Mayumi's forehead and said, hey, high school girl, don't be too proud because you can date him. In truth, she was really jealous of Saki. After all, Shishio was just like a dream lover of every girl. He was so handsome, he was so smart, he could cook delicious food, and more importantly, his penis was huge. Mayumi had never seen such a perfect man before. If she was 10 years younger, then without hesitation, she would try to chase after him, which was why, when she heard that Shishio had a girlfriend, she was very envious of his girlfriend, but who would have thought that his girlfriend would be so uncouth and unfriendly? Mayumi thought that she needed to remind Saki that even though both of them were dating now, it didn't mean Saki's status as his girlfriend was safe. Shishio lived in Sakurasu, and Mayumi could see him every day, which meant she could steal from him anytime. If Shishio knew what Mayumi was thinking, then he could only stare at her speechlessly. Humph. Saki snorted directly and looked away. You little bitch. Mayumi was furious at that moment. She didn't have a good personality anyway, so there was no need to hide anything. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Mayumi stood up and wanted to teach Saki. Saki saw Mayumi was also ready to teach Mayumi since she didn't feel afraid of Mayumi. Shishio sighed and said, Shiro-san, let me borrow your rope. Hey. Shiro-san was dumbfounded, but before he answered, he was dumbfounded since his body was tied with a rope in an instant. He couldn't believe his eyes. He trained in the path of bondage his entire life, but he had never seen such perfect bondage in his entire life. Shiro-san was about to kowtow to ask Shishio to be his teacher, but suddenly the rope on his body was grabbed by Shishio. Okay, stop fighting, or I'll throw Shiro-san on you, Mayumi-san, Shishio said while holding Shiro-san in his hand. Everything turned quiet, especially when they saw Shiro-san was tied like a ham. Everyone was silent. However, Shiro-san's face flushed, and he was full of excitement. Ah, you're great, Oga-kun. Shiro-san was right. He knew that Shishio was a great sadist, and he knew that Shishio was the best. Saki and Mayumi also quickly stopped when they heard Shishio's words. Saki somehow sighed in relief and quickly moved back, only to realize why this place was called a den of weirdos. As for Mayumi, she panicked at that moment. She raised her hands high and said, take that thing down. Don't throw it at me. I won't fight. Just place that thing down, Shishio. She directly gave up and didn't want Shiro-san to be thrown at her. Shishio nodded and let go of Shiro-san to the ground. Plop. Shiro-san was dropped to the ground with his face facing the ground. His breathing was heavy, and his face flushed. Fortunately, no one was able to see his face at that moment. Mayumi sighed in relief, pushed the frame of her glasses, then looked at Shishio's bondage technique. She, of course, had seen a lot of bondage books, considering it was easy for her to get bored and at how Shiro-san had a lot of books about it. Her hobby was also to bully Shiro-san, so when she saw the bondage on Shiro-san's body, she couldn't help but marvel a bit, and at the same time. Shishio, do you have a hobby on bondage? Everyone was looking at Shishio with curiosity. After all, they could see such smooth and tidy bondage. It wasn't something that an amateur could do. Shishio looked at Mayumi with a sweet and harmless smile and said, well, Do you want to try it too, Mayumi-san? Shudder. Everyone's body shuddered at this moment when they saw this sweet smile, and somehow their faces flushed, thinking that this guy was a sadist. However, they had to admit that his smile was very handsome. This handsome face is too unfair, right? Shishio returned to his usual expression and said, "Alright, I was joking, but still, if I don't do this, you might fight each other." He sighed and said, "I'll be straight so there won't be any misunderstanding in the future, and since we'll live together, you might know it sooner or later." "What's wrong?" Chihiro asked curiously. Everyone was also looking at him curiously. In truth, Shishio looked at Saki, and Saki had a complicated expression. He nodded and knew that he might have made a hasty decision. Even though Saki didn't mind, it didn't mean that she wanted many people to know about this matter, and even though his relationship with everyone here was good, they were practically strangers to Saki. Hence, he quickly changed his mind and said, "In truth, Saki knows that I'll go on a date with Mashiro." Shishio also somehow reflected himself. Even though he lived with everyone in Sakurasu, it didn't mean everyone needed to know everything about him. Their relationship might be close, but it wasn't close enough to tell each other secrets. Kirya might know his relationship with the girls by his observation, and Kirya was quite open-minded that Shishio didn't mind talking with him openly, and it might be because Kirya might also swing that way that Shishio didn't need to worry too much when Kirya knew his relationship with a lot of girls. Shishio also knew Kirya's secret, so he didn't need to worry about him. As for the others, Shishio knew that they weren't as open-minded as Kirya, Maya, or Mako. Shishio was also tired since he had ridden on the emotional roller coaster in the past few days, and he didn't want to ride it again since it was very troublesome. Everyone then looked at Saki and looked at her curiously. Saki somehow sighed in relief, hearing Shishio's words, and nodded. "Yes. Is that all right with you?" Ritsuo asked with a frown. "Well, they're only going on a date for a manga, so there's no need for such a fuss, right?" Saki said simply. They then wanted to say something, but Shishio quickly said, "How about we have dinner first? I'll cook you something. Let me help." Saki said without hesitation. "No, no, you don't need to," Chihiro quickly said and stopped Saki. "Stay here. His food is delicious." She then looked at Futaba and said, "Futaba-san, you'll have dinner with us, right?" "Ah." Futaba was surprised, but then she asked unsurely, "Is that all right?" She didn't look at Chihiro but instead looked at Shishio. Shishio nodded without hesitation and said, "Why not? Stay here a little longer so you can make your decision whether you'll adopt the cat or not." Futaba nodded and said softly, "Thank you, Oga-kun." Shishio then went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, showing his cooking ability directly. Saki and Futaba looked at Shishio, who was in the kitchen with amazement since his cooking ability was too amazing, right? While watching Shishio, Saki was called by Chihiro suddenly. "Kawasaki-san," Chihiro said. "Ah, yes." Unlike when she faced Mayumi, Saki was very polite toward Chihiro. After all, Chihiro was Shishio's aunt. Chihiro bowed her head slightly and said, "Please take care of him." Saki was stunned, but she also bowed her head slightly. "Yes, I'll take care of him." Chihiro smiled and said, "I can see that you're a good girl, but you should be careful. His charm is dangerous, and I'm sure that he'll have a lot of temptation." Saki nodded inwardly since she knew that Chihiro told the truth. Shishio was handsome, rich, and smart. The number of girls who wanted to enter his bed couldn't be counted by hand. Saki nodded and said, "I know that." She wasn't alone in this relationship, and there was another girl, including Shina, who was sitting next to her. Looking at her beautiful features, she somehow understood why Shishio fell for her. Shina also looked at Saki without saying anything. Everyone was looking at both Saki and Shina, wondering whether something would happen. Mayumi and Sayaka looked at Shina and Saki with a snack on their hands, wondering whether something interesting would happen. Ritsu, Misaki, and Futaba had complicated emotions, but they didn't say anything. Roberta was staying beside Shishio, helping him with the dinner preparation. Chihiro sipped her beer silently. Everyone had different kinds of emotions at this moment, but the happiest one would be Shiro-san since he was tied in a rope and being ignored by everyone. As for the most unlucky one, then it was Sorita since his existence was forgotten now. With all of that, Shishio learned a moral lesson today. He found out that a relationship was like bondage, the more complicated the technique was, the harder it was to learn, and if he wasn't careful, the rope would be tangled, or he might be tied up like Shiro-san. If he was a masochist, he would be delighted. Unfortunately, he wasn't. 225, try it. While Shishio was cooking, Mayumi looked at Saki again and asked, "Say, Kawasaki, right?" Saki nodded unkindly toward Mayumi since this woman was a bit annoying. Mayumi didn't care much about Saki's reaction, but she smiled and asked, "Say, don't you worry that I'll steal your boyfriend from you." "Ha! Saki looked at Mayumi with a strange expression. Looking at Mayumi as if this woman was crazy. Sayaka looked at Mayumi with a contemptuous smile and said, Mayumi-san, you're twice older than him. How can you seduce him? She had to admit that Shishio was so handsome. With his cooking ability, she knew that it was only a time before he became rich in the future, creating a restaurant business with billions of income a year. She would be lying if she wasn't tempted by him, and she also had a lot of experience seducing men. More importantly, they were living together. This was the most important point since many things could happen as long as a man and a woman stayed under the same roof. With my charm, isn't it normal for him to fall for me? Mayumi asked. She was a beautiful woman. Her boobs were huge. She also wore glasses. Her personality was also quite good, based on her imagination. Wasn't she such a perfect woman? She was sure that a virgin teenager like Shishio would be crazy about her if he stayed under the same with a perfect woman like her, right? Everything was silent. It was so quiet that they heard the sizzling sound in the kitchen. Shishio also heard Mayumi's narcissistic words, but he pretended that he didn't hear anything. He had to admit that Mayumi was beautiful, and he would be lying if he wasn't tempted. However, it was only limited to her body, he was tempted, and he didn't mind having one stand night with Mayumi, but to take responsibility for her, he felt that it was difficult to do. They were also living in the same dorm, so if something happened between the two, then it would be awkward. Still, even if something happened between him and Mayumi in the future, he really didn't think too much. Everything happened, and he decided to become a responsible scumbag, so what was the use of hesitation? Still, he hadn't solved his problem, and if he dated another woman again, he was trampling the feeling of his woman, so it was better to slow down a bit until he could say I love you to his woman. There were really a lot of problems that Shishio hadn't solved. The first one was Tokugawa's fighting invitation. Then the other one was to solve the problem in his heart. Thinking about Tokugawa, somehow, he felt a bit annoyed, but it was normal, considering how overbearing the thought of the rich people was. Shishio knew that there was no equality in this world when someone's net worth had reached to a certain extent, no rules could bind them down, killing someone a normal person could be easily done without being caught by the police and entering jail so, in front of Tokugawa, he needed to appear strong. With his ability, he knew that it was easy to assassinate Tokugawa without anyone noticing. It was also the reason why Shishio had never thought to date someone when he became Shishio Oga. He didn't want to be weak, and he wanted to be on the strong side, controlling his fate, which was why he didn't have time to think about dating or girls. But now, it was different since he had gotten a system, so all the problems that he threw aside after he became Shishio Oga appeared one after another, like a continuous bombardment on his mind. Shishio, who was cooking now, knew that it was a bit impossible to solve everything directly. For now, it was better not to think too much about the conversation that he had heard and solved his problem with a steady step one by one, then moving forward. Hearing Mayumi's words, everyone was silent, and they could only stare at this woman helplessly. Shishio, did you hear that? Chihiro suddenly asked Shishio directly, wondering what he was going to say after hearing Mayumi's words. Sorry, I didn't hear what you were talking about. What did you say? Shishio asked innocently. Cough. Cough. It's good that you didn't hear anything. Chihiro then grimly stared at Mayumi and asked, Say, are you drunk? I'm not drunk. I haven't even sipped a single sip of alcohol. How can I drunk? Mayumi was annoyed, looked at Saki, then asked, So what do you think, Kawasaki? Saki rubbed her temple and could see that even though Mayumi was beautiful, this woman was really disappointed, and she didn't think that Shishio was going to have anything to do with this woman. She then glanced at all the girls here and didn't think too much about both Sayaka and Chihiro, but it was different for Ritsuo and Futaba, who walked with them before. As for Shina, Saki knew that Shina and Shishio had made a relationship already, so there was no point in talking about their matter now. As for Roberta, Saki wasn't sure, but well, even if Shishio became together with Roberta, she didn't think too much. Rather, she might support them since Roberta somehow gave off a similar feeling to herself. Then lastly, Saki looked at Misaki and thought for a while before she took a deep breath and said, Okay, let me be clear with all of you here since I'm sure that all of you here are tempted by him, right? They couldn't say anything in refute, and they looked away in a blush since they would be lying if they weren't tempted by him. His face was handsome, so handsome that they hadn't seen someone as handsome as him in their entire lives. His grade was amazing, so amazing that he could be called the #1 high school student in Japan, no, in the world. As for his other talents such as music, cooking, drawing, martial arts, etc., it made them wonder whether this guy was the illegitimate child of some deities in this country. There are at least 8,000 deities in Japan. With all of that, if they were saying that they didn't have an interest in him, then they would be lying. But at the same time, they looked at Saki in surprise since this girl was too calm, right? Looking at their expression, Saki didn't feel that surprised and said, You don't feel that surprised, you know? Even if he didn't do anything, many girls are ready to use their bodies to tempt him. Every day, he gets at least 10 love letters. She let out a sigh and said, sometimes, I am even worried that he might dump me for a lot of girls that have confessed to him. In a low voice, she told them since she didn't want Shishio to hear her words. Shishio frowned, but he didn't say anything since he needed to pretend he didn't hear Saki's words. The best way to solve Saki's worry was to tell her that he loved her, but he couldn't say, I love you. Unlike Saki's love, his feeling toward her was like a possession. He didn't want other guys to have her, so he confessed to her. As for whether he loved her or not, even though he couldn't say I love you, he knew that he had affection toward her. But I'm not worried. Saki smiled and said, since I know that he cares about me dearly. Shishio thought that he was fortunate to have Saki. Saki then looked at the girls and said, so here, let me tell all of you that you are free to seduce him. As for whether you can get him or not, try it. Everyone showed a variety of emotions on their faces, and at the same time, they felt amazed by Saki's trust in Shishio. However, no one said anything, and they showed a variety of emotions at this moment. Ritsu then looked at Saki and asked, you're not worried that he'll date another girl suddenly? I'm not afraid. Saki shook her head since she was dating Shishio with Nana. Why would she be afraid if he dated another girl again? Mayumi then raised her hand and asked, can I ask you the last question? What's wrong? Saki asked, and this time, her expression was slightly better. Have you had sex? Mayumi asked. Everything was silent until they heard Shishio's words. Who wants Mayumi-san's food portion? Me. Except for Saki and Futaba, who didn't understand anything, everyone raised their hands without hesitation. What? Mayumi was in despair, and she quickly begged. No. Let me eat your food. Don't give it to someone else. Staring at Mayumi coldly, Shishio thought that this woman was somehow irritating. If her huge breasts didn't hug his leg at this moment, he might kick her away at this moment. Being stared at coldly by Shishio, Mayumi somehow felt like he might awaken something. Mayumi's problem was quickly solved, and everyone was eating dinner together. Shishio was cooking rice, tofu onion miso soup, ginger fried pork, flavored dried fish, pickled seaweed and squid, rolled egg, and seafood salad. It was the first time for Futaba and Saki to eat Shishio's food. In truth, Futaba felt a bit hesitant to eat the food that was cooked by him, but he told her that he had made it for her, so if she didn't eat, it would become a waste, so in the end, she could only eat the food while thinking that he was very sneaky, but somehow it brought her a smile. However, looking at Saki, Futaba sighed. When Futaba and Saki ate Shishio's food, they felt like an aerial bombardment exploded on their mouths, which somehow made their tongue numb, but at the same time, they couldn't stop eating since it was very delicious. During the dinner, everyone was quiet, and no one said anything since they wanted to appreciate the food more. Somehow, when they finished their dinner, the one with the most complicated feeling was Saki since she had always prepared a bento for him. Her cooking ability wasn't bad, but it wasn't that good either. It was also very plain, which somehow made her confidence hit hard, thinking that he forced himself to eat her food. Shishio didn't notice this, but even if he didn't know, it didn't really matter since he could talk about this matter later. When the girls cleaned up the dishes, Shishio asked, so Futaba-san, do you want to adopt Hikari? Futaba somehow hesitated when Shishio asked this question. She had bought a lot of cat books and learned how to take care of a cat. She even bought all the necessary things to keep a cat, but somehow when she was asked this question, she hesitated for a moment. You know, if you don't want to, you don't need to force yourself, Shishio said. No, I have bought books about pet cats and bought all the necessities to keep them, but I am living alone, after all, so I'm afraid that I can't do well. As Shishio had said before, Futaba knew that a cat was a living thing, and it could die if she didn't take care of it. As for the trouble, after she kept a cat, she didn't think too much, and all she thought was that she might be afraid that she couldn't do well to take care of the cat so she might hurt it or something. Hearing Futaba's reason, Shishio nodded with a smile and said, you know, after hearing that reason, I am not worried to let you adopt Hikari, but if you are not ready, then you don't need to force yourself. I'm sorry. Futaba was quite embarrassed. She had come to Sakurasu and ate dinner that Shishio had cooked, but she wasn't ready to take care of the pet. It's all right. You don't need to worry, Shishio said. Yeah, stop all the gloomy matters, and let's play. There's a lot of games here. Mayumi said without hesitation. It's almost dark. I need to go back, Futaba said while looking at the time. She could see the sky was quite dark, and she knew that it would be quite troublesome if she didn't go back early. Shishio, why don't you take her back home? Saki asked. Shishio nodded and asked, do you want me to take you back, Futaba-san? Futaba was dumbfounded. I have a motorcycle here. I can take you back faster, and it is dangerous to let you go back alone at night like this, Shishio said. Shishio didn't feel surprised when Saki told him to take Futaba back since Saki had a bad experience walking back alone. Is that okay? Futaba looked at Saki and Shishio, feeling a bit hesitant. It's all right. Shishio stood up and said, I'll take the helmet to my room. He then looked at Saki and asked, Saki, are you all right to stay here for a moment? Saki nodded and said, I want to talk with Mashiro first. Shina nodded and said, come to my room. Saki looked at Shina for a moment and nodded. Saki and Shina left their room and Sayaka and Mayumi wanted to eavesdrop on them, but they were stopped by Ritsuo and Chihiro directly. Don't cause trouble, or I'll kick you out of Sakurasu, Chihiro threatened directly. Mayumi and Sayaka. Futaba also followed Shishio, but somehow her face flushed, and she was a bit shy when she thought he would bring her back with a motorcycle. Even if Shishio, Shina, Saki and Futaba had left, the Sakurasu was still very noisy, and everyone had alcohol together. Hey, Shiro, you don't want to drink? Mayumi asked. Wait a moment, I want to do my research first, Shiro-san said while trying to learn Shishio's bondage technique. His bondage path was lonely, and it was a bit boring since he had always been on the top, but now, it seemed that he was only a frog at the bottom of well since he only realized that there was a master right, living under the same roof as him. Shishio reluctantly taught him before, but before Shishio taught him, Shishio gave him a test, and unless he could solve this test, Shishio wouldn't teach him. Shiro-san had never been this fired up before, and now, he was going to solve this test no matter what. With that bondage technique, I can walk further into my path. Shiro-san vowed that he would solve this test. 226, Mirror. When Shishio took Hikari and asked Sorita whether he wanted to follow him to see the one who would adopt Hikari, Sorita refused without hesitation. Sorita looked at Hikari, who didn't even show the slightest hesitation to follow Shishio. He had saved her, picked her up, and even moved to the Sakurasu, but this cat didn't even show gratitude toward him and even followed Shishio without hesitation. Watching Hikari being meek when it was picked up by Shishio, Sorita couldn't help but feel regret picking up this cat. If Shishio knew what Sorita was thinking, he could only look at Sorita while shaking his head. You can expect gratitude from someone once you have given them something, but it doesn't mean you can't force them. Especially the one that Sorita had helped a cat. How could a cat give its gratitude to a human? Even after a cat was domesticated 8,000 years ago, the cat has never thought of a human as its owner, or rather, it thinks of them as a servant or something. Hikari might owe Sorita many things, but it was wrong to expect a cat would give someone gratitude as long as they helped them. If Sorita thought that he expected Hikari to give him gratitude, then his feeling to save Hikari was impure, and at that time, he might think that he could get Nanami's heart by doing that. If it was in the past, then it was possible. Unfortunately, Nanami's heart had been stolen by someone else without him noticing it. Sorita was lying on his bed and wanted Sunday to come as soon as possible so he could get out of this place. He knew that he would get out of this place and he should be happy right now, but somehow, deep inside, he felt if he decided to move, he would lose something. No. 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 Sorita shook his head and tried to think positively. He then smiled, showing that he was happy, and at the same time, he was glad that he had said that Shishio had a girlfriend that way Shishio and Shina wouldn't go on a date Saturday. Sorita knew that Shina might not have anything to do with him, and the relationship between them was only someone living in the same dorm, but he just couldn't forget her so easily. When they first met for the first time, he felt like her existence eclipsed his world, and she was the only one in his eyes, which was why the thought of her dating someone else made him feel like crazy. If it was before, Sorita might not know what to do, and his mood would be all gloomy, but now, it was different since Shishio had already a girlfriend and everyone on Sakurasu had known about, so he knew that Shishio and Shina wouldn't go on a date to each other, which somehow made him felt happy. Sorita felt better somehow, but after a while, he felt hungry and thought about eating something in the living room. He walked out of his room and walked to the dining room, but then he could hear chatter and a laugh there, which somehow made him gloomy again. Even without me, they can all smile and happily. Sorita had never bonded much with the people on the Sakurasu since he wanted to go out from this place as soon as possible. Everyone also knew about this, but they didn't think too much and also often talked with him. However, he often stayed in his room all the time, and it was a bit rare for him to talk with the rest of the tenants, which was why the relationship between them wasn't that close, except for Mitaka, of course. Sorita wasn't sure why, but he felt like Mitaka was very kind toward him, and he also had respect toward Mitaka, considering how kind and talented Mitaka was. Unfortunately, Mitaka had moved away, so he was alone in this place. Sorita loosened his clenched fists, then walked back to his room and felt glad that he had decided to move out at this moment. Shishio, of course, knew that Sorita wanted to enter the dining room, but he didn't think too much. He rode on his motorcycle and warmed the machine up for a moment, giving the helmet to Futaba. Futaba, who wore a helmet, looked at Shishio, who was riding on the top of the motorcycle, and she had to admit that he was very handsome at that moment. Sit on my back, Shishio said. I. Hearing his words, Futaba blushed and looked at the back seat with a blush. What's wrong? Shishio asked with confusion. Excuse me. Futaba's face was so red and nervous, but she nodded and sat behind Shishio slowly, gently, and felt a bit afraid that they might touch each other. She also kept some distance from him, but even so, she could see his wide back that gave her a sense of reassurance. She somehow wanted to stretch her hand to hug him, but she wondered whether she would be too bold. Hold my waist, Shishio said. Hold. Futaba took a deep breath and decided to be bold by hugging his waist directly. EY. Shishio frowned when he could feel something soft on his back. He had to admit that even though Futaba was a bit short, her boobs were at least Nana's level, but Nana was bigger. Now the question is, how can he know Futaba's size? It was because Shishio had accepted his reward, mathematics mastery, before. He knew that he used this ability in the most useless way, but he didn't regret it. It might not be related, but he used this ability to know the exact number of every girl that he had seen along the way, including Futaba. Using his vision, based on the calculation of the length, phi, and various mathematical formulas, he determined the girl's bust and even their tree sizes. Shishio knew that with mathematics mastery, he could solve various problems, but he used it to determine the girl's bust. If someone knew what he was doing, then without a doubt, they would be jealous of him since they didn't expect that someone could be so smart that they could know someone's bust size with mathematics, or some of them might scold him since there was a better way to use this ability. Haru took a deep breath and asked, "Are you ready?" Yes. Futaba nodded, put her face on his back, and she had to admit that he smelled good. She didn't expect such a hidden benefit, and she was glad that she came to Sakurasu. She might feel depressed that Shishio had a girlfriend, but this was enough for her. Shishio nodded, then started to drive his motorcycle. When the motorcycle started to move, Futaba loosened her hands slightly and raised her head, feeling the wind on her face. It was her first time riding on a motorcycle. Still, the night wind, even though it was a bit cold, was strangely comfortable and made her realize that she was alive, but at the same time, she hoped to have a time loop ability, so this way, there wouldn't be an ending and she could stay like this forever. Futaba-san, where's the way to your house? Ah. Futaba quickly woke up with a reddened face. Once you see the bridge. On the road, they talked to each other about trivial matters about class, middle school, where they were born, etc., but then Shishio asked, Futaba-san, can I ask you something? Sure. Futaba lost her nervousness, she felt very comfortable right now, and once again, she was glad to come to the Sakurasu. What do you think of the people in Sakurasu? Shishio asked. Futaba thought for a while and said, they're completely different from the people in the school. Isn't that obvious? If all the people in the school like Shiro-san, I'll directly return to Kyoto. If all the people in the school were like the people on the Sakurasu, then without a doubt, the school would be bankrupt. That's true. Futaba couldn't imagine how it felt when all the people in the school would become like Shiro-san. But that's not what I want to say. She tried to sort her words again and said, I mean, they don't put any air. If they want to say something, they say it. There isn't a single lie in their words. I don't feel any pressure with them, and they made the atmosphere so relaxing. She had to admit that compared to the school and her house, even though she had to admit that many people on the Sakurasu were unique, weird, she had to admit that it felt comfortable there, and the food that Shishio cooked was great too. I see. Shishio nodded. I'm glad that you don't feel weirded out by everyone. No, I have never thought that way, Futaba quickly said. Shishio nodded and asked, can I ask you a question again? What's wrong? Futaba asked. Futaba-san, do you hate me? Shishio asked. Wah! Futaba exclaimed. When our eyes met each other at that time, it seemed that you didn't want anyone to know that we know each other, so I thought that you hated me, Shishio said. No. I don't hate you. Futaba quickly refuted with a hint of panic. Calm down. You don't need to get so nervous, Shishio said. Futaba was moving around, but he had a balance mastery and driving mastery, so there was no way for them to fall. Oh. Futaba tried to calm herself and said nervously, the truth is I'm afraid that a lot of people will think of me that I'm not suitable to know you. Hey? Why? Shishio was confused. Futaba was a bit uncomfortable, so she hugged him tighter and said, you know, you're like a bright star in the sky, and unlike me, I'm an outcast, so in the school, I'm afraid that you'll be talked about when you're so close with me. Even though it was sad, she didn't want him to be affected by her. Even though her grade was good, her image wasn't that good. She wanted to talk with him, but she didn't want to cause him trouble, her feeling was so contradictory, which made her hate herself. Shishio only said that and then neither of them talked again, and their trip became quiet as if the night sky had swallowed them. Futaba wasn't sure what to say, but she just felt regret for saying all of that now since she knew that their relationship couldn't return to how it used to be, but wasn't this something that she wanted to? We have arrived, Shishio said. Yes. Futaba's mood was very low at that moment. She looked at her house, which was still dark with a complicated expression, but she didn't know what to say. She stepped down from the motorcycle and wanted to say something, but... Futaba-san, can you see this mirror? Shishio asked while pointing at the mirror on his motorcycle. What's wrong? Futaba was confused and looked at the mirror that reflected her face. The mirror reflects you, Shishio said. Futaba was confused and said, isn't that what mirror is supposed to do? You feel that everyone hates you. But that's because you hate everybody, Shishio said. Futaba couldn't say any refutations. Shishio looked at Futaba and said, no, in your case, you're afraid of them, right? In truth, he just couldn't understand Futaba's reason to talk with Sakuta Azusawega. He had seen Sakuta, and he could see that guy's eyes were dead, and the way he talked was so bland that it made people feel annoyed just to look at him. With the way Sakuta talked, Shishio also understood why many people turned him into an outcast. As for Futaba's reason to talk with Sakuta because they were outcasts, he didn't understand, nor did he care about it, but he didn't want Futaba to stay midway because of Sakuta. Either she walked back to stay the way she was, or she moved forward, but he hoped she could move forward since staying midway was the most dangerous thing. Shishio smiled gently and said, when one sees others smiling, one will inevitably become happy. When one is faced with a solemn expression, one unconsciously becomes nervous. Like a mirror reflecting a person, the attitude of other people mirrors yours. Futaba was in a daze, staring at Shishio. You know, I'm happy that I can talk with you, but I'm afraid that I am the only one who thinks this way, Shishio said. No. Futaba quickly refuted and said, I'm also happy to talk with you. His existence was bright, but it was just right, and it made her comfortable just to stay with him. Thank you. Shishio smiled and said, but from now on, I won't talk with you. Futaba was dumbfounded. I have always been the one who took the initiative to greet you, but now, I want you to be the one who takes the initiative. Shishio looked at Futaba and said, I won't ask you to befriend everyone or greet everyone, but try to smile and greet me at school that way, I'll greet you back with a smile, and we can talk like before. He then put on his helmet again and said, I'll go back first. See you next Monday, Futaba-san. Leaving such words, he then left directly since Saki was waiting for him, but he stopped and said, I believe you can do it, Futaba-san. Futaba looked at Shishio's back and didn't immediately go back to her house. Her heart was a bit heavy, and she wasn't sure whether she could do it. She had always been very passive, and she had never tried to move forward. However, Shishio wanted her to move forward. It was just a small step, telling her to greet him with a smile. It sounded easy, but at the same time, it was tough. However, Futaba took a deep breath and had made up her mind. She knew that her feelings might be unrequired, and Shishio had a girlfriend, but she still wanted to talk with him like before. Next Monday. There were still 2 days before school started. Futaba thought to practice greeting him that day. 227, until the last moment, don't let your guard down. Shishio returned to Sakurasu and parked his motorcycle before he entered the building. I am back. Shishio took his phone and texted Saki since she should be in Shina's room at the moment. Shishio, I am back. Do you want to go back now? If you're ready, I will send you home. Shishio didn't wait too long and received his answer. Saki, wait a moment, I will talk with Mashiro first. You should rest in your room first. Shishio felt weird, wondering what they were talking about, but he replied, then tell me when you're done. He believed in Saki and knew that there was no way for Saki and Shina to fight each other. Saki, okay. Shishio then put his phone back and could hear the commotion and sound of the television in the living room, but he didn't care much and walked back to his room on the second floor. When he walked into the corridor, he saw Sorita's room was open, and it was a bit noisy there. He walked there and saw Sorita packing his belongings. He raised his eyebrow and asked, Kanda-kun, are you going to move? Sorita, who packed his things, was startled and quickly turned. Oh Oga-kun. You're going to move? Shishio ignored Sorita's exclaim and asked Sorita this question again. Sorita looked at Shishio for a while and gritted his teeth. He really felt envious of Shishio, who owned everything, and just standing beside him, he felt really pressured. He felt like the world was so unfair, but what could he do? Just by standing in front of him, he could see the difference between him and Shishio. Shishio's presence was special, and it was different from a normal person like him. Yes, Sorita answered Shishio's question with a low voice. He lowered his head and didn't look at him since he was afraid that all the ugliness on his heart would be shown on his face at this moment. I see. Shishio didn't expect Sorita to leave so soon. He remembered that Sorita had just 2 weeks ago, but now, Sorita had decided to move. He recalled Chihiro had reminded Sorita, but this guy was so persistent and didn't believe Chihiro's words before. In the end, Sorita decided to move to Sakurasu. Looking at Sorita now, Shishio knew it was a bit cruel, but he felt that this guy was too pathetic. Sorita was the one who had decided to pick up the cat. Sorita was the one who had decided to move out from Sakurasu. Everything was Sorita's decision, but he regretted it and decided to move out from Sakurasu. Even though Shishio felt that this guy was pathetic, he didn't look down on Sorita. However, he felt a bit disappointed since he thought that Sorita, the main character in the story and the one who had cut down Shina's wings from the world of art, would be an interesting opponent. Still, in the end, Sorita was just. Shishio shook his head and knew that from now on, Sorita's position would be reduced as a background character in his class, and from now on, they wouldn't meet each other on the Sakurasu anymore. However, Shishio knew how indecisive this guy was. As long as there was some hesitation, he knew that Sorita would decide to stay in this place longer, and he didn't want that. He knew that before Sorita moved out from Sakurasu, there was still a chance for him to return, so until then, he wouldn't let down on his guard down. I see. Shishio nodded and said, if that's your decision, I'll respect you. Do you need my help to pack your things? No. I can do it myself, Sorita quickly said while shaking his head since Shishio's response was so nice and gentle that it made him feel that he was really an ugly person. It wasn't a matter of the face, but rather it was the matter of the heart. Still, staying in the Sakurasu, he might not realize that all the worry and envy on his heart reflected on his face, which caused his appearance to become worse than normal. Shishio nodded and didn't force himself to help Sorita since he didn't really want to help, but he knew that Sorita wouldn't let him help, so he just said those words casually. Well, if that's the case, I'll go back to my room. He didn't stay any longer and returned to his room without hesitation. Looking at Shishio, who had walked away, Sorita let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was wondering why Shishio had everything, but he was just like this. If Shishio knew what Sorita was thinking, he could only shake his head since young people didn't really understand the world of adults. There was nothing fair in this world, and there was no use in envying other people's world. Rather than that, it was better to work hard and change your own world, but Shishio wouldn't say that to his opponent. In front of his family, Shishio was gentle, but in front of his enemy, he would be ruthless since no enemies would show their gratitude or even thanked him even if he helped them. Rather they would become his enemy again, which was why there was a Chinese idiom, cut the grass from its roots. The meaning of that idiom was simple, that was to annihilate your enemies so they wouldn't bother you again in the future, leaving you with hidden danger. If Shishio wanted, the best way to remove Sorita was to fire Sorita's father from his job, which gave Sorita's family financial difficulty, which made Sorita needed to stop from school. Still, he knew that Sorita had both a sister and a mother. He was sure that both Sorita's sister and mother would reward him, so he wouldn't do that since if he did that, he wouldn't be able to meet both of them. As for killing Sorita, Shishio felt that method was too tasteless, simple, and stupid. He might be okay to erase his opponent from this world, but it was only the last method unless he was being threatened. An eye for an eye. If you screw me, I'll screw you back. Twice, no, 100-fold. Shishio somehow remembered the famous lines of a famous TV drama and couldn't help but think about entering the entertainment industry later. He owned the majority of Sony, and he was very excited about the future of this company. Under his hand, he knew that this company would become a behemoth sooner or later. When Shishio was resting in his room, Saki and Shina talked to each other, especially about his problem. You're going on a date with him tomorrow, right? Saki asked. Shina nodded. Saki looked at Shina and had to admit that this girl was beautiful, but this girl simply lacked common sense. Well, before that, is that all right with you, Mashiro? What's wrong? Shina was confused. About how he introduced me as his girlfriend, you're his woman too, right? Saki asked. Shina. Saki looked at Shina, who stayed in silence and couldn't help but become confused and asked, what's wrong? Our relationship. I don't know. Shina shook her head since they hadn't confirmed their relationship. Saki raised her eyebrow and asked, you don't know your relationship? Shina nodded. Has he confessed to you? Saki asked. Shina shook her head and said, I was the one who confessed to him. Saki couldn't say anything when she heard Shina's answer since, unlike her, Shina was the one who confessed to Shishio. She looked at Shina and said, you should talk to each other tomorrow. Shina nodded and said, Shishio said that we would talk to each other tomorrow. Saki nodded and didn't feel surprised since she knew that if Shishio had decided to do something, this guy would really do it. So, what do you want to talk about? I want to help Shishio. Shina looked straight into Saki's eyes and said, Shishio is in pain, and I want to help him. Saki looked at Sheena for a moment and thought that this girl was really unique. As for Shishio's problem, she also knew, but she didn't know what to do. What are you planning to do? Sheena couldn't answer Saki's question and fell into silence. Saki smiled and couldn't help but pat Sheena's head lightly. You really love Shishio, hey? Sheena nodded and said, I love Shishio. If it was before, she might not understand, but now, she understood, and she knew that she had fallen for him. She looked at Saki and asked, how about Saki? I love him, Saki said without hesitation. Which is why I have decided to believe him. I'm sure he'll say he loves us when the time comes. Staring at Saki for a while, Sheena hesitated before she nodded. Well, you should enjoy your date tomorrow. I'll go back since I need to go home, Saki said. Sheena nodded. Saki then texted Shishio that she was ready to go home, but then she looked at Sheena and asked, say, Mashiro. Sheena looked at Saki curiously. Are there any girls that he's close to within this dorm? Saki asked. Hearing Saki's question, Sheena thought for a while before she gave her answer. Shishio didn't know what Sheena and Saki were saying to each other. He stood at the entrance of Sakurasu, wearing a jacket since it was slightly cold at night. In truth, it wasn't that cold again for him, considering his body had become 3 times stronger than a normal human. Shishio waited for a while until he saw Saki coming out from the girls' area side. Saki was a bit embarrassed and said, sorry to make you wait, Shishio. I think it is worth it to wait for a beautiful girl like you, Shishio said with a smile. Saki was a bit embarrassed, her face blushed, and she wasn't sure what to say for a while until she let out a sigh and said, you know, I wonder how many girls have heard those words. Only you, I only said those words to my Saki-chan, Shishio said. Don't call me Saki-chan. Saki's face was burning red. It can't be helped, my Saki is too cute, Shishio said with a sigh and really wanted to push her on the bed. Let's go back. In the end, Saki lowered her head since her defense was too low against Shishio's flirt. She then wore her shoes and then saw him extend his hand toward her. She showed a smile, then reached for his hand without hesitation, letting him pull her up, holding his hand while walking out of Sakurasu, but then stopped when her phone vibrated. What's wrong? Shishio asked. My phone. Saki took her phone and saw that she had received a call from Nana. Nana. 228, do you have a stomach fetish? When she saw the call from Nana, Saki subconsciously looked at Shishio. Shishio nodded, telling her to accept the call. Saki nodded and accepted the call. She wanted to say something, but Nana didn't give her a chance. Senpai, let's go out tomorrow. Let's buy battle underwear. We're going on a date with Shishio on Sunday. That guy is a beast. We need to prepare ourselves. Shishio and Saki. Shishio rubbed his temple, but he didn't say anything. Saki looked at Shishio in amusement and asked, battle underwear. It's underwear that you're prepared to have sex with, Nana said. Shishio and Saki. How can you say such a shameless thing? Saki's face was so red at that moment. Senpai, listen to me first. There's a reason for this, Nana said calmly, trying to calm Saki. Saki took a deep breath while glancing at Shishio, who didn't say anything. It seemed that he didn't want Nana to know that he was right beside her, and she also wasn't cruel enough to tell that he was right beside her, listening to their conversation. She was sure if Nana knew that he was right beside her, happened to hear their conversation, Nana would be so embarrassed that Nana might not dare to meet him on Sunday later. What do you want to say? I had seduced him the morning before, Nana said. Shishio and Saki. Saki glanced at Shishio, who was looking at the stars and snorted. So. We kissed at each other at that time, and if I didn't stop him, we might have sex in the clubroom in the morning. Be careful, don't let him guide you since you might be eaten directly by him, Nana said, trying to remind Saki. Saki stared at Shishio silently. Shishio looked at the sky, holding Saki's hand, and he could feel that his hand started to get sweaty. He also smelled a pheromone from her body that told him to push her, which made him wonder why his sense of smell became so strong after his body became stronger, but well, he should just enjoy it rather than complaining since he had to admit Saki's scent was so good. Saki didn't say much and asked, so did you have sex? Of course not. Are you stupid, senpai? How can I lose my first time at a place like a clubroom? Nana was a bit mad when she heard Saki's question. Saki was also a bit embarrassed and quickly apologized. I am sorry. It's all right, I don't mind much, and I also need to say sorry to you for saying rude remarks, but anyway, let's continue our conversation. Nana quickly changed the topic of conversation. You know, we're going to have a date with him on Sunday, so, at that time, we should be prepared to lose our first time there, and let's buy battle underwear on Saturday. Saki recalled a movie or TV drama that she had watched by chance where the characters in that story could have a conversation with each other just using their eyes. She hoped that she could do it with Shishio too right now since there were many things that she wanted to ask him. Right, senpai, this is just between us, but that guy might have a stomach fetish, Nana said in a whisper. Stomach fetish? Saki blushed and looked at Shishio in surprise. Shishio's lips twitched. Even though he had to admit that Nana's stomach was attractive, he was more into legs rather than the stomach. Yes, he rubbed my stomach eagerly and excitedly. From the way he rubbed my stomach, I can tell that he has a stomach fetish. Nana told Saki her deduction as if she had become a small kid with a blue suit, a red bow tie, and glasses. Pushing the frame of her imaginary glasses, she invited Saki again. So let's go out tomorrow, all right? Well, it's all right, let's go, Saki answered in a perfunctory manner since she didn't want Shishio to see her too eager to buy battle underwear. She would be lying if she didn't have an interest in sex, especially when she could do it with the one she loved. They would go on a date on Sunday, so it might be good to buy battle underwear to prepare herself. They talked for a moment before they ended their conversation. Saki and Shishio then looked at each other for a moment before she said, "Do you have a stomach fetish?" She didn't think that it was weird since he loved a stomach, which somehow made her wonder whether she should work out to tone her stomach. She knew that her stomach was good, considering she had joined karate in the past and she didn't have a hobby to eat much, so it should be good, right? Shishio knew that Saki had a lot of questions, but he had never thought that she would ask whether he had a stomach fetish or not. If I have to say whether I like it or not, then I like it. He had to admit that he might have rubbed Nana's stomach so long before, but he was more into legs rather than the stomach, but in Saki's case, he liked her butts more. Saki's face blushed, and she asked shyly, what do you think of my stomach? Should we have that kind of conversation now? Shishio asked speechlessly. More importantly, this is my first time hearing that the three of us are going on a date. Saki was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. Yes, I have said I love you to you, but you are still unable to say it to me. You know, even if it's a lie, I really want to hear I love you from your mouth. It might sound silly, but she really wanted to confirm that Shishio really loved her. Even if it was a lie, she didn't mind since she just wanted to hear I love you from him. Sorry. Shishio couldn't say anything and could only apologize. Shaking her head gently, Saki said, "Don't be. I have decided to date you, and I don't regret it, but I also want to help you solve your problem. My power might not be much, which is why I'd decided to bring Nana with me." Shishio had to admit that being pampered by three girls, Shina, Saki, and Nana, made him a bit uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and said, "You know, I have written a story." "Story? You mean the one that you told me before?" Saki asked in confusion, wondering why Shishio suddenly mentioned this matter now. "Yes, but the real reason that I have decided to write that story is to solve my problem." Shishio looked at Saki and said, "My story will be finished on Saturday, and on Sunday, I'll give you the words that you've always wanted to hear." Saki stared at Shishio's eyes and could feel his hand tighten. Rather than feeling hurt, she wanted to hold his hand tighter, and in the end, she hugged him tightly without letting him go since she wasn't sure why she felt like he was like a cornered beast. "You don't need to force yourself." Her words were so gentle since she didn't want to see him in pain. "No, I need to do this. I have told you to believe me, right? So believe me." Shishio lifted Saki's chin again and wondered how many times that this girl had been crying, which somehow made him directly kiss her tears. Saki was in a daze. "It's salty," Shishio said. Saki blushed again and felt a bit annoyed. "How could you do something so embarrassing so easily? Because you're my woman, isn't it normal that I want to have your everything?" Shishio said without hesitation. He was a very selfish man, but what of it? The common sense that ordinary people made couldn't bind him, which might be why he could have a harem, yet other people did not. Hearing his domineering tone, Saki couldn't stand any longer and hid on his chest since if she stared at him again, she felt like she would be on impulse again, giving her everything to him. Shishio had promised to finish his story tomorrow. He knew that he needed to do this and needed to push himself to the limit, cornered since this way, he would have an urge to finish his story or else, sooner or later, he wouldn't finish his story, and he might not be able to say goodbye to his past. "Right, you're going to go out Nana tomorrow, right? Take this." Shishio took out a credit card from his wallet and gave it to Saki. "What is this?" Saki was dumbfounded. "Credit card," Shishio said. "Hey? I don't need it." Saki quickly refused. "Take this. I can't give you complete love, which is why I can only compensate you this way. It might sound vulgar, but it is realistic. It might not be everything in a relationship, but it is still necessary, right?" Shishio said. Saki was stunned and couldn't move when she was told to take his credit card. Shishio smiled and said, "Didn't you go to buy battle underwear?" Buy them a lot since I'll eat you sooner or later. He whispered those words to her ear, which caused her to shudder. By the way, rather than your stomach, I like your neck better. He snuggled into her neck, smelling her faint jasmine mixed with her sweat, which somehow made him quite addicted. He wanted to say her butts, but it was a bit hard to need her butts right now. Pervert. Saki murmured. Her legs felt weak, but even so, she didn't move away from his arms. Take this, all right. Shishio put the credit card directly on Saki's hand and said, the limit is 1 million yen. You can buy as much as you want as long as you want to buy something. Saki became dizzy again, and she couldn't help but ask, just what is your family doing? She couldn't understand how this guy could get so much money. Hotel, luxurious apartment building, etc., etc., she was wondering what his parents were doing. It's not my parents' money. As I've said before, I have my own business, Shishio said. Saki. We can talk about this matter slowly in the future. We're going to be together until we're dead anyway. You can know me, and I can know you better slowly since it won't be fun if we know each other so fast, right? Shishio said with a smile. Saki looked at Shishio and had to admit that he was full of mystery, but this mystery made her attracted, but at the same time, she blushed when he heard him telling her that they would be together until death. Rather than being forever, they would be together to death, it was more realistic, and it somehow melted her heart. Well, that's true. Let's talk about something else first. Saki was a bit hesitant to take his credit card, but in the end, Shishio forced her to accept it, which made her helpless and thought that she should buy a lot of underwear to tempt him. About our date on Sunday, which aquarium are we going to go to? You know, you're from Kyoto. You're not that familiar with Tokyo, right? Shishio thought for a moment and said, how about Enoshima? Enoshima. Saki was dumbfounded. Shishio nodded and said, well, we can get there by train in just an hour, it isn't that far, and there's also a lot of interesting things there besides aquariums like a sea, shrine, food, etc., right? Well. Saki thought for a moment, then nodded. I don't mind. She had never been to Enoshima before, so when she heard his words, she also felt a bit tempted to go there. All right, it has been settled. Let's go to Enoshima on Sunday, Shishio said without hesitation. Both of them continued to chat with each other until they arrived at Saki's house. Saki was quite reluctant to part. Shishio smiled and said, don't show such an expression. We're going to have a date on Sunday, right? Well. Saki nodded, but then she was kissed again. She was stunned, but this time, she accepted obediently. She knew that she couldn't win against him, so rather than fighting back, it was better to enjoy it since it was enjoyable. When their lips parted, Shishio whispered, by the way, I have a maid fetish. WH. Saki blushed again and asked, why did you tell me that? Shishio smiled and said, I wonder, why? Watching this mysterious smile, Saki somehow knew what this guy wanted and recalled what Nana had told her before. She knew that this guy was a wolf that walked proudly among the group of sheep without using his disguise. When he wanted to eat that sheep, he would do it openly, without hesitation. Anyway, it didn't really matter, and she secretly made a note on her mind that he had a maid fetish and wondered whether she could buy a maid uniform when she went out tomorrow. 229, Saturday date, do you want to follow them? Saturday. The sound of chirping birds, the slightly warm sun, sunny weather, and the voices of the group of beautiful housewives. Meeting all of that during his workout session in the morning, Shishio returned to Sakurasu. He knew that it should be a perfect day for a date, but with his conversation with Saki last night, he felt quite pressured since he hadn't finished his story. Shishio knew that he was about to have a date with Shina today, so he shouldn't have a gloomy thought. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he had to admit that he was very handsome, but enough of that. Shishio took a bath as usual and walked out of the bathroom when he had finished. While walking, he dried his hair with a towel, but then he happened to meet Ritsu, who seemed to have just awakened from her sleep. He could see that she seemed half asleep, which made him think that this girl was adorable. Ritsu-senpai, good morning. Ah. Ritsu was startled, especially when Shishio called her first name, but then she recalled that they started to call each other by their first name. She was a bit shy and also greeted him back. Good morning, Shishio-kun. It gave her a strange feeling when she called him by his first name, but she didn't hate this feeling. Did you just finish your workout? She secretly stared at his body, which was very fit, and somehow it made her face hot. Still, she couldn't look away since it might be her instinct as a woman. Yes. Shishio nodded and was about to say something, but his name was called. Shishio. Shishio and Ritsu turned, and they saw Shina strode toward them. Good morning, Mashiro. Shishio looked at Shina and said, it's rare for you to wake up in the morning. Shina nodded and said, we're going on a date, after all. Shishio showed a soft expression and said, well, you should get prepared first. I also need to change my clothes too. Sheena nodded without hesitation, then strode to the bathroom area since she knew she needed to take a bath. Well, senpai, I'll go back to my room first. Shishio looked at Ritsu, whose expression was quite complex before he left. Ah, yes. Ritsu nodded, staring at his back without looking away. She had to admit that she felt envious and quite jealous of Sheena since Sheena could go on a date with him. She didn't know why she felt this feeling, even though she had made up her mind and knew that he had a girlfriend. When she knew that he was going on a date with Sheena, she couldn't help but think that she might have a chance too. Hey! What the heck are you thinking about? Ritsu's face was so red, and she quickly ran toward the living room so no one would see her expression at this moment. Wearing a black t-shirt and skinny jeans, Shishio took the flannel shirt from his wardrobe then placed it on his bed. He didn't wear it immediately but sat on the chair, looking at his laptop's display. He checked his work and project before he checked his story. He had written everything except for the last moment when the protagonist and the heroine were parted by the train. Shishio wanted to finish it, but he hesitated whether he should give a sad ending or a happy ending. Shishio tapped his table several times, and in the end, he let out a long sigh and closed his laptop. He took his backpack and put his laptop there. He also took the camera given by Yuki Nashita before, checking it for a moment before he put it on his backpack. Shishio then took his flannel shirt and wore it directly, taking his backpack and walked to the dining room since he wanted to eat first. When Shishio entered the dining room, there were a lot of people already. Unlike him, a student, Mayumi, and Chihiro were adults, and they needed to go on their job on Saturday. Usually, they didn't need to go to work on Saturday, but Golden Week was nearby, which caused them to go to the office on Saturday to finish some important tasks as soon as possible. Shishio could also see Ritsuo and Shiro-san, who were eating breakfast too. As for Sayaka, he wasn't sure where she was, but she might be in her room at this moment. As for Sorita, even though he didn't care much, he knew that Sorita was in his own room right now. Looking at Shishio, who had dressed up, Mayumi, Chihiro, and Ritsuo couldn't look away and had to admit that this guy was very handsome, especially his style was different from his usual elite style. Right now, he gave off a regal aura and bad boy aura, which made them unable to look away from him, and at the same time, they were a bit jealous of Sheena, who could go on a date with him. Good morning, Shishio said. On Saturday, I need to go to work, but you can go on a date freely. Mayumi murmured and felt jealous. Shishio. Shishio, you should know that you'll have an exam soon. Have you prepared? Chihiro asked in a cornered way. You don't need to worry, Chihiro-ne. Shishio put his bag on the side and said confidently, I can easily get the first rank among the first graders in the entire country. Mayumi, Ritsu, and Shiro-san. Chihiro nodded and decided to believe him since she knew that this guy had always brought a miracle with him. However, she was wondering whether he could bring her a miracle that could change their status. She didn't want to be his aunt and just wanted to be a normal man and a normal woman. Still, even if miracles existed in this world, she knew that their status couldn't change unless they were reincarnated in a different world. Chihiro had made up her mind before, but when she saw him, she had to admit that her nephew was really handsome. Now that you mention it, is your grade good, Oga-kun? Shiro-san asked since he didn't expect this guy was also smart at school. This guy has broken the record of the best grade on the entrance exam. Do you think his grade is bad? Chihiro said. Shiro-san was confused and asked, Oga-kun, you can do everything, is there something that you can't do? Not only was Shishio good at studying, painting, writing, singing, cooking, martial art, but Shishio was also good at bondage, which made him wonder whether there was something that Shishio couldn't do, but at the same time, he realized that, unlike all the geniuses that had lived on Sakurasuo in the past, Shishio was an entirely different dimension. I'm not perfect. There's still a lot of things that I can't do. Shishio looked at Shiro-san and asked, more importantly, Shiro-san, have you finished the test? Shiro-san asked him to teach him bondage skills. He didn't really mind, but he gave Shiro-san a test, and if Shiro-san could solve the test, he would teach him. Now, this is what I have been waiting for. Shiro-san smiled brightly then showed the untied rope in his hands. Tate! He was a bit proud at the time and said, I have spent several hours untying the rope. Now, you can teach me, right? Shishio looked for a moment and nodded. I'll teach you some tricks before I go out with Mashiro later. Yes. Shiro-san was very happy at that moment. Chihiro, Ritsu, and Mayumi. Say, how did you learn that bondage skill? Mayumi asked curiously. I learned it by chance in Kyoto, Shishio said in a perfunctory manner. Hey? Is there such a place in Kyoto? Mayumi was confused. Kyoto is a city of art. It is the cultural capital of Japan. Bondage is part of art, so isn't it normal that it appears in Kyoto? Shishio said naturally. His explanation was pure without any perversion and told everyone that bondage was part of art. That's right. Bondage is an art. Shiro-san nodded and agreed without hesitation. Shishio. Sheena and Roberta entered the dining room together. Shishio turned and looked at Sheena, who was wearing a light pink dress, and had to admit that this girl was adorable. You're so cute today, Mashiro. Thank you. Sheena smiled. Breakfast is almost ready. Wait a moment, Shishio said. Sheena nodded. Mayumi raised her eyebrow and asked, by the way, you two are going on a date, right? Where are you going? She looked at Sheena and wondered where they were going to go on a date. She then smiled and asked, are you two going to the Love Hotel? She was joking and didn't think too much when she asked this question, but it made Chihiro annoyed. Mayumi, don't tell such a dirty joke in the morning, Chihiro said with a frown. Sorry, but you're going on a date, right? I am just curious, Mayumi said and thought that Chihiro was too uptight. Yes. Sheena nodded. Shishio, who brought the breakfast, couldn't help but ask, we're going to the Love Hotel. Yes. Sheena nodded. Not only Shishio was in silence, but everyone was also in silence. Shishio could feel everyone staring at him, but he also understood their feelings. He looked at Sheena and asked, why do we need to go to the Love Hotel? I want to see the material of my manga. Sheena's answer was like a tape cassette that had been repeated several times. It seemed that she had practiced using this answer on several occasions, so she used it again without hesitation. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and asked, besides the Love Hotel, is there a place that you want to go to? Sheena thought for a while before she looked at Shishio. I will follow Shishio everywhere. You mean, you're going to leave everything to me? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded. Shishio thought for a while and asked, in truth, I'm not that familiar with Tokyo either since I haven't been in this town for a long time, but if you ask me, how about we go to East Shinjuku? East Shinjuku? Sheena titled her head. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, there should be a lot of interesting things there. What do you think? Yes. Sheena nodded. Let's go there. Okay. Shishio nodded and asked, Roberta, can you send us to East Shinjuku? Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded without hesitation. Then they continued to eat as usual, but... Wait, are you really going to the Love Hotel later? Chihiro asked. Is that not okay? Shishio asked with a confused expression. Say, Shishio, have you been to a Love Hotel? Chihiro asked as she rubbed her temple. Shishio shook his head since he really had never come to the Love Hotel. Even in his previous life, if he wanted to do it with his girlfriend, he would go to a normal hotel. As for those short-term hotels, he had never gone there. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Shishio also knew that a love hotel was part of the culture of this country, so he was going to learn this culture well. Chihiro looked at Shishio and only remembered that this guy was a virgin. She let out a sigh and said, well, don't stay out too late for your date. Yet. 2x. Shishio and Sheena nodded simply. Wait. You two haven't been there, right? How about you wait for me to go back from my work and go there together to the Love Hotel? I can guide you there, Mayumi said without hesitation. Mayumi. Chihiro stared at Mayumi with disbelief. Come on, Chihiro. Think of it as a study tour, and rather than leaving the two alone, isn't it better to have more people to enter the Love Hotel? Mayumi said with her illogical reason, but strangely enough, Chihiro seemed to feel that her reason seemed right. She then looked at Ritsuo and asked, Riken, how about joining the study tour to the Love Hotel? I'm sure that you might need it. Ritsu. Shishio was speechless and ignored Mayumi. Mashiro, how about we go now? Sheena also agreed without hesitation. See you later, senpai, Mayumi-san, Chihiro-ne, Shiro-san, Shishio said and left with Roberta and Sheena. Sheena and Roberta also said goodbye to everyone before they left too. With the three of them left, Ritsuo became a bit restless. As for Mayumi and Chihiro, the two of them weren't that worried, but they had to admit that they felt quite jealous. As for Shiro-san, he learned the new bondage technique that Shishio taught. As Shishio, Sheena, and Roberta left, Misaki and Sorita also arrived. Shishio, I want to eat. Misaki said cheerfully, but the dining room was fairly quiet since only Shiro-san and Ritsuo were there. Hey? Where's Shishio, Riken? He's on a date with Mashiro, Ritsuo said in a blank expression. What? Sorita, standing beside Misaki, was dumbfounded and asked hurriedly, how can that be? Doesn't he have a girlfriend already? How can he go on a date with other girls? His face was pale and he was so panicked. Ritsuo and Misaki didn't care much about Sorita's reaction, but Shiro-san looked at Sorita thoughtfully, but Shiro-san didn't say anything since youth was pretty much complicated things. Misaki also didn't know why she felt strange when she heard that Shishio and Shina were on a date, but she shook her head and asked, Ritsu, do you know where they're going on a date? Ritsu was confused, but she still answered, they're going to East Shinjuku if I'm not wrong. East Shinjuku, hey. Misaki thought for a moment, then said, alright, let's follow them. Hey. Ritsu was dumbfounded. Riken, let's go. Let's follow their date. Misaki said without hesitation. Hey? No, we can't do that, Misaki-senpai. Ritsu quickly shook her head. Even though she felt eager to follow both Shishio and Shina, she couldn't follow them. It's alright, you don't need to follow them, you can just go to the bookstore to buy a book, and we just happen to meet them, right? Isn't that a normal thing? Misaki said with a smile. Bookstore. Meeting by chance? Ritsu murmured, but then she stood up and said, I want to buy a book. Can you accompany me, senpai? Of course. Misaki said without hesitation. Both Misaki and Ritsu quickly returned to their rooms, preparing to follow both Shishio and Shina. Sorita didn't move from his spot, but he murmured the words that he had just heard. East Shinjuku. Shiro-san looked at Sorita and asked, Kanda-kun. However, Sorita didn't hear Shiro-san's words and returned to his room again, changing his clothes since he needed to get ready to follow after them. Looking at how the three of them, Shiro-san thought that youth was really troublesome, but at the same time, it was also interesting. He then stood up and said, should I go to East Shinjuku too? He felt like a bloody relationship between youth would be interesting to watch, and it might be good to use it as material for his book. With all of that, almost all the members of Sakurasu went to East Shinjuku to start their study tour to learn about what a guy and a girl would do on their date. 230, Shinjuku 1. It might not have been explained before, but Sakurasu and Suime were located in Shinjuku, but it was located on the edge side of Shinjuku, not in the center part of Shinjuku. The location they would go on a date might not be that far since it was still in the same area, but they still needed a vehicle to go there since it would take too long if they were walking. Most Japanese don't have a hobby of going somewhere by using a private vehicle, and they mostly use a public vehicle such as a train to go anywhere. Still, regardless, Shishio decided to ask Roberta to drive them to East Shinjuku. After all, he had a private vehicle and a maid, rather than going to East Shinjuku by train, which was practically crowded, it was better to use a car which was very comfortable, right? Lastly, Shishio also felt worried since Roberta was practically free, which made him wonder whether she felt bored when she stayed at Sakurasu or the free range. He had asked whether she wanted to do something, but she shook her head and told him that serving him was her duty, so she wanted to focus on her duty and spent her time to serve him since it was her happiness, which made him a bit helpless by her devotion sometimes. If possible, Shishio wanted to spend more time with Roberta, but inside Sakurasu, it might be a bit hard, so he wondered whether he should move to his apartment. Even if he couldn't stay every day, it might be good to stay at his apartment on the weekend or something. After all, he had to admit that the facilities on Sakurasu were quite old, but it was normal since the rent was very cheap. But what troubled him the most was that he needed to live with many people, which was quite hard to keep his privacy sometimes. Still, Shishio could solve that problem later since he was going on a date with Shina now. As for their destination, they went to the Isetan department store, a very famous department store in Shinjuku. While talking to each other, they quickly arrived, and as they were about to start their date, Roberta left before telling him to call her anytime if he needed something. Shishio nodded and looked at Roberta, who left slowly, seemingly a bit jealous when he was on a date with Shina. Looking at Roberta, he thought that he should take Roberta on a date in the future. Shishio. Hearing his name being called Softy, Shishio looked at Shina with a smile and said, shall we go now? Shina nodded with a bright smile. She then looked at Shishio's hand for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Even though Shina's actions might be incomprehensible sometimes, Shishio knew what this girl wanted to do. He then gently held her hand and asked, satisfied? Shina was a bit shy for some reason that she couldn't understand. Nevertheless, she held his hand tightly since it was a rare chance that they could hold each other's hands. Do you have somewhere that you want to visit, Shishio? How about you? Do you have a place that you want to visit? Shishio asked. No. Shina shook her head and said, as long as I can be with Shishio, I am happy. Shishio looked at Shina and had to admit that even if this girl had one or two quirks, she was adorable and beautiful. So he thought for a moment and said, how about we visit a cat cafe? Cat cafe? Shina tilted her head and didn't seem to understand what a cat cafe was, but she could tell that there would be many cats there. As Shishio and Shina went to the cat cafe, Ritsu and Misaki went to East Shinjuku to search for Shishio and Shina. Since Misaki had money, she directly called a taxi to go there. However, Shinjuku was huge, so it might be a bit impossible to follow them if there was no lead. Riken, Do you know where they are? Misaki asked. Ritsu, who got a headache after reading her book inside the taxi, rubbed her temple a bit and said, I'm not sure. Even though she wanted to follow both Shishio and Shina, she felt quite guilty when she thought about it, so she said, Senpai, I don't think it is good to follow them. How about we go to buy a book or something? Rikin. Those kinds of thoughts are bad. If you want to do something, then do it. Don't hesitate. Misaki said without hesitation, then took out her phone directly. Ritsu was dumbfounded by Misaki's words and knew that, unlike Misaki and Shina, she had always shown hesitation in her action, and it might also be the reason why she lost the place where she took it for granted. Holding her book, she wasn't in the mood to read and started to reflect on herself. She knew that he had a girlfriend, but it was the first time for someone to give her such a special feeling. She knew that she should give up, but she was unwilling. Ah, Roberta-san, can you tell me where both Shishio and Mashiro-chan go? Misaki asked over the phone. Hey! Ritsu awakened from her thought when she heard Misaki's words. She was dumbfounded and looked at Misaki with an incomprehensible expression since she didn't expect Misaki to ask Roberta directly. After confirming where Shishio and Shina went on a date, Misaki hung up the phone and quickly said to the driver. Quickly go to the Isetan department store. Looking at how excited Misaki was, Ritsu couldn't say anything since, in truth, she also wanted to follow Shishio and Shina, especially when she knew both of them might go to the Love Hotel. Even though she knew that they might not do something weird, as a girl, it would be strange if she didn't feel anything when the guy she had a crush on would go to the Love Hotel with another girl. However, neither of them knew at this moment that they might encounter someone unexpected on their trip. Sorita also wanted to go to East Shinjuku. If possible, he wanted to follow both Misaki and Ritsu, but they had left, and he was late to ask them. Even though Sorita might not be so close with Ritsu, his relationship with Misaki was quite alright. Even though Misaki was a bit unique, Misaki was very amiable, especially to someone living in Sakurasu. While thinking about what to do, Sorita was moving back and forth and couldn't make up his decision whether he should follow Shishio and Shina or not. What should I do? He was in a dilemma until his name was called. Ah, Kanda-kun, are you going to East Shinjuku? Ah, Shiro-san. Sorita looked at Shiro-san in surprise. His relationship with Shiro-san was good since Shiro-san was quite gentle. If Shiro-san was a beautiful older woman, he would be even happier, but he knew that Shiro-san was a guy and masochist one at that. Are you going somewhere, Shiro-san? Yes, I'm going to East Shinjuku. Do you want to go with me? Shiro-san asked. Is that all right? Sorita was surprised, but he was more than happy to go with Shiro-san. Of course. Let's go. I have called the taxi, Shiro-san said and wondered what kind of development he would see when he put a lot of elements into this outing. He was sure that it would be very messy, but he wanted to see it. Siamese, British shorthair, calico, snowshoe, Norwegian forest cat, Persian, Scottish fold, etc., there were various cats in this cat cafe. Shishio, with language mastery, could talk with a cat and understood them, but he mostly ignored them since their conversation was stupid. The IQ of animals was low. Even though there were some animals with quite a good IQ, such as a chimpanzee, Shishio hadn't met it, so he didn't know what kind of conversation chimpanzees usually had. Shishio looked at the group of cats and tried to control them by giving them a simple order using hypnosis mastery, and as expected, it was successful. Still, he didn't feel surprised since he had done it before by mixing his abilities and trying that combination, but it wasn't the time to test his power since he needed to focus on his date. Anyway, Shishio was at the paradise of cats. He was surrounded by a lot of cats, who were playing with him, acting very spoiled. He felt like if he invited Yukishita here, that girl might not want to go home and would be happy to be here, but he knew that he shouldn't think of other girls during a date, so he quickly focused on Shina again. Shina, who was beside him, also played together. After all, it was quite rare for her to see so many cute cats together. Nay. She tried to pet the cat, but the cat hissed before walking away from her. Shishio looked at Shina speechlessly and thought that this girl was bad with a cat. Mashiro, do you want me to teach you how to pet a cat? Shina nodded without hesitation. Shishio then moved behind Shina, holding her right hand gently, and said, let me show you. Shina's face was red, and she nodded gently, letting him hold her hand, teaching her how to pet a cat. Cats are different from each other. They have different personalities, which is why they have their own way to pet them, Shishio said. Shina looked at the cat whose expression was so comfortable when it was patted by Shishio and couldn't help but feel slightly jealous. Shishio, I want you to pet me too. Shishio was speechless, but he also petted her head gently. Shina showed a comfortable expression and had to admit his patting was the best. After playing for a while, they rested on the sofa nearby while drinking iced chocolate and hot milk coffee. There weren't many menus on the cat cafe since its main attraction was to pet a cat, so the food and the beverage were only secondary. Shishio checked the photos of the cats he had taken since he had promised Yuki Nashida to take a cat picture. He was quite satisfied with the result, but suddenly Sheena asked him something. Shishio, are we lovers? Sheena asked. Shishio stopped and looked at Sheena, who was looking at him, staring at his eyes without looking away. Right, yesterday, I promised to tell you what our relationship is. He didn't answer for a while, but then he asked, Mashiro, do you know what a lover is? He needed to ask this question first since he knew Sheena's head was quite different from ordinary people. It's like a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Sheena pouted, looking quite displeased when she thought that Shishio thought of her as stupid. Shishio chuckled and felt quite amused by Sheena's reaction. Don't laugh. Sheena pouted again. Sorry. Shishio apologized. You know, we have kissed, and we have slept together, but you haven't said anything about what our relationship is, Sheena said and felt a bit displeased. When she saw Shishio introduce Saki as his lover to everyone, she felt her chest tightened, and she felt uncomfortable, which was why she wanted to know what she was to him. Shishio, with the Scottish fold cat on his lap, caressed it gently, looking at the cat, and said with a gentle expression, You're right. I might not really want to name our relationship. Why is that? Sheena asked while looking at Shishio in confusion. There's no doubt that we're going out as lovers, but I don't think those words should define us. Shishio caressed the cat fur gently and said, for example, spending time together like this. It might be something very special to us now, but someday, this could be ordinary. I don't know if that'll be when we're in university or beyond that, but the relationship we have now and the one that we will have in the future, while lovers can be a good name for both. I don't think that they're the same. He then looked at Sheena, who couldn't look away from him, and said, if we continue to stay together forever, surely our relationship will keep on changing. So wouldn't it be fine to not just name it, and for us to simply Mashiro and I? Sheena's eyes were red before she moved closer to him, hugging his arm tightly, and snuggled into his body. Let's be together forever, all right? It might be impossible to be forever, Shishio said. Hey! Sheena was dumbfounded, and her eyes were dull at that moment. Shishio smiled and gently swept her bangs. But if it is until death, then it might be possible, or rather, I won't let you go until death parts us even if you want to. Sheena's face was so red, and her heart was racing, but even so, she just loved this feeling when they were sitting next to each other, enjoying each other's warmth. Right now, Sheena just wanted the time to stop so she could be with him forever. Still, she knew even though he was so perfect, she knew that he was hiding something, a deep hollow that he hid so deeply that it made her sometimes, wondering how he could show such a sincere smile and stay gentle all the time, which was why she was going to help him. I'll help you, Shishio. On this trip, Sheena had made up her mind to save Shishio. 231, Shinjuku 2. As Shishio and Sheena went on a date, Nana and Saki also went out since they planned to buy battle underwear. Saki's face was red, but Nana was full of smugness, holding Saki's hand as if Saki was her lover. What are you embarrassed about? Nana asked with a smile. You're just too shameless. Saki was lost for words before she let out a sigh. Similarly, they also went to East Shinjuku since there were many department stores there, and it was safe. There were a lot of clothing stores in East Shinjuku, but more importantly, they thought they might meet him since they knew that he was going on a date with Sheena. It might be a bit expensive here, but is that all right, senpai? Nana asked. Call me Saki, Nana, Saki said. Right, Saki, Nana said with a smile. It's all right, Saki said calmly as for what Shishio gave her last night. It was better to talk about it later since she felt this girl might cause a commotion when she knew that Shishio gave her his credit card, which made her speechless. She let out a sigh while wondering whether there was a shop that sold maid uniforms in Shinjuku. Ritsuo and Misaki also had arrived in the East Shinjuku, and when they walked around together, Ritsuo was called by someone. Kawaii-senpai. Ritsuo was startled when her name was called, but then she was surprised to see Nanami was on the ice cream store, wearing a uniform when she turned around. Aoyama-san, what are you doing here? Nanami looked at Ritsuo and Misaki. She knew Ritsuo since Shishio had introduced them. As for Misaki, Misaki was a famous figure on Swime, so naturally, she knew about her, but she didn't know much about Misaki. Riken, who is this? Misaki quickly asked with a smile. Ritsuo sighed when she saw Misaki was holding her arm, but she didn't think too much and introduced Nanami to Misaki. This is Aoyama Nana. She's Shishio's friend. Nice to meet you, Kamiagasa-senpai. Nanami bowed her head gently while thinking how come Ritsuo called Shishio by his first name. Inwardly, she wondered why there were many beautiful girls who knew him, which made her speechless. Hello. I'm Kamiagasa Misaki, Nanaman. Misaki said cheerfully, but then her eyes attracted somewhere, and her expression started to change. Right, it seems that you are looking for someone. Do you need help? Nanami asked. Ritsu's face quickly reddened since it was a bit embarrassing to say why they were in the East Shinjuku. She then looked at Misaki, waiting for her to answer Nanami's question. Senpai. She saw that Misaki's eyes went somewhere, and when she followed Misaki's gaze, she was dumbfounded when she saw Mitaka was there, holding hands with a woman, laughing together. Mitaka-senpai. When she said that name, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Misaki, whose expression started to smile again. Nanami also followed, then saw a man and a woman hugging each other and walking like lovers. She was confused, but then she saw the man seemed to notice them and the man's expression was stunned. When she saw this expression, she didn't need to guess everything since it was pretty much obvious. Riken, how about we go to the bookstore now? Let's buy a lot of books, Misaki said and quickly left with Ritsu. Ah, yes. Ritsu didn't say much and quickly followed Misaki since she could tell that Misaki's mood wasn't good. As for following Shishio, even though she wanted to see what was happening between Shishio and Shina, she felt it was important to watch over Misaki. Wait, Misaki. When Misaki and Ritsu left, the man stared at by both of them quickly chased after them, leaving the woman behind. Nanami didn't expect to see such a TV drama plot on reality, but she also didn't say much and read the mood by staying in silence and returned to her job, but when suddenly she saw someone familiar again. This time, Nanami saw Sorita and Shiro-san walking around. She didn't know Shiro-san, so she pretended that she didn't see anything. As for Sorita, even though she knew him, she pretended that she didn't see him either. As for a reason? Wasn't it obvious? However. Aoyama. Nanami turned around, and she still maintained her professional service. Oh? Kanda-kun? Why are you here? When Sorita saw Nanami's smile, he felt relief, but then he quickly asked, did you see Oga-kun? Shishio-kun? Nanami's expression started to become softer when she heard Shishio's name, and she quickly asked, what's wrong with Shishio-kun? Sorita couldn't say anything for a moment, and the way Nanami called Shishio by his first name echoed on his mind several times. Shiro-san looked at Sorita and could only shake his head. Well, we're just looking for him. Have you seen him? Nanami didn't know what Shiro-san was, but she didn't think too much and shook her head. No, I didn't see him. However, she was worried and asked, is something happening with Shishio-kun? No, you don't need to worry, Shiro-san said with a smile, then patted Sorita's shoulder. Let's go, Kanda. Ah, yes. Sorita was quite gloomy at that moment and didn't want Nanami to see his expression, especially when he knew Shishio and Nanami were close enough to call each other by their first name. He wondered what had happened, but he didn't have the guts to ask and could only follow Shiro-san sullenly. Looking at Sorita's state, Shiro-san could only shake his head and thought that this guy was quite high-maintained. Nanami wanted to stop both of them, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She took her phone and looked at Shishio's number that she had saved, but then she didn't know whether she should call him or not. However. Ah, Aoyama. Nanami turned her head, and she was surprised to see both Nana and Saki. She didn't know Saki, but she knew that Saki often walked with Shishio. As for Nana, she knew Nana since they were classmates. Can you give me a rum raisin one, Aoyama? Nana asked. How about you, Saki? Give me a strawberry, Saki said after she looked at the taste of the ice creams that were displayed in front of her. Saki, your choice is too cute. As a delinquent, how can you choose a strawberry? Nana said with a laugh. It's my business. And I'm not delinquent. Saki was annoyed and wanted to slap Nana's butt somehow. Nanami only smiled when she saw how close Saki and Nana were. They talked to each other before Nana asked, right, Nanami, can I call you that? It is okay, Sunoera-san, Nanami said with a gentle smile. It's all right. It's all right. You can also call me Nana. Nana smiled and said, say, did you see Shishio here? Shishio-kun. Nanami was wondering what was happening with Shishio since she heard his name several times. Well, if you don't see him, then it is all right, Nana said with a smile and didn't think too much, but she looked at Nanami thoughtfully since Nanami called Shishio by his first name. Saki was also the same and looked at Nanami thoughtfully. What's wrong with Shishio-kun? Nanami asked. Nana wanted to say something, but Saki nudged her side. She saw Saki glaring at her, which made her pout. It's all right. You don't need to think too much. By the way, thank you for the ice cream and good luck with your job. Saki also gave a polite bow to Nanami, then left together with Nana. Looking at Nana and Saki, who had left, Nanami's mind was preoccupied with Shishio, wondering why everyone was looking at him, making her curious and worried. She wanted to text him, but somehow she was afraid to bother him. Aoyama-san, what's wrong? Ah, I'm alright, you don't need to worry, Nanami said with a smile to her colleague and continued her job. She knew that this wasn't the time to worry about him, and now, it was better to work hard to achieve her dream. He had a girlfriend, and there was no way for both of them to be together unless they broke up. No. 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 Nanami, you can't think that way. She then decided to busy herself with work since she didn't want to be someone who wished for someone's unhappiness, but when could she get her happiness? Nanami felt that she should be satisfied with this relationship, but, she just couldn't. As for Shishio, he had already noticed Nanami with his enhanced vision, and with his ninjutsu mastery, he could observe his surroundings better, so when he saw Nanami, he quickly changed direction since it would be troublesome to explain his relationship with Shina. Shishio and Shina were having fun together, playing, trying on various clothes, etc., but then she asked something which surprised him. Do you want something to remind you of your first date? Shina nodded, especially when she thought about the photo they had taken secretly when they went on arcade before. Shishio thought for a moment, then saw the Citizen Watch store and said, how about a watch? Watch? Shina titled her head. Yeah. Shishio nodded and said, we'll buy for a couple of types. Why watch? Shina was confused. Well, first is practical since we can use it in daily life, and at the same time, it has a romantic meaning, Shishio said. What does it mean? Shina asked curiously with eager eyes since this guy had always been able to surprise him. I want to be in your everyday. Shishio looked at Shina and said those words. What do you think? A watch would be worn in everyday life so the meaning was obvious, right? Shina blushed and nodded without hesitation, feeling a bit shy and wanted to snuggle into him further. Well, let's go. Shishio then brought Shina to the Citizen Watch store directly. He was sure that those meanings of buying a watch as a gift were made by the advertisement, so many people would buy it without hesitation like a diamond had a meaning for unbreakable love. Still, girls were suckers for this kind of advertisement, and they really loved this kind of romantic gift. He also didn't lack money, so he bought the watches for him and Shina without hesitation. Citizen Watch might not be a luxurious brand for a watch, but it wasn't bad and Shishio didn't intend to buy a luxurious brand since they were only in high school. If they went to school while wearing a luxurious brand of watches like Rolex or Patek Philippe, then it would be too weird, right? Coming together, Shina looked at the watch that had been bought by Shishio and looked at the watch that Shishio wore. Both of them wore similar watches, which made her smile happily. Should we continue our date? Shishio asked. Shina nodded with a smile, and somehow, she had a similar wish to every girl who had spent their time together with him. She wished for the time to stop at this moment so this happy time could last forever, but even so, besides all the dates, there was something that she had been waiting for. When it was almost evening, and the sky turned orange, Shishio looked at the castle-like building with the Hotel Forizon signboard written right outside of the hotel, in front of him with a speechless and a bit of curiosity in his eyes. It was his first time to come to the Love Hotel, so he would be lying if he wasn't curious, but he felt a bit weird coming to this place with such a pure girl. Should we go, Shishio? Shina asked. When he heard those soft and gentle voices, and those eyes that were moistened with desire and curiosity, Shishio felt like he received a blow on his solar plexus. No, it's more dangerous than that. Shishio felt like a hydrogen bomb exploded right on his mind, and even though he knew that his thought was very impure, he had an urge to taint this girl with his color somehow. Mashiro. Be careful when you say something like that, or you might be attacked by a guy, Shishio said. Shishio is going to attack me? Shina asked with a hint of curiosity and expectation. How about we go inside? Shishio asked. Holding each other's hands, they entered the new world. 232, Nosebleed. Sorita was with Shiro-san and walked around the entire Shinjuku to search for both Shishio and Shina, but he couldn't find them anywhere. He tried to go to Kabukicho, famous for its adult-oriented nightlife and famous for being one of the most dangerous places in Tokyo. Still, all he could do was blush and was in a daze when he saw a lot of beautiful Oni-san standing on the street, trying to lure a stupid guy like him into entering the shop before being charged with a ridiculous price. If Shiro-san wasn't beside him, he would probably be fooled by those women or touts from various shops. Let's go back. You won't find them here. They might already go back, Shiro-san said to Sorita since he knew that this place wasn't suitable for Sorita. Ah, yes. Sorita also thought that there was no way for Shishio and Shina to enter the Kabukicho, and he also thought they might have gone home already. Still, he felt relief, and at the same time, he was happy that he could see a lot of beautiful Oni-san in this place, though, he didn't know that at this moment Shishio and Shina had entered the Love Hotel together, and the distance between them was just few hundred meters away. Shishio and Shina entered the Love Hotel, and he directly got the best room since it seemed there was a rose bath in the room. He hadn't tried a rose bath, which somehow made him curious. Sheena was also curious, wondering what a rose bath was. Both of them entered the Love Hotel room, and they had to admit that it was spacious. The light was quite dim, but it could be changed from blue to pink color. There was also a normal light too, which somehow made it quite interesting. The interior was quite luxurious, with soft leather sofas and a huge bed inside the room. There was also a huge television, espresso machine, and even a chandelier on the ceiling. Sheena strode forward and looked around curiously. It's big. Shishio closed the door and locked it directly. Even though he was curious, he looked around to see whether there was a hidden camera or hidden recorder or something since he didn't want their acts or their naked bodies being recorded by someone. With his enhanced vision, danger intuition, and ninjutsu mastery combined abilities, he could see whether this place was fishy or not. Luckily, it seemed that this hotel didn't have such a thing, so he felt relieved. Shishio, there's a huge bath, Sheena said after opening the curtain inside the room. Huge bath. Shishio walked to Sheena and saw a huge jacuzzi with a lot of roses there. That's a jacuzzi. Jacuzzi. Sheena looked at Shishio curiously. Similar to a huge bath, but it can massage our body, Shishio said and felt that this hotel was more normal than he had thought. Can we enter together? Sheena asked. Shishio. Well, let's talk about this later, Shishio said, then walked to the massage chair inside the room, sitting there lazily, taking out his laptop to continue to write. Sheena continued to walk around with a drawing book and pencil in both of her hands, strode here and there until she came to him and asked, Shishio, what is this? Shishio looked at the thing on Sheena's hand and felt a bit speechless. It's handcuffed. What is it for? Sheena asked. Well, even adults love to role-play both police and thieves, Shishio said strangely. Sheena nodded, then showed another thing in her hand. How about this? That's magic wand. Shishio's lips twitched. Magic wand. Sheena titled her head that she didn't know what was on her hand and felt interested when the tip started to move interestingly when she turned it on. That's something for massage, Shishio said, and his calm expression might be broken anytime. Sheena nodded, then she grabbed another thing again. How about this? Mashiro, you must be testing me, right? You already know what that is, right? Shishio asked with a helpless expression. What is this, Shishio? Sheena asked again with a confused expression. That's a condom. Condom. Sheena tilted her head again. You need to use that so you won't get pregnant when you have sex, Shishio said. Are we going to have sex now? Sheena asked. Shishio stopped to move, stood up, and walked closer toward her. Sheena was surprised, her pupils enlarged, and she moved back subconsciously, but then she saw him smiling at her, which made her dumbfounded. Shishio gave her a light smile and patted her head gently. You're not ready. Me too. And I haven't been able to say those words to you. Shishio. Sheena was a bit intimidated before, but she realized that she might have underestimated what sex was. Your purpose here is to collect material for your manga, right? I'll write my story too, Shishio said and was about to continue his work, but suddenly Sheena hugged his neck, pulled him, and kissed his lips. Shishio felt a bit surprised, but at the same time, he felt this girl really loved to play with fire. He then quickly responded to her kiss, and this time, he was wilder than before. He hugged her waist tightly, inserting his tongue before pushing her to bed. Sheena was surprised by his aggressiveness, and even though she was still clumsy, she also responded to him, feeling his possessiveness that wanted to own everything. She also did the same and hugged her so tightly, without letting him go, drinking some of his saliva, and let his tongue mark her. Shishio was on the top of Sheena. His hand was holding her hand, intertwining their fingers, with his other hand caressing her stomach gently. The fire on his body almost made him lose his mind, and at the same time, he felt that he might really have a stomach fetish, considering how much he loved to caress her smooth and flat belly. Then after a while, they parted their lips, and Sheena breathed heavily, caressing his cheek gently, and called off his name softly, Shishio. She knew at this moment. She was ready to give everything to the young man in front of her. Shishio could feel that he wasn't in his right mind at that moment, but he quickly sobered and said, Sorry, I can't say that to you yet. I don't mind. Sheena said softly. But I mind, Shishio said. His eyes looked straight at Sheena before looking away and saying, How about you take a bath first? Sheena stared at Shishio for a moment and nodded. They parted, and Sheena directly took off all of her clothes before she strode to the bathroom. Looking at her smooth butts, Shishio really wanted to push Sheena on the bed directly, but he calmed himself when he received a notification. Shishio looked at his reward and felt amazed by it, but he decided to accept it later. He tried to calm himself, taking a deep breath, and slowly his penis also started to calm down. He then took his laptop and also started to write his story to finish it. He knew that he was ready to finish his story now, and as expected, he finished it soon, but... Shishio put his laptop on the table, staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly, and wondering why, rather than feeling relief, he only felt empty. He thought that he could move on this way, but it seemed that it was harder than he had thought, and at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh since there was no way those precious memories could be erased with just one story, especially when this story was just a story that he plagiarized from his original world. What did you expect? Shishio couldn't help but laugh in a depreciated manner, let out a tired sigh, sat there absent-mindedly, wondering what he should do now. He shook his head and rested on the sofa before he closed his eyes since he felt a bit sleepy somehow. On the jacuzzi, Sheena's face was so red. She scooped the water that was filled with a lot of roses absently. Even though it smelled very nice, she felt that her body was scorching at this moment, especially when she remembered what she had done with Shishio before, or it might be because of the warm water in the jacuzzi. Either way, she felt a bit lonely to stay here without Shishio. Sheena didn't walk out first but thought about his words and wondered whether there was something that she could do, but after a while, she couldn't think anything and could only walk out from the bathroom. She dried her body and wore a bathrobe, walking out, and saw Shishio, who seemed to be sleeping on the sofa, curled to the side. Sheena couldn't see his expression, so he walked toward him and wanted to kiss him again to wake him up, but stopped when she saw his pained expression and tears dripped from his eyes. She couldn't say words and couldn't do anything. She then looked at him and heard an unfamiliar name that came out of his mouth. Sheena had an urge to hug him at that moment, telling him everything was all right. However, she didn't want to wake him up. She wanted to wipe the tears on his eyes, so she moved closer and called his name softly. Shishio. Shishio awoke suddenly and cleared his face in a matter less than a second before he turned his head, moved away slightly, and saw Sheena, who was right in front of him. Oh? Are you done with your bath, Mashiro? Then I'll take a bath first. He walked directly to the bathroom without waiting for her response. Sheena looked at Shishio's back and couldn't say anything. She somehow hated her inability to say something, but then she noticed his laptop and saw his story. She then sat down and read his story since it seemed that he had finished his story. Shishio washed his body before he entered the rose bath that was taken by Sheena before. If it was other boys, they would be all excited and might drink the bath water directly, but he wasn't really in the mood to make such a joke. Shishio wondered why he slept before and dreamed about her, which made him feel complicated since he knew that Sheena might have seen him shed tears when he was sleeping. If he was awoken, his emotions might be controlled, but when he was sleeping, he couldn't control himself, considering he couldn't control what kind of dream he would have during his sleep. It might be because Shishio had finished his story that his feelings became intense, and it became harder to forget her. Am I going to be trapped by this kind of feeling? Shishio didn't like being trapped by this kind of feeling, and he also felt how incompetent he was for not being able to say that he loved his women in this world. He thought about his promise with Saki tomorrow, and he couldn't see himself being able to say, I love you. Shishio took a deep breath and drowned himself in the jacuzzi, feeling the pressured water on himself and the smell of the rose from the water. After a while, he came out and swept his wet hair back, thinking whether he should lie, and forced himself to say those words. Still, Shishio remembered that a rose had an aphrodisiac effect, and of course, even though his mood was very heavy, his penis was very active, making him speechless. He let out a long sigh, and somehow it subsidized slowly. But suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and Sheena entered directly. Shishio, let's go to Iwafun. Shishio looked at Sheena with a blank expression. After reading Shishio's story, Sheena couldn't stay any longer and went to the bathroom directly, asking him to go to Iwafun. Still, then she looked at Shishio's body, which had a very well-developed muscle, 8-packs abs and V-line below the abs, slender and powerful legs, and a breathtaking body. When he wore his clothes, he looked quite slim, but when he was naked, he looked strong. Then she looked at his huge penis, which was dangling on the water, and somehow she felt a bit dizzy. Mashiro. Shishio quickly walked out from the jacuzzi and caught Sheena in his arms, feeling speechless when he saw Sheena had a nosebleed. He had seen many perverted MCs have nosebleeds when they saw a naked beautiful woman, but it was his first time seeing a beautiful girl have a nosebleed when she saw a naked man. Shishio ignored his naked body and carried Sheena directly in his arms before resting on the bed. He cleaned up the nosebleed on her nose and gave her water to drink. Sheena's complexion was better, and Shishio sighed in relief somehow. Shishio could see that Sheena was all right, so he wanted to return to the bathroom again. You need to rest first. He wanted to dry his body and wear clothes, but his wrist was caught. Shishio, let's go to Iwafun now, Sheena said while holding his wrist. Looking at Sheena at the moment, Shishio asked, why? Because I want to help you, Sheena said. Neither of them said anything, but Sheena's face was blushing, and she couldn't help but dart to his body and nether region from time to time. Shishio somehow felt a bit amused and nodded. Well, let's go to Iwafuan. He didn't know why Sheena wanted to go there, but right now, it might not be bad to go on a trip to forget everything. 233, Endless Train. Sakurasu. Everyone thought that Shishio and Sheena would go back at night, but they didn't expect that either of them would go back, and even though they didn't want to think something weird, their imagination was quite wild. They have sex, Mayumi said without hesitation. Mayumi. Chihiro glared at Mayumi. You know that a young man like him is like a horny monkey, and both of them have gone to the love hotel, right? What do you think if both youngsters who are curious about sex stay together? Mayumi said without hesitation. Everyone became quiet again. Shiro-san didn't stay in the living room and went to his room to write since he had gotten a lot of inspiration from the town before. Misaki and Ritsuo didn't say much. Both of them were doing their own things, but when they heard Mayumi's words, their expression changed, but they didn't stop what they were doing and listened to their conversation quietly. As for Sorita, his face was bloodless, and his head was very dizzy when he imagined Sheena was being fucked by Shishio. He wondered why he left at that time, and right now, he just wanted to go back and sleep, hoping that everything was just a nightmare. Chihiro didn't think too much when Sorita walked back to his room and decided to call Shishio. I'll call him. Yeah, call him. Mayumi snorted and said, with that guy's face and talent, it is easy for him to become a scumbag in Tokyo. As his aunt, you should tell him not to become one. She hated scumbags. After all, she had been cheated several times, though she wasn't sure why. It seemed that she couldn't get away from a scumbag and became a scumbag magnet. However, all the scumbags that she had met were just trash, unlike Shishio's type of scumbag that was obviously different, which somehow made her lament her relationship history. If I met Shishio in my youth. She sighed and just wanted to cry at this moment. Chihiro looked at Mayumi and didn't say much. It didn't take a long time before her phone was answered, and she talked with him for a moment, ignoring everyone who was trying to eavesdrop on her. She talked for a while before she hung up the phone and let out a sigh. How? Mayumi asked. Misaki and Ritsuo didn't say anything, but they looked at Chihiro, waiting for her answer. You don't need to worry. They won't have sex, Chihiro said simply. She couldn't force them to go back, but she could check them tomorrow. If Sheena couldn't walk straight, then... They let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Unfortunately, Sorita had returned and didn't hear Chihiro's words. When are they going back? Ritsuo asked. They won't be back tonight. They'll stay out, Chihiro said and chugged the can of beer in front of her directly. She had made up her mind before, but even so, it still felt uncomfortable. I will go back first, Ritsuo said. Me too. I have to work on my anime. Misaki said. Mayumi looked at Ritsuo and Misaki that had left, and somehow, she was left with Chihiro here. Both of them were single women, and they were almost in their 30s too. Should we drink? Mayumi asked. Let's drink until we go crazy. Chihiro said without any hesitation since she just wanted to go drunk right now. Sheena stood on the side of the station in a daze, staring at a lot of people who were still walking in the station. It was at night, but she could see many people still entering the train one after another. She then looked at Shishio, who stood next to her, talking with someone on the phone. She then continued to look at many people in front of her since it was her first time seeing so many people at once. She felt a bit intimidated and held his hand tighter. Sorry for making you wait, Mashiro, Shishio said and put his phone back, holding her hand gently as if telling her that everything was all right. It's okay. Sheena shook her head and asked, Chihiro. Shishio nodded since Chihiro had just called him and felt a bit speechless when she asked him whether he would have sex with Sheena. He and Sheena might have kissed each other and looked at each other naked bodies, but even so, they hadn't had sex yet. He wasn't able to say I love you to her. How could he have sex with her? If he did it, then he would be really worse than a scumbag. Shishio might be a scumbag, but he was a responsible scumbag. Let's buy something before we enter the train. Our trip is quite long, after all. Is there something that you want to eat? He recalled that their trip to Iwafuan would take at least a few hours, so he thought to buy something since they hadn't had dinner yet. Sheena thought for a bit and said, Baumkuchen. Well, let's go to the convenience store to buy it. After they had decided to visit Iwafuan, they went to Shinjuku Station immediately. This station was known as the busiest station in the entire world, and there were at least 3 million people here every day, and they had to admit this place was very crowded. You know, if I'm not beside you here, I'm sure that you'll get lost in this place, Shishio said while looking at the crowd. Sheena nodded and didn't doubt his words since she would really get lost in this place if Shishio wasn't on her side. But it's okay. You're beside me. She knew that as long as he was right beside her, everything would be all right. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and could only look at her with a gentle expression. Let's be in a hurry, or else we'll be late. Sheena nodded, staring at Shishio's expression, and wondered how he could show such a gentle expression, even though he was in so much pain, but no matter what, she had made up her mind to help him in this trip so he wouldn't be troubled by his emotion again. But how? Sheena questioned that question in her head, but she really had no idea what to do. Now, the question is, why Iwafun? Iwafun is just a small town that is located in Tokaji Prefecture. There was nothing special about this town. Everything was so dull and normal. In 2015, this town merged into Tokaji town since the population of that town kept decreasing and almost turned into a dead town. However, this town had become the setting of the 5 cm per second, where Takaki, main character, and Akari, heroine, saw each other for the last time at Iwafun station. Sheena had read Shishio's story, and she realized that the story he had written was so sad and bitter, but at the same time, she was confused since the end of the story that he had written didn't match his personality. Shishio's personality was very assertive and aggressive. As long as he made up his mind on something, he would do it without hesitation, which was why Sheena didn't understand the ending of the 5 cm per second that he had written. Sheena knew that Akari, the heroine of the story, was about to marry someone. Still, with Shishio's personality, even if Akari married, she thought that Takaki, the story's protagonist, would steal Akari from her fiancé. It might be a bad ending for Akari's fiancé, but it was a happy ending for Takaki. As for Akari's happiness, Sheena thought Akari would be happier with Takaki since Takaki was Akari's crush. Such an ending was suitable with Shishio's personality, which was why Sheena didn't understand. She wanted to ask him why he made such an ending. Shishio and Sheena were on the train together, and the train to Iwafun was fairly empty since there weren't many people who would go to Iwafun. The sound of the train was the only thing that they could hear, and somehow they felt like there were only both of them in this world. Bright lights, colorful buildings, and dazzling cars, Shishio watched each of those things through his eyes. It was like he was watching a silent movie, but Sheena's voice awoke him. Shishio. Shishio looked at Sheena and asked, "Do you want to eat, Mashiro?" Sheena looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. "Rather than Bongkuken, how about you eat a bun?" Shishio asked since the bun that he had bought before was still warm. Looking at the white steam from the paper bag where the bun was kept, Sheena nodded without hesitation. Shishio took the sesame sweet bun for Sheena and took the cheese bun for himself. He pulled the paper under the bun and gave the bun to Sheena. "Here. Thank you." Sheena took the slightly hot bun in her hand and looked at it for a while before she ate it gently. Her tongue was slightly sensitive, which made it hard for her to eat the bun, but slowly, the heat from the bun reduced, and she started to chew the soft sweet bun. Shishio ate the cheese bun while looking at Sheena curiously. "How is it?" "Delicious." Sheena took another bite of the sweet bun. "Eat slowly," Shishio said while looking at Sheena with a smile. Sheena nodded and took the warm lemon tea that they had bought before, drinking it slowly. Her way of eating was like a small animal. She took a small bite before she chewed it slowly. Both of them ate the bun quietly while looking at the scenery through the window of the train. The trip to Iwafun was quite long, and they needed to change trains before they could arrive at Iwafun then. When they were sitting on the last train before they arrived at the Iwafun station, only the two of them were inside the train. Sitting next to each other, they moved very close so they could share each other's warmth. "Shishio, can I ask? What's wrong? Why did you make such an ending?" Sheena asked while looking at Shishio. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and knew that she had read his story, so without hesitation, he asked, "Mashiro, what kind of story do you think will be remembered by people forever?" Sheena was surprised by this question, but then she shook her head. "I don't know. It's a tragedy." Shishio looked at the ceiling of the train, holding the bottle of lemon tea with both of his hands on his lap, and said, "Unlike a manga, if a novel wants to be remembered, you need to write a tragedy. The same goes for my story, which is why I have written such an ending." "Lie." Shishio was stunned and looked at Sheena. "Lie?" Sheena's eyes were red, and she said, "You're lying, Shishio." Shishio looked at Sheena, then shook his head and said, "I'm not lying." "No, you're lying." Sheena shook her head. "Why do you think I'm lying?" Shishio asked. Because you were crying at that time." Sheena was sad. She was sad that Shishio couldn't trust her and depended on her. Before, she might not have understood what she was feeling, but now, she understood it. "I love you, Shishio." Sheena looked at Shishio, straight into her eyes, and said, "When I am with you, I feel happy. When I see you smiling, I also smile. When I see you sad, I also feel sad, but more importantly, I feel sadder when you can't even trust me to help you. I want to be your strength. I want to be your strength so you can overcome your trouble," Sheena said with tears dripped from her eyes. Shishio looked at Sheena and said, "Why did you cry?" He helped to wipe the tears on her eyes. "I don't know. I don't know, but my heart hurts." Sheena said while shaking her head. You know, I'm the worst kind of man, and you might not be my only one, Shishio said. I don't mind. I just want to be with you, Sheena said and kept looking at him with red eyes. Shishio looked at Sheena and saw how determined she was. He closed his eyes and pictured an image of her in her mind. He loved her, but he knew that it was impossible to meet her now, so for now, it was enough for him to be able to picture her on his mind and treasure all of those precious memories inside his heart. Shishio opened his eyes, looked at Sheena for a moment, and said, Mashiro, do you want to listen to my story? Yes. Tears still dripped from her eyes, but Sheena showed a bright smile at this moment. 234, Uncaged Bird. The two talked to each other, and Shishio told Sheena about the woman that he loved. Sheena also listened intently while asking him some of the questions that she was curious about. Their trip to Iwafune might be quite long, but when they talked to each other, they felt like the time passed quickly, and they had arrived at the Iwafune station. When they arrived, there were at least 10 people who also walked out from the train. Seemingly just got back from their work. However, Shishio didn't feel surprised since he knew that most of them worked in the city during the weekdays and returned home on the weekend. Shishio stopped his story first and brought Sheena to the staff inside the station to ask whether there was an inn or a lodging since they would need to stay here since there was no way to return to Tokyo late at night. Shishio asked the staff, and the staff also kindly told him the lodging location on Iwafune. Still, as expected of a small city, since there were only a few lodgings which made him speechless, he didn't feel that surprised since there was nothing in this place. He then looked at Sheena and asked, do you want to walk for a bit or go to the lodging directly, Mashiro? Let's walk, Sheena said. All right. Shishio nodded and took off his flannel shirt and draped it over Sheena's shoulders. It's a bit cold. You should wear it. The wind from the spring at night was quite cold, especially in this kind of small town where there was no huge building, so nothing could stop the wind and the wind hit their bodies directly. Luckily, his body had been strengthened, so he could handle it even though it was quite cold. Sheena's cheeks were red, but she nodded. She touched his shirt that draped on her shoulders and could smell his body on it, which somehow made her addicted since his smell was so heavenly. Shishio, you smell very nice. Thank you. Shishio was lost for words and said, let's walk. Sheena nodded, and walked beside him, then asked, Shishio, you're not cold. It might have been cold before, but by holding your hand, I feel warm, Shishio said with a sneaky smile. Shishio. Sheena also smiled and held his hand tighter. Both of them walked out of the station and walked together aimlessly in this town, watching the scenery of their surroundings. Sheena held Shishio's shirt with her free hand, then asked, have you been here before? No, this is my first time, Shishio said. Then why did you choose this town as a setting for your story? Sheena asked. She didn't understand why Shishio had decided to choose this town as a setting for his story. I wonder, why? Shishio looked at the starry sky, and it might be his first time to see such a beautiful sky after he became Shishio Oga. He then thought for a moment and said, if I have to say, then it is probably, there's nothing here. Sheena was dumbfounded and asked, because there's nothing here. Because there's nothing in this place that the love between Takaki and Akari will become more special. Shishio thought that if the story was held in a big city such as Nagoya or Osaka, then the story of 5 centimeters per second wouldn't be that special, and it was because it happened in a small city such as Iwafune that this story could become more special. Shishio also thought that it might be because of economic reasons too. The ticket fare for a train to a big city such as Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya was cheaper since there were a lot of people who would enter, but it was quite rare for someone to go to a small city like Iwafune, so the price of the ticket face was higher. For someone like Takaki who couldn't work and could only rely on pocket money, there was no way for him to be able to visit Akari in Iwafune frequently, especially when he, along with his parents, started to move to Tanegashima, which was located in the southern area of Japan, which made it even more impossible for him to visit Akari. Still, even if there's nothing in this city, I have found out something amazing here, Shishio said. What? Sheena asked curiously. Shishio pointed his finger at the sky and said, stars. Sheena looked up and stopped her movement, feeling amazed by the breathtaking scenery in the night sky. She had never thought that a night sky could be so beautiful, or maybe because she was with the one she loved, this scenery became more beautiful. Even the sky that we see now is the same sky that was on the Sakurasu. It is so beautiful, Sheena said while holding Shishio's hand tightly. Shishio smiled while looking at the sky and said, that's right, the same thing in a different time frame will show a different side of it. The air and the colors will also slowly change with the seasons. And. Sheena looked at Shishio curiously. And the important thing is the feelings that are experienced will lead one to see the world around in a completely different light. Shishio looked at Sheena and said, there are going to be more beautiful things that you are going to see from now on, so be prepared, Mashiro. Sheena looked at Shishio in a daze before she smiled sweetly and nodded. Yes. Both of them then walked quietly, watching the stars, the rice paddies, insects, and various things until they arrived at a huge prunus mom tree. The branches of the tree formed a weeping branch, which even if both of them didn't say anything, they knew very well that this should be the place where Takaki and Akari kissed for the first time on 5 centimeters per second. Sheena held his hand and asked, Shishio. Why can you still smile when you are crying? Sheena asked, and her voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red as she stared at him. Watching him could show a sincere smile when in truth, he was so hurt inside, made her want to cry. When everyone was smiling happily and warmly, he was there, joined them, showing his handsome smile that could make every girl fall for him, when in truth, he wasn't smiling, his heart was in a mess, his loneliness, pain, agony, sadness, and sorrow, he kept all of them inside, locked it inside. No one could help him and reached him, yet while he was in that state, he could help everyone easily, solving their problems, and made them fall for him in the process. Shishio didn't look at Sheena and stared at the tree silently. He could feel the air was slightly damp, which somehow made him wonder whether there would be rain soon. He took a deep breath and said, I have 2 answers, one that might make you happy, and the other one might make you feel regret when you hear it. Which one do you want to hear? Sheena opened her mouth and then closed her mouth again. Are both of your answers your real feelings? Both of them are my real feelings. Shishio nodded. I want to hear a happy one, Sheena said. Because I'm truly happy. I have been worried about a lot of things, and I have been very lonely, so just with you and everyone standing by my side, I'm happy, Shishio said. The days that we have spent, even though not all of them are beautiful, I'd thought of it as precious, and I want it to continue forever, which is why I want you to stay beside me, Mashiro. He looked at Sheena and asked, will you? Sheena's eyes were brimming in tears, but she showed a beautiful smile and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Thank you. Shishio smiled warmly. Sheena smiled and asked, then what about the next answer? Shishio looked at Sheena and asked, do you really want to hear it? You might regret it if you hear it, though. Sheena looked at Shishio then shook her head. I want to hear it. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and somehow understood why many people were smoking at this moment. Even though he didn't really have a hobby to smoke and even hated it, he wanted to smoke it somehow. Unfortunately, he didn't have it, so he then smiled warmly again while looking at Sheena and said, I don't want to brag, but I'm a good actor. No matter how messed up I might be inside. Nothing shows on my face. It was the same warm smile that Shishio had shown before, but this smile caused her heart to tighten, and Sheena couldn't control her tears anymore. Shishio looked at Sheena's reaction and wasn't surprised. He wiped away her tears with his thumb gently and said, see? I've told you that you'll regret it. Sheena shook her head, holding her hand tightly, and couldn't utter any words. Do you know the reason why I have written that story? Shishio asked. Sheena shook her head while crying silently, holding his hand without letting it away. Because I want to say goodbye, Shishio said. The woman that I have told you, I have fallen for her, but we can't be together, so I have thought to say goodbye by writing that story, but I guess it isn't that easy. You know, when I have finished that story, I feel so empty, it feels like, this is pointless. It's not pointless. You can be with her. Sheena quickly said. It's impossible. Shishio shook his head. It's not impossible. Shishio shook his head and said, it's impossible since she isn't in this world anymore. Her eyes wide open, and she lowered her head. Sorry. Don't be. You don't know anything. Shishio shook his head and said, I've been trying not to think about the things I wanted but couldn't have. I figured life must be about what you can't have. I'd thought about giving up, but I just couldn't help but imagine even though I knew that this was pointless. He closed his eyes, and her picture was still vivid in his mind. He hated this feeling, the feeling of being trapped in the past and the feeling of being unable to move on, which was why, even though he didn't want to do it, he knew that he still needed to do it since he wanted to be freed from this wrenching feeling. Just, why did I fall in love? Sheena couldn't handle it anymore and hugged him directly, sobbing on his chest. Shishio didn't hug her back, staring at Sheena gently, and said, but I don't want to be trapped like this forever. Unable to move towards the future and stay in the past where I can't go back. He took a deep breath and said, so listen to me, Mashiro. He lifted her chin, staring at her red eyes and tears that kept dripping on her beautiful face, feeling the emotion that was brewing inside his heart, and said, I have been running away, but I have had enough of that, and I'm ready to face my feelings, so listen carefully what am I going to say to you. Sheena kept staring at Shishio without blinking, ignoring the tears in her eyes. Thank you, Shishio said softly. You have stayed with me, helped me, and even spoiled me. Your feelings have moved me, and I'm lucky to have you beside me, and I'm sorry to make you sad, cry, and feel heartbroken. Holding the hand that wiped her tears, Sheena shook her head, but she still kept looking at him. Looking at Sheena, Shishio took a deep breath and said, I love you, Mashiro. He suddenly felt the knot on his heart start to untangle and dissolve as his world dyed in color, feeling her fingers gently wipe his tears. I love you too, Shishio, Sheena said as she stared at him. She could see his eyes staring at her lips, and she knew what she wanted to do. She hugged his neck, pulled him closer, and kissed him. Feeling his hands on her waist, hugging her tighter, and thought that might not get enough of kissing him from now on. 235, Tainted One. The sky suddenly started raining, and Shishio quickly carried Sheena to the lodging where they would stay tonight. They came quite late at night, and he was worried that the owner had already fallen asleep, but it seemed they were in luck since the inn owner was still awake. When the door opened, Shishio and Sheena saw a grandma with a sleepy face looking at them. Oh! The grandma was surprised and her eyes wide open when she saw Shishio since it was her first time seeing someone so handsome, but then she looked at the beautiful Sheena on his arm and nodded in understanding. Room for two. Yes. Shishio nodded, ignored the nod that the grandma did, then asked, is there a bath here? It was a bit cold so he thought that they could take a warm bath. There's a bathroom inside. You can take a warm bath there, the grandma said. Thank you. 2x. Shishio and Sheena were quite grateful since the temperature was quite cold. Before you come in, can I ask about your relationship? The grandma asked while looking at both of them curiously. Sheena didn't answer and looked at Shishio. We're lovers, Shishio said without hesitation. Sheena smiled and seemed satisfied. Is that all right? Shishio asked. Well, I'll prepare you a room on the second floor of the house so you can have fun without worrying there, the grandma said before walking inside directly. Shishio. Shishio, are we going to have fun? Sheena asked while looking at him curiously. Shishio. Hurry up and come in. Don't forget to close and lock the door, the grandma quickly said. Yes. Shishio was grateful for the grandma at that moment. The grandma led both Shishio and Sheena to their room, and as they walked, Shishio and Sheena observed the lodging. Rather than calling it lodging, it was a normal house with a slightly larger area. If it was in Tokyo, then he would be surprised by the size of the house, but it was located in Uafune and the land price in the countryside was quite low, so he didn't feel surprised by the area of the house. The building was quite old, and as they walked on the wooden floor, they could hear the squeaking sound from the floor, showing how old this house was, but even so, it was strangely comfortable and giving off a homey feeling. You're alone here, Grandma? Shishio asked, and as he entered, he quickly observed his surroundings and didn't feel anyone's presence besides this grandma. Yeah, I'm living here alone. The grandma yawned and said, if you two didn't knock on the door late at night, I would have already been asleep. Sorry. 2x. Shishio and Sheena said sorry, but on their faces, they didn't show sorry at all. The grandma also didn't think too much and asked, are you two from Tokyo? Yes. Shishio nodded and asked, how did you know, Grandma? With how stylish and beautiful you two are, there's no way for you two to come from the countryside. The grandma stared at Shishio and snorted. Do you think that the people in the countryside are blind to the trend in the city? Don't underestimate the countryside. When I was young, I'd been in Harajuku, Shibuya, Shinjuku, and Ikebukuro. Shishio. So what are you two doing in this city? Eloping? Grandma asked. Yes. Shishio nodded. The grandma. Shishio only smiled at the grandma. Looking at Shishio's smile, the grandma looked away and thought that a handsome guy was dangerous. She took a deep breath and said, the bathroom is over there. She pointed her finger in the direction of the bathroom. Thanks. If you have sex, don't do it in the bathtub since you'll dirty the water. The grandma yawned and walked back to her room. I'm going to sleep. You two can do it on your own. Shishio. However, before the grandma returned, she stopped and said, I won't prepare the dinner, but you can have breakfast tomorrow. Thank you very much, Shishio said with a slight bow. Thank you. Sheena bowed slightly. The grandma waved her hand slightly, but before she entered, she stopped again and said, by the way, I don't have a condom here. Leaving those words, she entered her room and closed the door. Shishio. Shishio wondered whether the people in the countryside were so open, but when he thought about the lack of entertainment, sex might be the only entertainment in this place. Let's enter the room, Mashiro. Sheena nodded and asked, do you bring a condom, Shishio? Shishio. Shishio and Sheena entered the room and could see the size of the room wasn't that much different from their room on Sakurasu. If they were asked whether there was a difference, then it should be the style of the interior. The style of the interior of the room was washitsu, Japanese-style room, with a tatami floor and sliding door. Shishio put down his bag and took out the futon from the wardrobe, and set them up on the floor. Even though it wasn't his first time sleeping on the futon, he didn't really like it and he was more comfortable sleeping with a bed, but the beggar couldn't choose. He then looked at Shina and asked, Mashiro, can you sleep on the futon? Shina didn't answer Shishio and laid on the futon. She curled her body with the duvet, lying on the mattress of the futon, showing a comfortable expression. Okay. Shishio nodded and said, you should take a bath first. Shina shook her head and said, no, you should go first, Shishio. Really? Shishio raised his eyebrow. Shina nodded. Well, if you say so. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much since he thought that Shina wanted to sleep directly, but it seemed that he underestimated her since when he walked out, she opened her closed eyes, stood up, following him quietly toward the bathroom too. Shishio washed his body inside the bathroom with warm water, and somehow he felt very comfortable since it was freezing. He checked the water temperature on the bathtub and somehow sighed in relief, wanting to take a dip there immediately. Shishio didn't feel that surprised for the grandma to keep the warm water in the bathtub since usually, the people in this country would use the warm water yesterday so in the morning the next day, they could take warm water without waiting long. Shishio washed the soap from his body, but suddenly the door was opened by someone. Shishio. Shishio, let's take a bath together, Shina said. Shishio turned around and didn't even have time to say anything since his eyes were quickly attracted to Shina's naked body. He couldn't look away, and his penis quickly became hard since she was just beautiful. Her breasts might not be that big, but it wasn't that small. Her legs were slender, and her thighs were smooth. Frankly, he was quite surprised when he saw that she had a tiny blonde bush in her nether region, hiding showing a beautiful slit that had never been shown to anyone, but what attracted him the most was the liquid that slowly dripped from that place. It might be water, but something might mix within. When Shishio stared at Shina, she also did the same and stared at him. Before when Shina stared at Shishio, she had a nosebleed, but now, her resistance had grown a bit, so she didn't have a nosebleed. However, she had to admit that his body was beautiful and sexy, especially that huge penis, the curve on the shaft, the big glands, the thickness, the length and the hardness that caused it to turn upward, everything made her stunned for a moment. Shishio gulped and asked, are you sure? He hadn't had sex for 2 weeks, and he didn't even let it out by himself. With how strong he was, he often had a wet dream almost every day. If he didn't have a household chores mastery, he would be troubled. Shina also gulped, but she nodded. She felt a bit shy, so she covered both her chest and bottom with her hands even though she didn't understand why. Then sit on the stool first. I'll wash you, Shishio said. Shina's face was red, but she nodded. She moved forward slowly since the floor was wet before she sat on the stool. Shishio squatted behind Shina, and just a whiff of her smell somehow caused him to have a concussion. It was so hard not to hold himself since the girl in front of him was so attractive. Even though he often thought of her as a little girl, in truth, she was a beautiful girl. He took a deep breath and said, I'll tie your hair before I start to wash your body. Shina nodded, but when his fingers touched her hair and skin, the cold on her body disappeared, and her entire body became hot. She wasn't sure why, but she felt very embarrassed at that moment. Shishio tied Shina's hair into a bun, then washed her body with warm water before he put soap on his hand and started to wash her body gently. Shishio. Shina could feel his hands on her back, slowly enveloping her body, which made her body giddy. She didn't say anything, and her eyes kept staring at his thing that was so hard. Shishio. Is that painful? Shina could see the veins around Shishio's penis, which made her wonder whether it was painful. Well. Shishio had to admit that it was so painful to hold himself several times. Do you need my help? Shina asked. Help? Shina nodded and asked, can I help you? Shishio looked at Shina as he washed her body. He touched her smooth white skin, mochi-like butts, her soft breasts, and her hard nipples. Her nipples were so hard as he caressed them with his fingers and played them with his hands gently, but slowly it turned rougher and rougher. Shina moaned, and her breath started to rush. Shishio. I feel weird on this place. She didn't know why she wanted to let out something. Don't hold it, Shishio whispered. As her breasts were teased, her neck was lightly kissed several times, and her thighs were caressed gently and slowly, teasing her near her pussy, and before long, Shina let out a moan, and her body shuddered. HNNH. Her head turned white as she let out something from her nether region. Good girl. Shishio praised, kissing her hair tenderly. He also breathed heavily, sniffing her nape and kissing her shoulder several times. He was so obsessed with her. He had an urge to rub his penis on her back and butts, but he held himself since he didn't want to scare her. Shina panted as she leaned back on his chest, letting him hug her. It was her first time feeling like that, but she had to admit that it felt so pleasurable. She turned her head and could see his pained expression as if holding something in his intense gaze as if he wanted to swallow her over. She could also feel something hard and hot on her back. As she blushed and her body became hotter, she called his name softly. Shishio. His voice was like a growl of a beast. Can I help you? Sheena asked. Shishio stared at Sheena for a moment and whispered with a hoarse voice, can you? Sheena's face was so red, leaned on his chest, feeling the hard and hot rod on her back. Her face flushed, but she nodded gently. Teach me. Shishio nodded without hesitation, then sat on the edge of the bathtub, looking down at Sheena, and asked, try to stroke it with your hands. Sheena nodded obediently and touched his penis slowly, nervously, and curiously. It was her first time touching it, and the size intimidated her, but even so, she still touched it, slowly enveloping it with both of her hands. It's so big. Shishio let out a comfortable sigh, gritting his teeth since her hands were so soft that it was so nice to be held by her. He wanted to just push her directly, but he knew that he couldn't do that, considering it was her first time, and at the same time, he lamented why they were inside the bathroom, not in the bedroom. Gather your saliva and drip it on my penis, Mashiro. Sheena nodded and gathered saliva in her mouth before she dripped it onto his penis as she stroked him. She could feel that it was easier to stroke him, and she started to move faster. Does it feel good, Shishio? Looking at Sheena, Shishio thought that this cute girl had become his, not Candice Orida, but Sheena Mashiro was his. Look at me for a moment, Mashiro. Sheena, who had been focused on his penis, looked at him with an upturned gaze, showing a confused expression, before he grabbed her chin and she was kissed. Sheena opened her eyes wide when she was kissed, but then she closed her eyes as she enjoyed their kiss. Their tongues were entangling with each other, and they exchanged saliva, creating a lewd sound as they kissed, but even so, Sheena didn't stop her hands and kept stroking him. They kissed for a long time before they parted to take oxygen to their lungs. I'm going to let out, Mashiro, Shishio said as he gritted his teeth. Sheena didn't understand, but then a white, thick, cloudy semen spurt from his penis dirted her face and body as if trying to mark her body. Shishio let out his semen as he watched this pure girl being dirted by him. Rather than calm down, he became even more excited, and his penis didn't even show a sign of fatigue even if he had let out such a huge amount of semen. Still, his thing was as hard as ever. Sheena closed her eyes and could feel the hot and thick liquid on her face and body, but at the same time, she could feel that these liquids wanted to impregnate her, seemingly wanting to enter her every pore. The smell of the liquid was so intense that it made her entire body so hot and made her pussy drip a lewd juice continuously. She opened her eyes lightly. Everything was so hazy since she was covered in a white, thick liquid. Looking at his semen curiously, she then touched the semen that slowly dripped from her chin and lightly licked it. Shishio. Sheena tilted her head and said, it tastes strange, but I don't hate it. She tried to lick it again somehow. It might taste better than she had thought. It might not be sweet, and it had a strange taste, but she couldn't get enough. Can you help me again, Mashiro? Shishio asked since it seemed that there was no way for him to calm down tonight. 236, Tainted 2. It's still hard, Sheena said blankly, but blush couldn't be hidden from her face. Sorry. Shishio had an awkward expression on his face. Do you want me to help you again? Sheena asked softly as she looked at his face. Shishio closed his eyes, leaned back on the edge of the bathtub, and let out a comfortable sigh. You don't need to. Let's stay like this. If we do it again, we won't have a chance to enjoy the bath. He knew that no matter how many times Sheena would help him, it wouldn't calm down unless it entered her body, so it was better to stop. Sheena nodded, staring at his hard penis for a while before she leaned on his chest and pulled his hands to hug her waist before letting out a comfortable sigh. She watched his standing penis again and thought that it wasn't as scary as she had thought, but at the same time, she was wondering whether it could enter her body since it was too big, right? Shishio and Sheena were relaxing in the bathtub together, but he had to admit that it was quite hard to maintain his sanity since her nape was so sexy. He tied her hair up, showing her bare nape, and the feeling of her smooth skin on his entire body was unbearable. Fortunately, she had helped him to calm his penis, or else he might go crazy. Still, Shishio had to admit that he might become an insatiable beast. With his body 3 times stronger than a normal person, added the fact he also had an enhanced recovery, he knew that no matter how many times he let it out, he wouldn't get tired, and he could continue no matter how many times. If Shishio wasn't a calm person, then he would succumb to his lust and wreck Sheena's body. Shishio hugged Sheena's soft body, snuggled it into her neck, giving her a light kiss on her neck several times. He was wondering how a woman's body could be so addicting and smell so good. Shishio. Sheena gasped, let out a moan, and snuggled closer into him. I love you, Shishio. She said those words and waited for his response. Shishio looked at Sheena and said, I love you, Mashiro. Shina turned her body, hugged his neck, and kissed him without hesitation since those words were the words she had been waiting for a long time, and now she could hear them any time from his mouth. They started to have a sloppy kiss while hugging each other. Her lips were so soft and sweet. It was like touching the softest sponge cake. Shishio parted his lips and quickly moved his head away. If we continue, I'm afraid I can't hold back and push you down. I don't mind. Shina said softly as she tried to calm her breath. How about we go back to the room? Shishio asked. Shina nodded gently. After they dried their bodies, they returned to their room and closed the door. The only thing that Shishio hated about the sliding door was, there was no lock in this door, so someone might open the door so suddenly, which made it very troublesome if he was doing something that couldn't be seen by people. However, the only person inside this lodging was a grandma, so he didn't think too much. Shishio and Shina didn't bring clothes, so they could only wear the clothes they wore before, but before he took his t-shirt, she wore his t-shirt directly. Shishio. Shina's body was smaller than Shishio's, so when she wore his t-shirt, it seemed quite loose and even reached her thigh, but she felt comfortable and smiled in contentment. It smells like Shishio. Whatever. Shishio didn't think too much and sat on the tatami floor while watching the scenery from the window. He only wore a boxer and didn't wear anything else since Shina took his t-shirt. Shina also followed him and sat on his lap since she realized it was more comfortable than she had thought. Both of them stared at the window, watching the scenery of the town mixed with the rain. The smell of earth and vegetation spread into the air and made them feel relaxed. The sound of the rain that hit various things from the ground, rooftop, and various things somehow felt like jazz music in their ears. This was just normal scenery, a normal town, a normal rain, but strangely enough, they felt that it was so breathtaking. Beautiful things are immeasurable, Shina said. Shishio put his hands around her waist and rested his chin on the top of her head. He let out a sigh and said, Can you not say that? I feel embarrassed when you suddenly mention it. Why not? Shishio, you're a good author. You can always say something so poetic, Shina said with a smile. Shishio looked at Shina and said, But didn't you hate the ending of my story? Shaking her head, Shina said, No, I just feel the ending is sad, but I don't hate it. It is a wonderful story. Thank you. Shishio smiled. Both of them stared at each other, and Shina said, Can I use your story? For your manga? Shishio looked at Shina, who showed a nervous expression and couldn't help but smile. Sure. Really? Shina was surprised. Shishio nodded and said, Yes, you can use my story to draw your manga. I don't mind. Shina looked at Shishio and knew the meaning of his story since he wrote it to say goodbye, but he agreed to her request, which made her happy since she knew that he could already face the future. She smiled warmly and kissed his lips. Thank you, Shishio. She then snuggled onto his chest again and made herself comfortable, watching the rain. Shishio looked at Shina and thought that this girl was really genius since she could learn to tempt him instantly. Looking at this girl, he slipped his hand inside the t-shirt and rubbed her belly. Shishio. Shina flushed and pouted. The mood was so romantic, and she wanted to enjoy the scenery together, but this guy thought something lewd all the time. Sorry, but I can't help it, Shishio said. But it is also your fault, Mashiro. My fault. Shina was confused. You're so beautiful that I can't help but want to touch you all the time, Shishio said, rubbing his face against her nape. Shina blushed and looked away. Don't do something weird, alright? I'll just rub your belly, Shishio said. Shina looked at his hand that rubbed her belly and couldn't help but asked, Shishio, do you have a belly fetish? Shishio. Shina didn't say much and let him rub her belly since it felt comfortable, but still, she needed to say this. Pervert. Shishio. Shishio sighed and said, Yes, I'm a pervert. Shina hummed happily. Mashiro. Do you really want to draw your manga using my story? You know, to write a romance novel, your editor has told you to fall in love, right? Why don't you use your experience and use them in your manga? Shishio asked. Because I don't want anyone to see my precious memory with you. Shina looked at Shishio and said, It's our memory. It is only for both of us. Mashiro. Shishio couldn't help but hug this girl tightly. Shina also smiled and hugged him. Then they entangled each other before Shishio pushed her directly into the futon. As they gazed over into each other's eyes, the rain started to dissipate, and the cloudy sky started to disappear, showing the shy moon that had been hiding. Shina blushed as she stared into his eyes. She could see that he was full of desire for her, which made her shy and eager at that same time. Mashiro. Shishio growled, kissed her neck, then moved back slightly, staring into her eyes. Their eyes stared into each other before they started to kiss each other deeply. Shishio had made up his mind, so there was no need to hesitate. He slid his hand inside the t-shirt, rubbed her belly gently, moving upward toward her soft mound, feeling her hard nipple. HNNH. Sheena moaned as she kissed. She stared at him, raised her t-shirt, and started to suck her nipple. Shishio. She grabbed his head, moving her every finger on his soft hair, hugging it tightly. Shishio only glanced at Sheena with an upturned eye before moving his other hand toward her nether region. He knew that his size was big, and it was her first time, so he needed to invest more time in the foreplay. He touched her panties and could feel how damp it was. He caressed it gently and caused her to call his name several times while moaning. Shishio. Sheena panted and felt something was about to come out again, but he suddenly stopped, making her confused. However, she opened her eyes wide open when she saw what he was about to do. Shishio was right between Sheena's legs and looked at her slit, smelling the sweet smell that came from it. That place is dirty, Shishio. Sheena blushed again and wanted to push him away, but her body was so weak after being teased by him. It's your first time, so let me give you a good time, Shishio said before he started to eat her up. Sheena was startled by the sudden pleasure that she had never felt before. Shishio grabbed her waist so Sheena wouldn't escape, licking her labia, as he teased her clitoris while putting his fingers inside, feeling her hymen, before he teased her inside without damaging her hymen several times. He could feel the juice keep dripping from her pussy, and he drank it without hesitation since it was so sweet, but he knew that he couldn't continue since he was afraid she might pass out from the pleasure. If Sheena passed out, then who would take care of the heat inside his body? The grandma? Don't joke around. Sheena tightened her legs and couldn't control her voice. She kept calling his name as her body was about to let out something, but suddenly he stopped again, which confused her. Shishio. Shishio didn't say much and took out his penis from his boxer. He looked at her and said, I'm going to start, Mashiro. Sheena looked at his penis and nodded, wondering how it could fit inside her. Shishio took the condom given by Chihiro before, tore the packet with his teeth, and put it on his penis. It was quite tight, but it was all right. If possible, he wanted to get something like pharmaceutics mastery or medicine mastery, that way, he might be able to make a harmless pill that could stop pregnancy. As for all of his ability, if it was an ability that was able to stop his semen from impregnating a girl, then Shishio wouldn't use a condom. However, enough of that, Shishio put his penis right at the entrance of her pussy. He rubbed his penis there several times, causing the juice to drench his penis. Shishio. Sheena couldn't handle it any longer and called his name again. Shishio looked at Sheena and said, I love you, Sheena. Sheena felt her eyes and lips tremble, and then she answered him, I love you, Shishio. Shishio kissed her lips as he plunged his dick into the entrance of her pussy. The entrance was slowly opened, and the thick stick meat entered her body slowly, which caused her to have difficulty breathing since it was so huge until suddenly she could feel something was lost, but she didn't feel sadness. She felt happy since she knew that they had become one at this moment. With his extra care from the foreplay, Sheena successfully lost her first time and was taught by Shishio the enjoyment of a woman as she was tainted with his color. Hearing the animal-like cry and a loud moan of ecstasy from the second floor caused the grandma to open her eyes slightly before she closed them again, but if someone looked closely, her body trembled, and her face flushed. 237, Gilf Hunter. Shishio didn't sleep for an entire night, watching Sheena's face, who was sleeping like a cat on his arm. He could see fatigue in her eyes but also a comfortable and satisfying expression. In truth, he had never expected all of this to happen, and he just followed the flow, and since it happened, then it happened. All Shishio needed to do was to take responsibility for this cute girl. He caressed her bangs, gently played with them so he wouldn't wake her up, but when he saw the sun was about to wake up, he thought to do his morning workout, but in the end, he decided not to do it since if he wasn't right beside Sheena when she woke up, then she might get scared. Shishio knew that when a girl lost their first time, they would be in a weak state, especially when they needed to face him, whose energy was more than a normal person. Feeling his hard penis, he sighed, but he knew that he couldn't do too much to Sheena, considering she was tired from last night, so he thought to open his rewards since he had received many rewards. Even though it felt strange to receive rewards after he got all of her first time, he still accepted them since he could protect his women better. Shishio then checked all the rewards that he had received, and he had to admit that all the rewards he received from Sheena were amazing. Pheromone control, spin, flawless coordination, taekwondo mastery, and art mastery. Usually, there was a mix between both assets and abilities. Still, most of the rewards that he got from Sheena were mostly an ability, and he was glad for it since he didn't lack money, so the only thing he needed to do was to become stronger. Shishio then decided to accept the pheromone control, and the moment he accepted it, he was amazed since this ability was very amazing. Pheromone control gives complete control over the pheromones, a secreted or excreted chemical factor that triggers a social response in members of the same species, of oneself and others, including releasing pheromones that induce attraction between subjects, or within a subject for oneself, to exuding pheromones strong enough to induce sleep, change or influence emotions, draw crowds, etc. Shishio thought for a while and then controlled his pheromone to make his presence more comfortable. As expected, Sheena, who was sleeping, moved closer and hugged him tightly. He saw her little nose move slightly and couldn't help but want to pinch it, but he held it since he was afraid this girl might wake up, so he decided to open his other reward. Still, this ability was quite dangerous since, with this ability, Shishio could seduce any girls that he wanted, and with just using his pheromone, he could take them to a bedroom, having sex with them. Shishio thought for a while and felt that it might be good to get rewards by one stand night rather than dating the girls or the women. He had a disease immunity after all, so he wasn't afraid of disease or anything related. Shishio knew that he would become a scumbag this way, but the rewards that he could get were amazing, and he just wanted something to protect his women. He wasn't sure, but he felt that something dangerous might come toward him, so he needed to get stronger as soon as possible, even though he didn't really want to be a fuckboy. Even though it might sound weird, this feeling really happened, and he thought that this feeling might be related to the danger intuition that he got in the past. Shaking his head gently, Shishio then accepted his next reward, which was spin. Some people might not be familiar with the spin, but Shishio was very familiar with it since it was a supernatural phenomenon wielded by multiple key characters in Steel Ball Run and JoJo series. Spin is a state of perfect or near-perfect rotation that produces a unique form of energy that can be applied for many uses. In simple terms, the spin was just an ability to rotate something. Then what was the use of the spin? Spin can be used for a wide range of destructive, defensive, medical, and utilitarian purposes, depending on the available tool. Using a spin might be possible without a tool, but it is better to use it since it can be used for many things. Still, if Shishio had to ask, it was better to receive a Haman rather than a spin since Haman could affect healing, longevity, and a youthful appearance. However, in terms of attack power, compared to Haman, Shishio had to admit that spin was stronger and it was more suitable to be used on fighting, considering by using the spin, he was able to redirect the attack of someone easily or made his attack stronger. It was impossible to use this ability now since he didn't want to wake Sheena up since he knew this ability might be noisy, so he decided to accept his other rewards. Flawless coordination. The moment Shishio accepted this reward, he could feel that he could control his body better. His physical abilities were heightened to the point where he could perform any physical activity without difficulty. He imagined himself doing the act in his mind. He was able to perform it without any problem. This could range from free running to juggling swords to doing multiple backflips. Still, more importantly, as long as Shishio saw something, then he might be able to replicate any movement or act, especially when he combined it with his enhanced memory and enhanced vision. Shishio still wanted to learn Aikido since he knew that this martial art was unique, and even though he knew that it might be cruel, only a talented one could master it. After all, if normal people used it, this martial art would be useless in the fight, and it was better to learn a strike-type martial art such as boxing or karate since Aikido was extremely complex. With all of his explanations above, he wanted to say that he would learn Aikido faster later. After all, the martial arts in this world were very developed, so he wanted to learn something that caught his eyes, whether it was a martial art or another skill, since he was very greedy. Even though it was still far from instant copy ability, he could learn any martial art faster with his ability. Still, if possible, he wanted to get something like enhanced mirror neuron to copy any movement-related abilities, whether it was martial arts, sports, dance, and a lot more easily. However, even if an instant copy ability was wonderful, what Shishio liked the most about this ability was to control his body better. When he combined the flawless coordination and Seimei Kikken that he got before, even if his strength became stronger and stronger in the future, he wouldn't have a hard time controlling them. Even if he had sex with his girls in the future, he wouldn't be afraid that he might hurt them, considering he could control his body perfectly. Shishio had checked flawless coordination ability then decided to accept his other reward, which was Taekwondo Mastery. In truth, when he received this Taekwondo Mastery, he was quite surprised. After all, he thought that Taekwondo was a weak martial art, but it seemed that there was something deeper than that. Shishio's prejudice over Taekwondo couldn't be blamed. After all, there were no strong Taekwondo fighters in this world, and most Taekwondo practitioners were using a fancy technique to entertain the public. This martial art was also quite young since it was only developed during the 1940s, and rather than Taekwondo, it was better to learn karate since Taekwondo originated from karate. But of course, it didn't mean Taekwondo copied karate. Rather it combined both karate and traditional Korean martial art, which was known as Taekyon. However, Taekwondo was more than that, especially their famous theory of power. The emphasis on speed and agility is a defining characteristic of Taekwondo and has its origins in analyses undertaken by Choi Hong-hai. The results of that analysis are known by ITF practitioners as Choi's theory of power. Choi based his understanding of power on biomechanics and Newtonian physics as well as Chinese martial arts. For example, Choi observed that the kinetic energy of a strike increases quadratically with the speed of the strike but increases only linearly with the mass of the striking object. In other words, speed is more important than size in terms of generating power. Shishio, who had a taekwondo mastery, was able to master the theory of power, and of course, his theory of power was several times stronger. Besides the theory of power, taekwondo was famous for its kick, but that wasn't all. There were also pressure point applications, throws, joint locks, termination techniques, choking techniques, and freeing techniques. However, most taekwondo practitioners were only good with their feet, and they weren't good at other things, which was why they were quite weak compared to other martial arts that emphasized balance. When Shishio thought about his other martial art, which was Bajikwan mastery, he felt a bit weird. Still, at the same time, his taekwondo mastery could strengthen his Bajikwan mastery to some certain extent. Bajikwan is focused on his fists and stays on the ground all the time, but taekwondo is focused on feet and acrobatic movement. Shishio thought that the combination of Bajikwan and taekwondo was better than he had thought, but it was far from enough, which was why he thought to learn aikido later. As for his fight with Tokugawa's fighter later, Shishio thought that it might be good to use his taekwondo mastery during his fight. There was no way for him to test his taekwondo mastery on the bed, so Shishio accepted his last reward, which was art mastery. After he accepted this reward, Shishio could understand all art forms, instantly and perfectly utilizing them like he had trained in them for years. He also possessed great knowledge and skill in the art, such as painting, dancing, penmanship, etc., without any education. He could effortlessly create an artistic idea in their mind and work off that to create it in reality. In the past, Shishio had gotten painting mastery from Shina. Still, this time, with art mastery, he had mastered many art forms, whether acting, animation, calligraphy, dancing, filming, music, painting, performing, photography, sculpting, singing, etc. Looking at the girl, who was still sleeping on his arm, snuggling into his chest tightly, Shishio smiled softly and thought that he would treasure this girl, but then he heard a footstep that moved closer and knew that it should be the grandma, so he didn't think too much. However, both of them were still naked when the grandma opened the sliding door. "Hurry up and wake up. I have prepared breakfast. It won't be good if the food has gotten cold," the grandma said as she entered the room, looking at Shishio and Shina, who were snuggling together on the futon naked, but then her lips twitched, and she blushed when she saw his huge thing was standing tall below the blanket. "Haven't you gotten enough? You had sex for a long time last night. Do you want to toss this old lady too?" the grandma roared as she closed the door gently. "Shishio." But then the door opened again, and the grandma said, "Your girl is still tired, don't force him to have sex again." She then closed the door again gently and walked away. "Shishio." Shina frowned and hugged Shishio tighter. Shishio patted Shina's head gently and thought that the grandma was a good woman. Unfortunately, that grandma didn't trigger his system. Still, his system had been triggered by a mother, a little girl, and even a boy with a girlish feature. As for grandma, he wasn't sure since his system had never been triggered by grandma, but enough of that since there was something that he needed to do. "Mashiro, wake up. Let's eat." Still, even though it sounded quite like a scumbag, Shishio had to admit that the grandma was quite cute, and rather than a grandma, she was like a mature woman in her 40s, which made him a bit giddy. If he had to say, she was like an older Miho Nakayama, but at the same time, he looked at his nether region had gotten hard again, and it pressed into Shina's smooth belly. Shina didn't care much and only slept as usual. Shishio let out a sigh and thought that he was really a scumbag. 238, going back. The grandma was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, but her mind was quite blank at this moment when she recalled what she had been before. She might be over her 50s now, but her appearance was still quite good. However, she felt a bit lonely since her husband had left her early and her children had moved to Tokyo. Still, the grandma had never seen something as huge as his thing and somehow understood why his girlfriend could moan so loudly. "Good morning." The grandma's body trembled when she heard his voice. Somehow his deep voice caused her heart to feel jumpy, and at the same time, she wondered how many girls had fallen by this young man. She turned her head and was dumbfounded when she saw him at that moment, especially when he was only wearing pants, showing his bare chest. If she was 30 years younger, then she might jump directly to his bed, she thought at this moment, especially when she saw his well-built body. "What is for breakfast, Grandma?" Shishio asked and didn't care much when the grandma observed his body. "Why the hell, you're naked?" the grandma asked with a loud voice with a slight blush on her face. "My t-shirt is worn by my girlfriend now," Shishio said while looking at Shina, who was sleeping on his arms at the moment. She didn't wake up, so, in the end, he brought her directly to the dining room, hugging her, letting her sleep on his body. The grandma looked at Sheena and asked, "You don't wake her up?" Shishio was a bit embarrassed and said, "Well, I'd thought to feed her like this since she's quite tired." The grandma didn't say much nonsense, especially when she thought how long they had been doing last night, so she prepared breakfast for both of them before she ran away since she was afraid that her instinct as a woman might awake once again when she was with him all the time. Shishio looked at the normal traditional breakfast and could tell the ingredients were very fresh, which made him feel a bit envious of the people living near the agricultural area. Still, even so, he wouldn't move out to the countryside area since it was quite inconvenient. "Sheena, drink this warm tea first. I'll feed you after that," Shishio said while moving the cup of tea closer to Sheena's mouth. Sheena didn't open her eyes and licked the warm tea slowly before she sipped it gently. "What do you want to eat first? How about fish?" Shishio asked. Sheena opened her eyes slightly and nodded slightly. "Open your mouth," Shishio said. Sheena opened her mouth and chewed her breakfast lightly. When it ended, she opened her mouth again, letting him feed her again, and when she had gotten her energy, she said, "Shishio. You're a beast," Sheena said flatly. Ignoring Sheena's words, Shishio continued to feed Sheena and asked, "Is it delicious?" They spent their morning eating breakfast together, then went to take a bath. Their bodies were sticky, and their bodies were full of lewd smells. If they went back without taking a bath, then they would attract a lot of attention. Taking a bath together, they didn't have anything to hide since they had seen each other naked still. Sheena kept saying that he was a beast, considering his penis kept standing up from time to time. Shishio didn't retort and only said that it happened because she was so charming. If she wasn't charming, then his penis wouldn't react. Sheena realized how shameless this guy was. When they were in the room, Shishio helped Sheena set up her hair and wore her clothes before he prepared to go out, but... Shishio. Can we bring this back? Sheena, who sat on the tatami floor, asked while pulling the futon where they slept last night. Even though she could accept their first intercourse so easily, it was her first time, so she wanted to take the futon as a memento. Shishio nodded and said, "Well, it should be okay. I'll talk with the grandma later." Looking at the futon, he understood why this girl wanted to take the futon back. It might be her first time, but with his sex ability, she didn't need to worry about bleeding when she lost her first time. Only someone unskillful would cause a bleed on a girl during their first time, and even if there was blood, it was only a minuscule amount that it wasn't enough to create a red mark on the futon. Sheena nodded with her usual expression. She still felt a bit uncomfortable and still felt that Shishio was inside her pussy, making her troubled to walk. Shishio then grabbed everything and asked Sheena, "Can you stand up?" "Carry me," Sheena said as she opened her arms. "It can't be helped," Shishio said and carried her directly with his arm. Even though he was gentle last night, he knew that his size was huge, and he might have done a bit too much on Sheena. Sheena hugged Shishio's neck subconsciously, feeling how tough and strong he was, which somehow made her blush and hug him tighter. "Let's go back," Shishio said. Sheena nodded and closed her eyes again since she was still tired. She had to admit that it felt good, and she wanted to do it again, but she knew well about her body, and her man was a beast. She thought that she might need to do muscle training since she was too weak. When they walked down, the grandma looked at them and asked, "You're going back?" "Yes." Shishio nodded and asked, "Can I buy this futon with me? Add it to my bill." The grandma nodded and didn't think too much since she could see that Shishio was rich. She then showed him the bill, and he paid it, but then she asked, "Didn't you want an elope? Is it alright for you to go back?" "It's alright. I have made her pregnant. Let's see who will complain," Shishio said without hesitation. The grandma. Sheena was too lazy to refute and closed her eyes, resting on his chest since she was too tired. Shishio looked at grandma's dumbfounded expression and smiled. "I was just kidding. If I come to Iwafyun, I'll stay in your inn again. Don't come back." The grandma was mad and wanted to throw her sandals at Shishio. Still, she saw him only laughing before he walked away, which somehow made her sigh. She thought that Tokyo wouldn't be peaceful since she had a feeling that that young man would bring a lot of storms. As he walked out from the inn, Shishio took his camera and took a picture of various sceneries of the Iwafyun. The smell of morning dew, the hazy sunlight, and the fresh air, he had to admit that it felt good to stay in such a town for 1 or 2 days. More than that, he didn't think that it was good. "Shishio. I'll draw it as soon as possible," Sheena said and opened her eyes, staring at his eyes. "I can't wait for it," Shishio said with a smile. Sheena smiled and kissed Shishio lovingly. They didn't stay too long in Iwafyun since there was really nothing in that town. More importantly, Shishio had a date today. When he thought calmly, he knew that he was really the enemy of a woman. He had just taken Sheena's for the first time, the girl who had helped him to move forward from his past, but then he went on a date with other girls, but there was no way for him to give up the other girls, so he could only move forward, even if it was unfair for Sheena. Sheena also knew his date with Saki, but she didn't say anything, staying in his arms, sleeping so soundly since she was happy right now. Inside the train, there were no other people other than both of them. Sheena rested, and Shishio called Roberta to pick her up at the station since it would be troublesome to walk back to Sakurasu by walking. As he put down his phone, Sheena called his name. Shishio. I love you, Sheena said while looking at Shishio. Shishio smiled softly and kissed her hair gently. I love you too, Mashiro. Sheena looked at him with a smile and said, I don't want to brag, but I can see that you are not acting now. Shishio was amused and rubbed his face against her cheek before he whispered, Thank you, Mashiro. Hearing those words was enough for him. Sheena also rubbed her face against his face, feeling happiness since she knew that she had helped him, not another girl, but it was her. She knew that she might not be his only one, but even so, she knew that she would be a special existence in his heart. Looking at Sheena, who was sleeping again, Shishio looked at the window and knew that somehow everything seemed to be brighter and beautiful. Roberta stood straight on the station right in front of the car, and as expected, she caught the attention of many people, considering her dress as a maid and the luxurious car behind her. Unlike the people in the Kansai area, which was quite friendly, the people in the Kanto region were quite cold, so they would only glance at Roberta and didn't say much. They only looked at her before walking away since they didn't want to be caught in trouble. Roberta didn't care about those background characters and only stood up in silence since, except for Shishio, all the people that she saw were only a piece of meat. Roberta. Hearing this voice, Roberta quickly turned, and even though her face was still cold, her tone was very gentle. Shishio-sama. With her maid outfit, it was easy for Shishio to find Roberta and said, Thanks for picking us up. No, this is my job. Roberta shook her head gently. Let's go back, Shishio said. Yes. Roberta nodded, then looked at Sheena, who was sleeping in his arms. She didn't know why, but she felt very jealous at that moment. Shishio also noticed Roberta's gaze, and with a calm expression, he said, We were on a trip to Iwafune. Mashiro is quite tired from that trip. Roberta nodded and didn't say much, but Sheena snorted softly. Shishio. With the car, their trip didn't take a long time, and they had arrived at Sakurasu. When they were about to enter, Shishio noticed the curtain on Sorita's room moved, making him shake his head. He recalled that Sorita should be moving today, so what was the use of thinking about him now? As for his matter with Sheena, Shishio didn't think too much and carried her in his arms when they returned, and as for whether Sorita saw it or not, he didn't think too much, but Sorita happened to see them, so whatever what Sorita imagined at this moment, he didn't think too much. Roberta, I'll bring the car. Can you take care of Mashiro? Shishio asked. Yes. Roberta nodded and didn't think too much, hugging Sheena, sleeping in Shishio's arms, then walked to Sheena's room. With her power, it was too easy to carry Sheena. Sheena opened her eyes slightly, looking at Shishio before she closed her eyes to sleep again. Looking at Sheena, who was carried by Roberta, Shishio smiled helplessly before taking the second bath. He had decided to become a scumbag, so there was no turning back. After Shishio took a bath, he saw that there was still a time before his date with Saki, and he thought to go back to his room, but then he happened to meet Ritsu. Ah, Shishio-kun. Ritsu was surprised, and her face was red. Good morning, senpai, Shishio said with a smile. Good morning. Ritsu seemed to struggle and wanted to ask something, but she hesitated. What's wrong, senpai? Shishio asked, but before Ritsu answered, he heard a voice from the side. Shishio, have you come back? Shishio and Ritsu turned their heads and saw both Mayumi and Chihiro, who seemed to be in a mess, and the smell of alcohol permeated through their bodies, which made them wonder whether they were drunk all night. Still, even if Chihiro's voice was so calm, and she was smiling, he knew that his aunt wouldn't let him go so easily, but he, who had a lot of experiences, wasn't that nervous and very calm at this moment. Good morning, Mayumi-san, Chihiro-ne. 239, Catch 22. When he heard that Shishio and Sheena wouldn't come back for a night, Sorita couldn't close his eyes for an entire night. His eyes were all open, and he couldn't fall asleep since his mind was bombarded with various negative emotions. After all, who would like to hear their crushes spent a night together with another guy? Hopefully, nothing happens. Nothing's happening, right? No, he's got a girlfriend. So there's no way something can happen between them. For an entire night, Sorita tried to suggest to himself that something wouldn't happen between Shishio and Sheena, but he just couldn't let go of his worry, and at the same time, his chest was hurt. He just couldn't understand how Sheena would decide to go on a date with Shishio, even though Shishio already had a girlfriend. After all, on the Sakurasu, there was also someone more perfect to go on a date rather than Shishio, right? Like me. Sorita didn't have a girlfriend, and he was also very free, so why didn't Shina decide to go on a date with him? Sorita's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't think straight. If possible, he just wanted to sleep, thinking that everything was a dream, but he also didn't really want to sleep since he hoped for Shina and Shishio to return late at night so he could confirm nothing had happened between them. Unfortunately, no matter how long Sorita had been waiting, neither returned to Sakurasu. While he was in his room, he was wondering whether his decision to move from Sakurasu was right or not. Even though he had decided to move out from Sakurasu and his things would be sent to the regular dorm today, he just couldn't bear it when he thought that Shishio and Shina might spend their time together from now on without his presence. The time passed so slowly, and Sorita just hid under the blanket, feeling depressed until morning. When the morning came, he was so absent-minded and couldn't believe that a night had passed, but both Shishio and Shina hadn't returned. Sorita felt that his chest became even more painful, but then he saw a familiar black luxury car and Shishio, Roberta and Shina returned together. Looking at Shina, who was snuggling on Shishio's arms, he felt his chest was tight, but when Shishio glanced in his direction, he quickly closed the curtain and hid. Ha! 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 Sorita panted and was a bit panicked, but at the same time, he wanted to know what was happening between Shishio and Shina, hoping that nothing had happened. However, at the same time, he also felt scared to learn what had happened. Sorita was alone in his room, and Hikari also didn't spend time in his room after he lashed out his anger toward Hikari before. Still, he had never thought that he was the one who was to blame. Rather he blamed Hikari, who didn't feel grateful toward him since he had saved it before, which somehow made him feel regret to save it before. I need to confirm it. Sorita decided to learn what was happening between Shishio and Shina. Hence, he walked out of his room, but he didn't immediately walk down from the stairs since he was quite hesitant since he didn't dare to ask that question to Shishio directly. Sorita stood in the middle of the stairs, unable to move forward until he heard the voices of both Shishio and Ritsu. Still, then he also heard the voice of both Chihiro and Mayumi, and when they started to talk, he sighed in relief since it seemed that he didn't need to do anything and he could learn what was happening between Shishio and Shina. Hey, did you have sex with Mashiro? Mayumi asked directly. Hearing Mayumi's words, Sorita felt like he was about to pass out, but at the same time, he also felt strange since there was some strange sense of delight when he thought the possibility of Shishio and Shina were. Shishio looked at Mayumi with a blank gaze. Mayumi. 2x. Both Ritsu and Chihiro really wanted to slap Mayumi's mouth since this woman was too vulgar, right? Mayumi-san, I went to Iwafune with Mashiro yesterday, Shishio said, changing the subject, and didn't deny that both of them had sex. Hey, Iwafune. Mayumi was dumbfounded and asked, what are you doing in that small city? Did you go to Iwafune last night? Chihiro asked, looking at Shishio curiously. Shishio nodded and said, you know, Mashiro has decided to come to Japan to draw a manga, right? Chihiro, Mayumi and Ritsu nodded at the same time. But she isn't good at writing a story, so she has decided to use the story that I have written, Shishio said. 5 centimeters per second. Ritsu asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I'm the author, and she's the artist. Chihiro and Ritsu nodded and thought that it was quite common to see a combination of both author and artist make a manga since not all mangaka were good at writing a story, and not all writers were good at painting. Still, in Shishio's case, if he wanted, he could publish a manga when he was in high school, considering he was able to write a story and his drawing ability was also good. How boring. Mayumi pouted while complaining. Shishio, Ritsu, and Chihiro. Shishio shook his head and said, I'll go back to my room first. He didn't have time to think whether Mayumi had fun or not since he didn't care, and he also had a date with both Saki and Nana after this. If someone asked which one was more important, the answer was obvious, right? But then Shishio noticed someone who was standing on the stairs and couldn't help but greet him. Oh, Kanda-kun, good morning. Sorita, hiding so he could eavesdrop on them, was stunned and couldn't help but reply to Shishio in panic. Go good morning, Oga-kun. Hey, what were you doing there? Did you eavesdrop on us? Mayumi asked in doubt. Hui, what are you talking about, Mayumi-san? Sorita was stunned again before he quickly retorted. Really? Mayumi looked at Sorita and really wondered what was happening with this kid since Sorita's appearance was just too awful. Red eyes, dark circles, lifeless expression and some pimples here and there made her wonder what was happening with this guy. Chihiro didn't think too much and asked, Kanda, have you prepared your luggage? You'll move later, right? Ah, yes. Sorita's voice was quite low at that moment. Chihiro nodded, then looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, are you free today? Can you help him to move to the regular dorm? Sorita was dumbfounded when he heard Chihiro's words. Chihiro's thought was pretty simple, Shishio had a car, and he was also a male, so she thought he could help Sorita, who would move to the regular dorm. After all, she could also see that Sorita's appearance was quite pitiful. In truth, it wasn't her first time seeing a student like Sorita, who felt pressured by his surroundings because all the people around him were too dazzling, which made him feel inferior. It was such a normal scene in Sakurasu, which was why she didn't feel that much surprised by Sorita's situation. As a teacher, Chihiro also couldn't do anything. After all, it was a matter of mental health, rather than forcing someone to stay in Sakurasu and have such stress. It was better to move out as soon as possible. Chihiro had reminded Sorita before, but this guy didn't listen to her, so what had happened to him wasn't her fault, and he reaped what he sowed. However, at least Chihiro thought to help Sorita to move by asking her nephew, but... Sorry, I have something to do later, and I can't help Kanda-kun to move out, Shishio said without hesitation. Hey? Where are you going? Chihiro asked with a frown since her nephew had been out all the time. I'm going on a date, Shishio said. There was nothing to hide. After all, everyone knew that he had a girlfriend, so Shishio didn't need to hide that he was going on a date with his girlfriend. Hey? You just went back with Mashiro. Then you went on a date. Mayumi looked at Shishio with some dissatisfaction since this guy was quite a scumbag, right? I'm going out for a date today because I went out with Mashiro yesterday. Shishio stared at Mayumi speechlessly and said, if I don't go out with my girlfriend today, then won't it be unfair for her? His explanation was logical, but somehow, the three of them were still quite unhappy. Well, I'll bring some souvenirs when I go back later, Shishio said. Where are you going? Chihiro asked. Inashima. Inashima. 3x. Ritsu, Mayumi and Chihiro were surprised, but at the same time, they felt jealous. So I might return quite late, but I'll try to buy something for all of you, Shishio said. Well, be careful. Chihiro couldn't say anything. She had let go of him, so as long as he didn't cause trouble, then she would let him do what he wanted to do. I'll change my clothes first. Shishio was only wearing a t-shirt and wrapped his lower body with a towel. He noticed that Ritsu, Mayumi and Chihiro had glanced at his big bulge from time to time, but he didn't think too much since there was nothing to hide, but... Shishio. Suddenly Misaki jumped into Shishio's back and shook his body. I'm hungry. Can you cook me something? Wait. Wait. Senpai, don't shake me so hard. Shishio was speechless and wanted to throw this stupid girl away, but... Everyone was in silence when the white towel fell to the ground, and they saw a huge thing on his nether region. Shishio sighed, took his white towel calmly, and wrapped it on his waist again. He looked at Misaki blankly and asked, can you let me go now? Misaki nodded shakily and stepped down from Shishio slowly. Then everyone watched Shishio, who walked away, but they didn't say anything. However, they had to admit that even though it wasn't standing, it was still huge, but it was quite cute for some reason, and it resembled an elephant's trunk. Cough. Cough. Chihiro blushed and said, well, I'm going to sleep first. Me too. Mayumi also blushed, but at the same time, she really wanted to push Shishio to the bed right away. As for both Misaki and Ritsu, they also blushed feverishly and quickly returned to their rooms. However, in the minds of four females, they thought the same things. Huge. As for Sorita, he just left, and everyone forgot about him, but at the same time, he was just dumbfounded, squeezed his thighs tightly, and felt in shock since he thought that the world was just too unfair. Right? Yotsuya Station. Shishio made an appointment with Saki to go on a date to Inashima, and they would meet each other at the Yotsuya Station. Still, unlike their original plan, Nana also joined this date, so the three of them would go to Inashima together. Nana let out a long sigh. I want to meet him as soon as possible. When she thought about what had happened yesterday, she thought that she needed to talk with him face to face since there were many things that she wanted to say to him. There's still a time before the date, or rather we have gone too early, right? Saki spoke helplessly, but she also felt the same time since she wanted to meet him as soon as possible. It might be because it was their first time to go on a date with him, so they became quite excited and came 1 hour earlier than the appointment time. Still, I'm quite surprised that we're going to Inashima, Nana said and felt quite excited to go to Inashima. Have you been there before, senpai? No, this will be my first time, Saki said. Really? Nana was surprised, but then she said with a smile, then our first time will be taken by Shishio at the same time. Saki. Nana and Saki were waiting at the entrance of the Yotsuya station together, and even though they were beautiful, they didn't attract too much attention since they were wearing a face mask. It wasn't that they felt sick or something, but even though Sujinami district was quite huge, it was also quite small. There were many students in Swime living around this area, and they didn't really want to be seen by someone, especially when they were going on a date. If they were going on a date with him alone, they might not do this, but they were going on a date with him together, which made the situation very troublesome. While talking, Nana thought that she should live alone and rent an apartment nearby. That way, she could spend more time with him. She thought that she should talk about this problem with her parents, and she also should invite Shishio when she talked with her parents too, so they could believe in her to live alone. But when they talked to each other and felt a bit annoyed when Shishio had been making them wait so long, they heard their names being called. Saki. Nana. Hearing this familiar voice, they turned their heads, and somehow all their annoyance disappeared like magic, especially when they saw his smile, since his smile was too dangerous. 240, with words other than love. 3. Shishio. Nana quickly dashed and hugged him. Still, her eyes brightened when she saw him, wearing a black cap, white t-shirt, an olive bomber jacket, navy blue jeans pants, and a pair of sneakers. After all, it was her first time seeing him in his casual clothes, and as expected, it was great. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Shishio caught Nana naturally, but it was still hard to maintain his composure when the two softest things in this world would press against his chest. Saki was jealous of Nana, who could do what she wanted directly without feeling embarrassed, but then she looked at Shishio and shook her head. No, we didn't wait too long. Shishio wasn't late, or rather, he came half an hour early, but even so, he could tell that two girls in front of him had come 1 hour earlier than the appointment time. Even though he wasn't at fault, and sometimes it was unreasonable, it was better to apologize first, since he knew that there might be some dissatisfaction in their hearts since they had been waiting quite long. Come on. We're going to Inoshima. We need to go get into the train as soon as possible, or else we will go back quite late. Nana wanted to visit many places on Inoshima, considering it was her first time there, especially when she was with both Shishio and Saki. Hence, it was better to enter the train as soon as possible. We won't use the train. Follow me, Shishio said and grasped both the hands of both Nana and Saki, leading the two girls somewhere. Hey! Nana was confused, but Saki had some ideas inside her mind. Come in, Shishio said. Nana was dumbfounded. A motorcycle was one thing, but a car? But in the end, she gave up thinking too much since she was quite excited about this date. However, there was one problem. Who will sit next to him? Saki asked while looking at Nana. You should sit next to him first. Nana looked at Saki and said, I've interrupted your date after all. Saki looked at Nana for a moment and said, well, you should sit next to him when we go back. Nana smiled and nodded. Without a doubt, the relationship between both Saki and Nana was solid, and they had agreed to date him together. Saki sat next to Shishio, and Nana sat on the back seat. So you're all ready? Shishio asked. Oh. Nana raised her hand excitedly. Oh. Saki also followed awkwardly with a red face. Looking at Saki's reaction, Shishio and Nana had to admit that this girl was too cute, right? The distance between Inoshima and Tokyo wasn't that far, and someone could reach it with just an hour of travel by car. Feeling the smoothness when Shishio drove the car, Saki and Nana were wondering whether there was something that he couldn't do. I know that it is a bit late, considering we have already been inside the car, but do you have a driving license for a car? Saki asked speechlessly. I do. Shishio nodded. It's inside my wallet. I'll show you if you want. No, it is all right, you should focus on your driving, Saki quickly said, trying to stop him. But why did you decide to go in a car? Nana asked curiously, leaning forward so she could be closer to both Saki and Shishio. In truth, she wanted to hug him directly, but she was afraid that she might bother him since he was driving. If she caused a mess, the three of them might get into the accident, so she needed to be careful. When girls fall in love, their IQ might be lowered, but she still knew her action was still dangerous or not, though there might be an exception. Well, I thought that you might want to buy something on Inoshima, and I'd thought to buy a souvenir too. If we go there by train, it'll be troublesome to bring all of those souvenirs. His thought was quite simple, driving a car was more comfortable than using public transportation. A lot of romance stories in the anime used public transportation because they didn't have money, but he was loaded with money, so it was better to use a car since it was very comfortable. Still, do you want to go by train? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not really comfortable with public transportation, Nana said while raising her boobs lightly. Her boobs were huge. Even if she didn't do anything, she would become a center of attention and be leered by many people. Even though she had gotten used to it, it was still tiring her out. But I'm surprised that your parents allow you to drive a car. They believe in me, and I have the ability, so why not? Shishio didn't explain too much, nor did he tell them that his parents didn't know he had a car since it was very troublesome to explain. Still, I'm not happy that you don't feel surprised or something when you know that I'll come on this date, Nana said with a pout. Saki told me, Shishio said. Saki. Right. Saki quickly took out his credit card and gave it back to Shishio without hesitation. Shishio, here. Shishio didn't take it immediately and asked, you can keep it, you know. No, I feel scared using this card somehow, Saki said with an uncomfortable expression, especially when. Did you use it yesterday? Shishio asked. No, Saki said without hesitation. Why? Shishio asked with a surprised expression. I'm not sure how to explain this, but somehow I feel that our relationship won't be sure if I use this, Saki said slowly. She extended his credit card and said, please take it back. Yes, I know that you have a lot of money, but let's just keep that kind of relationship in the future, so for now, let's have a pure high school romance. Nana also added that she was uncomfortable when she thought about using Shishio's money, even though she knew that he had a lot of money. Still, it was great to know that he had a lot of money since that way, they wouldn't worry about the future, considering she had decided to be with him forever and all. Shishio thought for a moment and knew that both of them were in high school. It would cause trouble if they bought many things, considering they were still living with their parents and all. At the same time, their relationship wasn't built because of money, so they still felt uncomfortable since they were still a student and all, so rather than giving them a credit card directly, which made them feel uncomfortable, it was better to give them a gift or pay them naturally without saying anything in the future. Shishio nodded and took his credit card. Since that's your decision, then I'll respect your choice. Saki and Nana smiled at the same time. Still, did you buy the battle underwear? Shishio suddenly asked after he put his credit card in his wallet. Saki. Nana smiled mischievously and asked, I bought it, and I'm wearing it now. Do you want to see it? Oh. Shishio was interested, but... Nana. Shishio. Saki wouldn't allow this shameless situation to continue anymore, so she needed to stop them. Shishio and Nana only laughed, and the three of them enjoyed their first date. Inoshima is a small touristy island near Kamakura known for its beach culture and views of Mount Fuji. It is located in front of the legendary Shonan Beach area known for its colorful beach culture. It's also known as a romantic island because it was created by the love goddess Benzaden. With Shishio's driving master, and when they were talking to each other, it felt like the trip, which took quite a while, felt so fast, and before long, they were already midway from their destination. Right now, they were on the toll road, which made their trip even faster. Besides the aquarium, is there a place that you want to visit? Shishio asked. It's my first time going to Inoshima, and I don't know much about it, Saki said while shaking her head. Same for me, but I've done my research. Nana said proudly. Oh. Shishio was quite interested in where Nana wanted to go. But before that, Shishio, have you been to Inoshima? Nana asked curiously since this guy seemed like he had been on Inoshima Island several times, considering he was so confident when he drove the car and didn't even need to check whether they were in the right direction, which made her think that he had been on Inoshima. No, this is also my first time. Shishio shook his head and said, but I've done my homework since I don't want to get lost on our first date. He was coming from Kyoto, or rather, even though he might have gone to Japan in his previous life. Still, he only went to Tokyo, Osaka, or Kyoto, a famous tourist destination. As for Inoshima, which was only a small island, why did he need to go there? After all, he only had a limited holiday time, and it wasn't enough for him to tour around Japan. He, I've taken your first time, Nana said with a cheeky smile. Shishio. Still, both Nana and Saki were happy to learn that Shishio had done his homework before they were going on a date since that means they weren't the only ones who were excited about this date. Shishio, I love you. Nana forgot that Shishio was still driving and hugged him directly. Shishio felt the cruelty of when someone hugged him behind inside the car since he couldn't feel Nana's boobs now since they were separated by the car's chair when she hugged him. Nana, don't hug him so suddenly. What if he loses his concentration? Saki reprimanded Nana directly, but in truth, she was jealous of Nana, who could hug him without hesitation, but then, she said, I love you too, Shishio. She had a blush on her face since she was still embarrassed, but she still said those words. You sure able to say I love you like it's nothing, Shishio said since he knew that both Saki and Nana had said those words to him several times after they met on the station. Even though he could say I love you now, he hadn't said those words to either of them until now. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he felt wrong since he wasn't the type of someone who could say that he loved someone so easily, and it also felt strange to say that he loved them out of nothing. It's because it is my real feeling, and I can say it as much as I want to you, Nana said with a smile. You can't say that you love me now, so I'll say those words in your place. Shishio looked at Nana and said, thank you, Nana. He then looked at Saki and asked, how about you, Saki? Saki also smiled and said, I want you to remember. Remember. Shishio looked at Saki with a complex expression. Saki didn't think too much of Shishio's expression and continued. I know that you have something that troubles you, deep inside your heart, and even though you can't say those words to us, I know that you have affection toward us and care about us, which is why I want to remember that the two of us are going to be beside you and love you, so I'll say those words a lot of times from now on so you'll remember that you can rely on us when you want to solve your problem. In truth, she had always wanted to help him solve his problem, and now without hesitation, she said the words she had kept inside her heart. Nana also felt the same, and she also looked at Shishio at that moment. Hearing the confession of two girls, even if he was a cold guy, Shishio had to admit that their feelings moved him, and since he was okay now, he was going to answer their feelings. I know that I should say this in a more romantic place or mood, but I'll say this here. He took a deep breath and said, Saki, Nana, I love you too. Saki and Nana were dumbfounded, and their eyes were red before tears dripped from their eyes. Shishio. 2x. The two girls hugged him directly without hesitation and didn't care whether Shishio was driving or not since their feelings were uncontrollable right now. Wait. Wait. Don't hug me so suddenly. Shishio quickly reminded them. I love you too. 2x. The two girls didn't think too much and said those words without hesitation since they had been waiting for those words from his mouth, and when they heard them, they felt a sense of happiness that couldn't be controlled, but they knew that it was also dangerous to hug him so suddenly when he was in the middle of driving, but they weren't satisfied so. Shishio, say it again, Saki said, urging him. Yeah, say it again. I want to hear it again. Nana also said. Shishio looked helplessly at both of them and said, I love you. His deep and magnetic voice caused both girls to shudder and felt their legs weak. Again. I love you. Again. Temo. Again. Ich lieb dich. Again. Jetma. Again. Woaini. Again. Saranghaio. Again. How many times are you going to ask me? Shishio was helpless. Saki and Nana laughed, and they hadn't arrived at Enoshima, but they were full of laughter and felt happy, and they knew for sure they would remember this date for their entire life. 241. Shishio would eat anything. Sunny sun, the smell of the ocean, the refreshing wind, and beautiful scenery, everyone who saw this scene would be marveled, but Shishio didn't care about any of that and watched two beautiful girls in front of him. The former girl wore a black tank top inside a white shoulderless top, short jeans underneath, and a pair of sneakers, exposing healthy tan shoulder skin while looking excitedly at the surrounding scenery. For the latter, she wore a pair of long jeans, a pair of sneakers, and a white long-sleeved top stuffed inside, showing off a slender waist and toned legs. Shishio might have realized it before, but Saki's butts were the best. Yukinashida's legs might be divine, but Shishio couldn't touch it, and Saki was his girlfriend, so he might be able to rub his face there in the future. Holding his camera, Shishio didn't hesitate to take a picture of the two girls. Nana and Saki, who marveled at the scenery of Enoshima, turned and looked at Shishio, who took their pictures and couldn't help but smile. Hey, let's take a picture together. Nana pulled Saki's arm towards Shishio. Shishio nodded and took a selfie with the camera that was given by Yukinashida. The way Shishio took their photos was quite unique and they had never done selfies, after all, there wasn't any smartphone so they quickly hooked by him. With more than half an hour of the trip, the three arrived at Enoshima, and they played around directly. They didn't immediately go to the aquarium since it was still early, and they decided to visit the Enoshima island first by walking over the bridge. When they passed the bridge, they saw a group of students playing soccer on the beach. Shishio, can you beat all of them? Nana asked curiously since she could see that the group of students that were playing soccer on the beach was quite good, but compared to the shock that was brought by Shishio's ability in the past, she felt that they were too weak. Shishio didn't answer Nana's question immediately and observed the group of students. He thought that they might be students from a nearby high school. Now that you mention it, I have heard him dominate the soccer match before, Saki said curiously since she had heard a rumor that Shishio was very good at soccer. If you saw his match, you would be surprised, Nana said without hesitation. Really? Saki became curious. Shishio, have you thought about becoming a soccer player? Nana asked since, with his ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him, right? I don't have any intention of becoming a soccer player, but I might buy a soccer team in the future, Shishio said with a laugh. Saki and Nana. Shishio looked at the dumbfounded two and said with a smile, I was just joking. Let's continue to walk. Looking at Shishio's face, they knew that this guy wasn't joking around and really thought about buying a soccer team in the future, which made them interested, wondering which team that he was going to buy. When they walked, they held hands with each other. After all, they were in Enoshima, and no one knew their identity here, so they were quite bolder. However, the group of students who saw them couldn't help but cast jealousy, but when they saw Shishio, they couldn't help but understand the reality. After all, Shishio was too handsome. Explode Raiju. They thought at that moment, but at the same time, they also felt relief when they thought their female manager didn't come to the beach since if she came, they might not be able to do anything. Still, One student thought to use a prank by kicking the ball toward Shishio's direction, and when the group of students saw this, they didn't stop him and watched what Shishio was going to do, but they still reminded him. Hey, watch out! Nana and Saki ignored this voice directly, but Shishio turned around and accepted the ball with his shoulder smoothly, which caused everyone to feel dumbfounded. Nana and Saki realized what had happened, then they saw Shishio, who juggled the ball in amazement. Both girls and the group of students from the soccer club were also dumbfounded since Shishio's skill was too amazing. Shishio looked at the student who kicked the crappy shooting and kicked the ball toward this student. Hey! The student, who saw the ball being kicked by Shishio, saw it getting closer and closer before it changed its direction and hit his nether region. Bam! The student's face turned pale, and he dropped to the ground, directly, unable to say any words. Everyone! Nana and Saki were also dumbfounded. Come on, Shishio said calmly. 2x. Nana and Saki didn't think too much and thought it was only a small episode. They thought it was better to enjoy their date rather than thinking about a stranger. As for the classmates of the student who bothered Shishio's date, they quickly reacted and screamed the name of the student. Kauta! Are you okay? My balls! The student, who kicked the ball before, said weakly before he closed his eyes. Kauta! They quickly helped the student, and some of them wanted to stop Shishio, but when Shishio glanced at them with a sharp expression, they stopped and shut their mouths. They didn't know who Shishio was, but they knew that he was dangerous. Looking at Shishio's back, a young man with a normal feature cast a complex expression since that shoot was too amazing. Thinking about her brother who had passed away, he was wondering who was better. Do you think that he's a professional player? No, even though I don't want to admit that he's so handsome, but with such a handsome face, it'll be weird if he isn't known. After all, even though they didn't want to admit it, if an athlete had a handsome face, they would directly become the center of attention. Come on, Kakeru. Don't gawk over, and continue to train. Being patted on the shoulder, the young man with a normal feature quickly awoke and released his clenched fist, thinking that he might meet Shishio in the soccer match in the future, but he would defeat him. If Shishio knew what this young man was thinking, he didn't care, but he might change his mind if he knew that this young man's childhood friend, little sister, mother, private doctor and all the girls could trigger this system. As they walked on the bridge, Shishio didn't expect to meet another character from a story that he had watched in the past. Shishio, do you know them? Saki asked. Oh? Why do you think so? Shishio asked. I'm not sure. It is just a feeling, Saki said while looking at Shishio. I don't know them, but I feel like one of the students there resembles someone I know, Shishio said. Who? Nana asked curiously. Suguru Aizawa, Shishio said. Who? 2x. Nana and Saki were confused. Looking at their reactions, Shishio didn't feel surprised since even though soccer might be a popular sport, many people didn't show much interest in them. You don't need to think too much, is there a place that you want to visit on the Inoshima? He also didn't bother to explain who Suguru Aizawa was since he remembered that this savior of Japanese football had passed away. Rather than talking about somehow who had passed away and made their mood awkward, it was better to enjoy their date. Shrine. Nana said without hesitation. Shishio didn't answer and looked at Saki. I don't mind. Saki nodded and didn't mind visiting the shrine. Alright, let's visit the shrine, Shishio said without hesitation. As they entered the island, they could see many shops selling various foods in their surroundings. However, because they came too early, there weren't many shops that opened. Shishio was a foodie, after all, so he was quite interested and wanted to buy them. He could also see that both Nana and Saki were also quite interested. How about we get an ice cream? Agree. Nana said without hesitation. Saki also nodded since it was quite hot. Even though it was spring, they were right on the beach, so the temperature was slightly hotter, especially when the sun was so bright, so without hesitation, they went to the ice cream shop, but Nana was quickly dumbfounded when she saw one of the menus on the ice cream. Shishio. Look at this. They sell whitebait ice cream. Nana said with a strange expression. Whitebait is a collective term for the immature fry of fish, typically between 1 and 2 inches long. Such young fish often travel together in schools along the coast and move into estuaries and sometimes up rivers where they can be easily caught with fine meshed fishing nets. If someone asked what was so famous in Inoshima, they would answer then it was their whitebait. Whether it was ice cream, rice bowl, or various desserts, they would put whitebait on it, showing their obsession with whitebait. Do you want it? Shishio asked. Nana quickly shook her head and said, no, I'll get a strawberry. Shishio nodded and asked, how about you, Saki? Well, I'll get the chocolate one, Saki said. Shishio nodded, then looked at the owner of the shop. Such a small shop usually didn't have an employee, and it was managed by a family. We'll get strawberries, chocolate, and whitebait ice cream. 2x. Saki and Nana looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. Yes. The middle-aged woman owner smiled brightly at Shishio since it was so rare for her to see such a handsome young man. Saki and Nana looked at the middle-aged woman owner and looked at Shishio, thinking that this guy was too dangerous, right? They thought that they shouldn't let their mother meet him, or else. Well, it was too late for Nana, but for Saki, she knew that sooner or later, Shishio would meet her parents since she also wanted to introduce him to her family, which somehow made her very shy. Shishio received the ice cream and paid them directly, leaving both Nana and Saki, who wanted to pay using their money, became dumbfounded. This is our first date. Can you let me be cool and treat you? Shishio said with a gentle smile. Saki and Nana blushed and nodded shyly, accepting their ice cream, as the middle-aged woman sighed, thinking why she didn't meet Shishio 20 years ago. Taking their ice cream, they continued their journey to the shrine in Inoshima Island since it was one of the most famous spots. As they walked, they also ate their ice cream, and they looked at Shishio curiously, who ate the whitebait ice cream. How does it taste? Nana asked curiously. It's okay. It's like milk ice cream. Frankly, Shishio couldn't taste the whitebait at all, and it felt like a plain topping or something. Do you want to try? Yes. Nana nodded and ate some of Shishio's ice cream. As she tasted it, she raised her eyebrow since she didn't taste the whitebait at all. I wonder how it tastes, but I don't taste the whitebait at all. It's just a gimmick. Shishio looked at Saki and asked, Saki, do you want to try it too? Sure. Saki nodded and ate Shishio's ice cream, but she was still blushing since she had an indirect kiss. She might have kissed him on his lips, but she had never had an indirect kiss before. Shishio, do you want to try mine? Nana asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and ate some of Nana's ice cream while thinking that it was better for him to buy the strawberry one in the future. Is it good? Nana asked with a smile, feeling a bit giddy when she saw him eating her ice cream. I'll buy this one in the future, Shishio said, but Saki, who was on the side, sighed and said, Shishio, you have some on your lip. She used her finger to clean the ice cream on his lips. Somehow, it reminded her of when they ate Jihuden in the past, but this time, it was different. Shishio directly ate the small ice cream on Saki's finger, which surprised her. Saki blushed and felt his tongue, licking her index finger. Shishio realized what he was doing and apologized. I'm sorry. It was on an impulse. Saki couldn't say anything and looked at her finger that was licked by Shishio. Shishio, eat mine too. Nana said and put some of Saki's ice cream on her finger. Shishio didn't think too much and ate the ice cream on Nana's finger. He looked at both of them with a wild smile and said, it's delicious. Looking at his action that would eat anything and this smile, both Nana and Saki had to admit that this guy was more dangerous than they had thought, and at the same time, they were a bit worried, wondering how many girls were going to be eaten by him in the future. 242, let's appreciate. To reach the shrine on Inoshima Island was time-consuming. They needed to walk on the stairs, and without a doubt, it would tire them out, especially both Nana and Saki, which was why Shishio decided to get the ticket for the famous escar. In simple terms, escar is an escalator, but it is built in outdoors. If Shishio was only a normal high school student, then it would be impossible for him to buy the ticket for escar since it was too expensive, but he didn't lack money. It might be a bit expensive, but they would get a 10% discount when they bought a ticket for the aquarium later. Still, as someone who was doing business, even Shishio knew that this was just a gimmick. He felt it was a great thing that he could get a discount. As they walked into the escalator, Shishio read a lot of the history of Inoshima that was written on the wall, but then he heard Nana's complaint. Isn't this escalator too expensive? Nana pouted and didn't see anything so special about this escalator. Even though Shishio bought the ticket, it was her man's money, so she thought they were a bit cheated by the management of this island. Saki also nodded, but she didn't say much. After all, even though Shishio gave her a salary, her way of thinking toward money was still different from Shishio's, and 1,000 yen was a lot of money in her mind. They needed to pay 1,000 yen for a one-day pass ticket. With 3 people, they needed to pay 3,000 yen. The pocket money of a high school student wasn't much, or rather, it was rather low since a normal high school student would only get 3,000 yen a month, and a 1,000 yen ticket had taken a third of their pocket money. If they don't work part-time or have a man like Shishio, they might as well do a small workout by hiking on the entire island of Inoshima. Shishio couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Nana's complaint. Shishio, why are you laughing? I'm worried about you, you know. Nana pouted. Sorry, but I think that this little comfort is worth the money. Shishio smiled when he saw they disagreed with him, so he continued with his explanation. Let's say if you come with your grandmother here, will you let her walk by the stairs or buy the ticket for the escalator? Nana was dumbfounded, but then she said, I'll buy the ticket for the escalator. When she thought her grandma walked such long stairs, she couldn't bear to see it. But this is different, right? We're young, and my grandma is old. Saki also started to think that even though this escalator was a bit expensive, it was also necessary, especially for those old people. It's the same. Shishio looked at Nana and said, you don't want your grandma to get tired, and I don't want my girlfriends to get tired, so I think this ticket is worth it. Nana and Saki looked at Shishio in a daze before they blushed and hugged his arms simultaneously. The only people on the escalator were only the three of them, and there weren't any cameras, so they didn't hesitate to flirt with each other. As for the money talk, Shishio didn't really want to talk about it since it was a bit too much, and he also didn't see a reason for them to know for now since they might not believe it either, so let's just follow the flow. Still, Shishio had to admit that such a tourism place really made a lot of money since it was just a simple escalator. Someone needed to pay 1,000 yen, but enough of that since they had arrived at the first shrine on Inoshima Island. Inoshima Shrine was located inside Inoshima Ueda Cave, but that cave cannot be accessed when the sea is rough. That is why it was divided into 3 places on Inoshima: Hetsumiya, Nikitsunomiya, and Okutsunomiya. Listening to Shishio's explanation, both Saki and Nana marveled at him, thinking that their man was too smart, right? If they knew that Shishio read that information on the information board when they were about to enter the escalator, they must be speechless, which was why he wouldn't admit it and needed to pretend that he understood everything so they would become more sticky with him. Still, how did you know a lot about this? Saki was confused, wondering why Shishio learned the knowledge about a shrine. Shishio only looked away for a moment and said earnestly, I'm quite interested in mythology after all. Tell us the truth, Nana said as she hugged her arm tightly, pressing her breasts against him. Shishio's lips twitched, and he felt his penis was about to go berserk once again. He took a deep breath as he tried to calm himself and said, the truth is I read the information when we're about to enter the escalator. Saki and Nana. Both of them were speechless before they started to laugh. As they walked into Hetsumiya, Saki asked, Shishio, what's so special about this shrine? Shishio pointed at the pond with a dragon statue on the side. That's a place to wash your money so you'll be full of fortune. Then don't you need to wash your money there? You want to become a tycoon, right? Nana said as she was about to pull him to the pond. If I want to get something, then I'll get it with my hands. Shishio looked speechless at Nana and said, do you think that you can become a tycoon by just washing your money in that pond? If so, there's no poverty in this world. Saki agreed without hesitation. If just washing money in that pond, someone could become rich. Then there wouldn't be poverty in this world. Still, hearing his answer, Saki and Nana knew what kind of man Shishio was, and it was what made them attracted by him. Rather than this shrine, how about we continue to the next shrine since I'm sure you'll be more excited in that shrine, Shishio said. Oh? What is so special about the next shrine? Nana asked curiously. It's a shrine for beauty and relationships, Shishio said. However, as his voice fell, both Nana and Saki directly pulled him to the escalator since compared to the first shrine, the effect of the next shrine was more amazing. As expected, the second shrine, known as Nikitsunomiya, was different from the first shrine. Shishio didn't care about the effect of this shrine, or rather, he was more interested in the scenery from the second shrine. It didn't mean that he didn't believe in God or a higher being, or rather, he believed it since his existence itself was a miracle. Not only did Shishio become Shishio Oga in this world, but he also got a system. He was just a normal human who was slightly richer than most people in his previous life, but now, he could be called a superhuman because of the system. If there was no higher being, then who would have given him the system? Which was why Shishio believed in God. As for the deity in this shrine, he felt that it might be someone with a magic ability that the people in the past had worshipped since he knew that there was someone who could use magic in this world, so there should be one in the past, right? The people in the past were more religious than the people in this time since they believed more in science, but many things in this world couldn't be explained by science, which was why Shishio believed in God. Shishio, let's pray. Both Nana and Saki pulled Shishio to pray at the shrine. As they clapped their hands in front of the shrine, they threw a coin to the donation box and started to pray. Shishio didn't care much and followed their movements, but at the same time, he was confused. He knew that most of the people in this country believed in Shinto or Buddha, and some were either Catholic or Protestant. What made him strange was that even though most people in this country were either Shinto or Buddha, they celebrated the birth of Jesus Christ. Still, he had never heard of the people in this country trying to celebrate the birthday of Buddha or the deities of Shintoism, but he didn't think too much since he was too lazy to think about it. Nana opened her eyes and said, Shishio, Saki, what did you wish? How about you? Shishio asked. I wish that we can go together forever, Nana said with a smile. Even if you don't make a wish, I won't let you go, Shishio said simply. Shishio, I love you, Nana said as she hugged his arm. I love you too, Shishio said with a smile. Me too. Saki said in a blush. I love you too, Saki, Shishio said in a deep voice, which made Saki feel shy and put her face against his arm. Saki, what about you? What did you wish for? Nana asked curiously. It's a secret, Saki said without hesitation. Nana pouted, continued to ask Saki, but Saki wouldn't say anything so she could only give up and asked Shishio, Shishio, you will tell me, right? What's your wish? I don't mind, but I didn't make a wish, Shishio said. You didn't? 2x. Saki and Nana were surprised. You want to achieve your wish with your own power? Saki asked curiously. Shishio shook his head and said, I gave thanks. He looked at both Saki and Nana and said, I said, thank you. Because every day is fun with you two, and I am glad to meet you when I have come to Tokyo, especially when you two have become mine. I love you, Saki. I love you, Nana. When people prayed, they often made a wish. However, they forgot to appreciate what God had given them, so Shishio didn't make a wish. He said thank you and was grateful toward the one who had made him become Shishio Oga. Even though he knew that this shrine might not be the place of the one who had given him this chance to become Shishio Oga and gave him the system, it didn't really matter since he just wanted to say all of that. Still, Shishio wondered whether the deity in this shrine knew the one who gave him a chance. If so, he asked the deity in this shrine to tell the one who gave him a chance to live again how grateful he was. Hearing Shishio's words, both Saki and Nana were in a daze and felt that their hearts almost burst at this moment. They wanted to hug and kiss him directly, but at the same time, they also felt embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I feel embarrassed now. Shishio looked away, trying to hide his blush, and said, how about we continue to the next shrine? Wait a minute, I'm going to give thanks too, Saki quickly said. Me too. Nana also quickly said. Both of them had always made a wish, but they forgot to appreciate what they had received, which made them embarrassed. Luckily, their man reminded them, which made them quickly give thanks for what God had given them, and after they were done, they quickly pulled him to a deserted place and kissed him directly to his lips. I love you, Shishio. Nana said as she rested on his chest. I love you, Shishio. Saki also did the same. Having a lot of women, Shishio thought that he didn't need to make a wish, and what he needed to do was to appreciate what he had now since that way, he could treasure them better. How about we continue now? 2x. With all of that, they continued their date, and as expected, their date was really fun. 243, grow up. Ritsu came to Sheena's room and was about to wake her up, but then she was attracted to the futon used by Sheena on the bed. The smell of the futon was unique, but she didn't think too much. She looked at Sheena, who was sleeping and shook her body lightly. Mashiro, wake up. How about we eat lunch first? It felt good, Shishio. Sheena murmured lightly. Ritsu was dumbfounded when she heard Sheena's words, then looked at Roberta, who stayed in Sheena's room. Still, she could see that Roberta's expression didn't change much, so she thought that it was her imagination, so she shook Sheena's body again and woke her up. However, she really wondered what had happened to Sheena's dream so Sheena would utter such words before. Ritsu. Sheena opened her eyes lightly, looking at Ritsu. Do you want to have lunch? Ritsu asked since it felt a bit lonely to eat lunch alone. Where's Shishio? Sheena asked softly. Ritsu's expression turned red when she saw Shishio's huge penis before since it was too big, right? However, her expression turned bad when she thought he was going on a date with his girlfriend. She wondered why he made a girlfriend so suddenly, and at the same time, she was jealous of Saki. He's on a date with his girlfriend. Sheena nodded and didn't feel that surprised. I want to draw a manga. She raised her body lightly and went to her table to draw her manga. She also pulled the futon that Shishio brought from the lodging, sitting on the top of it since it was too hot to use it as a cover. Looking at Sheena, who drew her manga, Ritsu sighed and didn't say anything since she often saw Sheena drawing a manga. In this state, Sheena wouldn't bother with anything and would only focus on her manga. She then looked at Roberta and asked, Roberta-san, do you want to eat lunch with me? Roberta looked at Ritsu for a moment and nodded. Yes. Still, Ritsu felt weird when she saw Sheena was smelling the futon, which made her wonder whether there was something special about that futon. As Ritsu and Roberta left and were about to have lunch, they saw Sorita, who stood at the entrance of the Sakurasu with a strange expression. Sorita had sent most of his things to the regular dorm by himself. He didn't have much luggage anyway, but he felt quite uncomfortable to just leave like this and wanted to see Sheena for the last time. Still, he didn't meet Sheena and only saw both Roberta and Ritsu, which made him scared since they were quite intimidating. Ritsu and Roberta only glanced at Sorita and gave him a nod before they went to the dining room, leaving Sorita behind, but Sorita looked at their back and decided to call them. Senpai. Ritsu turned and looked at Sorita with a confused expression. After all, they had never talked much, or rather, besides the time they had a conversation could be counted with a single hand. Ritsu wasn't good with a stranger, and Sorita was scared of Ritsu, so neither talked to the other. Sorita was hesitating to talk since he was a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? Ritsu frowned. Sorita was a bit intimidated by Ritsu's reaction, but he decided to say what he wanted to say. Senpai, where's Shina-san? Mashiro? What do you want to do with her? Ritsu asked with a frown, wondering why this guy suddenly talked about Shina. Even though she might not show it, she was quite protective of Shina, considering Shina was her first friend. When she heard Sorita ask about Shina, she looked at Sorita with a frown, wondering what this guy wanted to do. Sorita felt pressure from Ritsu's stare, and it was like he was stared at by a hawk and might be massacred anytime, but he still gritted his teeth since he still wanted to say goodbye to Shina. Told her that he was ready for her help anytime. I want to say goodbye to her. Ritsu was in silence and stared at Sorita with a strange expression. When asked about her love experience, she might have one, but her love was an unrequited one, so when she saw Sorita, somehow, she knew what was going on with Sorita. Mashiro is drawing a manga, Ritsu said without changing her face. Do you want me to call her up? Roberta didn't say anything and only stared at Sorita. Sorita thought for a moment calmly and thought about his interaction with Shina. He knew that from the beginning to the end, from the moment they met each other, neither of them had made interaction with each other, or rather, they were just strangers who were living in the same dorm. Sorita had a crush on Shina, even though he was too embarrassed to show it. Before he might give up when he thought about Shishio's relationship with Shina, he felt that the world had abandoned him. Still, when he heard that Shishio had a girlfriend, he knew that the world gave him another hope, and he thought that he would be able to close his relationship with Shina. However, until now, Sorita couldn't get close to Shina, nor was he able to talk with her. The relationship between the two had never changed, or rather, the distance between them became farther. Sorita knew that there was no way for them to be together since they were coming from a different world. He was just a normal student who moved to Sakurasu because he picked up a cat. On the other hand, Shina was the angel that descended from heaven to the earth, guiding everyone in the world of art. The status between the two of them was too far apart, which made him even more in despair. Sorita couldn't say any words at that moment and stayed in silence. Kanda-kun. Ritsu looked at Sorita with a strange expression since this guy had been silent for a while. She also felt quite displeased since after this guy called her, this guy started to ignore her. Kanda-kun. Yes. Yes. Hearing this sharp and loud voice, Sorita was startled and awakened from his thought. If you have nothing to say, then I'll go since I'm hungry, Ritsu said. Yes. Sorita said subconsciously since Ritsu's pressure was too strong, and he was afraid to make her angry. Ritsu frowned and shook her head. She didn't say much, but at the same time, she was wondering whether her face was so terrifying. Is my face so scary? Somehow it made her depressed. She was, after all, a girl, and of course, rather than being told as scary, she wanted to be described as cute or beautiful. Not that she cared about Sorita's opinion, but she wondered whether Shishio thought of her as the same, but then she shook her head since she knew that Shishio was different. Ugh. As her mood turned bad, and she didn't care about Sorita anymore. She turned directly and walked away. Roberta-san, let's eat. Roberta, who stared at Sorita silently with sharp eyes under her glasses, nodded gently and turned around. Looking at Ritsu and Roberta, who had walked away, Sorita let out a long sigh before he plopped on the ground since being stared at by both Ritsu and Roberta was too stressful. He had to admit that they were pretty beautiful. They couldn't be compared to Shina. Kanda-kun, are you ready? When the door of the Sakurasu was opened, Shiro-san entered. There was some sweat on his forehead, and as usual, his face was covered in his bangs. Thank you very much, Shiro-san. Sorita was glad to know Shiro-san since Shiro-san had helped him move his things to the regular dorm. His money was limited, and there was no way for him to ask the moving service company, and Shiro-san, who heard that he was going to move, decided to help him by moving all of his things using a cart. The distance between Sakurasu and the regular dorm wasn't that far, and they could reach them by walking, but even so, it would be very troublesome for Sorita to move all of his things by himself, which was why Shiro-san and the cart was a great help for him. Then let's go, help me to pull the cart, Shiro-san said with a smile. In truth, Shishio had told him that it was alright to borrow his motorcycle, but he couldn't ride a motorcycle after all, which made him think that he should learn to drive and get a driving license. Sorita looked at Shiro-san's smile and somehow felt a bit sad. There were many beautiful girls on the Sakurasu, but he needed to spend his time with a pervert, which made him sad for some reason. However, he was thankful, and at the same time, he felt really reluctant to go out from Sakurasu, especially when he thought that Shishio and Shina would be together from now on. Without his existence, no one really knew what would happen between the two of them. What's wrong, Kanda-kun? Shiro-san asked since Sorita didn't move from his spot after Sorita walked out from the Sakurasu. Sorita looked at Shiro-san for a moment, seemingly hesitant, but in the end, he asked, Shiro-san, do you think I should move out from the Sakurasu? Even though he had decided to move out in the end, he became hesitant again when he was about to move to the regular dorm. Shiro-san looked at Sorita for a while and didn't answer his question immediately. How about we talk while we walk? Sorita looked at Shiro-san for a moment and nodded. Shiro-san and Sorita walked together, and some people who saw them quickly moved away, considering Shiro-san's popularity around the neighborhood was quite loud since Shiro-san had never hidden the fact that he was a pervert. As they walked past the elementary school building, Shiro-san asked, You don't want to move? Sorita wasn't sure how to answer this question. Before, he had always wanted to move out from the Sakurasu no matter what, especially when he hated himself more and more if he stayed in the Sakurasu, and he also felt depressed whenever he thought how small he was compared to all the people in the Sakurasu, which made him think the Sakurasu was a hell. Even Mitaka, to whom Sorita was close, also decided to move from Sakurasu. If Mitaka couldn't stay on the Sakurasu, how could he bear to stay in the Sakurasu? However, when Sorita thought of Shina, he didn't want to move out, especially when he thought it was dangerous to stay with Shishio, especially in the morning when he saw Shishio and Shina came back from early in the morning. The thought of the two of them dating and having sex together made him crazy. But at the same time, Sorita also felt something strange in his heart, and he tried to ignore this feeling since he felt that it would be strange to accept this feeling. Looking at Sorita, Shiro-san could see how Sorita's appearance had changed when they met for the first time. Unlike the cheerful Sorita in the past, he could see that there was a gloomy and depressing aura around Sorita, and it wasn't his first time to see someone like Sorita, or rather, he had seen a lot of them. After all, he had stayed in the Sakurasu for the past few years, and many people moved in and out. Sorita wasn't the only one who felt depressed to stay in the Sakurasu, and many people felt the same way as him, so Sorita definitely wasn't someone special. Kanda-kun, I know that it is a bit cruel, but I think that you should move, Shiro-san said calmly. Hey! Sorita, who was still preoccupied with his thoughts, was startled when he heard Shiro-san's words. It wasn't my first time seeing a student like you who came to Sakurasu and decided to move out like you. You have also decided to move out, and since you have made a decision, you should follow it through, Shiro-san said. Hey? Why? Sorita wasn't sure why, but he felt betrayed by Shiro-san since Shiro-san told him to move out. He thought that Shiro-san would ask him to stay, then he would stay. However, he didn't expect Shiro-san would tell him to move out, which made him annoyed. He might not realize it, but he might seek an excuse to stay in the Sakurasu since he didn't really want to move out, however. Kanda-kun, have you seen your face right now? Shiro-san said with a sigh. My face? Sorita was confused. Shiro-san pointed at the window of the shop next to them and said, You should see your reflection on that window. Hey! Sorita followed Shiro-san's words and saw his reflection on the window. His reflection was clearly shown on the window, and he was in shock. Am I this ugly? Unlike in cheerful appearance before, he was so ugly this time, and he couldn't believe it. Looking at Sorita's shock, Shiro-san sighed and said, If you're a masochist, then you might feel happy, but you're not. He patted Sorita's shoulder and said, If you stay there any longer. He could see the huge difference when he met Sorita for the first time and Sorita now, and he knew that if Sorita stayed there any longer, he wasn't sure what might happen to this boy. Sorita was silent and continued to walk. This time neither of them said anything, and they walked in silence, but even so, this silence was so uncomfortable, but then Sorita asked, Shiro-san. Shiro-san looked at Sorita curiously. Sorita wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and said, Thank you for helping me. Shiro-san showed a gentle smile and nodded. No problem. Looking at Shiro-san's smile at this moment, Sorita wasn't sure why, but he felt that Shiro-san was very handsome, and he couldn't control his emotion and started to cry. Shiro-san looked at Sorita, who cried at this moment and only patted his shoulder gently, thinking that this young man might have grown up. 244, Marketing Strategy. As Sorita moved to the regular dorm, Shishio enjoyed his date with both Saki and Nana. They didn't spend much time at the third shrine. Rather they went to the Samuel Cocking Garden on the top of the Enoshima Island. As they entered, they saw the garden was filled with rare plants and a stunning botanical garden that sprawled at the foot of the Sea Candle Lighthouse. Wow, so many roses! Nana was amazed, looking at the garden in front of her. Shishio, let's take pictures together again. Her man was very good at photography, so she didn't hesitate to ask him. Calm down, Shishio said helplessly, and took a picture of Nana, then took a picture together, before he looked at Saki, who was looking at the garden of rose curiously. He approached her and asked, Do you like flowers? Well, it isn't bad. Saki said in a blush since she felt a bit embarrassed to admit it. Shishio squatted down beside Saki and looked at the pink rose that was stared at by Saki. Do you know the meaning of pink rose? What? Saki looked at Shishio curiously. Happiness. Shishio looked at Saki and said, it represents my feeling now since I'm happy that I can be with you. Saki's face was so red. She looked around before she stole his lips. Shishio was a gentleman, so he accepted this kiss gracefully. Somehow, it felt strange, they had kissed several times, but every time they kissed, it was so wonderful. As they parted, Shishio said with a smile, thank you for the treat. Saki moved closer and snuggled with him. Hey, don't leave me alone. Nana quickly approached them and didn't want to be left alone. Saki and Shishio only laughed and continued to walk, but Nana asked, Shishio, what kind of flower is that? Which flower? That one. Nana pointed at the yellow flower with a small cup-like shape. Oh, that's buttercup. What's the flower language of that flower? Saki asked curiously while wondering how this guy knew a lot of flower language. The reason why Shishio knew the flower language was because he knew that a girl loved this kind of cringe and romantic words. Even though he might have a girlfriend that he almost wanted to get married in his previous life, he also had many experiences with a lot of women. After all, he was young, so why should he be in a hurry to settle with one girl when there were many girls around him? He knew that he was a scumbag, but he had repented and decided to settle with one girl. However, his wish to marry this girl failed since he had died. He had become Shishio Oga now, and he couldn't return to his previous life. Shishio didn't want to be trapped in his past, which was why he had to move on, and he was able to move on now, but now, thinking what he was doing, he might really return to how he used to be in the past, which made him speechless. The flower language for the buttercup is I'm dazzled by your charm. Shishio said while looking at the two girls. Nana and Saki thought that this guy was really good at making them crazy, and if they were on the bed, they would push him immediately. Unfortunately. Well, let's go to the lighthouse. I'm curious about the scenery there, Shishio said. The two didn't have a comment, and they also wanted to visit the lighthouse. Inashima Sea Candle Lighthouse is a prominent symbol of the Shonan area. Its observation platform offers a magnificent 360-degree view boasting sites such American Samoa Mount Fuji, Tokyo Tower, the Boso Peninsula, Izu Oshima, and more. Looking at two girls looking at the scenery by using a binocular to see the scenery from the top of the lighthouse, Shishio only smiled, thinking that compared to the two girls, the scenery in his surroundings was dull. When he thought about what he had done with Sheena last night, he then looked at the two girls that he dated, especially their toned butts, which made his mouth become dry, but he quickly shook his head since he knew that there was a lot of chance in the future. Anyway, Shishio hid from the two for a while, trying to calm his penis since it was so hard at that moment. As they were satisfied, watching the scenery from the lighthouse, they decided to have lunch at the nearby restaurant since they were quite hungry at that moment since they had walked for a while. Shishio wanted to eat traditional food, but it might take a long trip to go there, so, in the end, he settled for the cafe that was located on the Samuel Cocking Garden, Lawn Caf. The three of them sat together as they looked at the menu. Saki and Nana looked at the food price, and each of them cost at least more than 1,000 yen, which made them speechless, but who made their man so rich? What do you want to order, Shishio? Nana asked curiously. What will you order? Shishio asked. I'll get a cheese Cuban sandwich set. Nana looked at Shishio and said, can you get the French toast? That way, we can share it. The menu seemed very delicious, and she wanted to taste all of them, but she didn't want to get fat, so she thought they should share it. How about you, Saki? I'll get caramel banana walnut set French toast, Saki said, but then she noticed that Nana was looking at her with a strange expression. What? No, it is unexpected. I'd thought that you don't like sweets or anything, Nana said. Saki snorted, but she didn't say much. She looked at Shishio and couldn't help but recall the food that he cooked. Her mouth became watery, but at the same time, she became depressed, thinking that he might force himself to eat the lunch that she cooked. Shishio, what about you? Nana asked again. Shishio talked with the cute waitress, which made her blush and gave him a recommendation about the food in this cafe, which made both Nana and Saki speechless. Then can I get avocado shrimp sandwich, rich cream brulee French toast, and peppermint tea? Shishio asked. Even though he was a foodie and couldn't get fat no matter how much he ate, he still refrained from following his desires all the time since he might not be able to control his desire if he kept doing that. The waitress nodded without hesitation and wrote down all of their orders before she walked away. Is the waitress cute? Nana asked while staring at Shishio. You're cuter, Nana, Shishio said with a smile. Humph. Nana snorted and looked away, trying to hide her blush. Still, you ordered 2 foods. If I want, I can eat all the menus in this cafe, Shishio said. Nana and Saki. You're not afraid to get fat? Saki asked with doubt. Shishio looked at the two of them then said, I know that you might get jealous when I tell you this, but I won't get fat no matter how much I eat. Nana and Saki. Both of them had never thought that they would be so jealous of their man at this moment. After you eat, let me see your stomach, Nana said without hesitation. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment and wondered whether this girl was so horny, but he nodded. Fine. Their food quickly came, and they also started to eat, and when they put the food into their mouths, they understood why this cafe was famed for their French toast since this cafe really made their French toast to the point of perfection. It was so soft that they were enthralled by the melty goodness spreading in your mouth. Delicious. Nana didn't eat her sandwich but ate Shishio's French toast directly, eating it with a happy smile. Shishio didn't say much and thought that Nana's kiss would taste like French toast later, which made him quite anticipated. He then looked at Saki, whose reaction wasn't much better than Nana's, and thought girls really had a soft spot for the sweet. As they finished their food, Nana quickly sat next to Shishio, then lifted his t-shirt to see whether he would get fat or not. Saki was speechless, but she didn't stop Nana since she was also curious. The moment Shishio's belly was shown, the mind of Nana and Saki were blown away when they saw his perfectly shaped 8-pack and his sexy V-line, which made them almost have a nosebleed. Can you put it down now? Shishio asked. Yes. Nana nodded, but her hand caressed Shishio's stomach gently, curiously. Saki. Nana looked at Saki with a smile and pulled Saki's hand too. Saki, let's do it together. What? Saki was dumbfounded, but it felt like her hand was automatically moved to Shishio's abs, touching it with amazement. Both of them kept rubbing his belly, but they forgot that Shishio was a male, so. Saki and Nana looked at the big penis raised through his pants at this moment with a dumbfounded expression since it was too big. Can you two stop now? Shishio's voice was hoarse at this moment, staring at his two girlfriends. Saki and Nana felt their bodies were so hot when his eyes stared at them. When their eyes met each other, their thoughts were similar, and they regretted that they had a date on Sunday since if they came on Saturday, then there were a lot of things that they could do. Stop it. Someone might see us, Shishio said as he calmed himself. The two of them nodded and quickly looked around. They knew Shishio's charm was very dangerous for a girl, and if those girls knew that their man had a huge penis too, they knew that it would be a disaster for them. Still, both of them were curious how it felt when his thing entered their bodies which somehow made them giddy. Shishio looked at both of them and knew what they were thinking, but he was also helpless. After all, he knew how troublesome it was when a girl lost their first time, and he knew that he needed to stay with them all the time. If they were on holiday, then it would be easy. Unfortunately, they need to go to school tomorrow. After calming themselves, they continued to date while pretending that the previous incident didn't happen. Then they went to visit the famous love bell in Inashima. Shishio, Saki, let's ring the bell together and write our name on the locks together. Nana said. Saki and Shishio nodded without hesitation. The reason why Saki agreed without hesitation was that she also sought this kind of thing. Shishio might not have an interest in this kind of thing, but he still did this so his girls would be happy since he knew that girls loved this kind of sappy thing. Love bell, love locks, love locket, etc., etc. Shishio wasn't sure how many times that he had seen this kind of attraction for a lover, but since it could make quite a sum of money for the management of the island, why not? Shishio also didn't talk nonsense, saying that this was a marketing strategy of the management of the island since at this moment, he felt the money to buy the lock was worth it, especially when he saw the smile on the two girls. When they finished touring around Inashima Island, they went back to the car. They didn't plan to go back since they still wanted to visit the aquarium, but Shishio bought too much food, so they needed to put it in the car before continuing their journey. Why did you buy so much? Saki was helpless. It's for your family, Nana's family, the people in my dorm, the members of the literature club, and my and Nana's classmates. Shishio put down the specialty foods of Inashima that he bought before in the car. Saki and Nana were a bit helpless, but they also felt happy to bring a lot of souvenirs and gifts for their family and friends. Saki, do you want to give some to your classmates? Shishio asked. No, you know that I don't have a friend in my class, right? Saki said without hesitation while staring at Shishio. Shishio then hugged Saki, kissed her cheek, and said, well, you have me now. Saki nodded with a smile resting on his chest. Nana didn't bother them at this moment since she knew that Saki might need him, but at the same time, she only realized that Saki was a loner and wanted to complain about Saki's classmates since Saki was a very wonderful girl. Saki, you have me too. Nana also hugged both Shishio and Saki. Hey! Saki was startled when two of the softest things were on her face, but she was unhappy when she felt Nana's breasts. The three of them laughed together while hugging each other. Luckily, they were inside the car, or else they would attract a lot of attention, but at the same time, Shishio lamented why today was a Sunday. As they walked out of the car, they visited the Inoshima Aquarium, which was one of the must-visit places in Inoshima. The three of them entered the aquarium together, but when Shishio was about to enter, he felt something weird. He saw a beautiful girl being ignored by a lot of people, walking alone inside the aquarium. Strange. Shishio, Shishio, the jellyfish here are so awesome. Nana said in amazement, looking at various jellyfish inside the aquarium. Yes, yes, there are sure a lot of them. Still, Shishio had to admit that the jellyfish were beautiful, but he was speechless when he saw some jellyfish mating inside the aquarium. He took a picture of them and then looked at Saki and asked, "What's wrong, Saki?" Saki was unsure, but then she thought for a moment and said, "I want to bring my little sister here." She felt that the aquarium was so beautiful and was also very good for the education of her little sister, so she thought to bring her little sister here. "Well, we can revisit Inoshima in the future," Shishio said as he held her hand. Saki nodded with a smile. "Hey, I want to bring my Nei-chan too." Nana also said. Sure, bring all of them here," Shishio said and didn't think too much. After all, they had given him many rewards from the system, so he didn't mind taking them to have fun. Saki and Nana smiled as they continued their date in the aquarium. They looked at various marine life, watched a dolphin show, touched the animals, and did many other things. Shishio also found a catfish and took a picture of it. He wasn't sure whether Yukinashita would love this catfish, but he took the photo of it anyway since it had a cat by its name. They kept playing, and the sky turned orange. It was almost evening, and they thought to go back since they had played for a long time. They walked out of the aquarium and were about to go back, but Nana and Saki decided to go to the bathroom first. "Shishio, wait here. I want to go to the bathroom," Nana said. "I'll go with you," Saki said. "I'll wait here." Shishio nodded and waited for them on the street. As he waited, he watched the sunset from the beach, and he had to admit that this scene was beautiful. He then took out the nori yokan, Japanese sweet, that he bought before and ate it slowly, thinking where he should go in the future. As he ate, he noticed a beautiful girl that he had seen before. He knew that there was something weird about this girl, especially when she ran in his direction. "Hey, watch out!" The girl didn't seem to hear his words and crashed into him. Shishio didn't mind crashing into a beautiful girl, so when she crashed into him and almost fell, he caught her naturally. "Hey, are you all right?" When the girl was caught and heard his words, she looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and asked with a shaky and expectant voice, Can you see me?" Shishio looked at this girl and somehow realized who this girl was and at the same time. Shishio wasn't surprised by the system, but he was surprised that he met this girl here. 245, "Can you see me?" When she thought about today's date, Nana's desire to move alone increased, especially when she thought of what had happened before. Even though they pretended nothing had happened, when she felt his huge thing got hard when she touched his stomach, she really had an urge to do it. Nana let out a long sigh and thought she needed to talk about this matter with her parents. With all of that, she decided to go out of the toilet and saw Saki, who was washing her hands on the sink. "Nana." Saki nodded. "Saki." Nana smiled and nodded. Even though they were unsure about their relationship in the past, they knew that they were happy with this relationship after this date. "Nana." His. Saki's face was red, and she felt hesitant for a moment before she murmured. "Big." Even though Saki only murmured, Nana understood what Saki meant, so she nodded and said, "His penis is big." Saki's face was so red and reprimanded Nana. "Can you not be so vulgar?" It's all right, there's only the two of us here," Nana said nonchalantly. Saki looked around and nodded. "Nana, I want to tell you something." "What?" Nana looked at Saki curiously. "I want to have sex with him," Saki said with a serious expression while looking at Nana. Nana was dumbfounded there, her face was so red, and she quickly reprimanded Saki. "Senpai, how can you be so vulgar?" Even though she planned to live alone because she wanted to be with him more, she felt like it was a bit too early for her to do that kind of thing. Still, if there was an unexpected situation like if he pushed her, then she would happily accept him, though. If Saki knew that Nana had invited Shishio alone to the school and did this and that, then she would be speechless by her words. However, that was the truth, Nana might be alright with kissing him, but she felt that it was still a bit early to have sex. As for when she offered her hand at him at that time, it was because her instinct as a woman told her that she needed to do that, especially when she saw Shishio's state, but if she was asked whether she was ready or not, then she wasn't ready. Saki rolled her eyes while she heard Nana's words. She looked at Nana fearlessly and said, "Remember, how did I meet him?" When she thought that she had almost lost her innocence that time, she wanted to give her first time to him as soon as possible. Even though she had never said it, she felt a bit scared to walk at night alone. The reason why she could walk so calmly right now was because of him. As long as she was with him, she felt that she was being protected, being soothed, and it was comfortable, but at the same time, she could feel his dangerous eyes which stared at her body with a desire, which made her body giddy and excited all the time. The contradiction that she felt from him made her crazy for him. Well, Nana recalled the story when Saki and Shishio met each other, and somehow she understood why Saki wanted to do this. However, still, isn't it a bit too early, senpai? We haven't dated him in a week. Nana quickly said. Let's say when the mood is right, and either of us went on today's date alone with him. Do you think that today's date will be over just by sending us back to our home? Saki asked. Well, Nana thought about when she and Shishio stayed in the literature club alone and thought about how aggressive he was. Her body suddenly became giddy when she remembered him, who desired her body so much. Looking at Nana, who blushed, Saki also somehow understood Nana's feeling, and sometimes, she often imagined herself being teased by him then. So, what do you plan to do, senpai? Nana asked with some blushes. You only call me senpai in either school or during this time, hey? Saki said with a sigh. Nana only laughed in response. Frankly, I don't know. Saki sighed. Nana. But I want a chance to be with him alone, Saki said without hesitation. Chance to be with him alone? Nana looked at Saki curiously. Saki nodded. Nana thought for a moment and said, how about Golden Week, senpai? Golden Week? Saki's eyes brightened when she heard Nana's words. There are 2 weeks before Golden Week. At that time, we can go on a trip with him alone, Nana said. Who's first? Saki asked. I'll support you this time, so you can go first, senpai, Nana said with a blush. But after that, can you tell me your experience? Saki. Mai Sakurajima. That was her name. She was a famous child actress, but she had decided to take a hiatus for a year or so after what had happened in her middle school time. She wouldn't say what had happened to her at the time, but she could only attend a school in the middle term of her first year because of her work commitment. By then, social circles had formed, making her the odd one out, causing her to be isolated. As a result, the student body didn't know how to deal with her. While they had no reason to bully her, they also feared associating with her would cause them to be isolated as well. Such a situation had happened for an entire year, and Mai just felt tired somehow. She had lost her place in the entertainment, and she was isolated in the school. There was nothing that she could do, and every day was just so hard. Usually, Mai would stay in the infirmary and sleep there. Her grades were good, and her identity as a public figure, so no one talked much about her actions. However, a few days ago, something happened, which made her feel curious when a couple had a fight on the infirmary since the content of their fight was quite interesting, and the male was such a scumbag since he thought to date 2 girls at the same time. Luckily, Mai coughed and stopped the girl from deciding in a hurry. She hoped that the girl didn't accept the confession of the male student. The incident might not have anything to do with her, but it might be because she had nothing to do that she paid a lot of attention to the couple. Still, even though she didn't know who those 2 couples were at that time, she had seen their backs, and it wasn't that hard to know their identity. Sunoera Nana and Oga Shishio, hey. The 2 figures were very famous on the swim after all. One of them was the famous beautiful gal with a sexy body and a smart mind, and the other was the smartest student in the swim and the most handsome one at that. Mai only observed them from far away, but she didn't talk with them, but when she saw Nana's expression, she knew very well that Nana had fallen for Shishio. She could only sigh at how naive Nana was, but it wasn't her problem, nor did she have the right to tell her anything since it was Nana's choice. She could see that Nana was happy, then it made her curious what was so special about Shishio Oga besides his handsome face. Mai had to admit that Shishio Oga might be the most handsome guy she had seen, and she hadn't seen someone more handsome than him. She had to admit that his handsome face was a good point. Still, she felt that it wasn't enough for Nana to decide to date him together with other girls, which was why she was curious what made him be attracted by Nana since she had to admit that Nana was so beautiful and Nana's boobs were just. Mai had to admit that Nana's size was just inhumane. Hence, she observed Shishio from a distance and became even speechless when she saw many beautiful girls around him so much that she wondered how this guy could attract all of them since those girls were all famous for being grumpy and attainable flowers. With all of that, Mai knew that Shishio should be an enemy of every guy in the school, but unlike what she had imagined, his relationship with everyone was good, and it was as if everything was under his control. He wasn't isolated like her, and he was friendly with everyone, which made her dumbfounded. If Mai didn't know that Shishio had 2 girlfriends, she would think this guy was perfect. However, no one was perfect, and Shishio was a scumbag. Mai somehow had an urge to open his mask in front of everyone, especially those girls, but who would believe her? So in the end, Mai didn't think too much, but then she saw that even Yuki Nashida, who was also very famous in her grade, also came to visit Shishio, which made her even more speechless. Even though she was famous, Yukinashita was also very famous since Yukinashita's beauty didn't lose to her, and she heard that Yukishita should be coming from a rich family. Still, she didn't know the details, except that Yukinashita's father was a parliament member or something. Mai wasn't sure what made him so attractive besides his handsome face and grades, so even the famous beautiful girl in the second grade was also attracted by him. However, she also thought it might be a rumor, and no one said too much about it, considering it was clear that Shishio's public girlfriend was Sunoara Nana. The guys were happy, and the girls were depressed, but no one said much since it was his choice. Mai wanted to refresh her mind and thought about visiting the aquarium. She didn't want to go to the aquarium in Tokyo since she was afraid that many people might notice her, so she decided to visit the Enoshima Aquarium. It might have been quite far, but it was all right. Mai walked around to the aquarium and watched various marine life, but someone collided with her, almost making her fall. She was stunned and looked at the person who collided with her, but she saw the person only walk away without looking back. Then a similar thing happened again, but she didn't think too much at that time, thinking that they were preoccupied with the scenery of the aquarium since she had to admit that it was beautiful. However, her mood wasn't good. Her mood was quite sullen, especially when she had been hit several times. As the evening came, Mai thought to go home since it might take a while to go back to Tokyo, but she was a bit hungry and decided to eat something first, so she visited a small restaurant. However, an unexpected thing happened since when she entered, she had been ignored, and it was as if the restaurant employee didn't notice him. It wasn't until another customer appeared that she realized that she had gone unnoticed. When she realized that, Mai panicked, and the world spun around. She was so dizzy. She wanted to scream for help, but when everyone ignored her, she knew that it was useless. She only wanted someone to see her right now and hoped this nightmare would end soon. She didn't know what to do until she collided with someone. She almost fell, but she was caught by the person that she collided with. "Hey, are you all right?" Hearing this familiar voice, Mai was dumbfounded, and as expected, when she looked up, she saw Shishio Oga, and she didn't expect to meet him here, but at the same time, she quickly asked with a shaky and expectant voice. Can you see me?" 246, do you believe me? Looking at her desperate expression, Shishio showed a confused expression and nodded. "I can see you." Hearing Shishio's words, Mai let out a sigh of relief, ignoring Shishio's confused expression since she also felt that it was normal for him to show such a reaction when someone suddenly asked them such a weird question. Even now, Mai also felt weird since what had happened to her before was something impossible to happen, but it happened. Fortunately, she could be seen again, so everything should be all right, right? "Sorry to disrupt you," Mai said, bowing her head lightly before she left. After all, she was very independent, and she also didn't want to be seen as a weird girl, who asked an odd question, but when she was about to go, her wrist was grasped. "Wait a moment." Mai was startled when her wrist was grasped, and she could see the difference between a male and a female. She could feel how strong she was, which made her slightly nervous and blush. Luckily, Shishio quickly let go of her, which made her sigh in relief, and looked at him with an impatient expression. "What's wrong?" If it was other people, then Mai might kick the nuts of that person directly, but the person who grasped her wrist was Shishio, someone that she had observed for a long time, so after Shishio let go of her wrist, she looked at him, wondering what he wanted to say. "Sorry for stopping you." Shishio raised his hands and said, "My girlfriends are almost here, so why don't you ask them too?" When Shishio saw Mai, he knew what had happened to her, but he couldn't tell her directly since it would be too weird to tell her that she had gotten adolescence syndrome, which made her unable to be seen by everyone. If he was in Mai's place, he would also think that such a paranormal matter was ridiculous. After all, it was human nature to ignore the bad things around them. Shishio also knew that Mai's personality didn't like trouble, which was why, even though Mai was isolated by everyone, she didn't try to fight back since she didn't want to cause a conflict. It was also because of that matter that this adolescence syndrome struck her down. After he met Futaba, Shishio also researched adolescence syndrome. Even though he found out about it, it wasn't something common, or rather, it was an urban legend that no one had ever thought to exist. In truth, Shishio also had similar power to Mai, considering he had a ninjutsu mastery. As long as he wanted to, he could walk without anyone noticing him, erasing his presence, but in his case, he could control this power, but Mai couldn't. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, "You believe me?" "I don't know," Shishio said. "Then why are you helping me?" Mai asked with a confused expression, looking at him, wondering why Shishio decided to help her. After all, she had asked such an inexplicable question, and she was sure that anyone who was being asked that question would be troubled and thought of her as a weirdo, right? "Because you're a beautiful girl," Shishio said jokingly. "Don't joke around," Mai said while staring at Shishio. "What a troublesome girl." Shishio let out a sigh and then pointed his finger at the sea. Can you see the sea first? Mai ignored Shishio, who mocked him, then looked at the sea, wondering what this guy wanted to say. If you suddenly see someone drowning in the sea, what will you do? Shishio asked. Hey. Mai was confused by Shishio's question, but then she thought for help, then said, I can't swim, so I'll probably call the life preserver. She didn't understand Shishio's question, but if such a thing happened, she would call the life preserver since she couldn't swim and she didn't want to drown either. She looked at him, but he looked at him with an as expected expression, which made her slightly annoyed. What about you? What would you do if you saw someone drown on the sea? I'll go jump into the sea immediately and save that person, Shishio said calmly while eating his yokan. But you can swim, right? My case is different from yours, Mai said and felt that it was too unfair to compare both of them, especially when she saw his fit body. Even if I can't swim, I'll still help that person. Do you know why? Shishio asked. Mai looked at Shishio and didn't understand his reason. But I'm not wrong. Shishio looked at Mai for a moment and looked at the sea. Well, that's true. Your answer is correct, but you should know that only the people who have drowned themselves can share the terror of the sea or the pain of suffocating underwater. Mai looked at Shishio in a daze since she understood what he wanted to say. Well, I don't know if there's value in doing that, but in your case, I think there's a value since this way, I can get to know the famous Sakurajima Mai, Shishio said jokingly. No one knew the feeling of being unnoticed beside Mai, so even if someone decided to help her, they would only help her with a half-assed feeling. They never put themselves in Mai's place, the terror of being unnoticed, the pain being ignored, the agony of the thought that her condition would last forever. She was the only person who understood those feelings in this world, but someone told her that he also wanted to share this feeling, which made her eyes red, and her lips trembled. Mai looked away and wiped away her tears. Shishio didn't say anything and took out a handkerchief from his pocket, giving it to her. Here. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, she took it from him. Shishio also pretended that he didn't see anything. Thank you, Mai suddenly said after she had calmed herself. No problem, Shishio said. I'll wash it, Mai said. You don't need to, Shishio said. Why? Don't you want to know me? Mai asked with an amused expression. I don't want to be misunderstood by my girlfriend, Shishio said and took his handkerchief from Mai's hand directly. Which girlfriend? I know that you have a lot, Mai said while looking at Shishio. Shishio looked at Mai with a weird expression and asked, do you know me? I don't think there's anyone in Swime who doesn't know you, Mai said, but at the same time, she curled her lips and knew that this guy tried to change the topic of conversation, but she didn't say anything since they weren't particularly close. Still, it is still my first time to know you, so let me introduce myself then. Shishio looked at Mai and introduced himself. My name is Oga Shishio. I'm in my first year at the Swime. Mai Sakurajima. Second year at the Swime. I'm your senior, Mai said. I know. Shishio nodded and said, I don't think there's anyone in Swime who doesn't know you. Mai raised her eyebrow and asked, is that a payback? You can think of them that way. Shishio took out a yokan, red bean paste jelly, and asked, want some? It's good. Mai took the yokan from Shishio's hand and said, I'll forgive you for your cheekiness. She opened the package and ate it directly, tasting the sweetness of the red bean paste jelly on her mouth, and somehow it calmed her down. Shishio looked at Mai, looking at the yokan in her hand with her little and cute tongue before he looked away. If he had to say, Mai wasn't that much different from Yuki Nashida, but Yuki no Hida had a petite chest and long legs. On the other hand, Mai's body was perfect. She had a large chest and smooth, long legs. He knew he was such a scumbag for thinking so, but he was a man, so it couldn't be helped. God had created such a beautiful girl, and as a believer, Shishio believed that there was nothing wrong with appreciating her. So Sakurajima-senpai. I don't like it when someone calls me Sakurajima, Mai said. Then Mai senpai, Shishio said. I don't remember being your senpai, Mai said. It seems that I need to slap your butts to fix your attitude, Shishio murmured. What? Mai looked at Shishio with shock, and there was a tint of redness on her face. Shishio pretended nothing happened and asked, so can you tell me what happened, Mai-san? Mai looked at Shishio for a moment before she begrudgingly ignored his remarks. She then shook her head and said, I don't know. She didn't know what had happened. After all, it was so sudden, and when she realized it, it felt like everything was so confusing, and then she collided into Shishio, and everything was just gone, just like that, which was why she was confused. Just tell me slowly, tell me what you have experienced before, Shishio said slowly. Mai looked at Shishio, who looked at him without doubt, making her heart warm, so she told him what had happened to her before. She then told him her experience in the aquarium that many people had collided with her. Still, she thought that they were just too preoccupied with the fishes in the aquarium, so she didn't think too much until she entered the restaurant to eat, but the staff ignored her and she had become unnoticed by all the people around. After she told her story, Mai snorted and said in a self-deprecating way, "No one is going to believe in such a crazy story, right? Do you believe in such an insane story of mine?" She didn't look at Shishio and looked down, staring at her shoes while holding her yokan. As I've said before, only people who have drowned know the terror of the sea and the pain of suffocating. Mai was stunned and looked at Shishio. "I don't know what has happened to you, but I believe you," Shishio said. "Why?" Mai looked at Shishio and asked, "Why do you believe me?" "Because you showed such an expression before." Shishio looked in the direction of the toilet where both Saki and Nana went and saw both of them walking toward him. "My girlfriends are almost here. You can ask them whether they can see you or not." He waved his hand at both Saki and Nana, and then he felt weird when both of them quickly dashed toward him. Mai was stunned when she heard Shishio's answer. "My expression." She touched her face, but then she became stunned again when she heard that his girlfriends would come. She looked at him, who showed a gentle expression toward his girlfriends, and couldn't help but feel quite jealous before she looked at both Nana and Saki, and she had to admit that both of them were very beautiful and both of them had their charms. "Shishio, why you're with Sakurajima-senpai?" Nana, who had rushed toward Shishio, was dumbfounded when she saw him standing with Mai. Saki didn't say much but was also confused when she looked at both Shishio and Mai. Nana and Saki knew about Mai. After all, Mai was a famous figure in the second year, but both of them had never thought they would communicate with Mai that much, considering Mai's status as a public figure, but such a girl would talk with their boyfriend and stand next to each other. Even though they hated to admit it, they had to acknowledge that Mai was very suitable to stand beside Shishio, but then, they also weren't going to let Shishio be stolen, so they directly hugged his arms at the same time. Mai looked at both Nana and Saki, looking at her cautiously, and could only sigh. "Then I'll go back first, Oga-kun." She knew that both Nana and Saki could see her, so her problem should be cleared, right? Still, Mai was wondering what kind of magic Shishio used so he could date two girls simultaneously since she thought that he was dating each of them secretly. However, it seemed that they knew each other and even dated each other openly, which confused her and became curious about him. However, she knew that their relationship wasn't that close, and she couldn't ask him anything, and since it was their choice, she was going to respect it, especially when Shishio had helped her after all. "Yes." Shishio nodded and didn't say much or stopped Mai since he had both Nana and Saki right now. On the other hand, Mai was the only girl he met for the first time. The weight between them was different. If he suddenly told Saki and Nana that he would ask Mai to go home together, they would look at him in doubt, which was why he needed to explain the situation first. He might not tell about Mai's trouble, but he could create an excuse such as Mai was followed by a stalker or something. "Why are you with her?" Saki asked curiously. "She asks for help." Shishio said simply. "Help? 2x. Nana was confused, but Saki thought for a moment before she called Mai quickly. "Hey, wait a moment." Hearing Saki's voice, Mai was confused and turned back. "Did you call me?" "Yes." Saki nodded and asked, "Sakurajima-san, do you want to go back with us?" "Hey. 247, I'm curious." "Saki, is this all right?" Nana quickly whispered. Saki rolled her eyes when Nana called her by her first name, but she didn't care much and said, "You know she is a public figure. What if a stalker follows her?" "Stalker?" Nana was dumbfounded and quickly held Mai directly. "You need to get back with us. It's dangerous to go back alone like this." Mai was so confused and then looked at Shishio for help. Shishio ignored Mai's plea and asked, "Well, if you don't mind, then how about we go back together?" Mai looked at the three of them for a while before she nodded. "Thank you." "No problem," Nana said with a smile. "Then how about we go back, Shishio?" Saki said while looking at Shishio. "Sure." Shishio nodded. "Let's go back." Mai didn't know the reason why Saki and Nana decided to ask her to go back together, but she agreed since she just didn't want to be alone at this moment. She might have hidden it very well, but she was afraid of a similar thing happening again. Are we not going to the station?" Mai suddenly realized that they didn't go to the station. "No, we come here by car," Nana said with a smile. "Hey? Car? Who drove it? Did you bring the driver?" Mai was confused. "Him. 2x. Saki and Nana pointed at Shishio at the same time. "Mai." Shishio noticed Mai's gaze and said, "Mai-san, don't tell anyone, all right?" Mai realized that this guy was more naughty than she had thought and more courageous, too, since he dared to bring his two girlfriends together on a date to Inashima by driving a car alone. "Is this okay?" But she had to admit that she was a bit jealous even though she had become a high school student. She had never had any experience to enjoy her youth. It's all right. It's all right. His driving skills are amazing, Nana said chirpily. Unlike Nana, Saki didn't have a hobby to talk about that much, so she let Nana talk, and somehow she was glad that their relationship was good. While Nana and Mai talked together, they also started to call each other for the first time. Mai also asked Saki to call her by her first name since she didn't like her family name. Saki agreed and also told Mai to call her by her first name. Shishio didn't join their conversation since he knew that if he said something, both Nana and Saki might think he had feelings for Mai. Nana and Saki were beautiful, and their beauties didn't lose to Mai, but Mai had this aura and presence that was different from ordinary people since Mai had been an actress during her childhood time. If Shishio had to make a comparison, then Mai was similar to both Shina and Yuki Nashida. The aura and presence of both Shina and Yuki Nashida were quite similar to Mai, after all. Mai's presence and aura might have overwhelmed ordinary people, but Saki and Nana didn't think much about it. Nana was good at communication, and she was also Ayaka's little sister, so she also had this motherly aura around her who wouldn't lose to anyone. She also thought that she didn't lose to Mai, considering her chest was bigger than Mai. As long as she didn't see anyone who had a bigger chest than her, she was mostly calm to talk with anyone. As for Saki, if it was before then, she might feel overwhelmed by Mai, but she had followed Shishio to the Kengan match and met various people whose status was even bigger than Mai. Hence, she was naturally calm, and she had stayed with Togo, who was known as the Merchant of Death, a famous hiatus actress such as Mai was just another person in her eyes. However, unlike both Nana and Saki, Mai was quite surprised by the reaction of the two girls since they didn't show panic or inferiority in their expression, and she could tell that they looked at her like any other girl. They didn't see her as the famous child actress, Sakurajima Mai, but instead just a student from the same school, Sakurajima Mai. It might seem easy, but unlike boys, who had never thought too much, the relationship between girls was more complex, especially when someone was better than others. The girls would try to isolate the girl rather than trying to become better. That was the case with Mai, and she was isolated from the school, so she didn't have a chance to have a girl talk, and it was also the reason why she became more curious with Shishio, wondering how he could date such two wonderful girls at the same time. Then when they arrived at the parking park, Shishio entered the car, and Nana also followed, sitting next to him. Saki looked at Mai, who stood there and said, "Come in." Mai looked at Saki, wondering whether this girl didn't realize that Shishio's car was a luxurious foreign car, but her relationship wasn't that close. It was too rude to ask such a question, which somehow made her even curious of Shishio. "Excuse me," Mai said as she entered the car. "Well, let's go back," Shishio said. "Yes." 3x. The trip was relatively peaceful, and Mai understood why Nana told her that Shishio's driving skill was amazing. Mai senpai, can I ask you a question?" Nana asked. "Yes." Mai nodded. "What's wrong, Nana? So why were you asking for Shishio's help before?" Nana asked. Hearing Nana's question, Mai felt hesitant to talk and looked at Shishio. Shishio pretended that he didn't feel Mai's gaze since he wanted to see whether this girl would try to hide why she asked his help and just told both Nana and Saki the truth. Looking at Shishio, who pretended that he didn't see anything, and looked at the stare of both Nana and Saki, Mai felt hesitant. Unlike when she talked with Shishio before, she knew that she could accept her problem, and he didn't think she was weird. He understood her, and it was also why she talked to him, but both Nana and Saki were different. Besides their status as Shishio's girlfriend, she didn't know them, and she didn't want to be thought of as a weirdo. However, being a public figure must be hard, hey? Saki said with a sigh. You don't need to say it anymore. It must be hard on you. Nana wanted to hug Mai, but she was sitting on the front seat, so she could only pat Mai's shoulder. Hey! Mai was dumbfounded and felt confused. Stalker has followed you, right? Saki said. Mai was in a daze, but she nodded after a moment. Yes. Shishio could only shake his head when he heard Mai's answer, but he didn't say anything at that moment. He also didn't feel surprised by her answer since she was still in a state of denial, and she thought that everything was just her imagination, and unlike him, who could naturally make her talk, both Saki and Nana were just strangers in Mai's eyes. After all, it was normal for someone to be cautious of a stranger, right? Mai, who had acquiesced, Saki's statement, quickly looked at Shishio's reaction through the back mirror. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything, and his expression was quite calm as if he had expected this matter, which made her feel a bit depressed, wondering why she couldn't tell the truth. Don't worry, if that stalker comes at you again, just tell, Shishio, Saki suddenly said. Hey! Mai was surprised when Saki directly offered Shishio to help her. Saki thought that Mai doubted Shishio's ability, so she said, he's strong. Even if there are 10 people, he can trounce them. Really? Nana looked at Shishio in surprise. She knew that Shishio was strong, but fighting 10 people was a different matter, and after hearing the confirmation from Saki's mouth, this fact surprised her. Why were you the one who was surprised? 2x. Shishio and Saki said at the same time, and it caused Nana to laugh. Mai knew that even though Shishio, Saki and Nana didn't explain their relationship, she knew that they were dating each other, but she could see how happy they were, so happy that it blinded her. Deep down inside, she also felt jealous. Looking at Shishio, she recalled their first meeting and how he talked with her at that time. Somehow, she slowly understood how he could date 2 girls at the same time. Even though the distance between Inoshima and Tokyo was quite far, it didn't take too long for them to arrive in Tokyo. Shishio didn't send both Nana and Saki first, but instead, he sent Mai back to her home first. Thank you very much, Mai said to Shishio since he had sent her back. It's all right. I only do what most people do, Shishio said. Most people, hey. In her mind, most people would ignore her or become a creep when they saw her. She was fortunate that she met Shishio, Nana and Saki on her trip to Inoshima. Well, be careful, Mai-san, Saki said. See you next time, Mai-senpai, Nana said with a smile. Mai said goodbye to both Saki and Nana with a smile, but Shishio suddenly called her out before she went back. Mai-san, bring this with you, Shishio said and gave Mai some of the yoken that he had bought. No, no, it is too much, and I have troubled you all this time. How can I receive this? Mai was a bit overwhelmed since she received a lot of yoken. Even though she had to admit that it tasted good, she couldn't accept it since she had troubled him too much. It's all right. It's all right. I know that what you have experienced before is a scary experience. You should rest and eat something sweet to calm down. Shishio didn't let Mai reject his gift and returned to his car. Then we'll go back first. Nana and Saki also said goodbye before they left. Mai looked at the back of Shishio's car and had a complex expression on her face since it had been a while since she had been comfortable with someone. She then looked at the paper bag in her hand and saw various foods bought by Shishio, but then, she noticed a piece of paper. Mai raised her eyebrow and saw a note from him. If something happens, then don't hesitate to ask for my help. You can call me or email me. Mai then saw his phone number and email, and somehow, once again, she understood why that guy could have 2 girls around him. When Mai had left, Shishio felt the gaze of both Nana and Saki on him. What? Do you like Mai-san? Saki asked directly. Nana also looked at Shishio, waiting for his answer. Shishio looked at the 2 girls and said, she's a beautiful girl. Who hates her? Saki and Nana recalled how beautiful Sakurajima Mai was and couldn't help but feel depressed and threatened. Shishio looked at both Saki and Nana, who were quite down at that moment, and he knew that whether they were female or male, they had an inferiority complex. Even though both Nana and Saki were beautiful and knew that they were beautiful, in front of Mai, they felt slightly inferior, and they were wondering whether someone like Mai was his type of girl. But you're not worse, or rather, in my eyes, you're several better than Mai-san. Hey! 2x. Saki and Nana looked at Shishio in surprise. I have confessed to the 2 of you and not to Mai-san. I have chosen you, so have confidence that in my eyes, you 2 are the most beautiful girls, all right. Shishio also quickly accepted his enhanced smile that he received from Mai and showed his new smile at Saki and Nana. Saki and Nana could only stare at Shishio in a daze, and they had to admit that he was so handsome at that moment. Shishio. 2x. Saki and Nana didn't care whether they were on the street or not, and they quickly hugged him, or rather, they didn't want to let him go at that moment, and they wanted to kiss him directly. Wait. Wait. We're on the street. I'm driving. Do you want us to die? If they were only hugging, then Shishio didn't mind, but they also wanted to kiss him, which made him wonder whether they wanted to die. Still, looking at their reaction, he had to admit the enhanced smile effect was so dangerous. 248. Enhanced Smile. Shishio had never thought too much about the effect of his enhanced smile since he thought this ability was only giving him a better smile, but he forgot how handsome he was. He was very fit since his body was 3 times better than ordinary people, and of course, it also affected his appearance, which made him even more handsome, adding the effect of the enhanced smile. Then, Shishio then thought about the housewives he had often seen during his workout and thought they might give up their husband and child if they saw his smile. Luckily, hearing his words, Nana and Saki only remembered that they were on the street and they knew that they were at fault since they almost caused an accident, so they quickly apologized. Still, they realized their man had become more handsome, especially when they saw his smile, which caused them to be unable to look away from him. In the past, if they were asked what his charming part was, they would answer then it was his eyes without hesitation. After all, Shishio had an enhanced vision, and it caused his eyes to be more attractive, but now, with his enhanced smile, his charm was simply destructive. The 3 of them talked to each other as usual again. Since Nana and Saki often stayed with him, they had gotten used to seeing him all the time, so even though their reaction was a bit exaggerated before, they could act naturally with him now. Still, they wondered whether to tell him not to smile anymore except in front of them since they were afraid that a lot of girls might fall again for him, but they felt that it was a bit too much, so they didn't say anything. The time passed very quickly, and before long, they arrived in front of Saki's house. "See you tomorrow," Saki said with a smile, feeling a bit reluctant to part, but she knew that they would meet each other again tomorrow. Nana and Shishio also said goodbye, and before Saki left, Shishio told her to bring a lot of souvenirs that he had bought on Inoshima for her family. Saki couldn't reject, or rather she might give up rejecting, so she accepted, kissing his lips shyly before she walked out from the car. Looking at Saki, who had walked out, Nana looked at Shishio and asked, "Shishio, can we stop at Oni-chan first?" She had decided to live alone, but she knew that she needed her parents' permission. She wasn't sure whether she could get her parents' permission easily, so she decided to bring Ayaka with her. "Sure." Shishio nodded and asked, "I also want to give them souvenirs." "All right." Nana nodded. "Let's go, Shishio." She was glad that they came to Inoshima since this way, she had brought a lot of bribes. Akishina, someone, might forget about him since he didn't appear for a long time, but he was the protagonist of the harem story known as the Sunoarasu. He should be the only male in the story and get the hearts of all the girls living in the Sunoara dorm slowly, having a lot of lucky pervert moments with all the girls, and staying happily there. Not only did he get the heart of the 3 cute students who were living in that dorm, but he also got the heart of the beautiful caretaker of this dorm. That should be the future of Akishina, the harem protagonist, that should be the case, but when Shishio appeared a week ago, Aki felt that the world was full of malice. No one loved being compared to each other, and even though his features were quite beautiful and cute that he often being mistaken as a girl, he was naturally weak, so Yuzuo Yukimoto, one of the tenants of the Sunoharasu, often compared him to Shishio. "Shina, don't cause too much trouble. Shina, don't cry all the time. Shina." Aki felt like his life was like hell. It might be because he was often being pampered that it was quite hard for him to be reprimanded all the time, and it caused him to be in tears all the time. Looking at Aki, who was in tears, Yuzuo also stopped and sighed, feeling like facing a girl rather than a boy. "Yuzuo-chan, you shouldn't bully Akun." "Bad." Ayaka couldn't help but reprimand Yuzuo. "But Ayaka-san, he has caused a lot of mess." Yuzuo let out a long sigh, looking at the messy kitchen. When Shishio appeared, Aki wanted to become more masculine, and he tried a lot of things to prove his masculinity, from cooking, helping Ayaka clean up the house, etc. Still, everything that he had done ended up in a mess since he was naturally clumsy. If this clumsy attribute was put on the girl, then she would be a cute girl. Unfortunately, this clumsy attribute was set on a boy, so they could only say that this boy was incompetent. Aki, who wanted to prove his masculinity, decided to make dinner for everyone, but he ended up causing a big mess, and they couldn't eat their dinner since everything was ruined. Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri, who were growing girls and felt hungry from studying, were very helpless, but unlike Yuzu, who was very frank and openly got angry at Shina, Sumire, and Yuri didn't say much, but they looked at Shina helplessly. They were so hungry and wanted to eat, but the dinner wasn't ready, and the reason for this was because of Shina. How could they not feel annoyed? If they didn't meet Shishio, Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri might not say much and only waited until Ayaka to cook their dinner. Still, after they had met Shishio, they felt a massive difference between Shishio and Aki. Both of them were men, but how could one be so weak and incompetent? If Aki told them that he was a girl, they might not think too much, but he often told them that he was a man and wanted to be treated like one, but the result? It was a disaster. It's okay, Akun is still learning after all." Ayaka smiled warmly as if the mess in the kitchen was only a small matter. "Miss Caretaker." Aki was moved by Ayaka's gentleness and felt like he was being saved. He thought that Ayaka was different from all the girls he had met, and he might have fallen for her. That was what he had felt at that moment. Ayaka was very kind and very gentle, and she was also an adult, so she thought all of them were here as a child, so it was pretty normal for Aki to make a mistake. If Aki knew what Ayaka was thinking, he might cry out loud since he wasn't even treated as a man. Instead, he was treated like a child. Still, what should we do now? Ayaka put her palm on her cheek and sighed. There aren't many ingredients now, and it might be a bit late to buy ingredients since I also need to clean up the kitchen. What? Then what should we eat? Yuzu wanted to cry at this moment and couldn't help but glare at Aki, who had caused this problem. Hi. Aki was scared by Yuzu's glare and wanted to hide behind Ayaka, but Ayaka moved away, walked to the kitchen to clean the mess that Aki had caused. The faster she cleaned the kitchen up, the faster that she could buy the ingredients. Looking at Ayaka, who started to clean up the kitchen, Aki quickly said, "Ca Caretaker-san. Let me help you." Ayaka looked at Aki and smiled. It's all right. Akun should be tired from cooking, right? You should rest up a bit. Feeling the gentleness of Ayaka, Aki quickly nodded since, in truth, he was exhausted from doing something that he had never done before. He felt a bit sleepy, so he decided to sleep on the sofa for a moment. However, the truth was that Ayaka didn't want Aki to cause any more trouble, so she didn't want him to bother her since she wanted to clean up the kitchen fast, but then her phone rang and vibrated, causing her chest to tremble several times. Hi on dot. Ayaka-san, don't do a shameless thing in this dorm. Yuzu roared. Sumire and Yuri were lost for words when they saw Ayaka's boobs trembled. They knew that Ayaka's boobs were huge, but they had never expected that she would use her boobs as a four-dimensional pocket. Hearing Yuzu's loud voice, Aki awoke since he felt a bit surprised. What a naughty phone. Ayaka didn't think too much about Yuzu's roar, took out her phone from her chest, and saw that Nana had called her. She was wondering why Nana called her, so she accepted the call quickly. Hello Nana-chan, what's wrong? Looking at Ayaka, who was talking on the phone, they felt a bit curious about what Ayaka was talking about since they could see that she was thrilled, so when she closed the phone, Yuzu quickly asked, What's wrong, Ayaka-san? Nana-chan and Shishio-kun are going to come, and they will bring a dinner too, so you don't need to worry, Ayaka said with a happy smile. Really? Shishio and I will come. Yuzu was surprised, but she also felt happy. Yes, they just happened to be back from Inashima, so they wanted to give us a souvenir, and they said they would buy a dinner along the way, Ayaka said with a smile, feeling happy that she could see both Nana and Shishio. After all, it had been a week since she had seen them, so she naturally missed them. Before Nana entered high school, she lived in the Sunoera dorm, and both sisters had always been together, so it might be the first time both sisters were separated from each other, and of course, Ayaka missed her sister. Ayaka also missed Shishio. Even though Shishio's age was similar to Nana's, he gave her a masculine feeling that made her feel it was alright to be pampered by him. She often pampered someone, but someone had never pampered her, so she still remembered the feeling when she was hugged and patted at that time. However, Ayaka-san, can I ask you a question? Yuri suddenly raised her hand. What's wrong, Yuri-chan? Ayaka asked. Why did Shishio and Nana-senpai go to Inashima? Were they on a date? Yuri asked, and this question somehow caused turbulence in the entire Sunahara dorm. While there was turbulence in the Sunahara dorm, Nana asked, what should we buy for dinner? She naturally asked him if it was something normal, but she didn't know that she might have depended on him at that moment. In truth, it was better to cook something, but Shishio was too lazy to cook, and he also didn't have ingredients on his hands, so he said, well, how about a kebab? He saw a kebab stall on the street, and with his cooking mastery, he could see the taste of the kebab that was sold was quite decent. Kebab. Thinking of those greasy meats that were wrapped in pita, somehow Nana's mouth felt quite watery. Let's get them. After Nana told them that she and Shishio would come to the Sunoera dorm, everyone directly waited at the entrance since they were a bit hungry. They also had nothing to do, and at the same time, they wanted to ask whether both Nana and Shishio were dating each other or not. Still, I'm jealous that they went to Inashima, Yuzu said with a sigh. Even though Yuri and Sumire didn't say much, they also felt quite jealous of Nana, who could visit Inashima during her break with Shishio. Inashima, hey? I wonder whether they went to visit the aquarium. Yuri murmured. Aquarium? Sumire looked at Yuri curiously. Yes. Yuri nodded at Sumire. If you go to Inashima, you should visit the aquarium, right? I also want to visit Inashima too. Ayaka, who had cleaned up the kitchen, also joined everyone, felt quite jealous of her little sister who went to Inashima, but before they continued to talk, they heard the noise of vehicles in front of the dorm, which caused them to feel strange, especially when they saw a luxurious SUV right in front of their dorm, wondering whose car it was. After all, they thought that Shishio and Nana would visit them by riding a motorcycle, which was why they were surprised when they saw this car. Hey, did you miss me? Nana suddenly came out of the car and felt surprised when she saw everyone waiting for her. Hey? Nana-senpai. Yuzu was dumbfounded. Not only Yuzu but Ayaka, Sumire, and Yuri, along with Aki, who timidly followed them, were surprised when they saw Nana suddenly walk out from the car, then suddenly, they heard another voice. It has been a while, everyone. There were a lot of questions that they wanted to ask in their minds. Still, as they heard this familiar voice, they turned their heads toward the source of this voice, and when they saw Shishio smiling toward them, somehow, they stopped caring for any of that now and just wanted to indulge themselves in this smile. 249, My sister-in-law is lewd. It might seem weird, but there are many kebab stalls in Japan. Kebab is from Middle Eastern, so how can it come to Japan? located so far away from the Middle Eastern area? This is because of the Turks who immigrated from the former Russian Empire to Japan in the early 20th century. With this, it wouldn't be weird when there were many kebab stalls in Japan, right? The juicy meat, the bomb of seasoning, the freshness of the vegetable, and the chewy pita bread, everything was combined into one, creating a perfect dish. Shishio knew that he needed to thank Turkish people who came to Japan since he could taste such delicious food. The kebab might be fatty, but for those who were still young, it was their favorite food, especially when they were hungry. Yuri, Yuzu, Sumire, Ayaka, and Aki ate the kebab that was bought by Shishio in the dining room inside Sunoera dorm with relish since it was so delicious. Shishio, yours is spicy, right? Can I try it? Nana asked while looking at Shishio's kebab. Unlike everyone whose kebab was mild, Shishio chose the spiciest one since he loved spicy food. Unfortunately, it was pretty hard to get spicy food in this country, considering chili was relatively rare in Japan, and most people in this country didn't like spicy food. It was also still in 2005, and the development of the internet wasn't that developed, so most restaurants or food shops would sell typical foods such as udon, ramen, gyudon, or sushi. There also weren't many strange foods such as rainbow cheese, cheese sandwiches, or anything related to cheese. Are you sure? Shishio asked since he knew how sensitive Nana's tongue was. Yes. Nana nodded without hesitation and ate part of Shishio's kebab directly. Still, then she suddenly felt her tongue burning, which made her startled, but she didn't hate this feeling, or rather, she enjoyed it. Still, she couldn't hold it and fanned her tongue with her hand. It's hot. Didn't I remind you before? Shishio was helpless and gave her the yogurt that he had bought before. Here, drink this. Nana didn't hesitate and drank the yogurt directly. However, Yuri, Yuzu, Sumire, and Aki saw this scene and opened their eyes wide. Hey! Yuzu's face was so red that she pointed her finger at Nana. Senpai, don't do anything perverted. Hey? Perverted? Shishio was confused by Yuzu's words. After drinking Shishio's white yogurt, Nana felt better and smiled at Yuzu. Yuzu, what are you getting shy with an indirect kiss for? Or do you want to drink from Shishio's straw too? Here, here. She pushed the yogurt that she had drank to Yuzu, trying to tease her. Wait. Wait. Yuzu's face was so red that she saw the straw that was drunk by Shishio. Ugh. Her mind was complicated. After all, she was still young, and she didn't have any experience, so facing the temptation of the indirect kiss, she was almost overwhelmed, however. EY. Ayaka suddenly joined and drank Shishio's white yogurt from the straw Shishio and Nana had used before. She slurped the white yogurt through her mouth and then showed a comfortable expression. Shishio's yogurt is delicious. Shishio. Oh Oni-chan. Nana was startled and could only stare at her sister dumbfoundedly. Ayaka didn't think too much of her little sister's words, licking her lips gently with her tongue to clean up the greasy meat from her lips. Shishio was wondering whether Ayaka was born as a succubus. Well, Nana-chan, Shishio-kun, thank you for the kebab, so how much is it? Ayaka asked. It's all right. You don't need to. Shishio shook his head, then said, you treated me to a delicious lunch last week, so this time, it is my time to treat you. There was no way for him to receive money from his sister-in-law, right? Is that okay? Ayaka was a bit hesitant. Well, it's all right, Ayaka-ne. You don't need to think too much. Shishio then changed the conversation by taking out the souvenirs that he had bought from Inashima. By the way, I have brought a lot of souvenirs from Inashima. Please share it with everyone. Everyone was quickly attracted by the various sweets and unique foods that Shishio bought and couldn't help but become excited. Try this. This is delicious, Nana said as she gave Sumire, Yuri, Yuzu, and Aki the snacks that she had tried on Inashima before. Nana-san, was Inashima fun? Sumire asked curiously. Of course. Nana then told them how her experience was on the Inashima with Shishio. She didn't tell about Saki since she felt like it was troublesome to explain to them. Shishio also didn't say anything since he knew that even though they had decided to date him together, there was no way for them to tell their acquaintances that there were more than two people in their relationship right now. Hearing Nana's story, the girls couldn't help but feel quite jealous since she could go to Inashima with Shishio. From shrines, various foods, lighthouses, a beautiful garden, a lunch on the top of the mountain, and then an aquarium, Nana told them everything since she wanted to tell them. Ayaka knew that she should be happy when she saw her sister was happy, but strangely, she couldn't, and there was one question that she wanted to ask, but she hesitated to ask this question. Did you go there by car? Nana nodded. Shishio drove a car there. Hey? Is that all right? Shishio NII is a high school, right? How can he drive a car? Yuzu was dumbfounded. Even though she had seen him coming out of the car before, she thought that there was a driver inside the car. She didn't feel that it was weird if Shishio had a driver, or rather, she thought that he might be a prince or something, considering he fitted the description of a prince, especially when she recalled his smile at that time. Yes. Ayaka nodded. Motorcycle is one thing, but I feel that a car is too dangerous for you. Unlike any other country, it might be because it was rare for the people in this country to ride in a private vehicle, considering how expensive it was. Not only did they need to pay for the car, but they also needed to pay for the parking space, gasoline, tax, and various things, so most people in this country couldn't drive a car, and their view of it was dangerous. It's all right, I have the driving license for a car, Shishio said and took out his driving license. Ayaka and everyone looked at his driving license and were lost for words, wondering how this guy could have so much of a driving license. Shishio and do you have a plane or truck driving license too? Yuri asked curiously, but she didn't expect that Shishio would nod. Everyone. I was joking. Shishio felt fun when he saw their reaction. Well, we have spent so long here. Should we go back, Nana? He could see that it was pretty late, and he also knew that he needed to go back, too, considering he had been out for a long time. Nana was about to say something, but... Wait a moment, can I ask you one last question, Shishio and Nana-senpai? Yuzu suddenly asked. What's wrong? Nana looked at Yuzu and asked. Are you two dating, Shishi and Nana-senpai? Yuzu asked with a tense on her face. Not only Yuzu but Yuri, Sumire, and Ayaka also had solemn expressions on their faces, which made Nana know what they were thinking about, and at the same time, she thought Shishio's smile was too dangerous, right? Nana thought that she should tell him not to smile in the future unless he was right in front of his women, or else there would be many girls who would entangle him. However, Nana didn't answer their question and only looked at Shishio. Shishio noticed Nana's gaze, and he nodded. Yes, we're dating each other. They had a feeling that Nana and Shishio were dating each other, but when they heard it from his mouth, they felt a shock, and they knew that they should be happy for them, but somehow they couldn't be happy. Their expressions were quite complex, and they knew that even though they had only met him twice, he just gave them an unforgettable experience and memory, so when they heard that both Nana and Shishio were dating, they just didn't know what to say. That's great. Suddenly Ayaka said and hugged both Nana and Shishio at the same time. Congratulations, Nana-chan, Shishio-kun. I'm happy for both of you. Nana smiled and laughed happily, hugging her sister. Thank you, Oni-chan. As for Shishio, he realized how destructive Ayaka was. Her chest was so massive, and when it pressed into his face, it was just so comfortable, and he thought that he might not be satisfied with his pillow anymore after he had tasted this feeling. Ayaka also felt slightly uncomfortable when she heard that both Shishio and Nana were dating each other. Still, Nana was her sister, so when she saw her sister was happy and was in love with Shishio, she could only be happy for her, but then... Shishio-kun, don't hurt Nana's feeling, alright? Ayaka said as she looked at Shishio with a strict expression. Shishio thought about how he dated Nana with Saki and Shina, but he knew he needed to hide it now. Yes. That's great. Ayaka smiled, then said, you have to go to the school tomorrow, right? You should go back first. In truth, she was lying since she was just afraid that her expression might have shown if both of them stayed any longer, and she didn't want that. Ayaka, Sumire, Yuzu, and Yuri didn't feel that happy when they heard that Shishio and Nana were dating each other, but Aki was happy. Aki was so happy when he knew that Shishio and Nana were dating each other since that meant he didn't need to worry that Shishio would take Ayaka, but right now, his existence was so small that he had been ignored for a while. However, it was alright since he was happy at that moment. Hearing Ayaka's words, Shishio nodded, but Nana said, oh, right, Oni-chan, can you come with us back? Going back? You mean to go home? Ayaka asked in doubt. Mom and Dad also miss you after all, Nana said. And I want to sleep with Oni-chan too tonight. Ayaka thought for a moment and thought about how their sister had grown up. She also wanted to talk about a lot of things with her sister tonight, so she nodded. Alright, wait a moment. I'll prepare for a while. With that being decided, after Ayaka had changed her clothes and brought some of her clothes, she immediately went out together with Shishio and Nana. She went to her parents' house, leaving Yuri, Yuzu, Sumire, and Aki alone in the dorm. I'll lock the door and don't get out at night, alright? Ayaka said to the four of them and then looked at Aki. Akun, don't cause trouble again, alright? Aki. Oni-chan, let's go. Nana said as she pulled Ayaka. Moo. Nana-chan. Ayaka could only smile when her sister pulled her with a happy smile. Nana, Ayaka, and Shishio talked to each other as they entered the car, and watching how close they were, Aki could only look at them with longing, wanted to grow up faster since he felt if he didn't do so, Ayaka might be stolen and There was no need to explain, right? As they arrived at Nana's house, her parents were surprised when they saw Shishio arrive in a car, and they were also surprised that Ayaka also came. It was his first time meeting the father of both Nana and Ayaka, but it might be because their father didn't have a son and he only had 2 daughters that it didn't take a long time for him to get close with their father, or rather, he had been treated as a son directly. There was no drama where the father wouldn't accept him to date his daughter and flipped the table in the living room in anger. However, the mother and father of Nana and Ayaka reprimanded him for driving a car alone, considering he was a minor. Still, when Shishio took out his driving license, they could only feel speechless. They talked for a while, and Shishio thought to go home, but suddenly Nana dropped a bomb, making him speechless. Mom, Dad, can I live alone? Nana asked. 250, Whirlpool. Mom, Dad, can I live alone? When Nana's voice fell, Ayaka and her parents didn't look in Nana's direction. Rather they looked at Shishio simultaneously since they thought that Nana's decision was because of Shishio, but they saw that Shishio was also flabbergasted at this moment. Shishio was surprised when he heard that Nana wanted to live alone. Nana, are you sure you live alone? Your house isn't that far away from the school, right? He felt like it was a waste of money for Nana to live alone. It didn't mean that he didn't support Nana to live alone, but even if she couldn't do it now, when they entered university, they could live together, so what's the hurry? Shishio knew that if the one who said those questions were Nana's parents, then she might be stubborn and might even fight her parents so they would allow her to live alone, so, in place of her parents, he needed to ask those questions, especially he knew that it wasn't easy to live alone and it was quite troublesome. Shishio also knew why Nana decided to move alone, and he was also tempted, but he was a guy, and he was thinking more about the inconvenience when she was living alone. Hearing Shishio's questions, Ayaka and Nana's parents nodded and didn't say anything, looking at Nana. Nana knew that she hadn't talked to anyone when she had decided to move alone. Still, the reason why she wanted to live alone was so she could be with him alone easily, and she didn't expect that Shishio would be the one who doubted her decision, but even so, she nodded. Yes, I want to live alone. Shishio didn't ask a question again and looked at Nana's mother. The one who would pay Nana's accommodation was her parents, and he knew that her parents didn't lack money, but it didn't mean they would follow their daughter's selfishness, right? Nana's mother noticed Shishio's gaze and asked, So Nana, can you tell me why you want to live alone? I want to learn how to be independent. Nana said without hesitation since she had prepared before she decided to ask both of her parents. What a cliché reason. Shishio was lost for words, but... Dear, I think that we should agree to her decision to live alone since you should know how sloppy Nana is, Nana's mother suddenly said while looking at her husband. When she thought how sloppy her daughter was, she was afraid that Shishio might dump her when he knew about it. She also felt that it was good to teach her daughter early, considering she didn't want to lose her son-in-law. She was sure that her daughter's apartment would be quite close to their home so she could check her up from time to time. Mom. Nana's face was so red when her bad part was told by her mother directly right in front of her boyfriend. It was true that she was sloppy, but she still wanted a face. Hearing his wife's words, Nana's father nodded, but then he said, If you have decided to live alone, then I won't stop you since it is also good for your own, but I hope that it won't affect your study. You don't need to worry. Nana patted her chest with a proud expression and said, Even if I can't get the first rank, I believe that I won't fall from the top 10 positions. Oh? You're so confident. Nana's father raised his eyebrow. Of course. Nana hugged Shishio's arm and said, Shishio is the first rank, and he's good at teaching me. Ayaka didn't feel surprised when she heard Nana's words since she knew about it, but Nana's parents were surprised, and it seemed that their daughter was really good at choosing their son-in-law, so Nana's decision to live alone didn't receive that much rejection, but her father asked her to do something. Since you have decided to live alone, then you should choose your own place to live. Nana's father looked at Nana and said, You should try to visit the realtor on your own later and tell me which place that you want to live. I. Nana was excited right now since everything could be so smooth, and she happily hugged her father. Thank you, Dad. Looking at his daughter, Nana's father let out a sigh, thinking that his daughter really had grown up, and somehow, he felt a bit reluctant to give her to Shishio. He then stared at Shishio and said, I hope that you don't let her down. You don't need to worry, uncle. I won't. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Then they talked for a while before Shishio decided to excuse himself since he knew he needed to go back. As Shishio left, Ayaka looked at Nana, then said, Nana-chan, the reason why you want to live alone is that you want to spend more time with Shishio-kun, right? Ah. Nana was surprised, but she only laughed and smiled. Don't tell mom and dad, Oni-chan. Ayaka let out a long sigh, thinking her spoiled little sister had grown up somehow, which made her feel complicated. She then thought of Shishio and wondered how he could bring so much change to her little sister, but she felt a bit lonely because of this. Should we take a bath together? It has been a while, after all. Yes. Nana hugged Ayaka happily and agreed without hesitation. Ayaka smiled as she caressed Nana's hair, then suddenly said, should we invite Shishio-kun too when we take a bath together in the future? Hey! Nana was dumbfounded and looked at her older sister, who was smiling gently as usual while thinking that Ayaka was joking, right? Little did Nana know that Ayaka was serious since she thought she should ask Shishio to take a bath together so they could make a closer bond and get to know each other better, right? While on his trip to go back, Shishio had many things on his head, especially about Sakurajima Mai and how she had become unnoticed. He knew that there were many solutions so Mai's problem would be solved, but the problem was whether she would follow his words or not, and at the same time, when he tried to position himself in Mai's position, he couldn't help but feel terror. Being unnoticed, ignored, and disregarded, and somehow, Shishio felt like Mai was drowned deep into the sea. She was hopeless and helpless and hoping someone would reach out to her, and it was also why Sakuta could get Mai. Shishio shook his head and thought for a while before he found some good idea, but he knew that this plan needed quite a while to implement. However, he felt that he needed to do this since this plan would be useful for him too. With that said, Shishio thought about Shina, and he knew that he needed to give her more. On the Sakurasu, everyone ate dinner with a sigh. Somehow after they tasted Shishio's food, the food they tasted was a bit bland, but well, it was good enough. Everyone, except for Shina, was in the living room, and even though they didn't say anything, they were waiting for Shishio. After all, they had heard that he went to Inashima for a date, and they had to admit that they felt a bit jealous, especially girls, since they also wanted to go there. When everyone was talking to each other while drinking a beer, Ritsu and Misaki were reading a book together, but then Roberta stood up directly without saying anything, walking toward the entrance. Hey! Looking at the sudden movement of Roberta, everyone was surprised, but then they heard his voice. I'm back. Then without hesitation, they stood up too and ran in their direction, and without hesitation, they shouted, Shishio, did you bring a souvenir? Looking at many people who welcomed him, Shishio was speechless, but somehow it brought him a smile. Well, I have bought a lot. You can check them. In the living room, everyone was eating the souvenir that Shishio had bought from Inashima. They were asking him and tasting various foods and beverages that he had bought. It's delicious. It's delicious, Shishio-kun. Misaki said as she ate the mochi and yoken with both of her hands. It's great that you like it. Shishio nodded, then looked at Roberta and gave her a yoken. How about you try this, Roberta? Thank you, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded and happily accepted. You sure bought a lot of things, Shishio-kun, Ritsu said as she read various brochures about Inashima, which somehow made her really want to see this place, but at the same time, she was a bit speechless when she saw that he bought a lot of things there. Really? It's quite normal, Shishio said. You bastard, I'm so jealous. Just break up already. Mayumi said as she ate her yokan. Is it fun there, Oga-kun? Shiro-san asked curiously. Shishio ignored Mayumi and looked at Shiro-san. It's quite fun. You should visit there if you are free, Shiro-san. Coming to the Inashima might give you an idea for your novel. Hearing Shishio's words, Shiro-san nodded and thought that it might be good to visit Inashima in the future. How did you buy a beer there? Chihiro asked as she tasted the Inashima beer. She felt like the taste was alright, but it wasn't that special. With confidence, Shishio said without changing his expression. They looked at Shishio speechlessly. Shishio-kun, I'm so jealous. Can you also bring me there too? Sayaka asked with a cute expression. Sorry, I don't think it is possible since I don't want to be misunderstood, but it might be possible to go on a trip with everyone in the future, Shishio said. Trip together. Everyone was stunned before they became excited when they heard it. Yes, we can go together. Let's have a trip together. Misaki said excitedly, stood up, waved her hands, and seemed couldn't wait to go on a trip. Golden Week is near. Let's go somewhere. Mayumi said without hesitation. That's a great idea. Chihiro nodded and asked, Shishio, do you know a good place? If possible, you can go there for free. Shishio was speechless, and he hadn't agreed to their decision. However, he felt that it wouldn't be bad to go on a trip during Golden Week with everyone. But before he answered, he heard Shina's voice. Shishio. Shina strode and sat directly on Shishio's lap. Shishio quickly caught her and let her sit on his lap gently since he knew that she had just lost her first time yesterday, and even though she didn't bleed at that time, he knew that she was still uncomfortable. Shina forgot all the uncomfortable feelings and felt comfortable just by sitting on his lap. She closed her eyes and rubbed her head against his chest, but then she noticed everyone was staring at her. She titled her head and felt confused. What's wrong? Everyone. Shishio only patted Shina's head and said, we were talking about going on a trip together. Trip. Sheena looked at Shishio and asked, where? Well. Shishio thought for a moment and said, if you don't mind, how about we go to Tateyama? Tateyama? Shiro-san looked at Shishio curiously and asked, Tateyama? Is it in Toyama or Chiba Prefecture? Chiba. Shishio looked at everyone, then said, I know someone there, and we should be able to spend time in a hotel for free. Do you want to go? Yes. Everyone said without hesitation. Shishio had said that it was free, so what was the use of hesitation? If the one who told them that it was free was a stranger, then they might not believe him, but the one who said it was Shishio, so they believed his words without hesitation. Shishio then felt Sheena tucked in his arm. He looked at Sheena and asked, what's wrong, Mashiro? I have drawn the manga, Sheena said. Shishio was surprised and asked, can I see them? Sheena nodded and said, in your room. Well, let's go. Shishio nodded and helped Sheena to stand up. He then suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, where's Kanda-kun? He has moved to the regular dorm before. I helped him move up there, Shiro-san said. I see, this place is going to be lonely. Shishio sighed, showing helplessness, but then he shook his head. Well, I'll go back first. He then walked out of the living room with Sheena. Everyone didn't feel strange about why they walked out together since they knew that Shishio and Sheena decided to team up together to create a manga, but why did they feel like their relationship became closer? Ritsuo and Misaki looked at Shishio and Sheena with a complicated expression, they wanted to get closer and follow them, and they felt a bit awkward to say that they wanted to follow both of them. Looking at everyone's reaction, Chihiro drank the Enoshima beer silently and thought that youth was really complicated, but then she could only shake her head since she wasn't that much different. The majority of females in this place had the same idea and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even though he didn't do anything and had never done anything, just by standing there, he pulled everyone to move closer toward him whether he realized it or not, but one thing for sure, some of them might be hurt, and some of them might get their happiness. But even so, they knew that their feelings were precious, and they wanted him to know. Luckily, Shishio didn't smile at that time or else, they might not contain their feelings anymore and pushed him on the floor, then. Cough. Cough.